What would life be like for a magical prodigy suffering from a mana imbalance? When one door closes, another is sure to open. Let's follow Ruin Adel's journey. The young boy found himself in precisely such a situation. He was considered a light that illuminated the world from birth. Ruin was different, a fact that traces back to a conversation between the butler and his father. The butler, was preparing to embark on a journey to acquire marine resources. Young Ruin earnestly warned him not to take the path near the southern mountain range, as he felt the mana flow there was exceptionally strange. On the day Begin departed, the sky was covered in dark clouds and lightning. It wasn't until late at night that he returned in a hurried panic. As it turned out, Begin had listened to Ruin and taken a detour. But precisely because of that, he was able to avoid danger. According to what Begin heard, the area had been attacked by monsters, and no one who had passed through that path returned safely. It was at this moment that Ruin's innate talent began to draw attention. Begin thought Ruin could sense mana in the air. His father couldn't understand how it happened but instinctively felt that Ruin was the future of the Adel family. Indeed he was. Ruin began sensing mana at the age of 6, and in just 1 year he was able to summon it. Then, at 10 years old, Ruin gained the title of prodigy by enrolling as the top student in the Exnit Magic Academy, the best magic academy in the Zaydi Kingdom. At that time, Ruin was somewhat arrogant. He was convinced he would elevate his family to new heights, but ultimately he had only come this far. On the first day of class, he realized he was nothing. While the instructor kept urging him, Ruin found it extremely difficult to cast spells. Even he himself couldn't understand why this was happening to him. Like everyone else, Ruin realized for the first time that he suffered from a mana imbalance. At that moment, everything inside Ruin seemed to shatter, and his body couldn't even cast a spell 1 meter in front of him. For a mage, such a body was truly pathetic, and everyone realized that he came from an ordinary family and possessed no talent whatsoever. From then on, their attitude instantly did a 180-degree turn. Even a casual brush of shoulders in the hallway would elicit contempt from all the students at Exnit Academy who had once envied him. Ruin was merely an incompetent magic null, unable to use magic in a magic academy. Naturally, he had now become their prime source of entertainment. Each time this happened, Ruin would sob helplessly, asking himself if he could ever truly become a mage. Ruin Adel was a name that had entered the academy with the highest scores, was expected more of than anyone, and was more diligent and hardworking than anyone else. To become magically crippled due to the curse of mana imbalance, was that truly the end of everything? No, Ruin thought everything was over then, but he didn't know that magic still remained, and the story of the forgotten prodigy would continue. At the depths of despair, a new journey of challenge was slowly unfolding. With a ray of hope, a system message appeared dazzlingly. An artifact has been activated. As Ruin felt like he was falling to the ends of the universe, a system screen was forming. When he faintly awoke, he didn't even know where he was. The only thing he knew was the sensation of his body sinking deep into water, and an inscrutable message appearing before his eyes. The message stated that he was an incarnation of Draka, the destroyer of worlds. This colossal deity was the one who had brought Ruin here. His appearance was neither human-like nor similar to the heroes Ruin often saw. He had no time at all to grasp the situation. His lips moved as if to say something, and then Ruin's eyes widened in extreme horror. Rewinding a few hours, it was Ruin's turn for practical training at Exnit Academy's training grounds. Professor Hyodo instructed him to create a fireball as he had taught, and hit that scarecrow, under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous classmates. Ruin knew well that a fireball was a spell any student could easily cast, but for him it was different. Again, Ruin wasn't sure if he could do it. At the professor's signal, Ruin resolved to succeed. Beneath his hand, an orange flame slowly formed. It grew larger and larger, like Ruin's intense determination. The male students were slightly surprised that he possessed that much mana. Ruin thought he could do it this time, but the familiar problem struck again. Despite the desperate pleas in his mind, his hands trembled incessantly. The mana imbalance once again frustrated Ruin. He couldn't endure it any longer and declared his surrender, but Professor Hyodo still urged him to try casting the spell. Ruin wanted to, but it seemed impossible. According to Professor Hyodo, he was already an upper-year student. If he couldn't even cast a basic spell like a fireball, how could he pass the graduation exam? Even Ruin himself felt utterly useless. This training was target practice. Ruin was someone who couldn't even properly activate a spell, let alone hit a target. At this rate, even becoming a third-rate mage seemed truly hopeless. Jeering laughter loudly echoed again. They branded him as the Academy's disgrace. Ruin was so used to this bullying that he didn't care much. What frustrated him was the fact that he had no hope from the very beginning. It was all due to the curse that had tormented him for the past 6 years. Mana imbalance. Ruin had tried to compose himself for years, but now he began to question how much longer he could endure. After that training session, Ruin still followed the crowd alone and despondently towards the main hall. The tree desires stillness, yet the wind will not cease. 2 male students deliberately approached him and provoked him with sarcastic remarks. They triumphantly kept calling Ruin dumb Ruin. Their words grew increasingly harsh. They went from mocking his performance to saying, "Your house and estate are a backwater where monkeys cough." They deliberately stated that the Otto family was obscure, neither wealthy nor famous. Ruin's patience reached its limit. "You can do whatever you want to me but never touch my family?" The male student was instantly silenced by Ruin's powerful punch, a punch so strong it sent him flying several meters. Ruin was truly enraged by his careless mouth. Even with bruised faces, the male student still showed no fear and shouted loudly. Ruin no longer hesitated. He knew his opponent was Benpon, and he was nothing to dare cause trouble for his father and family. The other male student with Benpon rushed forward, fearless of death. As expected, he was overwhelmed by Ruin's punch. Unable to get up for a moment, kneeling like a dog, what Ruin hadn't expected was that Ben dared to use combat magic inside the academy. He showed no regard for being expelled and fired an enormous amount of mana at him. Although his fighting skills were excellent, in terms of mana power, Ruin was completely outmatched and unable to move his entire body. Professor Hyodo appeared to intervene, but he was a step too late, and Ruin was struck by Ben's overwhelming mana. He thought he would die right there. Currently, Ruin stood before the colossal deity accompanied by a system message. Despite all these circumstances, he still couldn't understand what strange things were happening. Falling into a fantastical space and meeting a mysterious man could only make him wonder what was happening to him. He tried to listen carefully but could only make out the last word. "Otto," the low, heavy voice echoed again. This time it was clearer, unmistakably his name. "Ruin Otto," and a faint sound came from thin air as if calling his name. "Ruin Otto." He slowly opened his eyes and saw a blonde woman. She was Helen, a high-ranking healing mage. Her face was filled with concern. "Are you awake?" As he emerged from his daze, he was startled. He slowly sat up and asked, "Where am I?" Seeing this, she quickly helped support his body. She replied gently, "This is the recovery room. It's all right, you don't have to force yourself to get up." He clutched his head wearily. "I'm fine, I'm a bit dizzy but I can sit up." As he spoke, he wondered inwardly if he had just fainted. Fragmented images flashed through his mind, a mysterious man in a cloak, the mysterious space, the system voice. What was that? It's still vivid. Thinking this far, he asked Helen, "How long was I unconscious?" She replied, "For almost a day," she continued. "It's a miracle you're not worse. The gods must have helped you." He fell silent for a moment, then quietly spoke. "Am I fully recovered now?" A worried expression crossed her face and her words were somewhat hesitant. "We still need to monitor you a bit more, but for someone who was directly struck by lightning, you look remarkably well. No cuts or burns, no internal organs damaged. I've never seen a case like yours, having lived for over a decade." Ruin couldn't help but be surprised, never having encountered such a case. "What? Is that even possible?" He gazed at his palms, lost in thought. Lightning was a terrifying magic that could instantly incinerate a body. Moreover, he was directly hit by lightning, so how could his body be completely unharmed? Suddenly, Professor Hyodo entered, interrupting his train of thought. "Excuse me for a moment." Helen heard this and leaned down to whisper to him. "Since the professor is here, I'll go check the results now. If you have any problems, let me know right away." At this moment he also inadvertently looked up and the professor approached his bedside, crossed his arms and calmly asked, "How is your body feeling?" He replied, "I'm fine." The professor's usually stern expression softened slightly. "That's a relief." Then he informed him about the situation after he fainted. A meeting was underway among the professors regarding this incident. He looked at him directly, while Ruin remained silent, head bowed, listening. "Firstly, Benpon will be expelled. He deliberately used powerful offensive magic to harm you, spread false rumors about the Otto family, and treated you unfairly by bullying you. The professors have made this ruling regarding all these matters." His face darkened, and he muttered in an anguished voice, "But I hit Ben too." The professor immediately replied, "Of course you will also be punished. Considering what happened, you will be forced to participate in the Academy's community service for 1 month." He nodded slightly. Yes, it seemed some questions still lingered in the professor's mind. "And there's one more thing I want to ask. Do you possess an artifact?" At the professor's question, he looked up. "What?" He knew it was a legendary weapon, left by an ancient mage, possessing infinite mana. He immediately waved his hand, denying it. "An artifact? I don't have anything like that. If I did, I wouldn't have been bullied." The professor narrowed his eyes, rested a hand on his chin, and lowered his voice. "In any case, considering its value and rarity, the head of the Otto family would have already used it for the family." Able to hide his curiosity, he spoke. "But why are you asking me?" The professor gazed at him intently. His deep, sharp gaze seemed to pierce through layers of thought. There was no reply. After a brief silence, he recalled the scene from earlier and explained. "Clearly, just before the lightning struck, there was a red light enveloping your body. It looked as if a high-grade artifact was protecting you, deflecting Ben's magic." Hearing this, he stared blankly. "Professor, what are you talking about?" he thought to himself. "What is he talking about with this artifact?" Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. "Wait, this isn't related to the dream I just had, is it?" And he immediately denied it. "No, I must be crazy," the professor sighed softly. "I don't know what happened, but there's definitely no artifact." "Understood. Now rest." He turned his back to Ruin's gaze and left. He stared intently at the professor's retreating figure. He had told the professor he didn't know what happened, but the professor hadn't said anything further. What is the professor thinking? Left alone in the room, he fell into deep thought for a long time. What he had experienced was no different from a dream. And that strange voice, the artifact Draca, the destroyer of worlds and the player. He kept tapping his forehead, muttering, "I think there was one more thing." What was it? Ruin mumbled suspiciously. Status window. Immediately, a blue panel appeared in the air and he opened his eyes wide in astonishment as if he had seen a ghost. He instinctively recoiled, shouting, "Ah, what is this?" Helen heard the noise and rushed over, asking as she saw his bewildered face, "Ruin, are you all right? Is something wrong?" He stammered, pointing at the blue panel floating in midair. "And no, that blue panel right there, don't you see it?" she asked, sounding confused. "What nonsense are you talking about, Ruin? There's nothing there. Are you really okay?" At this moment, an idea flashed through his mind. No way. If she really can't see it, then this is something only I can see. His information appeared on the status window. Ruin Adol, incarnation of Draka. The destroyer of worlds is the result of pursuing infinite power. The mage Draka perished with his own world. For Draka, who had insufficient mana from birth, power was the source of his authority. The one who possesses Draka's artifact can open the status window and enhance infinite power by completing quests. Strength 150, agility 100, wisdom 1550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, he cleverly dodged the question. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit confused." She couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. Looking at the examination results in her hand, she happily announced, "Your results are completely normal. You can return to your dormitory." He smiled, feeling as if a burden had been lifted. "Yes, thank you." Ruin mentally catalogued all the strange events that had happened today. He had survived being struck by lightning today. The red-eyed man he met in another dimension, and the status window only he could see, and he recalled the status window he had first seen in his dream. It had stated that he was an incarnation of Draka. Could it be that the artifact of the mage named Draka had been transferred to him? In the blink of an eye, night fell. An odd window appeared before Ruin's eyes in the training ground. Ruin was surprised, but curiosity overpowered everything, and he pressed it. There he found his first mission. You have become a player connected to Draka, the destroyer of worlds, allowing you to repeat missions. To prepare for the growth of your power, you must train your body. Perform 100 punches, 100 kicks, and 100 spin kicks. Reward strength 10 points, new skill unlocked. After reading, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to execute the task, but his face still held doubt and perplexity. Punches and kicks, they're related to strength, but how can this help me become a mage? But now was not the time to ask questions. He had to try it first. With that thought, he took a deep breath. He swung his right hand and the punch count increased to 1. He swung his left hand and the punch count increased to 2. He let out a small laugh. It was a contented smile, as if confident of victory. Good, the numbers are increasing. At this rate I can finish it soon. Riding that momentum, he threw the next punch. Ha! He shouted in rhythm with his movement, but the punch count still remained at 2. Scrutinized the mission again, frowning. This time the number didn't increase. It seems if the movement is wrong, it's not fully recognized. With this thought, he became much more serious. All right, I'll punch properly. The clear moonlight hung high in the quiet sky. While everyone was in deep sleep, he panted and gasped for an hour as if being chased by a dog. He leaned on his knees exhausted and finally smiled in satisfaction, declaring it finished. I'm done. The status window appeared, announcing the mission completion and reward disbursement. Strength 10 points, skill unlocked. Wiping the sweat from his face, he glanced at it quizzically. What's the reward? Suddenly, he felt a cool energy slowly flowing into his body. He exclaimed, "What is this feeling?" It was gently coursing through his veins, something more fundamental than mana. He clenched his fist, his fingers tightened, and his arm trembled slightly with excitement. I really have become stronger. He had to try out the new acquisition immediately. He took a deep breath and raised his hand, swinging it forward with force. Let's see. With his single punch, the airflow in front of him was instantly torn apart. He smiled contentedly. As if he had conquered the world, the power infused into his magic had indeed become stronger. Its speed, momentum, and destructive force were all distinctly different from before. Amidst his admiration for the new power, he suddenly remembered, so what's the skill unlock reward? As soon as he softly called out, the status window immediately appeared in midair. Innate force circulation. Replaces mana with force. Mana circulation is replaced by force circulation. Henceforth, all magic and movements are affected by the player's force. He questioned the replacement of mana circulation with force circulation. Then he placed his hand on his chest and felt his heartbeat. So, does this mean my mana is replaced by force? Everyone who senses or learns mana has circles surrounding their heart. Mana circulation plays a large role in the process of mana release and enhancement, and a mage's stats increase based on the length and amount of mana they can control. He closed his eyes and slowly felt the faint movements within his chest. He had 4 mana circulations, more than his peers, but they were useless due to his flaw. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes wide. His mana circulation was truly gone. Then the powerful circles wildly spinning in its place must be force circulation. Thinking this far, he stumbled back in bewilderment. However, that astonishment soon turned into perplexity. Replacing mana circulation with force circulation, if I don't have mana circulation, I can't be a mage. If this new circle can't do what mana circulation did, what will happen to me? A pang of sadness crossed his face. Is my life as a mage truly over like this? But there was no use in being pessimistic now, so he quickly regained his confidence. It's too early to despair, I have to try it first. He extended his hand forward and concentrated all his will on the familiar spell. Fireball. Immediately, power erupted from his palm. In the blink of an eye, a fierce ball of fire formed, looking at the flame before him. He exclaimed, "It's so fast, how can this be?" He couldn't take his eyes off the flame, and it seemed much stronger. The moment he saw the fireball's size, he realized. Ruin laughed with delight. This is definitely the power of the artifact. Ruin held the flame in his hand and thought to himself. Because magic has a basic activation mechanism, it takes about 10 seconds to charge the energy before unleashing this power. He calculated. Ruin mumbled, but I can completely bypass that 10-second mechanism and create a fireball with the power within my body. Indeed, if he was the protagonist, he would be the strongest in some way. He clenched his fist. This is the power of the artifact. Suddenly, something peculiar appeared before Ruin. He wondered, what is that? It turned out to be a system notification panel. Draca, the Berserk Mage who couldn't release energy in the usual way, created this ability. Concentrate mana on your body and enemies. You are not affected by your own magic. An enhancement effect is added when casting magic. Magic attacks deal additional mental damage. He read the information provided by the system and fell into thought. Concentrate mana on my body and attack. How do I do that? Questions kept popping up in his mind. Now, seriously retracing his steps, Ruin realized that this Draca person also suffered from a mana imbalance like himself, and that he had concentrated mana on his fists and legs. The more he read, the more Ruin couldn't believe why he had created such a method. Just then, a mission notification appeared, and the protagonist snapped out of his thoughts, exclaiming, "A mission!" The mission content was as follows. Practice the Berserk Mage method. Use force circulation and mana to attack a target. Each time a target is attacked, the reward points increase by 10. The protagonist was slightly suspicious. Attack a target. He narrowed his eyes. I've never thought of such a method. If I can become a mage this way. Ruin reached out and grabbed the fireball. I have to try it. The fireball in his hand shone brightly, as if it would incinerate everything. When everything was over, a satisfied smile bloomed on Ruin's lips. The system immediately sent a notification. Mission complete, strength reward 10. Soon after, Ruin collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the star-filled night sky with a contented expression. I finally completed the mission. He recalled how he had failed every time at the stage of unleashing magic, but he couldn't help but be surprised by the fact that he had succeeded by using his fist. Ruin wondered, what kind of being was Draca anyway? I want to know more about this, but my body feels too heavy. Suddenly, strange sounds reached his ears. What is it? Is he sleeping here? He must have trained really hard to sleep here. Should we wake him? The sounds of conversation now echoed in Ruin's head. What's happening? Did I arrive in heaven? Damn it, how can I die? I was hit by lightning and I'm perfectly fine. That's truly amazing, the murmuring continued. Ruin slowly opened his eyes. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Everyone was startled. Good heavens, you woke up too. Ruin, you really scared us. Ruin nonchalantly stretched. What's wrong? Why is everyone gathered here? Is this the first time you've seen someone sleeping here? They nodded. Of course, what nobleman would refuse a soft blanket to sleep here? It's strange. They asked suspiciously. Hey Ruin, did you drink alcohol? Are you drunk? He waved his hand dismissively and replied. What are you talking about? Drinking alcohol? I was just tired and fell asleep. Goodbye. Everyone was forced to stand there blankly. They whispered noisily. Ruin, he's like a different person. One person asked again, suspiciously. How so? Suddenly, a noble male student turned around and noticed something, speaking in a slightly curious voice. But that scarecrow is completely broken. Only the stake remains. Did Ruin do that? However, they immediately shook their heads. No, it couldn't be. In the noble dormitory, Ruin approached his blonde friend. He asked, what's up, Ruin? He asked, were you out all night? This person was John Dion, a 6th-year student at Exnet Academy. He continued to ask, what's going on? You don't usually leave the academy for so long. The protagonist waved his hand. You don't need to worry about so many things. If you look at this blonde man, you'll know he's the eldest son of the Gammon family. Although a famous mining family, at least he treated someone like me who was considered useless well. John continued to joke, don't tell me you were on a date with someone and just got back now? But this person had one flaw. He loved alcohol and women and often secretly snuck out of the academy. He kept saying, that guy, did he finally learn to enjoy life after being struck by lightning? Come on, tell me what you did last night. Ruin threw something at him and said, what nonsense are you talking about? I need to shower. In the bathroom, Ruin stretched out comfortably. I'm alive. Suddenly he remembered something. Oh right, I had a mission. Shall I check it? Ruin exclaimed. Mission. The notification panel appeared. Missions can be repeated. Train your body. As an entity connected to Draca, the destroyer of worlds, you must train to enhance your power. An additional 10 points of strength are added for every punch, kick, spin kick, or mission completed. The protagonist sighed. The rewards are the same, but the missions have doubled. He immersed himself in the water, thinking the missions might double again later. It won't be easy, but on second thought, if he could become a mage this way, then a month later. Ruin was still training. Missions could be repeated a maximum of once a day. The rewards were still the same, but the requirements had increased. If you fail to complete the mission that day, all progress resets to 0 the next day. And if you don't miss a single day of missions, Ruin panted. Mission requirements do not exceed 3,000 repetitions per day. If he trained too much, he might die because of the mission. His feet lightly spun in a circle. Finally, the training mission panel updated. Punches, kicks, spin kicks, all stats were completed for a total of 3,000 repetitions each. Yet the points added were still only 10. For the past month, the protagonist had trained like this, and he gained a new skill, passive body arts. Physical ability and flexibility improve according to training progress. During mealtime in the dormitory, everyone was whispering noisily. You know Ruin these days he used to not even blink in class but now he's sleeping soundly, another person immediately retorted. Is that all you see? These days he practically eats and sleeps in the training ground. And he just keeps kicking, someone said. Hey, just leave him alone. Is this the first time he's been this strange? They murmured. It's probably because of his mana imbalance, it'll be useless anyway. For Ruin a month had passed like this. I completed the mission and found a few clues about Draca, but I couldn't find the name Draca in any records. No matter where I looked it was the same. Not only that, but player, destroyer of worlds, mission panel, system, status window also yielded no clues at all. He kept wondering, Draca, who exactly is he? Just then the status window appeared. Ruin Adel, incarnation of Draca. The destroyer of worlds. Ruin still had one question. Who is this person giving me power? Suddenly a loud voice was heard. Ruin, come here. It was John. The protagonist wondered why. John asked again. Do you know what's going on? He asked back. What? As if he couldn't understand. A hint of hesitation crossed John's face. You don't know anything, that's why you're reading a book so leisurely. Ruin asked again. Did something serious just happen? John glanced sideways and said, the head of the Adel family is here. The protagonist's eyes lit up. What did you say? John repeated. Ruin, your father. Heavy footsteps were heard. Ruin opened the door and entered, panting. Father? Everyone immediately turned around. His father exclaimed, Ruin, my son, you're here. The two sat separately. The protagonist spoke first. It's been 6 years since I entered this academy when I was 10. Father, how have you been? His father nodded. Yes, I've been well. He didn't forget to ask how Rena was. His father said proudly. Your younger sister, she's grown a lot. These days she even practices swordsmanship herself. She says she'll protect her weak older brother. Ruin laughed heartily. Ha, that's embarrassing, his father said nonchalantly. Is that child still so bold? Ruin suddenly changed his expression. Father, he said firmly, I'm doing very well right now. His father had a look of incomprehension. What do you mean? Ruin emphasized again. I am truly fine. I haven't been hurt at all, neither physically nor mentally. The Adel family head took a sip of tea and said in an unusually calm voice, Actually, Adel, the reason I came to the academy was to ask your opinion about you leaving this academy. He consoled him. If it's too difficult, you can always return to your estate. I know you're facing many difficulties you're not talking about, aren't you? Ruin understood. Understood. I had a hunch why Father came. But Father, I think I've found a way. Ruin persuaded him. So please make one promise. His father was surprised. A promise? The protagonist said firmly. I will do well in the practical exam next time. In return, if I fail, I won't do things my way anymore and will follow your word. After Ruin promised to get high scores in the practical exam, he knew his father had understood his resolve and returned to the mansion after their conversation. And finally, the time for the exam which the protagonist had long awaited arrived. The examiner said, All right, pay attention. He stood at the podium and began explaining the exam rules. Today is the introductory magic exam. All cheating will result in a failing grade. The voice announcing the start of the exam echoed. Begin the exam. The protagonist gripped his quill tightly. The academy exam consists of 2 parts, a written exam and a practical exam. The practical exam is divided into 4 parts, target identification, magic measurement, actual combat, and one-on-one combat. The protagonist, suffering from mana imbalance, had always received perfect scores on the theoretical exams for the past 6 years. However, in the practical exam, Mikhail of the Gazel Hill family was always in first place. Ruin's hands clenched. But this time it will be different. Everything will change, he emphasized. This time it will be different. Ruin will definitely take first place in this practical exam. After all the written exams were over, someone suddenly called out to Ruin. Ruin? It was Jason. He approached and said, You've been a bit strange lately. Do you have a plan for today's practical exam? Ruin nodded. Yes, I'm going to do it in a new way. Jason was surprised. How really? What method did you find? A voice filled with contempt was heard. Ruin, what are you doing here? It was Mikhail. He stood arrogantly with his arms crossed. Don't tell me you're taking the practical exam with that body. Your mana imbalance will be useless. Ruin touched his chin. So, yes, I'm here to take the exam. Mikhail still had no intention of letting him go. Ha, Ruin. As an honors student who's failed the practical exam 6 times, let me give you some advice. His voice was full of mockery. Why come here to be humiliated? Why don't you just give up now? Ruin retorted. Who knows, I don't think your advice is useful. Mikhail patted his shoulder and said, I think you're mistaken. Do you think a kid with mana imbalance can pass the exam? His mind was filled with dissatisfaction, asking himself, what the hell is this guy's problem? Mikhail ground his teeth. He used to grovel, but why is he suddenly so confident? It's really disgusting. He challenged, I'll show you in the one-on-one combat, just you wait. Finally, exam time arrived, and the first challenge was target identification. The official name was the multi-target shooting exam. The exam method was very simple. It measured how many targets one could hit with a single spell. However, this year's exam was more difficult than last year's, with targets moving constantly. Participants kept competing and the organizers announced the number of targets shot down. First, one person hit 1 target. Then Angelina didn't hit a single target. The person who hit the most only managed 4 targets. So this year's average score was dreadfully low. The next participant hit 3 targets. The professors in the back frowned. The scores are hitting rock bottom just by increasing the difficulty a little. The students' abilities this year are too poor. But suddenly, someone reminded the professor. Professor, I think it's a bit early to be disappointed now. It was Professor Ellick, a professor of potionology and Mikhail Gazelhill's uncle. He was very proud. Mikhail's turn is coming up, you'll see, Professor. Professor Ellick seemed to have high expectations for his nephew's abilities. The boy is coming. Mikhail prepared his attack, thoughts still swirled in his head. Just watch, Ruin. He was very confident. I don't know what you're trying to do, Professor Ellick said loudly. Mikhail was confident. This is the difference between me and you. Then, as he unleashed his attack, numerous scarecrows were hit by his lethal assault. Everyone looked on in admiration. Wow, it's Mikhail as expected. He hit so many targets with one spell. He's going to get first place again this time. Professor Eric Montman approached and said, What do you think? Isn't the boy worthy of the Gazelhill lineage? He boasted incessantly. At this rate, Mikhail is the pride of our academy. He will definitely be this year's student representative. Suddenly, someone interrupted. Enough, Professor Eric. I don't think we need to see any more of this year's students' abilities. The speaker was Professor Tion Esnet, the principal of Zadie Academy and a 7th grade archmage. Professor Hyodo still didn't give up. Why don't we wait a bit longer? It's Ruin's turn soon. Professor Tion asked back. Ruin? Do you mean that Ruin oddled Professor Hyodo? Is that boy still at the academy? He agreed. It wouldn't be bad to watch a bit longer considering the boy's passion. Let's wait a moment. Ruin rubbed his wrist and said, All right, this is a good opportunity to test my strength. The guide professor said, Ruin, begin. Ruin, holding a fireball in his hand, agreed. Yes, Professor. Bright flames erupted around his body, shimmering as if tinged with gold. Everyone was greatly surprised by the sight. What is this? What's with that kid's casting speed? The students also buzzed. Wow, how many targets did he hit? I really don't know. Unbelievable. Mikhail gritted his teeth, furious. He reminded them contemptuously, Hey, don't you guys know Ruin has mana imbalance? He won't hit a single target even if he casts 1,000 times. That useless trash can't do anything right. But unbeknownst to anyone, the system's power-up buff was activated. Time distortion. Activates time distortion for 30 seconds. Speed increased by 200. Movement speed increases. Time distortion duration exceeded. Cooldown 5 minutes. Ruin recalled the time distortion skill he had recently learned. This skill allows him to move abnormally fast to his desired location. In other words, the protagonist was as if he were nothing. The energy emanating from the protagonist's body was so immense that it overwhelmed everything around him. Bright flames enveloped and protected him. The professors observed carefully. All the students widened their eyes. Finished, Ruin said with a satisfied smile. It's all over. Wooden fragments scattered in the air. Ruin, 27 targets. The face of the supervising professor turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. Ruin gasped, looking at the pile of targets before him. Murmurs began to rise. What, did that kid cast magic in his hand and just hit the targets directly? 27 targets. That's a new record for the number of targets shot down in this exam. How could he move so fast? Did he really hit the targets with magic? There was so much surprise, but everything turned static again. Then applause broke the silence. It was Tion Esnet, the principal of Esnet Academy. He was the first to stand up and applaud Ruin, praising him. Ruin, you are truly amazing, while everyone was bewildered by his unimaginable performance. Even the principal acknowledged him. Everyone began to cheer. Yes, amazing, Ruin. Congratulations. But amidst the cheers of congratulations there were also those who did not acknowledge the abilities of others. Some were angry, some were silent, and some were questioning. But what could they do? A chicken is still a chicken. Of course, Mikhail was no exception. From his angry expression he clearly couldn't accept it. But he could only mutter to himself, Ruin, that bastard, how could this be? He gritted his teeth and frowned, but there was nothing he could do. Cheers of congratulations echoed everywhere. He just stood there quietly, but his heart was filled with joy. The praise and recognition from people were something he hadn't experienced in the past 6 years. Thinking that he hadn't received praise even once in years, his chest grew warm. Ruin raised his head and smiled. The sunlight shone on his young face, and in his eyes there was a glimpse of self-pride and the feeling of being acknowledged. Yes, this is exactly the feeling I've always wanted. In the meeting room, Eric said unpleasantly, casting magic in his hand and hitting the targets directly. Is that magic? I've never heard of such magic. You could tell just by his frowning face, which looked like a butt. He naturally did not accept it, Hyodo immediately retorted. But as the professor also knows, there are no limits to magic. This is a field where anything can happen, he said solemnly. If everything only happened according to a fixed framework, it wouldn't be magic, it would be mathematics. That's right. How can you develop if you're confined to a framework? What is development? Who's grading it? Eric still wanted to refute Hyodo's words. But before he could finish, Tion signaled him to shut up. He said softly, Today I witnessed a student create a miracle. Joy was evident on his face. It's a miracle of magic. Isn't it like a miracle? Our meeting too, however. The professors seemed to have disagreements on this matter. Everyone was silent, as if tacitly agreeing with the principal's words. Eric was furious and did not accept the facts. Damn it, that Ruin guy messed everything up. Who knew things would turn out like this? Jason put his arm around Ruin's shoulder and said loudly, Hey, the strongest mage is here. Ruin's body almost leaned to the floor from Jason's arm around him, but he said softly, That's enough. Hearing that, several people approached the two. "Oh, it's Ruin." Everyone greeted him. "Hi, Ruin. How did you do that in the practical exam yesterday?" He returned the greetings, but couldn't say anything. His friends' questions poured in endlessly. "Ruin, do you know my name? We've been in the same class for 6 years." He hastily left the crowd, thinking to himself, "Until yesterday, I was nobody in this academy." Ruin turned his back to the people and quickly said to Jason, "Jason, I'm going first." Even today, he couldn't believe how abruptly everything had changed. Everything had changed overnight and he still couldn't adapt. Honestly, he was more comfortable alone. But he knew one thing very well, that there were still many people who hated him, of course. As he cautiously opened his room door, a blonde guy was standing in his room. Hearing him open the door, the guy said, "So you were here. Huh, you come into someone else's room and talk like that. What are you doing in someone else's dorm room?" Mikhail frowned and asked. His eyes looked like they were about to offer him up on an altar to see a chicken. Mikhail turned around and approached him, speaking in his contemptuous voice. "Just because you got a few points for something that isn't even magic, you're acting all high and mighty? I'm here to advise you not to be arrogant because your arrogance makes me want to vomit." What he said made Ruin want to scratch his butt with a monkey's paw. But Ruin did not back down and immediately retorted, "Isn't it because your score is lower than someone you've ignored for the past 6 years that you're embarrassed?" "Oh, I thought he was something, but he's just this much." That alone was enough to make blood rush to Mikhail's head in anger, causing him to grab Ruin by the collar and charge at him. "What are you saying, you damned bastard?" Ruin still wore an expressionless face, showing no emotional change to his madness. He merely calmly took his hand and effortlessly, gently removed it from his shirt. Ruin's calm and gentle action surprised and trembled Mikhail even more. Mikhail was slightly flustered and frowned. How can this useless guy be so strong? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Mikhail, we all have to graduate." Ruin leaned close to his face and said with even angrier eyes, "If you really want to oppress me like that, then let's have a fair fight in the one-on-one combat exam." Ruin had only lowered his voice slightly, yet he broke out in a cold sweat. He shook off Ruin's hand. Mikhail glared at him in anger. "Do you think you're good enough to fight me, you who always fail your subjects?" Ruin immediately shot back at him. "Just wait, then you'll see if I'm good enough or not. What's level? Who's grading it?" His gaze firmly met Mikhail's dog-like face. Mikhail immediately left, but not without giving him a sharp look. "Talk to me after you pass the next exam." He walked away, still thinking about his sworn enemy. "That arrogant bastard, he'll definitely fail today's practical exam, not to mention the combat exam." Mikhail's angry face was truly pathetic. "I just want to hit him. He. Then he suddenly takes his hand out of his pocket. But that guy's hand kept trembling. Is he really a wizard? He was puzzled. "No matter how many times I look at this statue, my admiration never ceases." A colossal elf statue stood tall in the center of the tea-tasting test area. This is the second practical exam to measure mana efficiency. It was a rare treasure in the Academy's treasure test area. There were only a few ancient Kingdom elves left on this entire continent. 500 years ago, the great wizard Freenax, while alive, made the Kingdom elf a treasure. The Kingdom trapped inside this treasure absorbed mana and was considered a magical sandbag. This mana efficiency test required students to cast spells on the Kingdom to earn points. Ruin asked Jason, "So what we have to do is cast our most confident spell on that statue?" Jason replied, "Yes, in short, that's it. But that elf is known for giving stingy scores for magic, so anything over 20 points is really good." In front, a student with half his face covered by hair was emitting purple energy. He looked quite strong. Lightning storm. He immediately cast a spell on the elf. The elf opened its mouth. "Learn again, 1 point wizard. It's not too late to quit now." The student who heard that was truly frozen. Everyone started to whisper, "I thought he did well, but it's not easy after all." Everyone admired the elf's difficult grading. Next participant stepped forward. The student returned to his seat dejectedly. He didn't feel good at all. He couldn't believe it. A female student approached. "Haha, it's my turn now." She raised her hand and said very confidently, showing it in detail, "Ice ball." She cast the spell. The elf said, "I won't forget you." "Impressive," she asked again, delighted. "Really?" Kingrim replied to her. "Yes, but he didn't let her rejoice for too long and immediately poured cold water on her. This is the first time I've seen such garbage spellcasting. That's enough." He sternly gave her 2 points. Hearing that, she burst into tears, denying reality. "No way, I did my best." Others continued to step forward, but there wasn't much improvement. 5 points, get out of my sight. Who could endure hearing the score? It was natural to shout. "What the hell is this?" he kept complaining. "What's this bland magic? Did he mix it with water? It's 100 mana." The damned elf even swore. The supervising professor spoke up. Jason stopped shouting. "Go back to your seat quickly." He stopped the terror for the gods and other students' ears in time. "Oh no," Jackson, after being reprimanded, scratched his head and ran back to his seat as if nothing had happened. "Next is Mikhail Gazelhill," the supervising professor called out. His face was as dark as if it had been sucked in muddy water, like he had gone through 50 marriages, 49 divorce lawsuits and 33 infidelity detections. But that was his expression before casting the spell. Mana waves attacked the elf statue. Kingrim opened its mouth. "Gazelhill." "I'm a little disappointed. Are you Josh Gazelhill's son?" Hearing the question, he proudly replied, "Yes, I am Josh Gazelhill's third son, the proud Mikhail Gazelhill." "Proud, haha." He sneered and said, "Your father was a stupid coward who begged me for more points. Mikhail Gazel, you are far worse than your stupid father." 27 points. Hearing that, he angrily shouted at him, "How dare you, a mere ordinary elf, utter such nonsense?" The supervising professor immediately stepped forward and stopped him. Be quiet, student McCall, he called the next person. Next is Ruin Otto. He immediately replied. Ruin stepped forward. On the outside he showed no emotional change, but inside he was already burning. Phew, I'm suddenly so nervous. Let's just try. I can do it. Flames already appeared in his hand. He raised his head and introduced himself. I am Ruin Otto. Nice to meet you. His eyes were firm, devoid of emotional fluctuations, truly intense. Oh, this is the first time I've seen your face. He was slightly surprised, but it's okay, take the test. He didn't care much. And he and his magic were ready. The flames blazed like his eyes. In fact, he didn't even know what it meant. A student immediately recognized Ruin's magic. Is that the scorching wave destruction magic? His face was full of surprise. Other students also immediately recognized it. That's a grade 4 magic. Others were surprised and couldn't believe it. What, he can do that? Kingram posed a question. Why is your posture like that? He changed his posture to cast the spell. Here I go. Ruin sprang from the ground. The mana that was in his hand was now in his feet. Perhaps Ruin was trying to imitate Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong has a technique that puts power into his feet. At first, everyone thought he would use his hands, but he kept surprising people. Moving the mana to his feet, he directly kicked the Kingram statue with a 3-meter-long leg. The supervising professor was also very surprised by his actions. Unbelievable. How can that kid transfer mana from his hands to his feet and make it explode so instantaneously? He was puzzled, and all the students were surprised and couldn't believe it. One person asked, "Didn't you just say it was grade 4 magic?" Another immediately replied, "No, the energy of that attack is at least grade 5. Does that mean Ruin landed with a 3-meter leg after a godlike kick? Does that mean Ruin is at least a grade 5 wizard?" He gasped, breathing as if taking his last breath, but countless thoughts were already flashing through his mind. Why, I cast my scorching wave destruction magic correctly. Ruin was still a little anxious. But why is Kingram's reaction so strange? Did I do something wrong? Only then did he open his mouth. "You, who are you?" He was puzzled. "I just introduced myself. I'm Ruin Adol." Before Ruin could finish speaking, Kingram cut him off. "Are you Draca?" At that question, his face immediately turned pale. "Draca, I have always waited for you." Although only blood-red eyes were visible, it was enough to imagine his face. Despair and anguish. Kingram's voice echoed, "I have always waited for you." "Draca!" The whisper pierced the quiet space, sowing confusion. The surrounding crowd immediately murmured, and countless suspicious glances were cast. "Draca, who on earth is that name? Is he mistaking Ruin for someone else?" Curiosity and skepticism mingled, filling the space and creasing the foreheads of many. Waves of memories flooded Ruin's mind of sifting through all Draca-related materials for the past 2 months. He had turned over old papers one by one, delved deep into ancient records, but found nothing. He had searched all related materials for the past 2 months, but couldn't find any trace of Draca. But Kingram knew. Ruin's face immediately darkened, and gloom descended. This was because he truly understood and realized the deep meaning hidden behind Kingram's enigmatic words. "Do you know Draca?" Ruin asked. His voice contained a hint of hope along with surprise. To that exploratory question, Kingram uttered only one short but powerful and certain word, yes, not missing this precious opportunity. Ruin decided to make the most of it. He quickly asked a few more questions, hoping for even a single additional piece of information about that mysterious person. "Then can you tell me more about him?" A mysterious smile crossed Kingram's anguished face. He said quietly, "Interesting. I didn't expect to meet his incarnation in this academy." His low voice echoed again, followed by incomprehensible and ambiguous words. Ruin blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of each word and sentence. "Incarnation, what does that mean?" Suddenly an unexpected question burst from Kingram's mouth, interrupting Ruin's thoughts. "What is your name?" Surprised, Ruin quickly replied, "Ruin. Ruin Adol." He answered Kingram's sudden question. "Ruin, I will remember that well," Kingram said. His words seemed to be deeply etched in his mind. He stood firm. Kingram's colossal body loomed like a giant mountain, almost obscuring the sun from Ruin's view, casting a huge shadow over him. As Kingram turned to leave, a voice suddenly echoed, immediately stopping his intention to depart. "Excuse me, before you leave, could you please tell me what score Ruin received?" The question echoed. "There are too many people here, so I'll let you know once the evaluation is over. This magic is not the kind I can evaluate." Kingram's cold and resolute judgment struck like lightning, and the other person immediately cried out in surprise. What are you saying?" He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Dissatisfaction was evident on his face. "According to school rules, you must evaluate the academy. This stage must be upheld even 500 years after the death of Grand Magus Freen X." He struggled to cite the regulations, his voice full of annoyance. "Enough!" Kingram cut him off with a terrifying roar. The roar echoed around, containing astonishing menace. "How dare you mention rules in front of me? For years I had to evaluate children who weren't even wizards." His face was extremely tense. His blood-red eyes blazed with fury, and the other person immediately flinched and stammered, "I am sorry, but I don't care about those damned SNet bastards," Kingram growled. Scorn was evident in his every word, but nevertheless a promise is a promise. "I'll tell you the score." He was silent, and his blade-like gaze made the other person swallow dryly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, revealing extreme anxiety. "One is 0, the other is 100. What will it be, little destroyer?" Kingram's low voice echoed. It went straight to Ruin, who immediately reacted. A bright smile bloomed on Ruin's lips. He answered with firm eyes, without a moment's hesitation or thought about his choice, "Of course, 100 points." The rumors spread like wildfire, buzzing through the academy hallways. "Hey, do you know anything? Kingram gave 100 points in that test." Immediately, whispers followed. "How that Kingram? Who did he give it to?" another person asked back curiously. Surprise was evident in his every word. "I heard he gave it to that legendary failure, Ruin Adel." The surrounding people gradually began to buzz. Extreme surprise was evident on all their faces as they received the shocking new information. At that moment a stern voice broke the noisy atmosphere. It was Professor Hyodo. He approached Ruin and a hint of suspicion lingered in his eyes. "You've caused trouble again." He was startled and immediately turned toward the source of the voice. "Professor Hyodo, why are you here?" Ruin asked, slightly surprised. Professor Hyodo stood solemnly with his arms crossed. He took another step closer to Ruin. "News of you receiving 100 points from Kingram has already reached the principal. Upon hearing the news, the principal decided to reward you, as such an event is unprecedented." Professor Hyodo's words carried a special solemnity, indicating the significance of this event. "Take this first." He handed Ruin the scroll in his hand. Ruin read aloud the words written on the scroll, his face full of confusion and skepticism. "Treasure vault, what is this?" Without further explanation, Professor Hyodo beckoned him and turned to walk away. It was a signal for him to follow. After walking for quite some time through quiet corridors and mysterious doors, Professor Hyodo stopped in front of a tightly closed room door. The door looked ancient and majestic, as if it had endured centuries. As the door opened, a cold aura emanated. Professor Hyodo beckoned Ruin to enter with him, and the two went deeper inside. "Wow, I didn't know there was a place like this here." Ruin followed him, looking around, exploring the unfamiliar place he had just entered with curious eyes. Everything here was completely different from what he had seen in the academy. "Of course," Professor Hyodo explained. "This is the only place in the academy where entry is prohibited." Hearing that, a vague question arose in Ruin's mind. The only place in the academy where entry is prohibited. Then why did the professor bring me here? Along with curiosity, a slight unease began to creep into his heart. Finally, the two stopped in front of another door, and that door was more tightly sealed than any other. Professor Hyodo stopped and turned to Ruin, his eyes full of solemnity. "This is the way to the treasure vault. I can only go this far." He looked at the professor. Along with uneasiness and unknown fear washed over him. "Then do I have to go in alone?" "Yes, go in. I'll wait for you here." He comforted him. Finally he stepped forward and opened the door in front of him. Countless questions still remained in his mind. "I don't know what will happen, but the professor said it's a reward, so I guess I have to go in." With a mix of courage and curiosity he pushed the door open and stepped inside. What would it feel like to be born a genius of magic yet afflicted with a mana disorder from birth? When one door closes, another opportunity is bound to open. From now on let us follow the journey of Ruin Adel. He was a boy destined for such a fate. When he was just born, people called him a ray of light that would illuminate the world. Ruin was very different from others. Everything began with a conversation between the butler and his father. The butler, Begin, was preparing to leave to gather resources from the sea. The young Ruin sincerely begged him not to take the road near the southern mountains, for he felt that the flow of mana there was strange. On the day Begin departed, the sky was covered in dark clouds and lightning. It wasn't until late at night that he returned in a hurried panic. As it turned out, Begin had listened to Ruin and taken a detour. But precisely because of that he was able to avoid danger. According to what Begin heard, the area had been attacked by monsters, and no one who had passed through that path returned safely. It was at this moment that Ruin's innate talent began to draw attention. Begin thought Ruin could sense mana in the air. His father couldn't understand how it happened but instinctively felt that Ruin was the future of the Adel family. Indeed he was. Ruin began sensing mana at the age of 6, and in just 1 year he was able to summon it. Then, at 10 years old, Ruin gained the title of prodigy by enrolling as the top student in the Exnit Magic Academy, the best magic academy in the Zaydi Kingdom. At that time, Ruin was somewhat arrogant. He was convinced he would elevate his family to new heights, but ultimately he had only come this far. On the first day of class, he realized he was nothing. While the instructor kept urging him, Ruin found it extremely difficult to cast spells. Even he himself couldn't understand why this was happening to him. Like everyone else, Ruin realized for the first time that he suffered from a mana imbalance. At that moment, everything inside Ruin seemed to shatter, and his body couldn't even cast a spell 1 meter in front of him. For a mage, such a body was truly pathetic, and everyone realized that he came from an ordinary family and possessed no talent whatsoever. From then on, their attitude instantly did a 180-degree turn. Even a casual brush of shoulders in the hallway would elicit contempt from all the students at Exnit Academy who had once envied him. Ruin was merely an incompetent magic null, unable to use magic in a magic academy. Naturally, he had now become their prime source of entertainment. Each time this happened, Ruin would sob helplessly, asking himself if he could ever truly become a mage. Ruin Adel was a name that had entered the academy with the highest scores, was expected more of than anyone, and was more diligent and hardworking than anyone else. To become magically crippled due to the curse of mana imbalance, was that truly the end of everything? No, Ruin thought everything was over then, but magic still remained, and the story of the forgotten prodigy would continue. At the depths of despair, a new journey of challenge was slowly unfolding. With a ray of hope, a system message appeared dazzlingly. An artifact has been activated. As Ruin felt like he was falling to the ends of the universe, a system screen was forming. When he faintly awoke, he didn't even know where he was. The only thing he knew was the sensation of his body sinking deep into water, and an inscrutable message appearing before his eyes. The message stated that he was an incarnation of Draka, the destroyer of worlds. This colossal deity was the one who had brought Ruin here. His appearance was neither human-like nor similar to the heroes Ruin often saw. He had no time at all to grasp the situation. His lips moved as if to say something, and then Ruin's eyes widened in extreme horror. Rewinding a few hours, it was Ruin's turn for practical training at Exnit Academy's training grounds. Professor Hyodo instructed him to create a fireball as he had taught and hit that scarecrow, under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous classmates. Ruin knew well that a fireball was a spell any student could easily cast, but for him it was different. Again, Ruin wasn't sure if he could do it. At the professor's signal, Ruin resolved to succeed. Beneath his hand, an orange flame slowly formed. It grew larger and larger, like Ruin's intense determination. The male students were slightly surprised that he possessed that much mana. Ruin thought he could do it this time, but the familiar problem struck again. Despite the desperate pleas in his mind, his hands trembled incessantly. The mana imbalance once again frustrated Ruin. He couldn't endure it any longer and declared his surrender, but Professor Hyodo still urged him to try casting the spell. Ruin wanted to, but it seemed impossible. According to Professor Hyodo, he was already an upper-year student. If he couldn't even cast a basic spell like a fireball, how could he pass the graduation exam? Even Ruin himself felt utterly useless. This training was target practice. Ruin was someone who couldn't even properly activate a spell, let alone hit a target. At this rate, even becoming a third-rate mage seemed truly hopeless. The jeering laughter loudly echoed again. They branded him as the Academy's disgrace. Ruin was so used to this bullying that he didn't care much. What frustrated him was the fact that he had no hope from the very beginning. It was all due to the curse that had tormented him for the past 6 years. Mana imbalance. Ruin had tried to compose himself for years, but now he began to question how much longer he could endure. After that training session, Ruin still followed the crowd alone and despondently towards the main hall. The tree desires stillness, yet the wind will not cease. 2 male students deliberately approached him and provoked him with sarcastic remarks. They triumphantly kept calling Ruin dumb Ruin. Their words grew increasingly harsh. They went from mocking his performance to saying, "Your house and estate are a backwater where monkeys cough." They deliberately stated that the Otto family was obscure, neither wealthy nor famous. Ruin's patience reached its limit. "You can do whatever you want to me, but never touch my family?" The male student was instantly silenced by Ruin's powerful punch, a punch so strong it sent him flying several meters. Ruin was truly enraged by his careless mouth. Even with bruised faces, the male student still showed no fear and shouted loudly. Ruin no longer hesitated. He knew his opponent was Benpon, and he was nothing to dare cause trouble for his father and family. The other male student with Benpon rushed forward, fearless of death. As expected, he was overwhelmed by Ruin's punch. Unable to get up for a moment, kneeling like a dog, what Ruin hadn't expected was that Ben dared to use combat magic inside the academy. He showed no regard for being expelled and fired an enormous amount of mana at him. Though his fighting skills were excellent, in terms of mana power, Ruin was completely outmatched and unable to move his entire body. Professor Hyodo appeared to intervene, but he was a step too late, and Ruin was struck by Ben's overwhelming mana. He thought he would die right there. Currently, Ruin stood before the colossal deity accompanied by a system message. Despite all these circumstances, he still couldn't understand what strange things were happening. Falling into a fantastical space and meeting a mysterious man could only make him wonder what was happening to him. He tried to listen carefully but could only make out the last word. "Otto," the low, heavy voice echoed again. This time it was clearer, unmistakably his name. "Ruin Otto," and a faint sound came from thin air as if calling his name. "Ruin Otto." He slowly opened his eyes and saw a blonde woman. She was Helen, a high-ranking healing mage. Her face was filled with concern. "Are you awake?" As he emerged from his daze, he was startled. He slowly sat up and asked, "Where am I?" Seeing this, she quickly helped support his body. She replied gently, "This is the recovery room. It's all right, you don't have to force yourself to get up." He clutched his head wearily. "I'm fine, I'm a bit dizzy, but I can sit up." As he spoke, he wondered inwardly if he had just fainted. Fragmented images flashed through his mind, a mysterious man in a cloak, the mysterious space, the system voice. What was that? It's still vivid. Thinking this far, he asked Helen, "How long was I unconscious?" She replied, "For almost a day," she continued. "It's a miracle you're not worse. The gods must have helped you." He fell silent for a moment, then quietly spoke. "Am I fully recovered now?" A worried expression crossed her face and her words were somewhat hesitant. "We still need to monitor you a bit more, but for someone who was directly struck by lightning, you look remarkably well. No cuts or burns, no internal organs damaged. I've never seen a case like yours, having lived for over a decade." Ruin couldn't help but be surprised, never having encountered such a case. "What? Is that even possible?" He gazed at his palms, lost in thought. Lightning was a terrifying magic that could instantly incinerate a body. Moreover, he was directly hit by lightning, so how could his body be completely unharmed? Suddenly Professor Hyodo entered, interrupting his train of thought. "Excuse me for a moment." Helen heard this and leaned down to whisper to him. "Since the professor is here, I'll go check the results now. If you have any problems, let me know right away." At this moment he also inadvertently looked up, and the professor approached his bedside, crossed his arms and calmly asked, "How is your body feeling?" He replied, "I'm fine." The professor's usually stern expression softened slightly. "That's a relief." Then he informed him about the situation after he fainted. A meeting was underway among the professors regarding this incident. He looked at him directly, while Ruin remained silent, head bowed, listening. "Firstly, Ben Pon will be expelled. He deliberately used powerful offensive magic to harm you, spread false rumors about the Odell family, and treated you unfairly by bullying you. The professors have made this ruling regarding all these matters." His face darkened, and he muttered in an anguished voice, "But I hit Ben too." The professor immediately replied, "Of course you will also be punished. Considering what happened, you will be forced to participate in the Academy's community service for 1 month." He nodded slightly. Yes, it seemed some questions still lingered in the professor's mind. "And there's one more thing I want to ask. Do you possess an artifact?" At the professor's question he looked up. "What?" He knew it was a legendary weapon, left by an ancient mage, possessing infinite mana. He immediately waved his hand denying it. "An artifact? I don't have anything like that. If I did, I wouldn't have been bullied." The professor narrowed his eyes, rested a hand on his chin, and lowered his voice. "In any case, considering its value and rarity, the head of the Odell family would have already used it for the family." Unable to hide his curiosity, he spoke. "But why are you asking me?" The professor gazed at him intently. His deep, sharp gaze seemed to pierce through layers of thought. There was no reply. After a brief silence he recalled the scene from earlier and explained. "Clearly, just before the lightning struck, there was a red light enveloping your body. It looked as if a high-grade artifact was protecting you, deflecting Ben's magic." Hearing this, he stared blankly. "Professor, what are you talking about?" he thought to himself. "What is he talking about with this artifact?" Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. "Wait, this isn't related to the dream I just had, is it?" And he immediately denied it. "No, I must be crazy." The professor sighed softly. "I don't know what happened, but there's definitely no artifact." "Understood. Now rest." He turned his back to Ruin's gaze and left. He stared intently at the professor's retreating figure. He had told the professor he didn't know what happened, but the professor hadn't said anything further. What is the professor thinking? Left alone in the room, he fell into deep thought for a long time. What he had experienced was no different from a dream. And that strange voice, the artifact Draca, the destroyer of worlds and the player. He kept tapping his forehead, muttering, "I think there was one more thing." What was it?" Ruin mumbled suspiciously. "Status window." Immediately, a blue panel appeared in the air and he opened his eyes wide in astonishment as if he had seen a ghost. He instinctively recoiled, shouting, "Ah, what is this?" Helen heard the noise and rushed over, asking as she saw his bewildered face, "Ruin, are you all right? Is something wrong?" He stammered, pointing at the blue panel floating in midair. "And no, that blue panel right there, don't you see it?" she asked, sounding confused. "What nonsense are you talking about, Ruin? There's nothing there. Are you really okay?" At this moment, an idea flashed through his mind. "No way. If she really can't see it, then this is something only I can see." His information appeared on the status window. Ruin Odell, incarnation of Draca. The destroyer of worlds is the result of pursuing infinite power. Mage Draca perished with his own world. For Draca, who had insufficient mana from birth, power was the source of his authority. The one who possesses Draca's artifact can open the status window and enhance infinite power by completing quests. Strength 150, agility 100, wisdom 1550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, he cleverly dodged the question. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit confused." She couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. Looking at the examination results in her hand, she happily announced, "Your results are completely normal. You can return to your dormitory." He smiled, feeling as if a burden had been lifted. "Yes, thank you." Ruin mentally catalogued all the strange events that had happened today. He had survived being struck by lightning today. The red-eyed man he met in another dimension, and the status window only he could see, and he recalled the status window he had first seen in his dream. It had stated that he was an incarnation of Draca. Could it be that the artifact of the mage named Draca had been transferred to him? In the blink of an eye, night fell. An odd window appeared before Ruin's eyes in the training ground. Ruin was surprised, but curiosity overpowered everything, and he pressed it. There he found his first mission. You have become a player connected to Draca, the destroyer of worlds, allowing you to repeat missions. To prepare for the growth of your power, you must train your body. Perform 100 punches, 100 kicks, and 100 spin kicks. Reward strength 10 points, new skill unlocked. After reading, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to execute the task, but his face still held doubt and perplexity. Punches and kicks, they're related to strength, but how can this help me become a mage? But now was not the time to ask questions. He had to try it first. With that thought, he took a deep breath. He swung his right hand and the punch count increased to 1. He swung his left hand and the punch count increased to 2. He let out a small laugh. It was a contented smile, as if confident of victory. Good, the numbers are increasing. At this rate I can finish it soon. Riding that momentum, he threw the next punch. Ha! He shouted in rhythm with his movement, but the punch count still remained at 2. He scrutinized the mission again, frowning. This time the number didn't increase. It seems if the movement is wrong, it's not fully recognized. With this thought, he became much more serious. All right, I'll punch properly. The clear moonlight hung high in the quiet sky. While everyone was in deep sleep, he panted and gasped for an hour as if being chased by a dog. He leaned on his knees exhausted and finally smiled in satisfaction, declaring it finished. I'm done. The status window appeared, announcing the mission completion and reward disbursement. Strength 10 points, skill unlocked. Wiping the sweat from his face, he glanced at it quizzically. What's the reward? Suddenly, he felt a cool energy slowly flowing into his body. He exclaimed, "What is this feeling?" It was gently coursing through his veins, something more fundamental than mana. He clenched his fist, his fingers tightened, and his arm trembled slightly with excitement. I really have become stronger. He had to try out the new acquisition immediately. He took a deep breath and raised his hand, swinging it forward with force. Let's see. With his single punch, the airflow in front of him was instantly torn apart. He smiled contentedly. As if he had conquered the world, the power infused into his magic had indeed become stronger. Its speed, momentum, and destructive force were all distinctly different from before. Amidst his admiration for the new power, he suddenly remembered, so what's the skill unlock reward? As soon as he softly called out, the status window immediately appeared in midair. Innate force circulation. Replaces mana with force. Mana circulation is replaced by force circulation. Henceforth, all magic and movements are affected by the player's force. He questioned the replacement of mana circulation with force circulation. Then he placed his hand on his chest and felt his heartbeat. So, does this mean my mana is replaced by force? Everyone who senses or learns mana has circles surrounding their heart. Mana circulation plays a large role in the process of mana release and enhancement, and a mage's stats increase based on the length and amount of mana they can control. He closed his eyes and slowly felt the faint movements within his chest. He had 4 mana circulations, more than his peers, but they were useless due to his flaw. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes wide. His mana circulation was truly gone. Then the powerful circles wildly spinning in its place must be force circulation. Thinking this far, he stumbled back in bewilderment. However, that astonishment soon turned into perplexity. Replacing mana circulation with force circulation, if I don't have mana circulation, I can't be a mage. If this new circle can't do what mana circulation did, what will happen to me? A pang of sadness crossed his face. Is my life as a mage truly over like this? But there was no use in being pessimistic now, so he quickly regained his confidence. It's too early to despair, I have to try it first. He extended his hand forward and concentrated all his will on the familiar spell. Fireball. Immediately, power erupted from his palm. In the blink of an eye, a fierce ball of fire formed, looking at the flame before him. He exclaimed, "It's so fast, how can this be?" He couldn't take his eyes off the flame, and it seemed much stronger. The moment he saw the fireball's size, he realized. Ruin laughed with delight. This is definitely the power of the artifact. Ruin held the flame in his hand and thought to himself, because magic has a basic activation mechanism, it takes about 10 seconds to charge the energy before unleashing this power. He calculated. Ruin mumbled, but I can completely bypass that 10-second mechanism and create a fireball with the power within my body. Indeed, if he was the protagonist, he would be the strongest in some way. He clenched his fist. This is the power of the artifact. Suddenly, something peculiar appeared before Ruin. He wondered, what is that? It turned out to be a system notification panel. Draka, the Berserk Mage who couldn't release energy in the usual way, created this ability. Concentrate mana on your body and enemies. You are not affected by your own magic. An enhancement effect is added when casting magic. Magic attacks deal additional mental damage. He read the information provided by the system and fell into thought. Concentrate mana on my body and attack. How do I do that? Questions kept popping up in his mind. Now, seriously retracing his steps, Ruin realized that this Draka person also suffered from a mana imbalance like himself, and that he had concentrated mana on his fists and legs. The more he read, the more Ruin couldn't believe why he had created such a method. Just then, a mission notification appeared, and the protagonist snapped out of his thoughts, exclaiming, "A mission!" The mission content was as follows. Practice the Berserk Mage method. Use force circulation and mana to attack a target. Each time a target is attacked, the reward points increase by 10. The protagonist was slightly suspicious. Attack a target. He narrowed his eyes. I've never thought of such a method. If I can become a mage this way. Ruin reached out and grabbed the fireball. I have to try it. The fireball in his hand shone brightly, as if it would incinerate everything. When everything was over, a satisfied smile bloomed on Ruin's lips. The system immediately sent a notification. Mission complete, strength reward 10. Soon after, Ruin collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the star-filled night sky with a contented expression. I finally completed the mission. He recalled how he had failed every time at the stage of unleashing magic, but he couldn't help but be surprised by the fact that he had succeeded by using his fist. Ruin wondered, what kind of being was Draka anyway? I want to know more about this, but my body feels too heavy. Suddenly, strange sounds reached his ears. What is it? Is he sleeping here? He must have trained really hard to sleep here. Should we wake him? The sounds of conversation now echoed in Ruin's head. What's happening? Did I arrive in heaven? Damn it, how can I die? I was hit by lightning and I'm perfectly fine. That's truly amazing, the murmuring continued. Ruin slowly opened his eyes. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Everyone was startled. Good heavens, you woke up too. Ruin, you really scared us. Ruin nonchalantly stretched. What's wrong? Why is everyone gathered here? Is this the first time you've seen someone sleeping here? They nodded. Of course, what nobleman would refuse a soft blanket to sleep here? It's strange. They asked suspiciously. Hey Ruin, did you drink alcohol? Are you drunk? He waved his hand dismissively and replied. What are you talking about, drinking alcohol? I was just tired and fell asleep. Goodbye. Everyone was forced to stand there blankly. They whispered noisily, Ruin, he's like a different person. One person asked again, suspiciously. How so? Suddenly, a noble male student turned around and noticed something, speaking in a slightly curious voice. But that scarecrow is completely broken. Only the stake remains. Did Ruin do that? However, they immediately shook their heads. No, it couldn't be. In the noble dormitory, Ruin approached his blonde friend. He asked, what's up, Ruin? He asked, were you out all night? This person was John Dion, a 6th-year student at Exnet Academy. He continued to ask, what's going on? You don't usually leave the academy for so long. The protagonist waved his hand. You don't need to worry about so many things. If you look at this blonde man, you'll know he's the eldest son of the Gammon family. Although a famous mining family, at least he treated someone like me who was considered useless well. John continued to joke, don't tell me you were on a date with someone and just got back now? But this person had one flaw. He loved alcohol and women and often secretly snuck out of the academy. He kept saying, that guy, did he finally learn to enjoy life after being struck by lightning? Come on, tell me what you did last night. Ruin threw something at him and said, what nonsense are you talking about? I need to shower. In the bathroom, Ruin stretched out comfortably. I'm alive. Suddenly he remembered something. Oh right, I had a mission. Shall I check it? Ruin exclaimed. Mission? The notification panel appeared. Missions can be repeated. Train your body. As an entity connected to Draca, the destroyer of worlds, you must train to enhance your power. An additional 10 points of strength are added for every punch, kick, spin kick, or mission completed. The protagonist sighed. The rewards are the same, but the missions have doubled. He immersed himself in the water, thinking the missions might double again later. It won't be easy, but on second thought, if he could become a mage this way, then a month later. Ruin was still training. Missions could be repeated a maximum of once a day. The rewards were still the same, but the requirements had increased. If you fail to complete the mission that day, all progress resets to 0 the next day. And if you don't miss a single day of missions, Ruin panted. Mission requirements do not exceed 3,000 repetitions per day. If he trained too much, he might die because of the mission. His feet lightly spun in a circle. Finally, the training mission panel updated. Punches, kicks, spin kicks, all stats were completed for a total of 3,000 repetitions each. Yet the points added were still only 10. For the past month, the protagonist had trained like this, and he gained a new skill, passive body arts. Physical ability and flexibility improve according to training progress. During mealtime in the dormitory, everyone was whispering noisily. You know, Ruin, these days he used to not even blink in class, but now he's sleeping soundly. Another person immediately retorted, is that all you see? These days he practically eats and sleeps in the training ground. He just keeps kicking, someone said. Hey, just leave him alone. Is this the first time he's been this strange? They murmured. It's probably because of his mana imbalance. It'll be useless anyway. For Ruin, a month had passed like this. I completed the mission and found a few clues about Draca, but I couldn't find the name Draca in any records. No matter where I looked, it was the same. Not only that, but player, destroyer of worlds, mission panel, system, status window also yielded no clues at all. He kept wondering, Draca, who exactly is he? Just then the status window appeared. Ruin Otto, incarnation of Draca. The destroyer of worlds. Ruin still had one question. Who is this person giving me power? Suddenly a loud voice was heard. Ruin, come here. It was John. The protagonist wondered why. John asked again. Do you know what's going on? He asked back. What? As if he couldn't understand. A hint of hesitation crossed John's face. You don't know anything. That's why you're reading a book so leisurely. Ruin asked again. Did something serious just happen? John glanced sideways and said, the head of the Otto family is here. The protagonist's eyes lit up. What did you say? John repeated. Ruin, your father. Heavy footsteps were heard. Ruin opened the door and entered, panting. Father? Everyone immediately turned around. His father exclaimed, Ruin, my son, you're here. The two sat separately. The protagonist spoke first. It's been 6 years since I entered this academy when I was 10. Father, how have you been? His father nodded. Yes, I've been well. He didn't forget to ask how Rena was. His father said proudly. Your younger sister, she's grown a lot. These days she even practices swordsmanship herself. She says she'll protect her weak older brother. Ruin laughed heartily. Ha, that's embarrassing, his father said nonchalantly. Is that child still so bold? Ruin suddenly changed his expression. Father, he said firmly, I'm doing very well right now. His father had an incomprehensible expression. What do you mean? Ruin emphasized again. I'm truly fine. I haven't been hurt at all, neither physically nor mentally. The Otto family head took a sip of tea and said in an unusually calm voice, Actually, Otto, the reason I came to the academy was to ask your opinion about you leaving this academy. He consoled him. If it's too difficult, you can always return to your estate. I know you're facing many difficulties you're not talking about, aren't you? Ruin understood. Understood. I had a hunch why Father came. But Father, I think I've found a way. Ruin persuaded him. So please make one promise. His father was surprised. A promise? The protagonist said firmly. I will do well in the practical exam next time. In return, if I fail, I won't do things my way anymore and will follow your word. After Ruin promised to get high scores in the practical exam, he knew his father had understood his resolve and returned to the mansion after their conversation. And finally, the time for the exam which the protagonist had long awaited arrived. The examiner said, "All right, pay attention." He stood at the podium and began explaining the exam rules. "Today is the introductory magic exam. All cheating will result in a failing grade." The voice announcing the start of the exam echoed. "Begin the exam." The protagonist gripped his quill tightly. The academy exam consists of 2 parts, a written exam and a practical exam. The practical exam is divided into 4 parts: target identification, magic measurement, actual combat, and one-on-one combat. The protagonist, suffering from mana imbalance, had always received perfect scores on the theoretical exams for the past 6 years. However, in the practical exam, Mikhail of the Gazel Hill family was always in first place. Ruin's hands clenched. "But this time it will be different. Everything will change," he emphasized. "This time it will be different. Ruin will definitely take first place in this practical exam." After all the written exams were over, someone suddenly called out to Ruin. "Ruin?" It was Jason. He approached and said, "You've been a bit strange lately. Do you have a plan for today's practical exam?" Ruin nodded. "Yes, I'm going to do it in a new way." Jason was surprised. "How, really? What method did you find?" A voice filled with contempt was heard. "Ruin, what are you doing here?" It was Mikhail. He stood arrogantly with his arms crossed. "Don't tell me you're taking the practical exam with that body. Your mana imbalance will be useless." Ruin touched his chin. "So, yes, I'm here to take the exam." Mikhail still had no intention of letting him go. "Ha, Ruin. As an honors student who's failed the practical exam 6 times, let me give you some advice." His voice was full of mockery. "Why come here to be humiliated? Why don't you just give up now?" Ruin retorted. "Who knows? I don't think your advice is useful." Mikhail patted his shoulder and said, "Ha, I think you're mistaken. Do you think a kid with mana imbalance can pass the exam?" His mind was filled with dissatisfaction, asking himself, "What the hell is this guy's problem?" Mikhail ground his teeth. "He used to grovel, but why is he suddenly so confident? It's really disgusting," he challenged. "I'll show you in the one-on-one combat, just you wait." Finally, exam time arrived, and the first challenge was target identification. The official name was the multi-target shooting exam. The exam method was very simple. It measured how many targets one could hit with a single spell. However, this year's exam was more difficult than last year's, with targets moving constantly. Participants kept competing, and the organizers announced the number of targets shot down. First, one person hit 1 target. Then Angelina didn't hit a single target. The person who hit the most only managed 4 targets, so this year's average score was dreadfully low. The next participant hit 3 targets. The professors in the back frowned. The scores are hitting rock bottom just by increasing the difficulty a little. The students' abilities this year are too poor." But suddenly, someone reminded the professor. "Professor, I think it's a bit early to be disappointed now." It was Professor Elek, a professor of potionology and Mikhail Gazel Hill's uncle. He was very proud. "Mikhail's turn is coming up, you'll see, Professor." Professor Elek seemed to have high expectations for his nephew's abilities. "The boy is coming." Mikhail prepared his attack, thoughts still swirled in his head. "Just watch, Ruin." He was very confident. "I don't know what you're trying to do," Professor Elek said loudly. Mikhail was confident. "This is the difference between me and you." Then, as he unleashed his attack, numerous scarecrows were hit by his lethal assault. Everyone looked on in admiration. "Wow, it's Mikhail as expected. He hit so many targets with 1 spell. He's going to get first place again this time." Professor Eric Montman approached and said, "What do you think? Isn't the boy worthy of the Gazel Hill lineage?" He boasted incessantly. "At this rate, Mikhail is the pride of our academy. He will definitely be this year's student representative." Suddenly, someone interrupted. "Enough, Professor Eric. I don't think we need to see any more of this year's students' abilities." The speaker was Professor Tion Esnet, the principal of Zadie Academy and a 7th-grade archmage. Professor Hyodo still didn't give up. "Why don't we wait a bit longer? It's Ruin's turn soon." Professor Tion asked back. "Ruin? Do you mean that Ruin?" Oddled Professor Hyodo. "Is that boy still at the academy?" He agreed. It wouldn't be bad to watch a bit longer, considering the boy's passion. Let's wait a moment." Ruin rubbed his wrist and said, "All right, this is a good opportunity to test my strength." The guide professor said, "Ruin, begin." Ruin, holding a fireball in his hand, agreed. "Yes, Professor." Bright flames erupted around his body, shimmering as if tinged with gold. Everyone was greatly surprised by the sight. "What is this? What's with that kid's casting speed?" The students also buzzed. "Wow, how many targets did he hit?" "I really don't know." "Unbelievable." Mikhail gritted his teeth, furious. He reminded them contemptuously, "Hey, don't you guys know Ruin has mana imbalance? He won't hit a single target even if he casts 1,000 times. That useless trash can't do anything right." But unbeknownst to anyone, the system's power-up buff was activated. Time distortion. Activates time distortion for 30 seconds. Speed increased by 200. Movement speed increases. Time distortion duration exceeded. Cooldown 5 minutes. Ruin recalled the time distortion skill he had recently learned. This skill allows him to move abnormally fast to his desired location. In other words, the protagonist was as if he were nothing. The energy emanating from the protagonist's body was so immense that it overwhelmed everything around him. Bright flames enveloped and protected him. The professors observed carefully. All the students widened their eyes. Finished, Ruin said with a satisfied smile. It's all over. Wooden fragments scattered in the air. Ruin, 27 targets. The face of the supervising professor turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. Ruin gasped, looking at the pile of targets before him. Murmurs began to rise. What, did that kid cast magic in his hand and just hit the targets directly? 27 targets. That's a new record for the number of targets shot down in this exam. How could he move so fast? Did he really hit the targets with magic? There was so much surprise, but everything turned static again. Then applause broke the silence. It was Tion Esnet, the principal of Esnet Academy. He was the first to stand up and applaud Ruin, praising him. Ruin, you are truly amazing, while everyone was bewildered by his unimaginable performance. Even the principal acknowledged him. Everyone began to cheer. Yes, amazing, Ruin. Congratulations. But amidst the cheers of congratulations there were also those who did not acknowledge the abilities of others. Some were angry, some were silent, and some were questioning. But what could they do? A chicken is still a chicken. Of course, Mikhail was no exception. From his angry expression he clearly couldn't accept it. But he could only mutter to himself, Ruin, that bastard, how could this be? He gritted his teeth and frowned, but there was nothing he could do. Cheers of congratulations echoed everywhere. He just stood there quietly, but his heart was filled with joy. The praise and recognition from people were something he hadn't experienced in the past 6 years. Thinking that he hadn't received praise even once in years, his chest grew warm. Ruin raised his head and smiled. The sunlight shone on his young face, and in his eyes there was a glimpse of self-pride and the feeling of being acknowledged. Yes, this is exactly the feeling I've always wanted. In the meeting room, Eric said unpleasantly, casting magic in his hand and hitting the targets directly. Is that magic? I've never heard of such magic. You could tell just by his frowning face, which looked like a butt. He naturally did not accept it, Hyodo immediately retorted. But as the professor also knows, there are no limits to magic. This is a field where anything can happen, he said solemnly. If everything only happened according to a fixed framework, it wouldn't be magic, it would be mathematics. That's right. How can you develop if you're confined to a framework? What is development? Who's grading it? Eric still wanted to refute Hyodo's words. But before he could finish, Tion signaled him to shut up. He said softly, Today I witnessed a student create a miracle. Joy was evident on his face. It's a miracle of magic. Isn't it like a miracle? Our meeting too, however. The professors seemed to have disagreements on this matter. Everyone was silent, as if tacitly agreeing with the principal's words. Eric was furious and did not accept the facts. Damn it, that Ruin guy messed everything up. Who knew things would turn out like this? Jason put his arm around Ruin's shoulder and said loudly, Hey, the strongest mage is here. Ruin's body almost leaned to the floor from Jason's arm around him, but he said softly, That's enough. Hearing that, several people approached the two. Oh, it's Ruin. Everyone greeted him. Hi, Ruin. How did you do that in the practical exam yesterday? He returned the greetings, but couldn't say anything. His friends' questions poured in endlessly. Ruin, do you know my name? We've been in the same class for 6 years. He hastily left the crowd, thinking to himself, Until yesterday, I was nobody in this academy. Ruin turned his back to the people and quickly said to Jason, Jason, I'm going first. Even today, he couldn't believe how abruptly everything had changed. Everything had changed overnight and he still couldn't adapt. Honestly, he was more comfortable alone. But he knew one thing very well, that there were still many people who hated him, of course. As he cautiously opened his room door, a blonde guy was standing in his room. Hearing him open the door, the guy said, So you were here. You come into someone else's room and talk like that. What are you doing in someone else's dorm room? Mikhail frowned and asked. His eyes looked like they were about to offer him up on an altar to see a chicken. Mikhail turned around and approached him, speaking in his contemptuous voice. Just because you got a few points for something that isn't even magic, you're acting all high and mighty? I'm here to advise you not to be arrogant, because your arrogance makes me want to vomit. What he said made Ruin want to scratch his butt with a monkey's paw. But Ruin did not back down and immediately retorted, Isn't it because your score is lower than someone you've ignored for the past 6 years that you're embarrassed? Oh, I thought he was something, but he's just this much. That alone was enough to make blood rush to Mikhail's head in anger, causing him to grab Ruin by the collar and charge at him. What are you saying, you damned bastard? Ruin still wore an expressionless face, showing no emotional change to his madness. He merely calmly took his hand and effortlessly, gently removed it from his shirt. Ruin's calm and gentle action surprised and trembled Mikhail even more. Mikhail was slightly flustered and frowned. How can this useless guy be so strong? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Mikhail, we all have to graduate. Ruin leaned close to his face and said with even angrier eyes, If you really want to oppress me like that, then let's have a fair fight in the one-on-one combat exam. Ruin had only lowered his voice slightly, yet he broke out in a cold sweat. He shook off Ruin's hand. Mikhail glared at him in anger. Do you think you're good enough to fight me, you who always fail your subjects? Ruin immediately shot back at him. Just wait, then you'll see if I'm good enough or not. What's level? Who's grading it? His gaze firmly met Mikhail's dog-like face. Mikhail immediately left, but not without giving him a sharp look. Talk to me after you pass the next exam. He walked away, still thinking about his sworn enemy. That arrogant bastard, he'll definitely fail today's practical exam, not to mention the combat exam. Mikhail's angry face was truly pathetic. I just want to hit him. He. Then he suddenly takes his hand out of his pocket. But that guy's hand kept trembling. Is he really a wizard? He was puzzled. No matter how many times I look at this statue, my admiration never ceases. A colossal elf statue stood tall in the center of the test area. This is the second practical exam to measure mana efficiency. It was a rare treasure in the Academy's treasure test area. There were only a few ancient kingdom elves left on this entire continent. 500 years ago, the great wizard Freenax, while alive, made the kingdom elf a treasure. The kingdom trapped inside this treasure absorbed mana and was considered a magical sandbag. This mana efficiency test required students to cast spells on the kingdom to earn points. Ruin asked Jason, "So what we have to do is cast our most confident spell on that statue?" Jason replied, "Yes, in short, that's it. But that elf is known for giving stingy scores for magic, so anything over 20 points is really good." In front, a student with half his face covered by hair was emitting purple energy. He looked quite strong. Lightning storm. He immediately cast a spell on the elf. The elf opened its mouth. "Learn again, 1 point wizard, it's not too late to quit now." The student who heard that was truly frozen. Everyone started to whisper, "I thought he did well, but it's not easy after all." Everyone admired the elf's difficult grading. Next participant stepped forward. The student returned to his seat dejectedly. He didn't feel good at all, he couldn't believe it. A female student approached. "Haha, it's my turn now." She raised her hand and said very confidently, showing it in detail, "Ice ball." She cast the spell. The elf said, I won't forget you." "Impressive," she asked again, delighted. "Really?" Kingram replied to her. "Yes, but he didn't let her rejoice for too long and immediately poured cold water on her. This is the first time I've seen such garbage spellcasting, that's enough." He sternly gave her 2 points. Hearing that, she burst into tears, denying reality. "No way, I did my best." Others continued to step forward, but there wasn't much improvement. 5 points, get out of my sight. Who could endure hearing the score? It was natural to shout. "What the hell is this?" he kept complaining. "What's this bland magic? Did he mix it with water? It's 100 mana." The damned elf even swore. The supervising professor spoke up. "Jason, stop shouting. Go back to your seat quickly." He stopped the terror for the gods and other students' ears in time. "Oh no," Jason, after being reprimanded, scratched his head and ran back to his seat as if nothing had happened. "Next is Mikal Gazel Hill," the supervising professor called out. His face was as dark as if it had been sucked in muddy water, like he had gone through 50 marriages, 49 divorce lawsuits, and 33 infidelity detections. But that was his expression before casting the spell. Mana waves attacked the elf statue. Kingram opened its mouth. "Gazel Hill. I'm a little disappointed. Are you Josh Gazel Hill's son?" Hearing the question, he proudly replied, "Yes, I am Josh Gazel Hill's third son, the proud Mikal Gazel Hill." "Proud, haha." He sneered and said, "Your father was a stupid coward who begged me for more points. Mikal Gazel, you are far worse than your stupid father." 27 points. Hearing that, he angrily shouted at him, "How dare you, a mere ordinary elf, utter such nonsense?" The supervising professor immediately stepped forward and stopped him. "Be quiet, student Mikal," he called the next person. "Next is Ruin Odell." Ruin immediately replied. Ruin stepped forward. On the outside he showed no emotional change, but inside he was already burning. "Phew, I'm suddenly so nervous. Let's just try, I can do it." Flames already appeared in his hand. He raised his head and introduced himself. "I am Ruin Odell, nice to meet you." His eyes were firm, devoid of emotional fluctuations, truly intense. "Oh, this is the first time I've seen your face." He was slightly surprised, but it's okay, take the test. He didn't care much. And he and his magic were ready. The flames blazed like his eyes. In fact, he didn't even know what it meant. A student immediately recognized Ruin's magic. "Is that the scorching wave destruction magic?" His face was full of surprise. Other students also immediately recognized it. "That's a grade 4 magic." Others were surprised and couldn't believe it. "What, he can do that?" Kingram posed a question. "Why is your posture like that?" He changed his posture to cast the spell. "Here I go." Ruin sprang from the ground. The mana that was in his hand was now in his feet. Perhaps Ruin was trying to imitate Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong has a technique that puts power into his feet. At first, everyone thought he would use his hands, but he kept surprising people. Moving the mana to his feet, he directly kicked the Kingram statue with a 3-meter-long leg. The supervising professor was also very surprised by his actions. "Unbelievable. How can that kid transfer mana from his hands to his feet and make it explode so instantaneously?" He was puzzled, and all the students were surprised and couldn't believe it. One person asked, "Didn't you just say it was grade 4 magic?" Another immediately replied, "No, the energy of that attack is at least grade 5. Does that mean Ruin landed with a 3-meter leg after a godlike kick? Does that mean Ruin is at least a grade 5 wizard?" He gasped, breathing as if taking his last breath, but countless thoughts were already flashing through his mind. "Why, I cast my scorching wave destruction magic correctly." Ruin was still a little anxious. "But why is Kingram's reaction so strange? Did I do something wrong?" Only then did he open his mouth. "You, who are you?" Ruin was puzzled. "I just introduced myself. I'm Ruin Odell." Before Ruin could finish speaking, Kingram cut him off. "Are you Draka?" At that question, his face immediately turned pale. "Draka, I have always waited for you." Although only blood-red eyes were visible, it was enough to imagine his face. Despair and anguish. Kingram's voice echoed, "I have always waited for you." "Draka!" The whisper pierced the quiet space, sowing confusion. The surrounding crowd immediately murmured, and countless suspicious glances were cast. "Draka, who on earth is that name? Is he mistaking Ruin for someone else?" Curiosity and skepticism mingled, filling the space, increasing the foreheads of many. Waves of memories flooded Ruin's mind of sifting through all Draca-related materials for the past 2 months. He had turned over old papers one by one, delved deep into ancient records, but found nothing. He had searched all related materials but couldn't find any trace of Draca. But Kingram knew. Ruin's face immediately darkened and gloom descended. This was because he truly understood and realized the deep meaning hidden behind Kingram's enigmatic words. "Do you know Draca?" Ruin asked. His voice contained a hint of hope along with surprise. To that exploratory question, Kingram uttered only one short but powerful and certain word. Yes, not missing this precious opportunity. Ruin decided to make the most of it. He quickly asked a few more questions, hoping for even a single additional piece of information about that mysterious person. "Then can you tell me more about him?" A mysterious smile crossed Kingram's anguished face. He said quietly, "Interesting. I didn't expect to meet his incarnation in this academy." His low voice echoed again, followed by incomprehensible and ambiguous words. Ruin blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of each word and sentence. "Incarnation, what does that mean?" Suddenly an unexpected question burst from Kingram's mouth, interrupting Ruin's thoughts. "What is your name?" Surprised, Ruin quickly replied, "Ruin. Ruin Otto." He answered Kingram's sudden question. "Ruin, I will remember that well," Kingram said. His words seemed to be deeply etched in his mind. He stood firm. Kingram's colossal body loomed like a giant mountain, almost obscuring the sun from Ruin's view, casting a huge shadow over him. As Kingram turned to leave, a voice suddenly echoed, immediately stopping his intention to depart. "Excuse me, before you leave, could you please tell me what score Ruin received?" The question echoed. "There are too many people here, so I'll let you know once the evaluation is over. This magic is not the kind I can evaluate." Kingram's cold and resolute judgment struck like lightning, and the other person immediately cried out in surprise. What are you saying?" He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Satisfaction was evident on his face. "According to school rules, you must evaluate the academy. This stage must be upheld even 500 years after the death of Grand Magus Freen X." He struggled to cite the regulations, his voice full of annoyance. "Enough!" Kingram cut him off with a terrifying roar. The roar echoed around, containing astonishing menace. "How dare you mention rules in front of me? For years I had to evaluate children who weren't even wizards." His face was extremely tense. His blood-red eyes blazed with fury, and the other person immediately flinched and stammered. "I am sorry, but I don't care about those damned SNet bastards," Kingram growled. Scorn was evident in his every word, but nevertheless a promise is a promise. "I'll tell you the score." He was silent, and his blade-like gaze made the other person swallow dryly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, revealing extreme anxiety. "One is 0, the other is 100. What will it be, little destroyer?" Kingram's low voice echoed. It went straight to Ruin, who immediately reacted. A bright smile bloomed on Ruin's lips. He answered with firm eyes, without a moment's hesitation or thought about his choice. "Of course, 100 points." The rumors spread like wildfire, buzzing through the academy hallways. "Hey, do you know anything? Kingram gave 100 points in that test." Immediately, whispers followed. "How that Kingram? Who did he give it to?" another person asked back curiously. Surprise was evident in his every word. "I heard. He gave it to that legendary failure, Ruin Otto." The surrounding people gradually began to buzz. Extreme surprise was evident on all their faces as they received the shocking new information. At that moment a stern voice broke the noisy atmosphere. It was Professor Hyodo. He approached Ruin, and a hint of suspicion lingered in his eyes. "You've caused trouble again." He was startled and immediately turned toward the source of the voice. "Professor Hyodo, why are you here?" Ruin asked, slightly surprised. Professor Hyodo stood solemnly with his arms crossed. He took another step closer to Ruin. "News of you receiving 100 points from Kingram has already reached the principal. Upon hearing the news, the principal decided to reward you, as such an event is unprecedented." Professor Hyodo's words carried a special solemnity, indicating the significance of this event. "Take this first." He handed Ruin the scroll in his hand. Ruin read aloud the words written on the scroll, his face full of confusion and skepticism. "Treasure vault, what is this?" Without further explanation, Professor Hyodo beckoned him and turned to walk away. It was a signal for him to follow. After walking for quite some time through quiet corridors and mysterious doors, Professor Hyodo stopped in front of a tightly closed room door. The door looked ancient and majestic, as if it had endured centuries. As the door opened, a cold aura emanated. Professor Hyodo beckoned Ruin to enter with him, and the two went deeper inside. "Wow, I didn't know there was a place like this here." Ruin followed him, looking around, exploring the unfamiliar place he had just entered with curious eyes. Everything here was completely different from what he had seen in the academy. "Of course," Professor Hyodo explained. "This is the only place in the academy where entry is prohibited." Hearing that, a vague question arose in Ruin's mind. The only place in the academy where entry is prohibited. Then why did the professor bring me here? Along with curiosity, a slight unease began to creep into his heart. Finally, the two stopped in front of another door, and that door was more tightly sealed than any other. Professor Hyodo stopped and turned to Ruin, his eyes full of solemnity. "This is the way to the treasure vault. I can only go this far." He looked at the professor. Along with uneasiness, an unknown fear washed over him. "Then do I have to go in alone?" "Yes, go in. I'll wait for you here." he comforted him. Finally he stepped forward and opened the door in front of him. Countless questions still remained in his mind. I don't know what will happen, but the professor said it's a reward, so I guess I have to go in. With a mix of courage and curiosity he pushed the door open and stepped inside. As his fireball launched, fierce red flames surged menacingly towards Ruin. He used a teleportation technique to swiftly evade the burning inferno. Ruin then quickly turned and fled, but the flames still relentlessly pursued him, dogging his every step as if by magic. Ruin quickly leapt to escape. He hid behind a rock, feeling the intense heat radiating all around him. Ruin cautiously moved his body to look behind him, reducing casting time and increasing mana output. That was the effect of the mysterious drug Mikal had used. Mikal laughed maniacally, shouting, "Don't hide, come out and fight me, you coward." Ruin concentrated, recalling what he had learned. Mikal seemed more agitated than usual, clearly due to the mysterious drug. The name natural combustion compound flashed through his mind. Ruin listed Mikal's symptoms: trembling hands, extreme excitement, reduced pain sensitivity, and difficulty distinguishing friend from foe. It was all too clear. Mikal continued to laugh loudly and provoke him. "Come out, show yourself, fight me." Ruin's eyes narrowed. The only effect that hadn't yet manifested was the pain suppression. He stood up, facing Mikal, and said meaningfully, "So that's why you were so confident. It was because of that drug, wasn't it?" Mikal gasped in surprise. "What?" Ruin calmly looked at the flustered Mikal and uttered a name: natural combustion compound. Mikal's face froze at Ruin's words. Ruin continued, "I don't need such things to defeat someone like you." He raised his hand and said sarcastically, "Come at me." As Ruin dashed forward like an arrow using his time distortion technique, Mikal cursed inwardly, summoning ice magic. Damn it, why is he so fast? The ice shield he created appeared before Ruin, but Ruin was completely unperturbed and shouted, "It's useless." As Ruin's foot swung forward, a yellow flash gleamed before Mikal's astonished eyes. Whispers arose from the crowd. "What kind of magic is that? Is it really magic?" Tionesnet and those around him murmured. Inside the arena, Mikal summoned a grade 3 spell. "Flame liquid," he yelled loudly. "Take this." Ruin clenched his fist and countered. Earthquake. As his fist struck, Mikal's flame liquid was sent flying. It continued to retreat, its massive body seemingly racked with immense pain. The spectators cheered. "Wow, that kid blocked fire with earth magic." Mikal was pushed back, slumping to the ground, screaming, "No!" Suddenly, his pupils contracted in terror and his entire face froze. Mikal looked up at Ruin, who was standing over him, and his voice dropped even lower. "Don't come near me." Ruin snapped his fingers and gave a cold laugh. "Don't be so scared, take this." Mikal saw Ruin's thumb and middle finger meet, and his voice trembled. "That's..." Ruin's hand drew closer, and a yellow light flashed accordingly. With a resounding thud, the scenery inside and outside the Mana Barrier Plaza returned to normal. As Ruin's two fingers separated, the yellow light expanded and flew towards Mikal. The spectators all shot to their feet in the arena. A thick cloud of dust obscured their view. Mikal's eyelids drooped slightly, and the sight before him somewhat surprised him. This was because Mikal was grinning with his head bowed. "Ruin, how dare you ignore me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ruin, who had merely scratched his forehead, charged forward and headbutted Mikal's side. Without giving him a chance to retaliate, he unleashed a barrage of punches. With a thud, Mikal's entire body crashed against a rock and he lay sprawled on the ground. His body trembled incessantly, but his laughter continued to echo. "This weakling thinks he can beat me. It's nothing," Ruin thought to himself. He's been hit so many times and is still perfectly conscious. At this rate, Mikal might die from excessive shock. His hand reached for Mikal's shoulder, intending to pull him up. If this continues, it'll be dangerous. Immediately afterward, his entire body was lifted upwards by the winding blue trunk of a tree named Prison Tree. Ruin raised his hand and said, "Professor, did Mikal use a banned substance?" The professor approached him, asking suspiciously, "What do you mean? Why are you saying Mikal used a banned substance? Are you sure? If you're lying, you could be disqualified." Ruin's voice was firm. "Yes, I'm sure. It's highly likely the use of a banned substance was concealed," he continued. "Or perhaps someone discovered it but pretended not to know." The professor hesitated, asking, "What do you mean?" Ruin lowered his voice and looked around. The person responsible for rare materials and pre-match inspections. He too cast his gaze towards Eric. Ruin's voice echoed again. "There's only one person in this academy who could do that." Ruin seemed to hesitate. "Come to think of it, isn't Professor Elec Mikal's uncle? Wait, could Professor Elec possibly?" Eric rushed over frantically. "Ruin, do you know what you're saying?" he shouted irritably. "Are you saying Mikal used a banned substance and I pretended not to know?" Yet Ruin was completely unafraid and replied calmly, "Yes, I have proof." Eric gasped in surprise at his words. "What?" He burst out laughing. "All right, then I'll check again." As he walked to another spot, Ruin said, "Professor, there's no need for that. After all, you used a special elixir to conceal his symptoms, didn't you?" Eric was confused. "Then what do you want now? Where's the evidence you're talking about?" Ruin touched the thick tree trunk and replied with a laugh, "I'll show you myself." Immediately afterward, a loud explosion was heard and a yellow light flashed from the center of the tree trunk. His hand was still in the same posture as before, fingers spread wide. Ruin looked at the deeply gouged tree trunk. "This is what I snapped earlier." He assumed Mikal's magic had grown stronger due to training. There's no way he could be laughing normally after being hit repeatedly like that. In his current state, his skull must be violently shaking and at least a few of his ribs would be broken. His eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't care and continued to laugh loudly. Ruin said, "Yet that kid is laughing as if he feels no pain at all." At his question, Eric's face hardened. Professor, do you have anything more to deny? From above, Professor Tion Ignis shot to his feet and raised his voice. Professor Eric, seeing his startled expression, Ruin had his answer. Tion Esnet roared in fury. Professor, how dare you commit such an act in such a sacred place? Professor Elec, follow me to my office immediately. Hearing his enraged voice, Eric hesitated, glancing back at his nephew. Mikhail, still innocently smiling, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and Tion Snet's exam also quickly passed. The downfall of the Gazel Hill family was revealed to all. Whispers filled the hallways. Professor Elec was fired. Mikhail was expelled too. I've got a new nickname. One person put an arm around Ruin's shoulder and chuckled. Hey, Mr. Ruin the Exile. Thump, thump, thump. Regular footsteps echoed in the silent space. At this moment Ruin stood before a colossal door. The surrounding space glowed brightly. As Ruin had received a summons from the principal, it was as if time had stopped for him, and no sound reached his ears. Suddenly, a small sound was heard and Ruin raised his head to look up. His eyes widened in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This was because Ruin was standing in a wide grassy field and before him stood a red chair. Ruin suspiciously looked around. Is this the Otto family estate? He muttered to himself. No, I don't think so. And Ruin looked again at the object before him. He saw the chair and realized it was Theron's throne, the seat of the greatest mage. Why is it here? Tion Snet's voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you looking at, Ruin? He immediately turned around and greeted him. Hello, Professor. He walked along and said, this place was created with Manlarok's eye. Have you heard of Manlarok's eye? Ruin followed closely behind him and replied, yes, I have. As I understand it, Manlarok was the leader who initiated the invasion of the Prelia continent. Legend has it that he had the ability to see what people most desired. After his death, his body was transmuted into a treasure. Tion Ignis glanced back and continued, Manlarok's eye is a treasure that allows you to see what you desire. What appeared before your eyes just now would be the same as your deepest desire. Ruin slightly bowed his head. The thought flashed through his mind that his deepest desire was to revive the Otto family's estate and become the most powerful mage. He suddenly asked, aren't you curious what I saw? Ruin asked curiously, what did you see, Professor? Tion Esnet smiled gently with warm eyes. A world where everyone properly fulfills their role. A world where students act like students and mages act like mages. At this moment the two stood before a door. He continued, of course that won't be easy. Ruin quietly replied, yes. With a creak the thick heavy door slowly opened. Ruin started to enter but looked back. In his hands was a champion's trophy, and male students lifted him up. Ruin soared high, cheering loudly. Ruin won, and a voice echoed with an image of Ruin wearing a graduation cap. Congratulations, top student Ruin Otto. The corners of Ruin's mouth turned up slightly, a smile so subtle it would be hard to notice unless one looked closely. The scene shifted, and a small sound suddenly echoed in the quiet space. A teacup was placed on the table followed by, Ruin, have some tea. Ruin nodded and replied, yes thank you, Professor. Tion Ignis silently watched him pick up the teacup and take a sip. After Ruin finished his tea he asked, I called you here because I have something to ask, can you answer me? Among countless banned substances, Tion Esnet clasped his hands and lowered his voice seriously. How did you know that the substance Mikhail used was the natural combustion compound? Ruin remained silent, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Then he listed the characteristics. Mikhail's demeanor was different from usual. He was fierce but showed signs of anxiety. Furthermore, the amplification and flow of his mana were abnormal. That's how I deduced he used the natural combustion compound. Tion Esnet asked again, but to me it seemed you weren't guessing but certain. Why is that? Ruin frowned and explained, the mana shield hall only weakens magical power. It does not affect physical force, and what I used was physical force, not magic. In his mind he thought he shouldn't mention the observer's eye. Ruin's voice dropped. I was certain he had sustained excessive impact, yet he was still laughing and showed no signs of pain at all. This only proves that he used the natural combustion compound. Tion Esnet admired him inwardly. This kid is only 16, yet he instantly and keenly perceives even the slightest changes in his opponent, and he acted so calmly in that situation. Tion Esnet, who also possessed perfect magical ability, placed his hand on the table and said in a firm voice, as the Academy principal, I deeply regret this incident. Ruin, I sincerely apologize. I will ensure that the Gazel Hill family cannot harm you. After speaking, he stroked his long white beard and made another suggestion. I have another proposal. Ruin stared blankly at Tion Snet's words. Are you willing to participate in the Grand Festival this July as the Academy representative? Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't hide his surprise. Academy representative, a position everyone yearned for. He had vaguely suspected it when he came here, but Ruin closed his eyes tightly, composed himself and seemed to be contemplating a very serious issue. Professor Ignis listened carefully for his answer. Thank you, Professor. I am deeply honored to receive this offer. But Ruin's voice was hesitant. As you know, Professor, I still lack experience. I haven't had a single actual combat match in the past 6 years. He bowed his head slightly, and his voice dropped a few octaves. During that time I couldn't do anything, and made no achievements due to my mana imbalance. The Grand Festival is a gathering of all talented individuals. I don't know if I have enough power to compete with them. As Tion Snet's voice echoed, Ruin looked up. That is not a problem. As a judge of the Grand Festival, he raised his index finger and stated definitively, I believe you are worthy of the title champion. He hesitated and asked again, Me, a champion candidate? Tian Esnet stroked his long beard and said, I am certain you are a very promising participant. Even more surprising was the momentary flush of embarrassment that crossed Ruin's face when he said this. You will be a secret weapon no one expects. Tian Ignis let out a long sigh of satisfaction. To them you are a mystery. They have no information about you whatsoever. They won't know what techniques or fighting style you'll use, and naturally, they won't find a way to counter you. Hearing that, he secretly rejoiced. Ah, so that's it? They weren't wary of me because I was always at the bottom. Unlike Mikal, they didn't have much information about me. This time it will be easy to deliver a surprise. When he was asked for his intention, Ruin gripped the hem of his clothes tightly. Should I participate or not? After a moment of careful consideration, he replied, I will do my best not to trouble you, Professor. Suddenly, there was a knock from outside, and Tian Ignis said, Perfect timing, come in. He looked at the person entering and then said to Ruin, Ruin, I believe physical skills classes would be more beneficial for you than magic classes. I have invited this professor to help you develop those skills. Hearing the greeting, still well kid, Ruin couldn't help but stare blankly. How this person, the one who entered, was Gutter Firante. He smiled playfully and said, What's with that face? Aren't you happy to see me? Ruin recognized this person. He was the commander of the Foreign Estate Knights and one of the few Auric grade knights in the Zadi Kingdom. Thinking back, this was the person I met during the third exam. Seeing Gutter seated before him, Ruin couldn't help but be impressed, to think he would be learning physical skills from him. Then he spoke. First, there are a few things I need to confirm, Gutter asked. I heard from Professor Hyodo that you are a unique mage capable only of close-quarters combat. Is that true? Ruin nodded lightly and replied, Yes, that's correct. He evaluated Ruin. From what I see, your movements are quite good, fast, and efficient. Ruin flinched when Gutter said, But honestly, at first glance, it seems you've never learned martial arts, he said in a low voice. Your techniques might have been effective against that elf earlier, but we'll read them completely. No matter how strong you are, an opponent skilled in physical techniques can discern all your attacks from the movements of your shoulders and waist. Ruin's empty hands resting on his knees clenched slightly, and he thought to himself, he's right, my techniques are just repetitive movements from missions. They won't be much help in actual combat. Suddenly, Gutter stood up abruptly. But don't worry, if you learn from me, your movements will change starting from the very basics. He looked directly into Ruin's eyes. Shall we start right away? After that, the two moved to a different training area. A thump resounded. For a knight, the most important thing is their feet. A firm footing strengthens the swing of the sword. Moreover, your feet will help you predict your opponent's next move, so your first lesson will be the correct footwork. He sat on the podium and began, Only by learning to walk correctly will you be able to utilize physical techniques. Ruin extended his hand and with a serious expression followed Gutter's words. Tianmu was a martial art often used in knight training. His hands continuously threw punches. Swishing sounds echoed in the air. He slowly stood up and watched Ruin punching the air, saying, This martial art consists of 36 stances, including sword techniques. Ruin was still training diligently, clenching his fists as if lunging with his whole body. One punch after another sliced through the air, followed by a continuous succession of wind-splitting sounds from nearby. Gutter observed Ruin's every action silently, his arms crossed. His expression grew serious. He recalled the question Ruin had asked earlier. At that time Ruin had asked, Professor, you gain nothing from teaching me martial arts, and you have to come to the academy every day. Why do you do it? Gutter had replied then. Just think of it as an investment. Ruin asked back suspiciously. An investment? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. I met someone who could become a talented mage in the future. If I can contribute to helping that person. Ruin listened to Gutter's words in silence. Wouldn't that be a pretty good investment? After that he bowed and said, Then I will entrust everything to you, Professor Gutter. Suddenly he cleared his throat and awkwardly suggested, Calling me Professor is too grand. Just call me brother. I'm just in my 30s, you see. Hearing his age, Ruin was astonished. What? No way. Returning to the present, he was still training diligently. Ruin moved around throwing punches nearby. Gutter observed leisurely. He was somewhat satisfied. This kid is quite something. He's got grit. Gutter recalled the time he examined the elf's injuries. Murmurs reached his ears. Did the elf's jaw really break? Watching Ruin raise his leg high to kick again, he sighed inwardly. A close-quarters combat mage stronger than an elf. He's truly an interesting fellow. 3 weeks passed like this. Ruin saw the system's skill notification. Body art skill has leveled up. Body art skill has reached level 10. You have acquired the title My Body is a Weapon. As a reward, the Berserk Mage skill effect is enhanced. Through the Berserk Mage skill, you can now channel magic throughout your entire body, he said to Zhang. Mastering Tianmu is quite useful, isn't it? Zhang chuckled pleasantly. Indeed, thanks to that, I've reached level 3. Ruin saw the notification. Strength 2130. He lightly clenched his hand into a fist. This power is immense. I can feel it very clearly. Zhang sighed. The speed at which you gain this power is even more astonishing. I, Draca, only gained 2,000 points of strength a year and a half after meeting you. Is it because human and dragon perceptions of time are different? Suddenly a distant voice called out. Ruin, seeing John rush over, asked curiously, John, what's wrong? He panted, hands on his thighs, and asked, Did you see it? Ruin asked back suspiciously. What? John immediately replied. The Grand Festival participant list was posted on the Academy gate. Ruin stared blankly, then thought to himself. Grand Festival memories flooded Ruin's mind. Standing on the podium as top student Webnovel at the opening ceremony, I became the object of jealousy and suspicion. As if in response to this jealousy, I behaved miserably throughout the past year. All I could do was watch McCall receive everyone's congratulations from afar. And now Ruin and John were rushing towards the Academy gate. By the time they arrived, many people had already gathered. Seeing the contents of the announcement, Ruin involuntarily cried out, drawing the attention of those around him. Ruin couldn't believe his eyes. Did I really become the representative? The male students also recognized him. Oh, it's Ruin. They rushed over to Ruin, shouting congratulations on becoming the representative. Ruin, we'll be cheering for you at the Grand Festival. It had taken a long time, but he was finally the Academy representative again. Ruin gave everyone a joyful smile. Beside him, John was so happy he nearly cried. I also made the list at 31st place in the team event. The scene shifted to another location, where Hyodo praised him. I was very surprised when Gutter said you had mastered Tianmu. His voice hesitated, as if speaking to a 16-year-old S-rank student. Sometimes your prodigious talent frightens me. Then Hyodo changed his tone and said resolutely, you can do it, Ruin. Thus preparations for the Grand Festival proceeded smoothly. In due course we arrived in Antan where the Grand Festival was being held. Everyone was waiting for the train to arrive. Murmurs of people could be heard. Are we taking the Mana train from here? It's my first time. I heard it's incredibly fast. Ruin stood among the people, conversations reaching his ears. The Zaidi Kingdom only has 2 transfer stations, but the Zak Imperial Alliance has over 100. Of course it's an empire. We're the smallest of the small nations. Ruin and John sighed, and Aiden clicked his tongue and said, these bumpkins making such a fuss over riding a Mana train just once, he said arrogantly. Stop acting like bumpkins and be quiet, John enraged shouted. What did you say? Then he angrily shouted again. Damn it, are you done talking? Ruin, though listening, remained silent and didn't intervene. He recognized this fellow. This damn guy was Hanker, McCall's subordinate. He had participated in last year's Magic Festival with McCall. Hanker paid no mind and continued, if you think Ruin will work any miracles at the Grand Festival, give up. He's just arrogant because he got high scores in his first semester. The male student next to Hanker chimed in. That's right, the other Academy representatives are like ghosts, so if McCall fights instead, our chances of winning will be higher. You were chosen as the representative by fighting. John, hearing those words, trembled with anger. Anyway, I won't acknowledge Ruin as the Academy representative, so you guys do what you want, he shouted. What? Ruin remained silent. There are many damn bastards clinging to the Gazel Hill family for even a little profit, but I must do well in this competition. Even if I'm on the same team as those damn guys, Jang, perched on his shoulder, chuckled and said, Ruin, you seem to be in a difficult situation, don't you? Hanker turned his gaze toward the sound. McCall would be very satisfied. Ruin gave a cold smile. Even when their master is about to be expelled, there are still many loyal dogs. Hanker approached him and raised his voice. Did you just call us dogs? Ruin burst out laughing. Fortunately, I spoke as clearly as possible so that even someone with your intellect could understand. So do you grasp what I'm trying to say? He added. Just because you're the Academy representative. Before Hanker could finish, Ruin cut him off. Listen. Ruin's voice grew serious. This Grand Festival will be on a different level than the Magic Festivals you've participated in before. If we achieve good results, you'll gain even better opportunities than the Gazel Hill family could offer. Hanker burst into an incredulous laugh. Ha, of course that would happen if we achieved good results. But is that even possible? All the participants in this competition are monsters. In the end, our fate is just to be confined to the Zaidi Kingdom working under the Gazel Hill family. Stop dreaming, Ruin's voice remained calm. We can do it. Ruin turned and walked away. The Grand Festival is an event where unity is paramount. It would be best to eliminate any factors that hinder teamwork. Hanker followed him, asking, So you're going to compete without us? Ruin threw a meaningful remark back at him. On your way, rethink who your representative is right now. Hanker gritted his teeth at Ruin's words. And here, there won't be a Gazel Hill family to recognize your loyalty. He shouted in fury, You're ruining my first individual match. I won't listen to any of your orders at the Grand Festival. Chug chug, the train incessantly sped through the forest. Inside the train car, people looked outside in admiration. It's really fast. Jang laughed heartily from his perch on Ruin's shoulder. What's happening here? The world has become a better place. In my era, the fastest mode of transport was a carriage. Ruin's face showed extreme embarrassment. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from a nearby door. Then a voice reached Ruin and John's ears. Ah, I smell a loser somewhere. 3 male students stood there, and the one in the middle said mockingly, Oh, who do we have here? The bumpkins from the Foolish Academy? Ruin saw the emblem carved on the chest of the guy who had just spoken. That emblem, Oyota National Magic Academy. As he knew, Oyota National Magic Academy was the only training school in the Desert Kingdom of Kasa renowned for its ancient history. They were especially known for training their swordsmanship and bodies to the extreme. Ruin looked at them suspiciously. But what are the people from Oyota National Magic Academy doing here? Theta raised his voice and asked, Hey Foolish Academy students, where's McCall Gazel Hill? He didn't run away because of a setback, did he? We were counting on him this year. He scoffed as he spoke, as if we'd be taking care of him like a slave, you know. Theta gestured to those nearby. You guys will be responsible for last place again this year, right? Let's get along. Aang covered his mouth and chuckled. My, how persistent, Ruin, to remain silent after hearing such words. Ruin looked at the scoffing Theta and thought to himself, I never knew before since I'd never been here, but our academy really gets treated poorly. His gaze shifted elsewhere nearby. Hyodo was absorbed in his notebook, his expression indifferent. Ruin realized Hyodo had no intention of intervening. Hyodo was now simply a guide, and Ruin was the team's representative. He bowed his head slightly, his eyebrows furrowed. Currently, all team authority and responsibility rest in my hands, with me, the academy representative. Theta approached Hanker, placed his hand on the back of his chair and said, Hey Hanker, where's your representative, Mikal Gazel Hill? He was quite an interesting fellow after all. But Hanker remained silent, offering no reply. Suddenly a sound was heard, and Theta turned his head. Mikal is probably lying in bed right now, praying for his broken ribs to heal. Ruin then stood straight and looked directly into Theta's eyes. Hanker said hesitantly, He is our academy's representative. Theta, suspicious, replied, That guy's the representative? First I've heard of it. He then turned his body towards Ruin. The sound of his footsteps echoed like drumbeats in everyone's hearts, and no one dared to even breathe. Theta stood before Ruin and introduced himself. I am Theta Monkiri, Oyota's representative. What is your name? Ruin, completely unafraid, answered calmly. Ruin Odal. Ruin's voice dropped. And I believe this is enough for a first meeting's greetings. If you're done, get out of our car. Theta's voice turned annoyed. What did you say? Ruin smirked. Of course, before you leave you should apologize for calling us the Foolish Academy. Politely, I mean. That's what I'm saying, Ruin repeated himself once more. Before you leave, shouldn't you apologize for calling us Foolish Academy students? Sincerely, I mean. A vein bulged on Theta's forehead and his voice was as cold as ice. What did you just say? He leaned closer to Ruin. Did you just dare to tell me to apologize? Theta turned and yelled at Hanker in anger. Hey, did you still not tell him who I am? Hanker trembled all over. Damn it, you can't even do that simple task properly. Theta, growing even angrier, said, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Seeing him like that, Ruin finally understood. Ah, so that's it. He saw the fear cast over everyone's faces. This is why Grand Festival participants fear Oyota Academy students. Ruin stared at Theta with unwavering eyes. It was because they were being bullied by Theta Mankiri. He felt the air of fear envelop the entire cabin. They were deliberately doing this to break everyone's morale before the matches. Ruin clenched his fist in anger. In the end, the Grand Festival has already begun. Suddenly, he smirked provocatively. Shall we have a go then? Theta looked as if he had heard a joke. Huh, is this crazy guy out of his mind? He finished speaking, prepared to throw a punch, and didn't forget to threaten. Do you think I'm scared? Just don't cry after one hit. Before his attack could even begin, someone shouted loudly. Theta stopped. Theta retracted his attack and pulled his hand back, his voice also turning hesitant. Professor, a man said in a stern voice. Sit down, didn't you hear? What are you doing making enemies before the match even begins? Are you so eager to start trouble already? He sincerely looked at Professor Hyodo and Ruin and apologized. My students were rude. I sincerely apologize on their behalf. Professor Hyodo also nodded lightly and replied, Then he shoved Theta hard and shouted, Theta, return to your seat. Theta immediately said, still resentful, but Professor. Theta cast a look filled with hostility at Ruin. You'll see. As Ruin watched him slowly move away, lost in thought, just as I expected, it's not going to be easy from the start. From another cabin an angry voice echoed, Professor, why did you stop us? Theta couldn't understand no matter how much he thought about it. The professor taught me this method himself. So why? He bowed his head and sighed, then asked again, Didn't you see it? He replied blankly. Huh, Professor, what do you mean? Theta, startled by the professor's question, asked again, What? Didn't you see him smile? He recalled the scene he had witnessed. Previously, that Professor Hyodo from Exnet Academy was watching you and smiling. As if waiting for you to attack. Theta cautiously voiced his thoughts. It was just confidence, Professor. He sighed again, still unsure. I don't know either. He recalled the aura emanating from Ruin's body. I think that boy, Ruin, has something more that we don't know about. He's different from Mikal Gazel Hill, who we fought before. Hearing this, Theta realized that everything was far more complicated than he had imagined. The train continued to move. After the Oyota students left, the atmosphere in the cabin strangely changed. Everyone gathered around Ruin, talking. Hey, what's the first match? The first match is a team event, but there's no representative. Does that mean you're not in it either? Ruin, can we win? Hanker in a firm voice shouted loudly. Of course we can win, we can't lose, someone enthusiastically and loudly agreed. Yeah, we can't lose to those damn guys. Ruin looked at everyone with satisfaction. Just moments ago they were filled with arrogance and jealousy, but now they were so united. Everyone asked him worriedly, Are you okay? Ruin, why are you being so confrontational? Those guys have been fighting since birth. Yeah, that's right. If you really fought them, everyone flinched at Ruin's words. Doesn't it upset you? He emphasized each word. They ignored you and openly disrespected our academy's representative. If I, the representative, just sat there, what would happen to everything? Ruin's voice echoed again in the train cabin. Clearly they would be even more pleased. And they would despise us even more. Someone said hesitantly. That's true, but Ruin cut that person off. If you do nothing, you'll just be the foolish academy students they call you. Do you want to be like that? Everyone bowed their heads at Ruin's question. Do you want to keep being ignored? Suddenly he raised his voice. It's precisely because you groveled that they ignored us for the past several years, Ruin continued. So what do you want to do now? This is not the time to lose unity over pride. Someone pushed Hanker. Yeah, we're going to put Hanker in as a defender for the kick shuttlecock game. What do you think? He scratched his head, embarrassed. Me a defender. Ruin was somewhat satisfied. Mikal's tail has finally decided to participate. Let's do that then, until the end of the competition. Inside the train an announcement suddenly echoed. Next stop is the Antan Duchy, followed by someone hastily saying, We've arrived, everyone grab your luggage and get off. The Antan Duchy was a small nation belonging to the Zak Imperial Alliance. It was the only duchy within the empire recognized as a neutral state. Therefore, the moment one set foot on Antan territory, even age-old enemies had to temporarily put aside their hatred. If bloodshed occurred within Antan's borders, the Duina's empire, the continent's hegemon, would step in to handle the incident. It was for this very reason that large-scale international events, such as the Mage Association's Grand Festival and the Swordsmanship Association's Grand Swordsmanship Tournament, were all held in Antan. The male students stared blankly at the crowd before them and whispered, So this isn't the Duina's empire? Someone scoffed. No, it's not the empire. This is just a royal alliance directly managed by the empire. One person pouted and said, What's the difference? Jason looked around. It's like a different world here. Ha, Ruin. Our Daemon estate is incredibly grand, but here, Ruin's eyelids drooped slightly. So this is Antan. He looked at the two men chatting happily. As expected of the kingdom's capital. Then he looked at the two women laughing joyfully. Everything exuded an antique atmosphere and everyone looked comfortable. Ruin thought to himself, coming here makes our region feel truly small. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Now we're going to the lodgings. Everyone please get in the carriages. Following that, everyone boarded the carriages in order. The carriages lined up and drove along the road. Professor Hyodo sat opposite Ruin and Jason and spoke cautiously. Just in case, don't visit other academy lodgings, even by accident. His gaze briefly shifted to Ruin. Causing trouble now won't help anything. Ruin was flustered. Why is he saying that and looking at me? Suddenly Jang, looking in another direction, shouted, Oh, look over there. Ruin looked at him suspiciously and asked, How, what is it? Jang raised an eyebrow. Then he said, I just caught a very interesting scent. Ruin's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, What scent? Suddenly Jang leapt down from above. He stood on Ruin's foot and spoke. Jang said as if sensing something, Drakus Trace is here. The next day the scene shifted to the Exnit Academy lodgings. Jason saw Ruin quickly putting on his outer garment and asked in a sleepy voice, How, Ruin, are you going on a date? Ruin rushed out like the wind without answering. As Ruin ran, a system screen appeared before his eyes. Ruin asked Jang, are you sure? He nodded and replied, Absolutely. It'll appear on the minimap in a moment. I can already see it. The place they arrived at had a sign that read Memory Resonance Workshop. Jang shouted, We're here. Ruin slowly opened the door and stepped inside. He looked at the interior and said, I thought a black dragon's item would be in a very special place. But this place looks too ordinary. Ruin touched his chin, lost in thought. I thought it should be in a black market or a rich person's underground vault. Jang placed his hands on his hips and laughed. Drakus traces are useless to ordinary mages. To them it's just junk. As he used Immunity Realm, his eyes suddenly widened, then a brilliant beam of light flashed. The beam flew towards a man who was startled. A ring was floating within the light. System information. Player's unique treasure. Drakus' first failure. A treasure. The immunity ability will increase the player's physical impact resistance and physical damage nullification. Ruin looked at it quizzically and asked, Failure? Jang laughed and explained, This is a bit special. He explained in detail. Not only does it block attacks, but it also blocks ordinary contact. Even a lover's hug is impossible. Jang forced a laugh. It's called a failure because it's not there when you need it, and you don't need it when it's there, but you'll still need this, knowing he couldn't refuse. He had no choice but to nod. Seeing the system screen display equipping item increases magic power by 0 points, Ruin nodded. Even if it's 0 points, I want to wear this. Then he tried slipping the ring onto his middle finger. Ruin looked at his hand very satisfied. This is great, it fits perfectly. It's like it was made just for me, he said to the salesperson. I want to buy this ring, how much is it? The salesperson burst out laughing and gestured. Just take it, it's been here too long and I don't even know how to store it. In that case, Ruin suggested, I'll buy something else instead. The salesperson laughed again and replied, Feel free to look around. He walked down the aisle looking left and right. Observer's eye, truly convenient. Seeing the rare books that appeared before him, Ruin inwardly admired, this can even tell the value of items. Suddenly his gaze stopped in one direction. A dazzling yellow light emanated from a book accompanied by the information. High rarity, quantum mechanics of magic and swordsmanship. Ruin was startled. This is... The moment he reached for the book, someone suddenly appeared and blocked Ruin's hand. He stared in surprise at the white-haired girl before him. The following information appeared above her head. Irina Prius, S-Class Mage. Very high potential. Ruin recognized this person. Irina Prius from Exnit Women's College. Flame King, King of Mages. Archmage Theron Armus. Irina Prius was one of the 11 successor mages personally chosen by Theron Armus himself. Ruin's expression hardened. I heard she was a genius who was almost S-Class. He looked at Irina, recalling the information he had just seen. But in reality, she was already S-Class. The rumors underestimated her abilities. She snarled, "Hands off." Ruin, not backing down, said, "I was here first." Irina's hand still pressed firmly on his. "Judging by your uniform, you seem to be from Xnit Academy. I am Irina from Seiki Women's University. You found what you needed, and now you're just looking for something else, right? But I came here specifically to buy this book," she implicitly suggested if he could yield if it wasn't a big deal to him. Ruin frowned, thinking to himself, "This guy heard my story. Is she buying this book for the Grand Festival?" he asked. "Then why do you need this book? Usually this kind of book isn't often bought." Irina's voice hesitated. "Aye," she withdrew her hand and turned her slightly flushed face away. "It's just for homework. I can't explain in detail. You just need to know that." Ruin guessed it wasn't school homework. Perhaps it was related to the Flame King. He suddenly spoke. "Then you take it. It's important to you, so just take it. No need to say more." Irina was startled to receive the book without a word and replied, "Oh, thank you." Ruin resumed his search. "So what should I buy now?" Irina watched his retreating figure and incomprehensible expression crossing her face back at the dorm when Ruin recounted everything. Questions poured in like a flood. "You met Irina Prius? What did you two talk about? Is she as pretty as the rumors say?" Jason and Hanker asked, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Where did you meet her?" "How did you meet?" Ruin was speechless. "Can't you just ask one question per person?" Jason bowed his head and said sadly, "I'm so envious. My wish is just to hold Irina's hand once." Hanker seized the opportunity to brag. "HMPH as expected, you're ordinary. I met Irina at the Grand Festival. I even sat next to her." Jason angrily cut him off. "Hey, you can't even call that a conversation." Ruin listened to the two of them shouting like children. "What? Look at yourself. You couldn't even stand next to her." But then, something suddenly came to mind. Hanker spoke up. "That girl is strong, but she always finishes in second place. I heard she loses to Doom Fram, who's always first, every year and even almost dies." Jason jumped up and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you say that about my Irina?" Hanker sighed. "Your Irina? Don't be silly. That girl is first place at the Zaydi Kingdom Military Training School. In other words, she's the most recognized among her peers on this continent," he continued. "Furthermore, that girl is also the wielder of a magic sword." Ruin was surprised to hear that. A sword. He recalled the book. So that's why Irina needed that book. It was necessary to defeat Doom Fram. As Ruin understood it, becoming a swordsman wasn't particularly advantageous. Compared to other weapons, magic swords didn't offer much power, and mastering swordsmanship wasn't easy. Hanker continued, "But this Doom Fram guy is different. His magic sword is an S-class treasure. In terms of skill, he's at least on par with a regular knight." Jason let out a long sigh. "Skilled in swordsmanship, proficient in magic, and even has an S-class treasure? This is too amazing to be true. Plus he has a house in the city. His father is a high-ranking official. He's handsome, and all the girls fall for him." Hearing his lament, Ruin silently thought, "There's another person like this in the world." He recalled Irina, who was a 5th-grade mage at 16 and the swordsman who always took first place. Ruin frowned in silence. "Can I really win against these geniuses?" He recalled his encounter with Theta. "Surely no one would pay attention to a guy like me." But Ruin closed his eyes and remembered Tion Esnet saying, "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you're a championship contender." He resolved to give it a try. Just then, someone suddenly rushed in from outside and said, "Everyone, the team list for the opening ceremony is out." Hearing that, a resolute determination flashed in Ruin's eyes. Good. After that, he stood up and headed for the door. Ruin walked directly into the pouring light outside. The Grand Festival. His clothes fluttered in the wind as if announcing that everything was just beginning. At that very moment, he thought to himself, "Finally, the team list has been announced." Ruin looked up at the list with a very serious expression. "Our opponent is," after a moment of looking at the bracket, he thought with some surprise, "What? A match against the foolish Academy students?" Just then, someone's voice was heard from behind. "Then it's too easy." It was Theta. He approached with a very arrogant demeanor and provoked, "Fighting these guys means more time to play." At that moment he turned around and thought it was the Oyota Academy students. Ruin was not at all flustered by their presence, but inwardly he thought, fighting them will be the hardest. He quickly scanned them and thought, they're known for their dirty play, and besides, some people behind them murmured with a hint of fear, "Damn it, why them? Yeah, they look really scary." Hearing that, he thought, many people in the academy were traumatized because of them. Theta mocked them with a very arrogant demeanor. "You guys are too weak to even be interesting. So boring." His subordinates laughed excitedly at his words. "Ha ha ha." Seeing the murmuring crowd, he said in an arrogant and provocative voice, "To be fighting foolish academy students, it feels like I've won the lottery. Hey, if you talk like that, they'll hear you. Don't worry about it. They can't do anything anyway. They are useless." Ruin thought with a sly smile, "Good, I'll show you this time." At that moment he clenched his fist, a confident expression on his face, thinking, "We're not like before." After that he said with a dignified air, "I've been waiting for you too." At that moment he approached them and provoked, "Are there many Grand Festival participants here?" Hearing that, he asked angrily, "What do you want?" He moved closer and said softly, "Just wanted to introduce myself." After that he grandly introduced himself in a loud voice, "Nice to meet you. I am Ruin Adol. I am the representative of the foolish academy you speak of." Ruin then declared, "I won't say much more, I just have a small request." His face at this time held a very cunning and terrifying expression, and he continued, "Don't ever call us the foolish academy again, I don't like hearing it." Hearing that, Theta ground his teeth in anger. His mouth twisted menacingly, and he said in a threatening voice, I'm sick of finishing last. From now on, Ruin looked directly at them and declared, surprising them somewhat, I will be first place. At that very moment they reacted violently, cursing, If we don't call you foolish academy students, what should we call you? Don't talk nonsense. Stop showing off. Hearing that, Theta said with an unpleasant expression, Do you think this is some small local competition, first place? That's annoying to hear. Who do you think you are? Hearing that, he recalled the white-haired old man and thought to himself, I am, Ruin said clearly, with a very confident expression. A secret weapon. In his heart he resolved, I will never back down. The scene shifted to a white building. Inside, people were murmuring very loudly, Who's that guy? Ruin Uddle, they all murmured in a headache-inducing way. I looked into it, and I heard he used to be last place. How can a guy who was last place become the academy representative? One guy replied somewhat angrily. I'm not sure, but I heard he suddenly changed 180 degrees at the beginning of last semester and his scores skyrocketed. Theta heard that and asked somewhat blankly, Changed 180 degrees? Hearing that, the guy continued, Yeah, that's probably why he's so confident. In his head he recalled the old man saying, That boy has something more that we don't know about. At that moment he sighed and said, Perhaps I'm overthinking it. He immediately stood up, stretched, loosened his body and said, I'll teach those arrogant bastards a lesson. His face held a very confident and dignified expression, and he continued, In our academy's traditional way. Scene shifted to the ex-NIT Academy dormitory. Here, Ruin and his group were discussing their plan. Tomorrow is the Mana grenade throwing section. The rules are a team battle, and all team members except the academy representative can participate. Ruin was analyzing tactics for his teammates at this time. Participants must throw mana grenades at the mirror golem, and the team that defeats it faster wins. At this point, one of the team members asked him, I won't be there tomorrow, will we be okay? After that, Ruin stood up and announced to everyone, Our individual abilities are inferior to Oyota's. But he encouraged the entire team with strong conviction. But I believe you will win. Hearing that, the team members shouted blankly with great concern, How can we win? Hearing that, Ruin stood up and said to everyone, This is a team battle. If everyone cooperates, we can definitely win. After that, he unfolded his plan. Let's start by dividing into small groups. Hearing that, Hanker shouted with great surprise. Small groups? Ruin had already laid out a detailed plan for dividing the groups and explained it to the people. Group 1 will heat the grenades, Group 2 will handle transportation, Group 3 will attack the golems, and Group 4 will interfere by healing the opponent's golems. Hearing that, they all murmured very noisily. Then it will take a very long time to defeat the golem. That's right, Oyota attacks with 30 people at once. And our team has fewer members, plus they're not to be trifled with. At this moment he looked at his teammates with serious eyes and shouted loudly, Everyone, why are you doing this? Hearing that, Hanker asked blankly, Ruin said very seriously and clearly, Don't you remember what I said in front of them? I said we would be first place. Those words were sincere. At that very moment he slammed the table with his hand and shouted loudly, Whether you participate or not, I will help you with all my might. He stood before the people and persuaded them. When Oyota attacks once, we attack 2 or 3 times. Oyota team members are all excellent, so they can use traditional methods, but if we do that, it will take a long time. Hearing that, Jason declared with a very resolute expression, Okay, I trust you. Hanker, who was next to him, also agreed. Me too. At that very moment, all the other people also declared spiritedly, Us too, we trust you too. Immediately, Ruin looked at them and assigned tasks. Good, and Hanker will command, Yola, Min, Mora, Ayaki, Freya, you heat the grenades. After that, he looked at the others and continued to command, Once the grenades are ignited, Simon will begin transportation. He stared intently at the plan, thinking, I thought I divided the groups according to their individual abilities. I could do that thanks to my innate ability. At that very moment he used his trump card, Observer's Eye. He looked at his teammates, examining their abilities to see through their opponents. With this I can minimize weaknesses and focus on everyone's strengths. At this time people were talking very confidently and actively. This time it should be okay, right? Yeah, we can win too. Seeing how excited people were, he thought to himself. If they're in the right groups, people will become more confident. At this time people were talking very cheerfully. I'm not good at throwing, but I can heat it up in 5 seconds. What can't you do? I'm really good at throwing. Ruin looked at them with great satisfaction and thought to himself, Fortunately. Seeing people laughing and talking, Ruin also felt at ease. People are starting to gain more confidence. Their belief has also strengthened. Just then, someone suddenly burst through the door in a hurry. His face was covered in wounds and he collapsed. Seeing him, everyone in the room was very confused and shouted loudly, Pun Room! His lips trembled, unable to speak. Ruin looked at him with great concern and rushed over to ask, What happened to your face? Are you okay? At this point he stammered with all his might, The Oyota guys, what happened? After a long while, Pun Room said something that greatly startled Ruin and left him speechless. The representative called his subordinates and dragged me away. The scene shifted to that team's room. Theta saw him enter and shouted, Wow, looking at him, he said with great contempt. See, I told you he'd come. What are you going to do, What do you think you can do to us? His face was very serious and he glared at him with murderous eyes, saying, Theta Mankiri, come out now. In that room, Ruin raised his voice and called him out loudly. Theta Mankiri, come out now. Hearing that, Theta laughed contemptuously and cursed, damn it, is this bastard crazy? After that he stood up, approached the guy, ground his teeth and said, who do you think you are, always acting high and mighty? At this moment Ruin glared at him with murderous eyes, placed a hand on his shoulder and said coldly, on what grounds? At that very moment he applied force to his hand. Immediately he was thrown down by Ruin and made to kneel on the ground. Theta witnessed this scene and was very surprised, thinking, what is this strength? At that very moment he got up with a very angry expression, clenched his fist and shouted loudly, this damned bastard. Ruin saw him and dodged his punch very quickly. And very quickly, with just one movement, he broke his arm, making Theta scream in pain. His face was very dangerous and he threatened them, I warn you, if you touch our people again, this won't end here. Theta was severely injured by Ruin at this time, collapsing to the ground, and painful screams burst from his mouth. His subordinates saw him and rushed over, asking what happened. Theta, are you okay? His face was filled with pain and he clutched his shoulder, screaming desperately. Ruin stood before him and said in a threatening voice, want to make a wager with me? Returning to his domain, Ruin told his friends and they all shouted very loudly in surprise. Nut flick. They were all very surprised and spoke as if they couldn't believe their ears. If our team beats Oyota Academy's Theta Mankiri, you're going to nut flick him. You won't just flick his forehead like you did McCall, right? At that very moment, he announced another piece of good news to everyone. Not only that, he'll have to apologize to us in front of everyone. Hearing this, everyone was very happy and surprised, and they all shouted in unison, wow, we definitely have to win this time. That's real motivation. Haha, now all we have to do is win. Just then, someone suddenly rushed in and announced, it's time to go to the Antan Arena, everyone get ready. Immediately after, the group arrived at the Grand Festival. This was the Mage Association's Grand Festival, a festival for the entire continent where the greatest mages in history gathered. Everyone here looked very confident, and they were all important figures who would change the fate of the entire continent. The crowd cheered with burning passion. Go Exnit Academy, Ruin thought with a confident and satisfied expression. I'm part of this place, a part of making legends in history. Immediately after, the announcer loudly proclaimed to everyone, the opening ceremony is over. Please take your seats. Everyone instantly returned to their places. Suddenly, Ruin met someone. It was Theta. He ground his teeth, his face filled with anger, and said, prepare yourself. I won't make a mistake this time. Immediately after, he left in a huff, watching him. Ruin paid no mind, thinking, you're not the opponent I'm targeting, Theta Mankiri. Suddenly, something caught Ruin's eye. It was Doom Fram in the distance. Seeing his face, Ruin thought to himself, the champion of the Magic Festival and the top student of Zadie Military Training School. Ruin looked at him with a resolute expression, thinking, if I go far in the competition, I'll have to face him somehow. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard. You're an expert at causing trouble, aren't you? Ruin immediately turned around and recognized Irina Prius. She then turned to Ruin and asked, you were causing a ruckus all day yesterday. She continued to question Ruin, who was too startled to speak. I even heard you stirred up trouble at Oyota Academy. Ruin was so surprised that he asked back, how did you know? She replied as she walked, this place is small, everyone here probably knows. Hearing that, Ruin was very embarrassed and replied, oh really? I wasn't causing a ruckus, I was just chatting for a bit. Immediately after, she turned to Ruin and said, anyway, since you yielded the book to me last time, I'll give you some advice. Don't stand out too much. When Ruin replied, she was very surprised and speechless. Like you're hiding your own talent too. As fast as the wind, Ruin ran over and bid her farewell. Then goodbye, I have to go now, we have to participate in the first event. Seeing that, she stood there, very surprised and speechless. Immediately after, the competition began. The Mana grenade throwing event will begin in a few minutes. The first two teams are Exnit Academy and Oyota Academy. At this moment, Ruin boosted the morale of all his teammates, shouting, ready? Everyone encouraged each other, saying, let's show everyone our strength. Let's show them we're no longer the foolish academy. Immediately, all the teams proudly entered the first Mana grenade throwing event and the match officially began. Everyone was confused and the spectators asked each other, what are they doing? Everyone was puzzled by Ruin's team formation. This was because previously victory in team matches always depended on individual ability. Forming a formation like knights was unfamiliar to everyone. Even the mage teams outside were very surprised to see it. They worked in two groups, one for heating and one for throwing. Just let them be, Oyota will win anyway. Ruin remained very calm. Despite everyone's murmuring, they're acting like they're the bosses. Foolish academy students, how truly foolish. That's why they're always last. They seem unaware that many things transcend the human realm. Even Irina's team was waiting with bated breath. Irina herself was also very surprised, muttering, how can this be? Immediately after, when Ruin's team broke one of the golem's arms, everyone was surprised. Look at Exnit team's golem. One of its arms is broken. Seeing this, Ruin immediately ordered the entire team to charge. Keep pushing, everyone. Immediately after, Ruin shouted loudly, commanding everyone, Hanker, the heating speed is good. Morayaki, you two handle transportation. Jason, aim for the right arm. Immediately, the team members received and executed the orders. Immediately after, everyone destroyed the right arm. At this moment, Theta gritted his teeth, furious. Seriously? Seeing this, he was so angry he swore, "What are these stupid guys doing? How can they lose to those foolish academy students?" Immediately after, he pulled out his control panel and shouted loudly, "These damn guys are really strange. They healed the golem so it didn't weaken at all." Seeing this, he was so angry he couldn't do anything but swear. "Damn it, Ruin." Oh. On Irina's side, she said with great admiration, "Truly impressive." Seeing how diligently everyone on Ruin's team was working, she had to ponder how Exnet Academy overcame Oyota's individual skill superiority. It was because they used tactics. She greatly admired Ruin. But this tactic would only be effective if one accurately understood each individual's abilities. She then recalled that moment when Ruin had instantly found the book she needed. Seeing Ruin's team members move very skillfully according to the plan, she was greatly impressed. He was even able to divide the team members according to their individual abilities. Her gaze then turned to Ruin, and she pondered, "Who exactly is this person? Why have I never seen him at the magic festival before?" At this very moment an enormous energy sphere was forming in Ruin's hand. Then Jason threw that sphere with all his might. "It's over, you monster." That power rapidly shattered the rock golem. Witnessing this scene, Theta's face turned pale and he froze on the spot. He scoffed, furious. Immediately after, the colossal rock golem collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, everyone cheered with great joy. "Yahoo, we did it, we won!" Immediately after, everyone rushed over very quickly, and in that very first event of the Grand Festival. In a match where everyone thought Oyota would win, everyone rejoiced and hugged Ruin, congratulating him. But the foolish academy won. After the victory, everyone was very happy, and said to each other, "Then the foolish academy won't be in last place anymore. Oyota is last place. Then what should we call them? Oyota trash? That would hurt too much." Immediately after, the referee announced the next match. The flag capture match between academy representatives will begin shortly. Ruin will be participating in this match. The entire team cheered him on with great enthusiasm, and he gained even more confidence. "Go Ruin, grind them to dust." At this moment, the referee announced the next match. The first match is between Ruin Odal, representative of Exnet Magic Academy, and Theta Mankiri, representative of Oyota Royal Magic Academy. Repeat. Ruin moved closer to a very angry Theta. Jang chuckled seeing Ruin's tense expression. "Why are you so nervous, Ruin?" But he seemed not to care, quietly muttering, "We're currently in the top 20 out of 32 schools, right? That's perfect." Hearing that, he was very confused and bewildered, asking, "Why perfect?" Ruin's gaze swept over the surprised and bewildered spectators, and he analyzed, "Since the last match, everyone has started to pay attention to us, but it's still not enough to shed the infamous label Foolish Academy that has stuck to us for years." Ruin then said with a very resolute expression, "I need to achieve an astonishing victory." Ruin looked straight at Theta and said in a grand voice, "Only by achieving an astonishing victory against Oyota will everyone look at us differently." Hearing that, Jang finally understood and said, "Ah, I see." Ruin's gaze then went upward, looking at that mage observation tower. He resolved, "We need to prove our skills to the top mages." The scene shifted to that dark room. Inside, the top mages were watching the matches through a magic orb. The orb showed two people standing side by side. Flame King Theron looked at the two with a very pensive expression, and then he asked the person next to him about Ruin Odal. That child was previously one of the 11 commoner children candidates, wasn't he? Hearing that, the person next to him said with some surprise, "You still remember him?" Hearing that, he bowed his head and explained, "I have a habit of remembering talented individuals. That child was a born genius who learned to use mana on his own at a young age." Immediately after, his face began to frown, and he looked disappointed. "So I was very disappointed when I learned he was suffering from mana imbalance." Hearing that, Esnet replied with great surprise, "Disappointed? Didn't you treat that child as useless, Professor?" At this moment, Theron remained silent, lost in thought, and then he spoke his thoughts to everyone present. "But I never expected the professor to choose such a student as the academy representative. I don't think you did it to prepare for something as interesting as before." Both children broke the curse years later. Hearing that, Professor Ignis was silent for a long time and then looked straight at Ruin and said in a very confident voice, "If you see for yourself, Professor, you will find the answer." At this moment, Jang turned to Ruin and asked, "What are you going to do now? To restrain or freeze you need to get close, or will you summon a guardian god?" Ruin immediately denied it. "No, guardian gods aren't very smart." Hearing that, he was very confused and asked back, "Then how will you fight this match?" At this moment, Ruin stretched and said, his face was very spirited and confident, and he replied, "I'll just fight him head-on." At this moment, the referee was preparing to announce the match. "Begin." As the two words echoed, Ruin immediately dashed forward at full speed, charging straight at Theta. Seeing this, Theta did not back down and immediately used his power, shouting loudly, "You'll pay for what you did to me earlier." Immediately after, he released his power and summoned a combat guardian to charge at Ruin. He saw the colossal guardian approaching Ruin, but Ruin was not flustered at all and immediately used his time distortion technique. Ruin skillfully evaded the guardian's attack very quickly, and immediately dashed forward. Immediately after, he appeared behind Theta as fast as a blade. Seeing this, Theta moved, furious, grinding his teeth and cursing. "Damn it!" But Ruin was not flustered at all, and gently blocked his fist with his bare hand. Ruin's face was very triumphant. He noticed it immediately. On the other side, seeing his hand unable to move, he was very angry and swore, "How dare you not let me go?" Ruin then calmly spoke to him, and Theta muttered blankly, It's probably not a good time to be saying things like that." The guardian charged at him and roared, "HMPH!" Seeing this, Theta's face turned pale and he screamed, "Stop it, you foolish guardian!" The guardian approached him steadily, and Theta was terrified. He was very angry and could do nothing, thinking, "I can't move." Ruin's face was very challenging, and he provoked him, "Why don't you try to escape?" Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He remembered the image of Ruin defeating him with a single attack, and only then did he realize that feeling was real then. "I wasn't just letting my guard down." The spear was moments away from piercing Theta's face, and he helplessly gave up. "I lost." At this moment, Theta squeezed his eyes shut, awaiting death. But nothing happened. This made him open his eyes and look at the situation, but to his great surprise, Ruin was blocking the guardian's attack. Witnessing this scene, Theta couldn't believe his eyes. Unbelievable. He just stood there blankly thinking, he keeps striking the guardian with his bare hands, and couldn't stop admiring. Is he attacking the steel guardian with his bare hands? The guardian was thoroughly beaten by Ruin. Ruin then defeated the guardian, which greatly surprised Theta. Immediately after, Ruin approached him step by step, and Theta was very frightened. Theta looked at Ruin with a very moved expression, stammering, "Did you just save me?" Ruin feigned ignorance and replied coldly, "Save you? Why should I save someone who insulted my friends?" Ruin then approached him with a very dangerous expression and slowly said, "I want to finish you off with my own hands." Immediately after, he reminded him of the wager again. "Remember that wager?" At this moment, Ruin uncurled his hand and said lightly, "It's just a flick on the forehead." Ruin's flick was so light that it sent him flying far away. He lay sprawled on the ground thinking blankly, "The sky is so blue." At this moment, the spectators were also very surprised, shouting, "Oh my God!" Witnessing this scene, the students on Ruin's team cheered with joy. The arena then filled with cheers. Everyone spared no praise for Ruin. "What magnificent magic! This wager won't be necessary." And Ruin caught another person's attention. Esnet glanced at him at this moment, thinking, "Tisk, he's doing it again." Theron's face was blank, lost in thought. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. "I, who have reached the demigod realm, the only 8th grade mage called a top mage, have never seen this kind of magic before." His face looked as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. He stared intently at Ruin, very puzzled. "Who exactly are you?" Seeing him smile, the name Ruin flashed through his mind, and he became enraged. Theron, furious, gnashed his teeth as if he wanted to devour him. "Tian, tell me everything you know about Ruinadel." Suddenly he asked in a very mysterious tone. He fell silent, pondering deeply, and a hint of helplessness flickered across him. That child was always a student who fulfilled his duties, and though everyone thought he would give up, he never did. He leaned his arms on the chair and began to recount everything he knew. "He is someone who knows how to turn weaknesses into strengths, and a mage more like a mage than anyone else. That is all I know about Ruin." Hearing that, he pressed his lips together. As if angered, he suddenly stood up, leaning on his arms, and sneered, "HMPH, are you trying to protect your student from my curiosity? Tian, what if I summon Ruin here and ask him directly?" He spoke arrogantly, with a triumphant expression. "If your majesty intends to force that child," he said in a mysterious tone, "then I will have no choice but to stop your majesty." At those words, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Aaron could hardly believe it. He sent an unpleasant glare towards Tian. He sighed and gave a contemptuous smile at Tian's words and actions. "Are you using a mage's right to secrecy? The Millie oath, you mean?" They stared at each other, oblivious to the others. "Fine, but a small exchange wouldn't be a problem, would it?" He looked at the crystal ball again, and the corners of his mouth turned up as if he had caught his prey. "I must be the one who reaches the limits of magic." Theron stared fixedly at the crystal ball without blinking, determined to uncover what that magic was. Ruinadel was somewhere late one night. "We've only won one round so far." He put his hand to his head and sighed. "Now we need to focus on resting. If we keep messing around like this, other academies will catch up." "Why are you all so restless?" Some drunken students guffawed loudly. Ruin faced them, feeling very helpless. "This is great. I always thought I had to visit this place when I came to Antan." "Ruin, we should celebrate our victory too. It's a festival after all." Jason approached him from behind. About that, Ruin was 30 helpless and 70 sighing. "Here's some Bantan coconut juice and Dragon's Kiss too." 2 delicious drinks were placed before him. Dragon's Kiss, he was surprised to hear the name of that drink. "Haha, I always have a heart full of love for my hometown." As he spoke, he extended the drink bottle towards him. "So this is your hometown specialty?" "Of course, but that's not why I ordered it." Footsteps were heard from somewhere. "This bottle tastes like kissing a dragon even with just a sip." "Is it really that delicious?" Jason used every good word he could to promote this bottle. "Hey Ruin, don't make that face, just try it. 1 sip and you'll be hooked. No, 1 sip and you'll experience the best flavor." He kept nagging Ruin to try this unfamiliar drink. He looked at the drink bottle in his hand with concern. Behind them stood a tall man. He looked up in surprise at the man behind him. The tall man was Theta. "You lost to Ruin in the last match, Theta Monkiri." The group exclaimed his name in surprise. "I know you're hurt because you lost to Ruin, but now leave. Don't ruin our fun." Jason glanced at him unpleasantly. Theta Monkiri, he found his name very unbelievable. Why is he here? Is he trying to cause trouble? I've come to apologize. He swallowed his pride, frowned, and forced out an apology. They were very surprised to hear him say, I'm sorry for ignoring you all this time, and their faces turned into question marks. He bowed his head slightly, and apologized with utmost sincerity. After losing to Ruin in the arena, I realized, he frowned and said in a low voice, I shouldn't look down on people weaker than me. There are still many people stronger than me in the world, so to someone, I am just a weak person. Words that seemed utterly unbelievable poured out of him. I genuinely felt that everything I did to you all this time was wrong. Wait, why so suddenly? Jason looked at him as if he couldn't understand. Sweat dripped from his face. I know you won't easily forgive me even after saying this, but I just wanted to let you know, I am truly sorry. He bowed his head with as much sincerity as possible. Ruin looked at him and his face softened slightly, but he said nothing. This is awkward. The friends awkwardly looked at each other and scratched their heads to break the tension. Oh right, I'm sorry for ruining your mood, I'll get going. After speaking his mind, he stood up straight, ready to leave. Ada, a voice rang out, and he turned around in surprise. Are you apologizing because of the wager, or are you genuinely sorry? Ruin looked at him seriously, half doubting his sudden apology. I'm sincere. He looked at Ruin, and his honest face said it all. Hearing his words, he smiled in relief. Thank you for the manly apology. He approached him and extended his hand as if offering encouragement, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Emotions swelled in his heart and his eyes seemed to speak. He shook Ruin's hand. This handshake was truly hard to describe. Rohad, this is really delicious. What is this? They continued what they were doing before. My friends also accepted Theta's apology. So we gathered together, and they embraced each other, drank bottles of Dragon's Kiss, drank late into the night and fell asleep in a festive mood. Suddenly, Ruin opened his eyes, his face clearly surprised. He remained silent. Jason and the others looked at him and smiled brightly. Ruin, you're awake. He propped himself up with one hand and rubbed his head a few times with the other. The group sat around the bed observing him. You're finally awake? Do you remember what happened yesterday? You loved that Dragon's Kiss so much? At Hanker's words, Jason and the others burst into laughter, holding their bellies. Yesterday you cried and said thank you for believing in me, at least for now. Wow, school life is truly hard. Ruin cried with the bottle. Theta clapped and the others laughed through tears. As they recalled, everyone laughed even louder. Who knew the perfect Ruin had such a side to him? Ha 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 ha. Now Jason and everyone else had something to tease him about. Ruin walked down the hallway, muttering irritably, those devilish guys who just woke up are causing trouble again. It's driving me crazy. His face hardened as he recalled Jason tempting him to drink the Dragon's Kiss. What kind of drink makes a person so emotional? I should avoid it from now on. As he walked leisurely, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Ruin. This time he encountered Theta. Did you sleep well yesterday? Theta ran over, laughing. Last night we apologized to each other for fighting and promised to be brothers from now on. The two hugged each other and cried. His face flushed. He quickly ran off, and Theta shouted loudly in the middle of the hallway. My friend, see you later. Ruin quickly dashed away. Good heavens, he has no shame. His face was as red as a tomato. He dragged his tired body and kept walking. It's like trying to avoid one problem only to encounter a greater one. He encountered Professor Hyodo again. Trouble follows me wherever I go. Ruin was startled by the professor's words. Professor, do you also know that story? However, the professor didn't mention the story and instead informed him that someone wished to meet him. He asked, Who is it, Professor? The two stood facing each other. The professor said that the person appeared kind but was dangerous. At those words, Ruin became even more curious. Who is it? He was surprised to learn that the person who wanted to meet him was the hypocritical Flame King Theron. Professor Hyodo also continued to warn him. Be careful, Ruin. Theron is a mysterious man, he continued solemnly. People who hide their true nature are just as dangerous. Ruin listened carefully on the spot. That is all I can tell you, he continued, and Ruin's face fell into thought for a moment. Understood, Professor. Ruin seemed to reassure the professor. All right, then I'll let you know the time after today's exam. The students who heard Ruin's story were very excited, mixed with a little surprise. Flame King Theron, the top mage, is watching us, everyone shouted. Some were excited, some were scared. He crossed his arms and said in a resolute voice, Well, that gives us more reason to win. I've already thought about the tactics, if possible a defensive tactic. Hearing that, everyone was confused. What do you mean? Ruin pointed to himself like a multi-level marketer and said confidently, I'm going to run to the opponent's goal. The next match is Chen Kao. This is a game that uses movable arrows. Arrows will keep flying everywhere. Each team consists of 9 people, divided into attackers, defenders, and a goalkeeper. The team that shoots more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. The rules were simple, but the game demanded a very high level of tactical skill. One needed to know when to use defensive magic and when to use control magic. They also had to know how to catch the Chen Kao and throw it into the opponent's goal. Normally, many things had to be considered. But with Ruin, the rules were just mere words. One of the opposing team members shouted in surprise, Watch out! Ruin dashed towards the opponent's goal like lightning. As the match began, the opponent shouted, Ice Tree. Arrows are ice spears. Hands gathered ice magic to attack Ruin. Someone else gathered mana and unleashed a colossal flame, a wall of fire, firing it at Ruin. With one hand he shattered the ice chunks and with the other, he punched, breaking the flames into pieces. They used all sorts of magic, but it was all in vain. In the stands, even Theta cheered for Ruin louder than the Xnit Academy students. Go Ruin, go Xnit. Everyone looked at him with disgust. What's wrong with him? Yesterday he was making such a fuss after losing. Is he crazy from being beaten so badly by Ruin? Perhaps. Hearing that, he shouted angrily, "What? Lost what? Aren't you supposed to fight first and then become brothers?" A student said, "When did you fight? You were the only one who got hit." Dagger-like words pierced his ears. "What are you babbling about?" The friend, terrified, replied, "Nothing." Everyone stopped speaking in front of Theta and whispered behind him instead. "Phew, what's wrong with those representatives?" The tall, dark man put his hands in his pockets and thought, "Ruinatl, after fighting him I was sure of one thing. He will be the next generation's mage." His appearance truly looked magnificent in his eyes. Irina Prius from Seiki Women's University. Next, Dalien Manchan from Prilia Holy Technology School. And finally, Doom Fram from Zak Military Training School. Theta had fought directly against the best at the Grand Festival, but Ruin was even stronger than them. Ruin was not only strong but also possessed leadership skills and endurance. His image resurfaced in his mind. Thinking this far, he realized he hadn't expected Ruin to accept becoming friends after so many things. "Captain, it's almost our turn. Aren't we going to have a tactical meeting?" "Yes, let's go." So Theta could no longer cheer for Ruin. One guy shouted loudly, "Stop Ruinatl." They had to fight with their lives to stop Ruin. Ice, fire, earth, wood. They pulled out everything they could use. Everyone shouted in unison, pushing him back with all their might. Ruin swiftly dodged all of the opponent's attacks with his body. He grinned triumphantly and said, "It's over, isn't it? Now it's my turn." They were so terrified that they hastily erected a thick ice barrier. He mumbled then punched the ice chunks, pulverizing them into ice dust. "Ah, it's ice dust." Everyone scrambled to flee, stumbling and falling to the ground. "Watch out, is Ruin so strong that he forgot about us?" While Ruin was sowing chaos in the enemy lines, Jason caught the Chen Cow. He caught the Chen Cow. Stop him now. Even if they wanted to stop him, their defense line had already collapsed. Furthermore, there was Jason, a master of throwing. "Take this," he shouted, and the score became 2-0. Cheers erupted outside. "Well done." Another point. After that, all eyes focused on Ruin. Jason and the team members, seizing the weakened defense line, attacked that opening. He rushed in with incredible speed. Ruinatl cannot be stopped. Their defense line crumbled. Everyone in the stands couldn't believe their eyes. Below the arena, everyone panted with exhaustion. "He's truly a monster." "No, we lost." In a typical Chen Cow match, about 3 to 4 goals are scored. But Xnit Academy didn't allow the opponent to score a single goal and set a record by scoring 11 goals. "Surrender. There's a surrender signal." The commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena. "The winner is Xnit Magic Academy." He celebrated the victory with his teammates, rejoicing amidst the cheers of the entire arena. "Our academy won by an overwhelming score of 11 goals. That guy wasn't bluffing. Yeah, maybe he'll even take first place." The crowd began to talk about Xnit Magic Academy. Upon returning to the waiting room, everyone was elated with the joy of victory. "Wow, we won again. At this rate, we might actually take first place," someone asked curiously. While reveling in the victory, he suddenly heard someone call his name. "Ruinatl." It was Professor Hyodo. He opened the door as if to say, "I've been waiting for you here for a long time." He entered to meet Ruin, an appointment already set for 7 p.m. that evening. His hand on Ruin's shoulder felt like a scene from a romance drama. The scene shifted to a crimson sky where the Flame King was enjoying a glass of red wine. His eyes, holding the wine glass, gazed into the distance. "Don't eat anything before you come." A magnificent dark crimson tower appeared before Ruin's eyes. That day, as promised, Ruin leisurely walked down the corridor. "You're here?" Ruin was slightly startled as Tianesnet suddenly appeared. He immediately recognized the white-haired man as his master. "Greetings, master." Ruin quickly cleared his throat and bowed. Tianesnet stood there, quietly observing him for a long time, then smiled faintly. "Come inside." The door opened and Ruin and Tianesnet entered together. "Welcome," a deep voice echoed. Ruin stopped, his eyes wide with surprise. He followed the source of the voice forward. A person appeared before them. Jang reacted quickly. "This magic, could he be a dragon too?" Ruin frowned. Ruin rummaged through his memories, and a thought immediately surfaced, allowing him to quickly recognize him. He was the paramount mage who had reached the demi-dragon realm. None other than the Flame King Theron. The dining table was already laden with a feast. "You probably don't realize we've met before." Theron remained calm. "I saw you from a distance back then." Hearing this, Ruin asked with some curiosity. "You saw me," Theron said while eating. "It was 5 years ago. At that time I was searching for a true successor. You were also on that list of candidates." Hearing this, Tianesnet turned to Ruin and nodded, confirming his words. Ruin was surprised, but before he could speak, Theron interrupted. "It seems much has changed. Let's get straight to the point." Ruin looked up at him, focusing on what he was about to hear. "Can you tell me what happened to you?" he thought to himself. So in his eyes I was ultimately a mistake. This fleeting thought made his face even more somber. It seemed to prove that even a paramount mage could make mistakes. He vaguely grasped his intention and bowed his head. "Excuse me, I can only say one thing right now." Ruin's voice grew rough, causing him to pause, frown, and become wary. Ruin continued, "No matter how talented I am, my efforts won't be acknowledged." Effort, Theron said, resting his chin on his hand with a scoff as if he had heard a long-running comedy. Are you two relatives or something? Why do you always talk about effort? Tian Esnet seemed to smile gently at Ruin. That's also why I like this child. Hearing this, Ruin also smiled faintly and looked at him. Then what efforts have you made? Recently, I've been focusing on martial arts, he replied. What I mean is I've overcome my mana imbalance through martial arts training, and thanks to that, I've gained immense strength. Moreover, I don't need casting time to cast spells. His voice grew louder, with a cold, mocking tone. You expect me to believe that? Or are you merely saying you used some treasure? He spoke in a way that made one easily think of items that amplify power. It seemed to imply that Ruin was ordinary, just like everyone else with nothing special about him. Even I haven't heard of such a treasure. Tian Esnet hesitated. It's not impossible, Theron said. Enough. There will be many opportunities later, he then declared. I will continue to observe you. I wonder what effect your efforts will have on my children. Ruin remained unfazed. Please continue to observe. He suddenly stood up. Before a surprised Theron he said, Now I'm a little curious too. Ruin smiled. I wonder what makes the person chosen by the Paramount Mage so different from me. He was slightly surprised by those words. In the grand arena, the uncontrolled cheers of the common folk echoed madly. Everyone here faithfully greets guests. A maid approached. Oh, is master afraid I'll devour your student alive? Not a chance. Two seasoned mages sat facing each other. Talented mages are always welcome, Theron said with a light smile and a shrug. I was just a little curious. The maid quietly poured tea. Tian Esnet's eyes scanned his opponent. Yes. So has your majesty's curiosity been satisfied? Theron fell into deep thought. I wonder if you're hiding something from me. But you wouldn't have any secrets, would you? He closed his eyes, took a sip of tea and smiled meaningfully. Now I'm curious about something else, he repeated. Now I'm curious about something else. As you may have heard, that young lad was subtly threatening me. Theron shrugged, and Tian Esnet merely gave a wry smile, saying, He's just a child who hasn't even wiped his nose yet. He's not afraid at all. Many mages would tremble before me. Truly interesting. He chuckled softly, a hint of anticipation in his voice. In the quiet space, Theron, with a serene face, thought, I hope the one I've marked shows me something. Outside, cheers echoed, and as the door opened, the footsteps of other mages loudly echoed in the hallway. Doom Fram strode forward like a beast. He frowned irritably. What's the use of cheers? To me it's just a waste. The door opened, and a person rushed in, almost stumbling. He whispered something into Doom Fram's ear. Doom Fram then asked, Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. Academy representative Ruin Otto has arrived at the tower. Doom Fram's body trembled, and anger surged within him. The Flame King testing someone else instead of me. He trembled with rage, and began to recall the matches he had seen. I've watched his matches a few times in this grand festival, and he's caused a lot of commotion. There were many rumors that he was a difficult opponent, but I didn't care at all. No matter how high he climbed or how much he struggled, he couldn't be my match. Doom Fram fell into deep thought, and in his eyes, Ruin was nothing but a quirky individual. He finally seemed to lose his composure due to anger and jealousy. Others sensed the strangeness and quickly observed him. What's wrong? Doom, what's happening? Questions kept pouring in, and they were worried, yet somewhat wary. Ruin Otto, I cannot forgive you. I must be the only one acknowledged by that person. On the other side, a mysterious door opened. Behind the door was Ruin, whom everyone was talking about. He stepped through the door and stood right there, gazing at the black cloak before him. It was Doom Fram. He stared directly at him with a slightly unpleasant expression. What did you say to the Flame King? He glared fiercely, interrogating him. Did you wait for me just to ask that question? I don't think there's anyone in the world with that much free time. His shout echoed through the spacious hall, his eyes burning with fury. Answer me. Contrary to his rage, Ruin answered indifferently. He was completely unfazed by Doom Fram's anger. A heavy voice echoed. Why should I answer? These words, though gentle, struck him like 10 buckets of water poured over his face. Doom Fram frowned and without hesitation drew his sword not as a threat but to swing it. No reason at all. The air in the hall thickened and his sword gleamed with a cold light. But I want to hear it, his voice echoed. Before his anger, Ruin remained completely unyielding. This guy wants to fight. Ruin's face hardened and his gaze swept past him like a bullet. Are you challenging me? This isn't an arena. Ruin swung his fist, seemingly provoking him. The two clashed with two completely different powers. Come if you want, he glared at him, throwing challenging words. As soon as his last words ended, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. A dazzling light exploded from the front. He rushed forward like a whirlwind, attacking before he could react reflexively. Danger was upon him. Their energy overflowed throughout the hall. He's truly strong. I see no weaknesses. His initial arrogance vanished before Doom Fram's power. Is he really going to fight here? This is outside the arena. He questioned life. Seeing Doom Fram still intent on fighting him, he quietly drew his sword, preparing his next technique. The two stopped at a distance, and suddenly a loud voice echoed, startling them both. Irina Prius, a girl with long white hair, approached them. Is today a gathering day? Everyone's here, she said, drawing closer to them. There's no gathering. I just don't know if I should greet you two. Irina stood beside him, arms crossed, saying helplessly, Stop it. He remained silent, saying nothing. He turned and walked away with an angry face, leaving the two to stand there watching him. Is he always like that? Ruin asked, looking at her. No, only on days like today. He usually doesn't say much. What do you mean? Ruin still didn't understand her words. Doom Fram easily gets agitated when it comes to the Flame King. Her words conjured an image of him kneeling and submitting to the Flame King. He yearns for the Flame King's recognition more than anyone else. she continued to explain. Usually the Flame King rarely calls anyone else like today. He probably thinks the Flame King is showing interest in me. He stood there pondering her words. Suddenly she turned to Ruin and laughed, leaving him speechless. Were you really going to fight him just now? She asked with curiosity. Of course not. That would be akin to forfeiting the competition, he replied. He probably wasn't really going to fight either, he said, waving his hand denying her earlier words. He was probably just trying to intimidate me. Then weren't you scared? Irina asked playfully, leaving him stunned. Doom Fram is like an impenetrable fortress. Ordinary attacks wouldn't cause him any harm, she continued. But he raised his hand and looked at it. I don't think I'd lose either. He clenched his fist, clearly showing his will and determination. No matter how solid a fortress is, it will crumble if you keep attacking it. I'm strong too, right? At his question, she couldn't help but chuckle. You're a really unusual person, she replied. Still, be careful. Doom Fram will never show mercy. Somewhere quiet footsteps were heard. After today, he'll definitely be watching you. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the SNet Academy dormitory. Morning sunlight gently streamed through every window. Disappointing, truly disappointing. Jason lay stretched out, sighing deeply. Ruin, despite his tired appearance, stood there, patting his shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, everyone did their best anyway. Yeah, considering Ruin wasn't there, getting 4th place in the team event is good. Good, that's amazing, another friend said. It's a shame we broke our winning streak, but at least we proved our academy's capabilities. He shrugged helplessly, a regretful expression on his face. So what's your plan next, Ruin? Next is the individual exam. While everyone was talking, a friend suddenly rushed in, excitedly carrying a bunch of drinks. Anyone want some coca bean? Of course we have to win. He replied to the earlier question, taking a can of soda. Thanks. I have to defend my 1st place. He opened the can, gazing at the delicious-looking drink with a determined expression. Currently, I'm tied for 1st place in the individual rankings with Irina Prius, Chidan Manchan, and Doom Fram. The names of these formidable individuals flashed through his mind. I and these powerful opponents are competing for the championship. If there are no changes, the next match will be very important. This is a battle for survival. It's a survival competition among 32 representatives on an artificial island. 1st place gets 32 points. Last place gets 1 point. Participants receive points based on their performance, so rankings can change significantly. I know you'll do well, but aren't you going to prepare like everyone else? Another friend asked him curiously. Prepare for what? Ruin replied, confused. Well, everyone else is busy finding allies, Jason said, looking at him. Really, he replied hesitantly. In a survival competition, participants have the right to form alliances to survive together, and knowing how to distinguish friends from foes and form strong alliances is also considered an effective strategy. Everyone else will form alliances, so how will you defeat them all by yourself? They continued to chat cheerfully. Or how about forming an alliance with Column? Anyway, in the last Tin Cow match, another friend continued. Ruin was lost in thought, planning. The first person I thought of was her. The image of the white-haired girl flashed in his mind, but I don't know if she'll join an alliance. He was anxious, unsure of what to do. Even if I form an alliance, I'm still short on people. Hey, Ruin, let's form a team. From somewhere, Theta excitedly pushed open the door and entered. Theta. He looked at him in surprise. Oh right, he was here too. Ruin looked at him, overjoyed as if he had struck gold. Don't betray your friends midway. That's what I should be saying. The two burst out the door and ran. Theta was truly honest. He was a trustworthy person. He glanced at Theta, his eyes full of hope and trust. Hurry, we need one more person. As he spoke, he ran ahead, and Theta shouted from behind, Who else is there besides me? He chased after him, asking, Who, or should I try again? It won't work anyway. Surely she's not accepting anyone, is she? Or does she not want to team up with anyone? Amidst the bustling crowd, 2 men stood with grim faces, staring straight ahead. Hey, surely you're not, Theta was surprised, pointing at something in front of them. A red banner with a 5-petal flower emblem was fluttering. You want to team up with Irina Prius, but she's a championship contender. Are you too close? He still asked, seemingly in disbelief. A little, he replied to his sudden question. Oh, how close? Good. Then I'm teaming up with Irina Prius too, right? He excitedly continued to press him. Stop it. I haven't even asked yet. He turned away helplessly and demanded, I heard everyone who came here has been rejected. What if we get rejected too? His face was flushed with worry and embarrassment, looking tired. It's not like you're going to confess. Why are you like this? Stop spouting nonsense, he awkwardly replied to him. He found something nearby and glanced at it. Irina, the girl with characteristic white hair, was standing right there smiling at him. Ruin, I've been waiting for you. She suddenly smiled brightly and spoke to him as if they had been close friends since a previous life. In a small room, they were hunched over a large wooden table, concentrating on a test map. After a long examination, they began to discuss strategies for victory. Ruin opened his mouth. First, the largest team has 14 members, right? Irina immediately replied. Yes, this team is led by Dalien Manchan of the Prilia Holy Technology School. He's a genius and always ranks in the top 5 championship contenders. His magic is mainly light and holy magic. Upon confirming that their opponent was not to be underestimated, everyone's faces showed clear vigilance. Theta had his eyes closed, his brow furrowed, one hand propping his chin and the other crossed, making him look anxious and restless. He mumbled incessantly, Numbers aren't a problem. And of course his team is the most formidable. Thinking his words were not entirely accurate, Ruin immediately cut off his deduction, and the two turned back quickly, unable to hide their surprise. There's an even more formidable enemy, doomed Fram. With just 2 words, the entire room fell silent. He seemed to be a dangerous opponent that everyone should be wary of. But why had the two forgotten about him? He maintained his serious expression, not wavering in the slightest. The test content will vary depending on each person's ability. In the blink of an eye, the test day arrived. It was a clear and sunny day. Sunlight poured onto the ship, shining brilliantly. It was unknown whether it was a sign of a good beginning or a faint glimmer of hope before a storm. The supervising professor checked once more. Has everyone put on their armor? He then explained the rules once again to the attentive students. If your armor's defense reaches its limit, you will be disqualified and automatically moved out of the testing area. Soon, the luxurious ship took everyone to the artificial island. Everyone disembarked in order, following the prepared pathway. Some took heavy steps, their faces tense and worried. Others had confident eyes, ready to face all challenges awaiting them on the mysterious island before them. As soon as he disembarked, Theta shivered involuntarily. I haven't even done anything yet, and I'm already shivering to death. Ruin stared straight ahead, not blinking for a moment. He raised his hand and observed the faintly visible island covered by a barrier in the distance. He opened his mouth. We just need to survive there for 72 hours, right? Ruin confirmed with a calm demeanor and sharp eyes, nodding lightly. Yes, everyone around was focused on Doom Fram, and cold sweat beaded on their foreheads, wary of his immense power. The air on the island was more oppressive than ever, as expected. Doom Fram indeed participated alone. It was as Ruin had expected, but their eyes still held vigilance. Irina saw this and tilted her head slightly, speaking in a soft but firm voice. That's right, but we shouldn't underestimate him. Not only the two, but everyone realized that being alone didn't mean weakness, and sometimes it could be a sign of a beast waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. There was no more time to lose. Ruin suggested. Let's go. We need to take a boat from here to the main island. The other two agreed. Yeah, let's go. Their boat was moving slowly on the blue water. It gradually passed through the barrier. She touched it with her hand. This is our safe zone, Ruin replied. That's right, it will shrink over time. As soon as they arrived, the three ran like mad. Hurry, we need to quickly secure a good spot on the island. The island was heavily wooded and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a faint glow beneath the thick forest canopy, looking like a halo in the serene nature. Suddenly, someone's stomach grumbled, breaking the peace. It was Theta. As the three settled like monkeys in a tree, his stomach rumbled again. He wondered, Ruin, I'm not opposing it, but why didn't you bring food from the entrance earlier? Ruin's eyes showed clear signs of exhaustion. With 30 helplessness and 70 a sigh, he could only offer a bitter smile. The girl next to him saw this and couldn't help but interject a few words. No, didn't you say to ambush first, huh, Mr. Theta Mankiri? He awkwardly had beads of sweat on his forehead. All right, we're on the same team anyway. How long are you going to draw a line with me? Suddenly, a loud noise from behind interrupted their conversation. Everyone looked back. In the distance, a fierce explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. As a blinding light erupted, everyone involuntarily had to cover their eyes. The immense aftermath shook the entire area. He was flustered. A fight has already broken out? Ruin crossed his arms and looked down. A clear enjoyment on his face, as if a wild animal had found its prey. Theta, it's our turn now. He didn't understand Ruin's intention and quickly asked back. Ha? Ruin reassured him. I told you not to worry about food. Now you'll eat your fill. Our prey has arrived, he said nonchalantly. It turned out that below them, 5 people were cautiously moving around, exploring carefully like weak prey that could be attacked at any moment. One of the team members could no longer bear it and spoke up. Why don't we look for food later? I'm too tired. The leader looked exhausted but didn't give up, encouraging everyone. If we go a little further, we'll find food and water more easily. Suddenly, an ice arrow flew from somewhere, striking one unlucky team member directly in the face. The person fell backward, screaming in pain. Meanwhile, those around them were still bewildered about what had happened. They only now realized the situation was serious. He quickly took a defensive stance and shouted loudly. An ambush, an ambush. Hello, I've been waiting for a long time. He stood there with a sharp smile, casting a magic orb in his hand. You guys who are tired of waiting. Iron Spear. He released a flow of power and countless ice arrows flew towards them like a storm. Next to him, Irina also brought her hands together. Her face was impassive, and above her head a colossal blue flow of power shone brilliantly. It was several times larger than Theta's Iron Spear, with dazzling beams of energy and a fierce vortex swirling around. Ruin couldn't help but be astonished by the sight. 5th grade ice magic, Storm of Snow. Immense energy erupted with fierce power and overwhelming scale, exploding like a vortex of light. The energy beams flew, drawing sharp lines, giving the feeling that space itself was being torn apart. Moreover, the booming sound it made demonstrated its tremendous destructive power. He was surprised and admired the momentum. As expected of Irina Prius, she doesn't even bat an eyelid when casting high-level magic. While still casting magic, he detected a colossal energy mass behind him, and his eyes widened. The other team members did not submit to the powerful opponent and actively counterattacked, and the commander shouted, There are 3 of them. Irina Prius is also here. Attack and defend simultaneously as much as possible. The fierce attack covered the entire space in blue. The aftermath it created spread ceaselessly. Those nearby had to cover their chests with their hands. The sight before him didn't surprise him much either. Because he never underestimated his enemies, he felt it wasn't surprising enough. He thought to himself, they're also formidable mages. They are, after all, Academy representatives. Judging that it was his turn, Ruin leaped from the tree. Due to his sensitive hearing, the brown-haired man detected something amiss and immediately went on alert. He mumbled, "What was that sound just now?" Looking at the bushes in front of him, he was sure there was another person behind them. To become a legendary figure, he immediately cast a technique that charged directly at Ruin. The attack pierced through the leaves and reached right beside him, but he faced it without flinching. He quickly activated time distortion. He passed through them one by one without any problems, and in the blink of an eye he reached the location of the last young man. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise at his speed. His body was firmly bent forward, ready to deliver a tremendous kick. He delivered a direct kick to him, and he immediately appeared to be incapacitated. The remaining people were extremely surprised, their mouths agape, as they had not expected such a thing to happen. To avenge his comrade, someone used the prison tree technique, and countless vines shot out from the ground, rushing towards him. Having already dealt with this technique before, he merely had to jump. At the same time, he cast a fireball in his hand. Recognizing its danger, they thought the best course of action was to flee and scattered in all directions like a beehive. Explosive flame energy. Everyone get out of the way quickly. But unfortunately, they hadn't even run a few meters when their path was blocked by Theta's ice shuriken. He cheered him on from behind like an enthusiastic fan. Ruin poured all his strength into this attack, like a basketball player preparing to shoot a goal. Meanwhile, the unfortunate young man, no matter how desperately he tried to escape, could not avoid the fireball, and with a pale face and wide eyes he could only scream in despair. A powerful explosion occurred, spreading out in a hemispherical shape like a shockwave, blowing away everything around it. The trees looked as if they had been swept away by a storm, and a dazzling light enveloped the entire space. Eventually, he lost consciousness, fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. Gasped simultaneously, his armor's defense reached its limit, and he was disqualified, automatically moved out of the testing area. He glanced at the remaining people and they involuntarily shivered and screamed, "Ah," with the winner's mindset, he said nonchalantly. Now 3 people are fighting for from behind. Irina and Theta also approached him, realizing that he had encountered a much stronger opponent. The team leader reluctantly opened his mouth. "We surrender." Ruin couldn't hide his excitement. "Now we have food." Having defeated their opponents and obtained supplies, they acquired a lot of food, even meat. "This should last us 3 days, shouldn't it?" Those guys were quite careful with their storage. Theta checked his pockets, smiling contentedly. Irina and Ruin each held black pouches. "Thanks, I'll enjoy it." Suddenly, a distant earth-shattering explosion occurred, startling Theta. The 3 quickly focused on it. "Doesn't it seem like Dalien's team is heading that way?" "I don't know what's happening, but it seems like something big has occurred. Who's going to fight a team of over 10 people? This is what you call a bottleneck," Irina said, crossing her arms. "There are almost no mages who have reached this level of power. My goodness, his skills have improved so much in just 1 year. Has he reached that level?" Theta exclaimed in amazement. Ruin listened and fell into thought. He's truly strong. His face grew serious, and when he mentioned the elite swordsman, Doomfram, he looked a little fearful. The door opened, and the orange light of dusk shone into the dark house. Everything proceeded as he had expected. Ruin was silent, a thoughtful expression on his face. "This is the central village. It's the only place on the island that can accommodate many people." On the map was a colossal island with numerous large trees and hills. "Dalien's team is likely to come here." "Yeah, that makes sense. And Doomfram might come there too." His expression grew even more serious when this name was mentioned. Even with so many people there, he decided to go there alone. "Isn't he being too reckless?" Irina expressed her curiosity. "No, he'll definitely come. That's the best way for him to win." She didn't understand why after hearing Ruin's words. "Slaughter points." She was startled, her mouth agape. "Slaughter points will increase every time someone is eliminated. If I were Doomfram, it's a really good idea. Truly ingenious and clever." "I just thought from his perspective and what I would do." Ruin chuckled awkwardly. "Besides, he wants to attract the Flame King's attention right now, so he has no choice but to act recklessly. You're really strange." Irina looked at Ruin with suspicious eyes, making him flustered. At night, shadows flickered outside the house. "Did you confirm how many there are?" Ruin asked Irina through a gap in the curtains. "Only 1. Although they knew someone was lurking nearby, they remained vigilant and quickly investigated. I turned off the lights in case anyone noticed. I don't think they know we're here." "Is he heading this way?" He observed the stranger very cautiously. "Irina, go wake up Theta. It's dangerous outside, yet he's sound asleep. I'll stand guard." The mysterious figure approached the door. In the quiet night, rustling footsteps were heard on the grass. He stood at the door, seemingly peering inside to see who was there. Ruin lay in ambush, ready to grab him as soon as he opened the door and entered. If he were alone, his face would have been extremely tense. The man entered and closed the door. He came in but completely failed to notice Ruin hiding to the side. Ruin immediately grabbed his clothes from behind, startling him. Then he forcefully threw him forward, sending him sprawling on the ground. Before the man could react, Ruin covered his mouth. Irina appeared and illuminated him with magic. As his face slowly emerged in the light, Theta paused slightly. You're Canalis." When Ruin released him, he lay painfully on the ground. "I'm sorry, everyone, I didn't intend to intrude." I just needed a place to rest. If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Ruin still held him down. Did you come alone? He was very cautious, constantly frowning. Yes, but what about the other members of your team? As far as I know, there were 6 more. Theta cautiously pulled back the window curtain to check the situation outside. Doom Fram. As this name was mentioned, the atmosphere in the room grew even more tense. We fell into his trap. He imagined Doom Fram's fierce face as he massacred everyone. From the start, we made aggressive moves using our numerical superiority. We planned to ambush Manchan's team to gain slaughter points. There were quite a few people in black cloaks, but he appeared. Doom Fram leaped down from above, ambushing their team. He seized the moment everyone scattered to find food. Do you mean all 6 of them fell into Doom Fram's trap? Irina couldn't hide her surprise. No, only one. Before that, we prepared for a situation where we had to defend in time, but what happened afterward was the problem. Hearing the explosion, Dalien led his team to attack us. They had to fight Doom Fram and also be wary of another opponent. We resisted desperately, but even I couldn't hold on. Only 2 of us, including myself, managed to escape with severe injuries. But the problem didn't end there. As Canalis and another team member were both severely injured and struggling to escape, Doom Fram appeared again. He stood before his prey with a murderous expression. At first, he hid and observed us quietly. After the battle, when we were injured, he secretly followed us. He explained with a very angry face. He took advantage of the situation. It was a truly clever move. Ruin couldn't help but admire Doom Fram's cunning. This time he's sure to benefit. So I know I'm being shameless, but could you please let me join your team? He pleaded with a truly pathetic expression. What? Theta was surprised by his suggestion. He looks utterly exhausted right now, but this guy also has good tactics. He rubbed his chin, thinking. No, when Ruin spoke, both Theta and Irina were surprised. How did you escape? He asked Canalis with cold eyes, causing him to sweat. How would Doom Fram have let you, an injured person, escape? His face became as serious as if interrogating a criminal. It was then that the 2 finally sensed something was wrong. Theta pointed at Canalis and said, Oh, you mean there are 3 possibilities. 1, you're lying. 2, Doom Fram intentionally let you go. Or 3, someone was watching everything from afar. Ruin began to deduce as if possessed. Otherwise, try using the system to verify his identity. The result was 5 colossal question marks. Identity unknown. The fake realized everything was exposed and gritted its teeth. You're not Canalis. Ruin clenched his fist with a terrifying expression. A loud noise echoed in the quiet night sky, startling an owl into flight. A large hole was punched in the floor and even flames were burning. At this point, only a cloak remained, the person having disappeared without a trace. A doppelganger. Irina and Theta, witnessing this scene, were greatly surprised. Hurry, dawn. The sun had just risen above the high mountains. Canalis might have been attacked by the person who created the doppelganger. It's highly likely that all 7 of Canalis's teammates have been eliminated. Ruin, Irina, and Theta packed their belongings and left the place early. Perhaps that doppelganger wasn't entirely lying either. I want to talk about the person who clashed with Sisu. The attention of the other 2 was fixed on Irina. Her face grew serious. There's a saying passed down in the Mazios Sea, to fight pirates you must use pirates. Ruin calmly shouldered his backpack. Let's go and catch the enemy. Smiled with determination in his eyes. In a quite large house deep in the forest. Have you found their location? They're hiding on the west coast, he chuckled, covering his face, and Dalien looked at him with a disgusted expression. You forged almost everything, but unfortunately they eventually found out. Your puppet was discovered. How? Dalien raised an eyebrow in confusion. I didn't expect even you to be surprised. That puppet was destroyed by someone who intervened. He laughed with his mouth wide open. He had a sinister face, like a perverted killer. What are you going to do now, Dalien? He frowned, lost in deep thought. Irina Prius, Theta Monkiri, Ruinadal, all troublesome opponents. He knew their information well and seemed capable of quickly devising a counter-strategy. It's the back. An ambush. A dazzling light suddenly appeared from behind, startling the 3. A holy spear suddenly sprang out, weapon in hand. It wasn't Ruinadal. He thought he was the one ambushing, but he was ambushed instead. The explosion of light shook the entire forest. It's Dion's holy magic. Everything is going according to plan. The 3 were actually hiding in the trees. Theta was comfortably sitting and eating as if watching a movie. Hearing the explosion, they'll all rush over, but we're not actually there. He chewed the apple in his hand, laughing excitedly. Irina carefully watched the play they had created. So what are you going to do now? Let's go get some slaughter points. Ruin stood up, smiling as if the trick had worked. The other 2 also seriously prepared for battle. The scene shifted and blood splattered. Dalien looked over in surprise. The 3 people who had been mistaken for his team earlier were huddled, their faces pale. Ruin, Irina, and Theta arrived just in time to rescue them. Is this what they call a temporary alliance? It's worth a try. Theta found this situation quite interesting. There are only 6 of them. Charge, don't be afraid. One guy quickly regained his momentum. He truly underestimated his own abilities. He charged directly at them and attacked. Suddenly an immense force surged from behind Theta and even Ruin was surprised. The guy who had just been about to attack was sent flying over 100 meters by that force. Things happened too quickly for anyone to react immediately. Dalien's team was astonished to see their comrades sent flying with a single blow. This power. The three protagonists were also surprised. Everyone turned around and it was Doom Fram. Ruin's pupils contracted. He flashed between them at lightning speed. A blue aura enveloped him, and with a single sword Doom Fram struck down the three people before them. "Wow, do you want to join our team, Doom Fram?" Theta asked cautiously. Irina frowned. "It seems another temporary alliance has formed." "All right." Ruin was still wary, but this was advantageous for them. "Let's eliminate Dalien's team first." He began to calculate, observing everything with sharp eyes. "Everyone who has survived is here. The game will probably end soon. Why are only we being attacked? It's Doom Fram." Everyone returned to base. Dalien's team members all fled. Chi and Dalien were still resisting desperately. "Don't retreat. Everyone fight together." Earthquake. Ruin slammed the ground, causing an earthquake to attack the people charging at him. Screams shook the sky. "Oh?" His voice caught Ruin's attention. Ruin looked up to see Doom Fram leaping over a dazed person and coming towards him. He stared intently at him with a serious face. "Ruin Odal." He brushed past Ruin's shoulder and his low, chilling voice startled Ruin. "I'll finish you with my own hands." He glared at Ruin with hatred in his eyes. It was a firm declaration. After speaking, Doom Fram swung his sword and moved forward, and Ruin stood there quietly. He sighed, watching his receding back. A moment later, in a small observation room in a secluded forest, a young man was training passionately. "We've stopped at Base B near the center of the island." Ruin furiously threw punches, drenched in sweat. After that battle, the largest alliances that remained were only Dalien, Manchan, and Chi. The temporary alliance also disappeared with Doom Fram. Daily quest. Punch 5,000 times, kick 5,000 times, run 15 kilometers 1-1, actual combat training 1-1. He stopped, panting, and looked up at the notification board. "Good, finally finished. It feels like I'm doing quests again after a long time." The door quietly opened and he turned his head to look. "You're awake?" Irina entered with a smile. "Yeah, I'm training." She walked along the corridor towards him. "I'm a bit antsy, you know. We had an intense battle last dawn." When she asked, he was speechless and fell silent. "Ada left breakfast for you, so make sure to eat it." "I'll come in later." Ruin quickly changed the subject. "Ah, thank you." On the table was a well-prepared steak and egg dish. Irina took a bite of steak. The thick, juicy steak looked truly appetizing. Oh, as soon as she took a bite, her eyes widened. "It's delicious, isn't it? He's quite talented, that guy." Ruin entered from outside, elegantly putting his hands in his pants pockets. You fell asleep without a word last night." "I'm sorry." Irina was embarrassed. He smiled, walked over and consoled her. "It's all right. You were tired from standing guard." Ruin sat at the table and poured a warm cup of tea. "But Ruin," he was about to drink his tea but turned his attention to her. "I've wanted to ask you this for a long time." "What?" Ruin replied indifferently. "What are you going to do after you graduate?" Irina looked at him seriously. He was silent for a moment. "Why do you want to know?" "Just curious. Your abilities are extraordinary, so I don't think you'll choose an ordinary path. The mages competing in this competition will one day enter society. At that moment they will begin a life of coexistence. Some will join the knights and take on the important task of defending the nation under the royal army. Some will become members of the magic tower, and others will join special teams to earn money. That was the ordinary path. Ruin looked down at his teacup, lost in deep thought. "What will I do? Actually, I don't know either. I've never thought about this problem." He put down the cup, clasped his hands and said seriously, "Until last year I was at the bottom. When would I have had time to think about the future?" His eyes were fixed on the table and Irina continued to stare at him intently. "At that time I had to think about how to become a mage. After this competition, I think I'll have some ideas about what I'll do. I'll probably return to the academy." Ruin smiled and sighed. She remained silent. "What about you, Irina?" "I'm the same as you. I don't know either. I've never been sure what kind of mage I'll be. I just did what the people around me told me to do." Now Irina also looked down at the table. "Irina, be a great mage." She held the cup with both hands and took a sip of tea. When he said nothing, "So I made my own decision." Irina placed the teacup on the table. "I want to defeat Doom Fram first." She placed her hands on the table and said seriously, "I think that way I'll be able to find my path." Determination shone in her golden eyes. It was a firm declaration of Irina's future path. "I'll find out what kind of mage I want to be." The atmosphere suddenly grew even tenser. It was no longer an ordinary conversation. The battle with Doom Fram. Every year Irina was always second. Doom Fram was the mountain she had to overcome, the test she had to pass. "All right, let's do it together." Ruin understood her feelings and smiled. "I respect her aspirations. Everyone has their own problems to solve." Irina smiled brightly upon hearing what he said. "Thank you." That night, a full moon brightly illuminated the starry sky. "The safe zone is shrinking faster and faster. If we leave in an hour, it'll be just right." The three looked out the window. "Then tonight the only safe places are the central village and the base." Theta was illuminating the map in Ruin's hand with magic. "Assuming Dalien and Chi are both in the central village, occupying it is a good idea. But we can't rule out the possibility of Doom Fram ambushing us." As he spoke, the two were immediately startled. "If we just sit and wait until they attack first." Theta looked out the window with a tense face, and Irina became uneasy. "Then the safe zone will cause problems. Doesn't anyone have a good idea?" He clasped his hands behind his head. Why don't we just attack? Ain was speechless because of this muscular man. Now is not the time to draw attention. We really need to be careful. That's true. Ruin crossed his arms, maintaining his silence. Wait, I have a good idea. Irina and Theta stopped arguing and looked at him simultaneously. There are only a few people left now. Even raising our rank by one right now would earn us a lot of points. As Irina said, everyone will act very cautiously. Ruin began to explain the strategy. Furthermore, we just caused a commotion with this morning's battle, so it's likely no one will react to our movements. So what then? Now is our chance to catch Doom Fram. The other two couldn't hide their surprise at Ruin choosing such a bold move. Dalian and Chi have lost all their team members and the survivors are very weak, so they will definitely choose to hide, but Doom Fram, confident in his skills, will show himself. Moreover, we can't ignore him, otherwise we'll be in danger too. Ruin frowned, his face very serious. But where do we find Doom Fram? Irina's question was very practical. If we don't know where the opponent is, how can we catch him? Before Ruin could answer, an explosion sounded from outside and the house door shattered. From the dust, a colossal shadow walked in. Doom Fram appeared with an enraged face, blood vessels prominent in his eyes. He glared at Ruin with murderous intent. Did you sleep well? He calmly faced Doom Fram without a change in expression. We need to go to some place. Outside it was a quiet night and the air was extremely tense and oppressive. Ruin, are you caught by Doom Fram? Theta stepped forward cautiously, concerned for him. Ruin raised his hand to reassure him. Caught? I brought him here. Why did you bring him here? Shouldn't we be acting stealthily and finding a way to ambush him? Theta couldn't help but shout. But from the start I had no intention of ambushing him, Ruin explained calmly. Doom Fram had not said a word until now. Doom Fram, he turned and looked at him. Your opponent isn't me, it's Irina Prius. He looked at Irina and smiled. Irina clutched her skirt very tense. Theta was surprised by Ruin's decision. Doom Fram sighed. Ruin crossed his arms, helplessly closed his eyes, let out a long sigh, and fell into deep thought. Irina is truly strong, but she's always second place. She said she's very anxious because she always loses to Doom Fram. He recalled the image of the poor girl who had flusteredly turned her face away to avoid him. Well, it's about her family, isn't it? Then it would be very difficult to grasp the details. She doesn't like to answer many questions. He hesitated, thinking of Irina's serious and determined face. I believe the way she resolves everything is by trusting the type of wizard she wants to be. Lost in unconscious thought, Ruin raised his eyes to assess the young woman before him, who was about to fight against immense power with an explosive blue light. Unlike the indifferent figure opposite her, Irina was fighting strenuously. Covered in sweat, she cast magic, creating a blue orb brimming with power. And then with all her might she pushed that magical mass forward, shouting, Ice Storm? A cold mass of ice flew like lightning. It moved towards the man with the sword in front, and he took a defensive stance. Suddenly, a trumpeted explosion that shook the sky occurred. It was louder than a J-bomb explosion, echoing throughout the forest, shaking the ground, grass, and animals. Irina frowned, startled. The blue light completely disappeared, and only a red light, blowing everything away, fiercely blazed. It was a defensive magic, a red orb surrounding and protecting the area where Doom Fram stood. A moment later, the orb began to crack, and the light from within seeped out into the dark night sky. And then it exploded, and he appeared, looking magnificent like a male protagonist holding his sword. The ground around the circle where he stood now had a large hole, and dust and orb fragments flew everywhere. As the dust cleared, his sharp face was clearly revealed. Blood vessels protruded on his face, his mouth was tightly shut, and his eyes, like those of a dark king, blazed with fire as he glared. Irina, seemingly exhausted, was covered in sweat and helplessly gritted her teeth, saying. The two men opposite with crossed arms watched as Irina could no longer endure. Ruin, is it all right to just leave her like that? He seemed indifferent, but he frowned and fell into thought. Jang could no longer bear it and wanted to help the girl. The battle was fierce and one side fell exhausted. Doom Fram, with a face cold as a demon, prepared his attack. He swung his sword, throwing red magical flames which flew towards Irina, who had long since exhausted her strength. She helplessly watched in terror as that power steadily approached her. I can't avoid it. A man's body moved in front of her, blocking that fatal attack. The two seemed to cut through the magical waves. That man was Ruin. She looked at him in surprise as he protected her. Ruin, you're fighting Doom Fram and you're not afraid at all. He calmly turned and answered the girl's question. I told her to attack first, not to let him finish her off. Hearing that, she seemed relieved and slumped to the ground. He glanced at her and smirked. His face was perfectly that of a commanding leader. I cannot lose a useful comrade like you, even if it's for victory. Irina was speechless. She might even shed tears of gratitude. Ruin turned and fiercely charged at him, shouting provocatively, Doom Fram, let's shake everything up. He sighed and assessed them with a contemptuous expression. Are you trying to face me alone? Is your team not stepping forward and only that muscular man standing there? That muscular man was not deaf at all. His face was even more commanding than a protagonist's, and he angrily retorted gruffly. What the hell, you bastard? Ruin approached him. Of course I'll fight alone. You're more than enough for me. Oh, as expected of a sharp-tongued person, he doesn't lose to anyone. He was somewhat triumphant. I learned how to deal with swordsmen from Sir Jur. He recalled and observed again. For a knight, the most important thing is their feet. They not only give power to the sword but also help predict the enemy's next move. So if I control Doom Fram's feet, he said, acting on his words. At the same time he also leapt up, swinging his sword ready to fight fiercely. He seized the opportunity to act, And it was as expected. Just then Ruin's eyes widened triumphantly, grasping the outcome. So as Doomfram swung his sword, he swiftly leapt to avoid that fierce attack. Ruin smirked. It was that very smirk. Good, but it's not over just because it seems that way. He widened his eyes, astonished by the shadow that flashed past him like lightning. This bastard is inscrutable and people are unpredictable. From when he charged forward and the magic moving along the sword in his hand flashed past Ruin's body. Even before his brain could catch up, drops of blood dripping onto the dark night. I'm not a knight, I'm a mage. Doomfram crouched and fiercely reminded him. He still stood there uneasily. He tightly clutched the wound on his arm, and though he was drenched in sweat, he still raised his head to look at the provocatively erupting sound. He swung his sword again, lightly reminding him. It was because they had never seen a true magic swordsman directly. Immediately, a reverberation erupted, and Doomfram stepped forward one step at a time. With each step, he swung his sword, and Ruin continuously retreated. Theta shouted in anger. Defend, Ruin. He clicked his tongue, seeming to find it hard to accept that he had never fought such an opponent before. He racked his brain, thinking, until now when facing mages I used time distortion to approach, then created opportunities to exploit their weaknesses. Comparing him again to this man I'm facing now, he commented. But Doomfram overcame this point by using a sword. Ruin stopped his steps. There was no more room to retreat. He stopped, but his eyes looked down at the scratch that had pierced through the fabric of his pants on the front of his leg. Not only was blood flowing there, but the area around the wound was blackened and bruised, and the blood had clotted. Before Ruin could even question it, Doomfram swiftly continued. This is called the radiation effect, he said, moving forward. This wound will continuously absorb your movements, and you will be completely trapped, just like Irina. Doomfram's expression changed in an instant, and he spoke chillingly. Good, let's finish this now. He strongly plunged the tip of his sword into the ground, and it emitted a colossal beam of light. It was no longer red, and that power had now transformed into a dazzling dark purple. That power enveloped Doomfram's body. Boom, purple night wings instantly unfurled, their feathers fluttering around his body, harmonizing with the night. The two people watching from the side became restless, worried for him as they saw the situation change. Ruin's eyes widened. The situation was critical. Doomfram cast a grade 5 spell, shouting loudly, Devil's Wings. That magic emitted a beautiful jade green light. But the dark drab black wings and their feathers did not look beautiful or bright at all. Swoosh, a colossal wind blew from him, sweeping away everything around him. It was truly terrifying. It even blew away human bodies. The two people standing outside clung to nearby rocks, trying not to be blown away. Both screamed in fear. Oh my God! Doomfram stood in the middle of the battlefield, and dirt, stones, and even the path were shattered by the power emanating from his hands. Where is Ruin? He hid behind a rock to avoid this malevolent power. That man, truly unbelievable. His reputation as champion every year is well deserved. He's truly too strong. He struggled, gritted his teeth, and tore off his sleeve. And then he wrapped that piece of cloth around the wound on his thigh to prevent it from worsening. Bewildered, he saw a flash and looked at his other hand. The ring on his middle finger was emitting a flash of light. On Doomfram's side, everywhere he stood was just dirt and stone dust. Nothing was intact. Grass and trees had withered. He sighed, speaking as if very sad. Ruin, I had high hopes for you, but it seems I'll have to be disappointed. He peeked his head out from behind a large rock like a mouse and looked at him. Yes, I admit it, he said, and then strode forward, facing the colossal and dignified man standing there. Doomfram, you are truly strong. For a moment I thought of you as a colossal fortress. Doomfram glanced at Ruin and spoke venomously. Are you going to give up? Ha, it won't be that easy. Ruin immediately changed his expression. His sharp eyes seemed to pierce through him. These eyes were like a sword imbued with power. Yes, it was power built upon the trust of those who believed in him. Thinking of them, he spoke clearly and confidently to Doomfram. Aren't there still many people who believe in me? That is what has led me to break down this fortress and move forward, he spoke, then extended his hand wearing a ring set with a red diamond straight in front of Doomfram's face. Doomfram didn't understand his action and raised an eyebrow, scoffing inwardly. He's crazy. And then he picked up his sword from the ground, provoking him. If I teach you a lesson, you won't be so talkative anymore. Without waiting, Ruin shouted loudly. Spirit's fury and immense power surged forth. His hair seemed to hold as much fury as his current mood. His rage was about to explode. Doomfram, watch your words. The battle officially continued, with neither side losing momentum. Doomfram leaped high and swung his sword. If you can't avoid this attack, you'll die. Ruin also prepared to swing his hand wearing the red ring. Two powers clashed. Sword and ring, the situation was extremely tense, and no one let their guard down for a moment. The colossal sword gripped the ring tightly as if to cleave it in half. Sometimes Immunity Realm was activated, allowing resistance to physical damage, and then the ring glowed and the sword shattered into two pieces. Countless sword fragments lodged into Doomfram's body and blood splattered everywhere. Ruin flashed past the startled Doomfram. Doomfram's voice trembled as he looked at the wounds on his body. Why? He seized the opportunity to kick him in the shin, bringing Doomfram down. Losing his balance, his body slumped to the ground. Subsequently, a foot stomped on Doomfram's chest. Ruin slowly opened his mouth. Doomfram, listen carefully, he said, looking down from above. You cannot be my opponent. The only things you possess are arrogance and a nature that believes yourself superior to others. Snap out of it. Ruin's arm rose high and his fist clenched tight. Doomfram's pupils contracted in fear and his body seemed to freeze. Ruin's fist seemed to strike down from the sky and his clothes fluttered with his movement. The three saw a flash of light erupt from Doomfram's body. Theta clutched his chest, gasping for breath. From his high vantage point he was completely surprised. If you lose, I'm the next victim, Ruin laughed. It was just luck. I almost lost. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Irina, who was grieving nearby. Her eyelids were slightly drooped and she didn't seem comfortable at all. Ruin approached and said, I'm sorry for interrupting your match. Irina put aside her sadness and replied with a smile, Why are you sorry? I'm the one who should be saying that. She bowed her head, her voice full of self-reproach. Because of my selfishness I put the entire team in danger. I'm truly sorry to everyone. He hesitated. But because of me you didn't achieve your goal in this competition, did you? Irina turned and walked away with an indifferent expression. Don't worry about it. That goal is no longer there. Ruin still looked bewildered and mumbled, Huh? Irina smiled faintly and said, My goal isn't to defeat Doomfram anymore. Then, pointing at Ruin, she added, My goal is you now. Ruin furrowed his brows and replied with a laugh, That won't be an easy goal. Irina gave a playful smile. I know that very well. You'd better be prepared. Someday I will definitely surpass you. The situation grew increasingly tense. Now, including us, there were only 5 participants left. Dalian, Manchan and Chi resisted very fiercely. Theta and Irina also counterattacked relentlessly. But they were no match for our team. In the forest, a sudden loud bang and flash erupted, mixing with rising dust in a blue light. Dalian, Manchan and Chi both lay motionless on the ground, enveloped in blue light. Dalian Manchan's entire body lay still on the ground. Seeing the two gradually disappear, Theta exclaimed, Oh, Ruin opened his mouth. So now it's just the 3 of us. Irina closed her eyes and smiled. That's right. Theta couldn't hide his joy. I never thought I'd make it this far, he suddenly suggested. Shall we have one last showdown? Irina's voice echoed, Wait, Ruin. Irina said, I'll withdraw. I'm not in good shape right now. I'm sorry, I'll try harder next time. Ruin readily agreed. Understood. We'll compete again next time. Ruin thought Irina must be very exhausted. Theta winked and chuckled. All right, is it my turn now, Ruin? Even if you're the team leader, I won't go easy on you. You haven't seen my real skills yet, have you? Ruin took a combat stance. Bring it on, Theta exclaimed in surprise. Wait, his body flew into the air. Theta's voice still echoed, I told you to wait. Elsewhere, cheers were heard. Congratulations, our academy's representative took first place. Everyone sat at a table, raising their glasses in celebration. Congratulations, Ruin. Ruin is the best. Suddenly, a voice was heard and Ruin turned to look. When people said you weren't in the dorm, I knew you'd be here. The 2 people standing outside the door were Theta and Irina. Irina was the first to speak. We've fought together for so long, how could we miss the chance to celebrate you? And Mr. Theta insisted on coming along. Ruin puffed out his cheeks, listening to Theta's excuse. What? I thought it was over when the exam ended. What else am I supposed to do? Her lips curled into a smile. Well, I can't help it. This is just how I am, Ruin smiled faintly. Everyone's still the same. After a fierce battle I was the sole survivor. Doomfram had high slaughter points but low survival points, so his ranking dropped. Dalian and Irina, despite being championship contenders, were still behind me. If I could maintain this, Ruin imagined himself holding the champion's trophy with people cheering. Victory was no longer a distant dream. Jason's eyes were full of hearts. He shouted joyfully, The day has come for me to sit at the same table as Irina Prius. I can die happy now. Irina kept waving her hand and replied, Stop it. Everyone joyfully raised their glasses and exclaimed, All right, let's all toast to the goddess Irina. To the fervent cheers of the crowd, she covered her mouth and chuckled shyly. Ruin also burst into laughter. Inside the bar, the sound of people's laughter echoed very pleasantly. Elsewhere, 2 people were heard whispering to each other. That guy, Ruin, probably won't win this festival, right? Shish, keep your voice down, Doom will hear you. Ah, sorry. Although spoken softly, these words reached Doomfram's ears precisely. He was displeased and couldn't believe he had lost. Doomfram looked at the sword fragments placed in the display case and thought, I was careless. I never thought his target wasn't me but this sword. He recalled what had happened then. I noticed it instantly, but I was confident I'd win even while swinging my sword. Doomfram was filled with regret now, having lost again in a match watched by that person. Suddenly he asked, Did that person come to see me today? The other person hesitated and replied, No, I haven't seen him yet. Then the person suggested, Don't worry too much, you must be tired, so let's find a place to rest first. Doomfram's voice echoed calmly, I'm sorry, I want to be alone right now. Hearing that, the other person quickly stood up, Oh, sorry, then I'll leave, call me anytime if you need anything. At this point, Doomfram was left alone in the room, standing silently in front of a personal locker. Doomfram stood there for a long time, seemingly deep in thought. Below the building, joyful voices echoed. Ruinodal defeated Doomfram, a new generation of talented mages has been born? Tion Esnet stood on the balcony looking down. The cheers were still incessant, pride shone in his eyes. I only thought that child would do well, but I never imagined he'd go this far. I never even imagined he could defeat Doomfram. Theron walked up from behind. Ruin's victory seems to have brightened your face, Professor. My pride has been wounded. It's hard to face him in the arena. Tion Esnet hesitated and asked, Then the arena? He smiled and nodded lightly in reply. Yes. The 2 looked down at the scene below together. The grand festival is almost over. Regular footsteps echoed. Now all that remained was the individual exam. The specific content was an obstacle course. This round took place within the city limits. Participants competed based on 3 criteria: land, combat, and swimming. As it was a competition among mages, participants could summon mounts or use teleportation magic to travel through time and space. Theta turned to the person next to him and asked, "How is it, Ruin?" His gaze was directed at the cheering crowd in the stands. Everyone was chanting Ruin's name. "How does it feel to be a star?" Ruin also turned and looked at him. About that I don't know either." Actually, his eyebrows raised slightly, and his gaze dropped. "I want to enjoy this breathtaking moment, but now is not the time." Nearby, Doomfram's gaze was still fixed on Ruin. "It's not too late to celebrate after the winner is decided." Today was a bright day, and the warm sunlight blended with the blue sky, making it very pleasant. Theta crossed his arms over his chest and cleared his throat. "Today is the individual exam, and no one will withdraw, so don't put yourself in danger." Ruin replied with a smile. "Understood, I'll do my best." The announcer fired a gun into the air as a ready signal. Irina, Dalian Manchan, and Chi all took combat stances. A loud gunshot echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. Footsteps echoed incessantly. Everyone moved in different ways, but their destination was the same. Suddenly everyone stopped. Before them stood a group of elves armed with weapons. Irina opened her mouth. "I thought you would arrive a little later." Dalian Manchan's body was flying through the air. Dalian Manchan suggested, "How about the 3 of us form a temporary alliance? What do you think?" Irina politely refused. "Mr. Malakin, I don't really like working in teams." Nearby, the sound of hooves echoed incessantly. Doomfram was on horseback, his face very serious. A yellow beam of light shot directly from his sword towards the group of elves. Irina opened her mouth. "They seem to prefer individual attacks." Dalian Manchan nodded. "I've observed Doomfram for 6 years, but it's still very difficult to approach him. So let's go our separate ways, let's not interfere with each other." The image of the elf was reflected in Doomfram's blue eyes. The elf, without a chance to counterattack, was struck by a sword from him and fell. Doomfram glanced back, curious. Why hasn't he appeared yet?" Then he cut down another elf's body. "Could it be that he's far ahead of us?" "No, that can't be." Doom looked back again. "If that's the case, he must still be behind." He frowned at Irina and asked, "Why hasn't he appeared yet?" She hesitated and replied, "Well, I don't know either." Now that she thought about it again, it was strange. Irina recalled the elves they had just defeated. "We've been ahead so far, so why haven't Ruin and the others appeared yet?" Dalian Manchan's voice grew worried. "That's right, they still have enough time to catch up to us and the others, but no one." Before he could finish, a strong gust of wind swept past them. Ruin stood there and greeted them. "I've caught up." Doomfram's eyebrows furrowed and his gaze darkened. Before that, murmurs had been heard from the stands. "What's wrong? Why isn't Ruin Otto moving yet? Has he given up? What's happening? Just watch quietly." "He's the one who defeated Doomfram." Ruin ran his hand through his hair. "From the moment I decided to participate in the Grand Festival, I've been waiting for this day. After 6 months of physical training, I can be confident in this round." He also had his concerns, but since I'm a close-quarters mage, it would be disadvantageous to show my back to pursuing enemies. After a moment of thought, Ruin's eyes became resolute. He quickly dashed forward. "I'll attack them one by one from behind and move forward." At this point, the people moving in front, hearing a whooshing sound from behind, turned around and saw Ruin rush forward, sending 3 people flying. He counted 29, 28, 24, and after that he forgot how many he counted. Just then a voice was heard. "Oh, what is it?" Theta glanced back with a suspicious look. He was startled to see Ruin and asked, "Ruin, since when?" Ruin cut him off. "You understand me, don't you?" Then, opening his eyes, his voice was cold. "I'm sorry." Ruin kicked Theta into the air. His figure gradually blurred. Theta exploded with rage, shouting his name loudly. "Ruin." After hearing the whole story, Irina cautiously asked, "So you eliminated all of them?" Ruin replied nonchalantly. "Only a few. The rest surrendered on their own." His eyes shone sharply. "Now no one can stop us." Doomfram gritted his teeth and called out his name. "Ruin Adol." He glared at Ruin. "This time everything will be different." A strong wind blew towards the people and the air became suffocating. Doomfram's voice was very serious. "I'm ready to fight you now, but there are still a few people chasing from behind." His hand was clenched tight and a blue light flashed around Doomfram. He leapt up onto a mount. Doomfram said in a low voice, "See you at the finish line." After speaking, he whipped his horse and galloped away like an arrow. Dalian Manchan chased after him, shouting, "Doom, do you really have to go there?" People watched Doomfram charge towards the castle. Everyone knew that place was a trap zone. Ruin was still lost in deep thought, his gaze fixed far away. Trap zone. This castle was filled with countless traps to protect the hidden treasures within. Since the treasures had already been excavated, the traps inside now served as obstacles for the exam, posing a fatal danger to those who recklessly intruded. Therefore, the generally safe method everyone used was to destroy the traps. This was also a perfect way to assess a mage's understanding and risk management abilities. Irina and Dalian Manchan quickly created defensive shields. Ruin tapped the castle wall and said, "But destroying the traps takes a lot of time." Jang followed Ruin, looking up at the high castle wall and asking, "So you want to break down this wall?" Draco would have done that. He hesitated slightly. "Yes, but it's still impossible to break down this thick castle wall." Ruin opened his mouth. "I know," Jang asked, even more confused. "Then what will you do?" Ruin turned back and replied, "This is the ruin of an abandoned castle." He seemed to understand slightly. Oh, so you mean you'll aim for a spot that's no longer sturdy? Ruin nodded lightly in reply. That's right. Ruin's eyes were filled with information about the strength of the entire castle wall. He continued, that's why I was looking at the wall using observer's eye. His gaze fell downwards and suddenly stopped, seeing a red box appear with the information old and corroded part. Ruin softly exclaimed, found it. He pushed his entire body forward with force and Zhang also clung tightly to Ruin's shoulder. He continuously punched the same spot on the castle wall. Dalian Manchan, seeing Ruin's strange behavior, mumbled suspiciously. What the hell is that guy doing? Is he trying to break down the wall? He must be joking, right? Irina admired inwardly, as expected of Ruin. He looked at her with an unpleasant gaze and asked, Irina, I know you're close to Ruin, but isn't this too much? Who punches a wall with bare hands? Suddenly, Irina pointed forward and shouted. Look, cracks were gradually appearing in the castle wall. The two saw Ruin standing before a large hole at the bottom of the castle wall. Dalian Manchan scratched his head and gave him an awkward smile. Hey you, may I pass this way? Ruin turned his head and replied calmly. Seeing no signs of attack from him, Dalian Manchan anxiously cried out, Wait, Ruin? A large rock fell from above blocking the hole, and he shouted in anger, This damn bastard truly vicious. Ruin rushed forward and Zhang couldn't help but exclaim, Amazing, it only took 2,400 strength points to break that wall. You're clever. You're panting and running. Now only Doom Fram and I are ahead. As Ruin rounded a bend he saw Doom Fram, and Zhang felt a little annoyed. That guy showed up too. Seeing an arrow stuck in his shoulder he spoke, but the shoulder injury clearly made him look anxious. Ruin was right behind him thinking to himself, You want to beat me, Doom Fram? Doom Fram drew the sword in his hand and snarled. As the sword came down, Ruin quickly leaned to avoid it. Suddenly a hand grabbed Doom Fram's collar. Ruin held him tight, dropping him from above, and said to Doom Fram, Let's pass the final round together. After that, the two free fell through the air. With a splash the two fell into the water, and white spray scattered everywhere. Ruin poked his head out of the water and took a deep breath. He swam thinking, Alright, if that guy crosses the cliff with magic, I'll be at a disadvantage. I need to swim out of here quickly. Suddenly the water temperature gradually turned cold, and Ruin looked back to see the water behind him freezing, steadily approaching. Seeing the opponent concentrating on using magic, he shouted Doom Fram. The more Ruin thought, the angrier he got, and he yelled loudly, Hey you damn bastard, can't you see I'm swimming? Why are you freezing the water? At this, the water around his body froze, trapping Ruin tightly. Doom Fram, sitting on horseback, looked down at Ruin from the ice and replied, Is this the time to be concerned about such things? He finished speaking and curled the corners of his mouth in a sneer. Then I'll go first, Ruin Oddle. Seeing Doom Fram's figure gradually receding, Ruin couldn't suppress his curses. Damn it, he struggled, and a yellow heat wave gradually spread from below. He had to get out quickly. The ice sheet melted from the heat and cracks slowly spread everywhere. Cracking sounds echoed, and finally the ice sheet shattered. The man on horseback heard a familiar sound from behind him and was shocked. How did he catch up so quickly? He decided as he ran. There are no more obstacles now. The only thing to do is run. Ruin kicked off and leapt into the air. He soared from above, shouting loudly, Doom Fram, shall we compete again? Doom Fram broke into a cold sweat, worried. No, in my current state I haven't even had time to think properly. A loud crash echoed, followed by a thick cloud of dust. Everyone focused on the screen and discussed noisily. Who won? I don't know either. Suddenly, a man pointed forward and shouted, Look, someone's coming. The door opened, and a horse slowly walked in from the dust. A horse raised its head and neighed loudly. Everyone's expressions grew suspicious. A horse? What is this? Where are the mages? A man pointed elsewhere and shouted, Hey, it looks like someone's appeared on the screen. The screen showed Ruin looking down at Doom Fram sprawled on the ground. Someone cried out in surprise. Ruin Oddle is standing. Ruin looked at him and assessed. It seems you've lost too much strength going through the trap zone. Your movements have slowed down a bit. Doom Fram closed his eyes and groaned. Ruin turned and walked away, saying, I'll go first, Doom Fram. In the arena, 3 flags were displayed according to rank. Ruin stood in the first place position. He had fought in the survival competition and 3 overall events, also taking first place in the individual competition, achieving the highest total score. The grand festival had finally ended. He recalled the past, and those voices seemed to speak to someone like him, who had endured everything for the past 6 years. A person trapped in a prison of solitude. Ruin's back looked like his lonely self. He clenched his fist and placed it over his chest. The joyful cheers of the crowd echoed in his ears. You've worked hard all this time. Ruin's face shone with triumph. Those cheers felt like a reward for all my efforts over the past years. He raised his arms high in response to them. Thank you, everyone. I don't want to lose this praise. Outside the door, carriages were moving in a line and the sound of horses could be heard. Wow, so many carriages. Jason propped his chin on his hand looking out the window and said, But they're all selected nobles, right? Ruin nodded and replied, Yes, that's right. I heard not all noble families were invited. He said so hesitantly. They replied yes to Jason. Ruin sat alone at the dining table. Everyone had come to meet Ruin. He let out a long sigh. I'm bored. I'm dying to go back to the academy. Suddenly a sound startled Ruin. A little strange. Seeing the person entering and smiling, he suspiciously called her name. Irina. Irina pulled up a chair, sat down and asked, What did you say was strange? The people here. Why isn't anyone talking to you? Ruin replied calmly. Maybe I look too arrogant. I came to a party in such casual attire after all. Irina scanned him from top to bottom and nodded. Yeah, that might be it. Then she continued. But as far as I know, there's another reason. Irina saw glances directed at her from various places. Clearly most of the nobles were here to get close to Ruin, so it made no sense that no one was talking to him, no matter how arrogant he looked. Her eyes sparkled as if she had discovered something. Perhaps someone has spread rumors about you. Irina's words surprised Ruin a little. That person must be influential enough that no noble dares to even think of talking to him. He bewilderedly asked her who that person was. While the two were talking, a man walked up to the host's seat. The man cleared his throat and addressed everyone. "We will officially begin tonight's banquet. All 32 Academy representatives, please follow me." The dining table was beautifully laid with delicacies and delicious drinks were also placed. Seeing so much food, he couldn't help but be impressed. The food at the banquet with the Flame King was no less grand than a king's meal. But the atmosphere here was very strange. Someone clicked their tongue and said, "Damn it, if I'd known this, I would have feigned illness and run away." Hey, I should be the one saying that. Tonight's banquet was ostensibly a dinner, but in reality it was a review of the competition. And for the students who hadn't performed well in the competition, it was like a last supper for condemned prisoners. Ruin glanced at the two empty chairs nearby. He couldn't understand. "I thought only the Flame King would attend, so why are there two host seats?" The man pointed nearby, signaling that they had arrived. Everyone stood up in unison and looked that way. Theron was seen slowly entering. Everyone respectfully bowed their heads as he passed. "Salute to His Majesty the Flame King." The sound echoed in unison. Ruin, while bowing his head, swore inwardly, "Salute to His Majesty the Flame King. What nonsense, it's creepy." Hearing Theron say, "Come in," he was slightly surprised. "What? The Flame King invited someone else?" a strange voice suddenly echoed. "I hope I haven't interrupted dinner?" An old man. This man had sharp eyebrows like swords and brown eyes. He exuded noble dignity from head to toe. Ruin was confused, thinking to himself, "Who the hell is this guy?" He recalled how excited people were earlier, cheering, "Amazing, the new mage Ruin." Everyone called my name. They called me a new mage, not a failure. Now everyone in the room knelt and respectfully shouted, "Long live His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Hearing that title, Ruin was startled. "Ha, Crown Prince." After the greetings, everyone quickly took their seats at the table. Fear flashed across everyone's faces. Everyone bowed their heads and bent their backs as if searching for a place to hide. Even a minor accidental touch made everyone flustered. The atmosphere was silent, as if you could hear a pin drop. Theron was the first to speak. None of my 11 disciples could defeat Ruinodl even once. Was the skill gap that wide?" Doomfram bowed his head, trembling all over as he listened to his assessment. "Truly disappointing. I am ashamed to call you my disciples." He dared not raise his head and could only vow. "I swear I will never show such a terrible performance again." Theron's voice turned cold. "Second place is for the incompetent." This grand festival proved the old saying true, even small streams flow with dragons. Ruin's mood was also not good, not at all comfortable. It was as if this party was held to criticize the 11 disciples, and he was merely a tool to convey the Flame King's words. He again turned his gaze to the person next to Theron. "That person isn't the only one making me uncomfortable." This man had been glaring at him with murderous intent since the start of the party. His name was Som Ten Dui Nap. He also glared at Ruin, not hiding his gaze at all. Ruin recalled what he knew. Despite being in an unfavorable position as the third prince, with his outstanding strategic mind he successfully ousted his brothers from the dynasty and became the sole crown prince. Cold sweat suddenly drenched Ruin's body. Proficient in both literature and martial arts, he is almost perfect in every aspect. He suddenly recalled Irina's words, "Perhaps someone has spread rumors about you. That person must be influential enough that no noble dares to even think of talking to him." Theron suddenly asked, "Ruinodl, how do you feel about winning the grand festival?" This question made him silent. After that, Ruin replied, "Uncomfortable." Theron asked back as if unable to understand. "Uncomfortable?" His voice grew firm. "Yes, I am satisfied with the competition results. But it makes me uncomfortable that my performance is being used to diminish the efforts and honor of the students here." Irina, sitting next to him, hastily grabbed his arm and called out, "Ruin?" Everyone present was also shocked to hear such a reply. Ruin remained silent, but even in this situation there was no fear in his eyes. Theron's voice was calm. "You mean you don't want your results to be used to belittle others? But isn't inferiority one of the factors that drive human progress? You know that well, don't you? Isn't that right?" Ruin honestly expressed his view. "I think your majesty is rather instigating others to be hostile towards me. Pointing out weaknesses and encouraging their spirit to work harder is one thing, and preying on their inferiority to provoke hostility is—" He finished speaking and looked directly into Theron's eyes. "Aren't those two completely different things?" Ruin's voice turned as cold as ice. "My Exnet Academy is also not a place that others can look down upon and call a small stream." Theron curled the corners of his mouth and exclaimed, "Oh!" The two stared into each other's eyes and the atmosphere fell silent again. Suddenly a small laugh escaped Som, followed by him clutching his stomach and bursting into loud laughter. Everyone looked at Som in unison. An unpleasant expression flashed across Ruin's face. Som wiped away the tears from his eyes and said, "Oh my, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I even shed tears. Where did this guy come from?" Irina clutched her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "You're welcome," she spoke to him in an angry voice. "Ruin, you're not going to cause trouble again, are you?" "Are you?" Ruin forced a smile and replied, "Ah no," but inwardly he added, "Perhaps." Theron clasped his hands and spoke, "But it's a little different from Tyrion and it feels a little fresher. I look forward to the future." Sam suddenly looked at Ruin and called out, "Wait," he stood up and proposed. "Ruin Adel, would you like to have a cup of tea with me?" Then Sam chuckled coldly. "I don't want to hear no for an answer." No. After that, the two moved to a different place. At this time, Ruin and Sam sat facing each other. He slowly called out Ruin Adel's name. Sam, with a provocative attitude again, said, "From now on work for me. This time too I won't accept no for an answer." He said it as if it were natural. "You have a week to settle things. I will send you to the cavalry training center and arrange accommodation for you." Sam continued as if remembering something. "Ah, and there's the nationality issue. The Crown Prince's right-hand man can't be a foreigner, can he?" Ruin grew increasingly confused. "What nationality?" he asked, as if unable to understand. "But why? The Empire has plenty of talented mages like Doom Fram." Sam slowly opened his mouth. "Ah, that guy," he bowed his head and sighed. "He just lost to you." Sam's voice turned cold. "You mean do I want to keep a loser by my side?" Ruin remained silent, bowing his head and not replying. He continued, "And one more thing, from now on when you speak to me, keep this in mind." A glint flashed in Sam's brown eyes and he said in a low voice, "I prefer yes to questions." Hearing Sam's tone, Ruin looked up, his eyes burning with anger. Sam Tan urged him to answer quickly. Sam Tan stated that the first reason was that the Elder Flame King had recommended Ruin. For years he had asked him to recommend talented mages, but he had never mentioned anyone. Sam Tan explained another reason. He liked Ruin's boldness. He pointed a finger at Ruin, speaking of the audacity to express his dissent even in ragged clothes before power-hungry leaders. Sam Tan's voice held praise for Ruin's boldness in daring to express disagreement to the Flame King. Finally, with a subtle smile, he spoke of the audacity to continue questioning him despite warnings. Sam Tan casually spread his arms, adding that politics sometimes needed someone who understood fun. After Sam Tan's lengthy explanation, Ruin summarized, "So my job is just to advise?" Sam Tan gave an annoyed look at Ruin, questioning him again. "I want you to protect me from my murderous brothers who don't want my brother to become Crown Prince." Ruin fell silent, his head bowed, his face clearly flustered. Sam Tan asked again, "Don't you like it?" Ruin nodded. "Yes, I don't." Sam Tan lowered his voice. "I already told you I didn't want to hear an answer." "No," Ruin thought again. Ruin considered Sam Tan sitting before him. This opportunity might be once in a lifetime, a chance to become the right-hand man of the Empire's most powerful Crown Prince. Ruin's thoughts were muddled. After all, most mages chose to align with power. Even the Magic Tower, dedicated to magical research, was no different. If he were to miss this chance today, he might regret it for a long time. However, after a moment's hesitation, Ruin replied, "I still have many things I want to do." Ruin muttered inwardly, "I don't want to be anyone's mage." Sam Tan's voice turned cold. "I thought I was being too rational, but in fact you're the one who's too emotional." He asked again, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, won't you regret it?" Ruin firmly replied no, then stood up. Sam Tan didn't stop him, merely smiled and said, "All right then, let's pretend today's conversation never happened." As Ruin was leaving, Sam Tan suddenly spoke. "Ruin Adol, they say you are this year's Grand Festival's most shining gem." Sam Tan did not hide his intentions. "My hobby is collecting gems, and so far there's no gem I couldn't have. Do you know why?" he issued a warning. "Because all the gems I couldn't have I destroyed." Ruin turned back once more before exiting the room, then firmly opened the door and walked out. At this moment, Ruin stood alone in the hallway and said to himself, "That last remark was a clear threat. My decision was correct, wasn't it?" Suddenly, someone's voice was heard nearby. "Huh, Ruin?" Jason asked curiously. "Where are you going? You're not secretly on a date, are you?" Ruin immediately retorted, "No, what are you talking about?" Ruin thought inwardly, "In the end, I just want to be a mage with my own unique color." Inside the room, Sam Tan's voice echoed, "I'm curious about that fellow recommended by the Flame King. He seemed very special." Theron continued, "This won't be easily resolved." Sam Tan nodded and replied, "Yes, I threatened him a bit, but it had no effect." Theron asked again, "Then will you give up?" Sam Tan burst out laughing. "No, not at all." He raised his wine glass and the light from the ring on Sam Tan's hand flashed. "As you know, I like to collect, especially things related to collecting." He smiled slyly. "In the end, Ruin Adel will be mine, because I decided it." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ruin endured the barrage of questions from the two with an awkward smile. On a beautiful twilight afternoon, Ruin was training, endlessly throwing punches. A light aura surrounding him exuded a serene atmosphere. No, to be precise, an atmosphere of moonlit radiance. A system window appeared. Punch 5,000 times, kick 5,000 times, spinning kick 5,000 times, long distance run 15 kilometers 1-1, combat training 1-1. After reading the entire system window, Ruin panted heavily. "Good, today's training is all done." Ruin collapsed to the floor, letting out a long sigh. Jang appeared from somewhere, coming next to him and saying, "Oh, your body seems to be getting better and better." Hearing that, Ruin looked at the small palm-sized bear and said, "I don't want to hear that from a man." Jang immediately retorted at Ruin's words, "What are you talking about? I'm a woman?" Hearing that, Ruin stood up in disbelief and shouted, "What? How can you be a woman?" Jang immediately replied, "Because I was born a woman." Ruin asked loudly again, still disbelieving, "Do demigods have gender?" Jang angrily crossed his arms and yelled at Ruin's face. "Who said they don't? You just didn't ask, but we even bathed together." Ruin recalled the moments he and Jang had bathed together. Jang snorted. There was nothing to see, seemingly admitting everything. Ruin's face hardened and he spoke to Jang, emphasizing each word. So that means you saw everything when asked. Jang trembled and tried to turn his head to hide his embarrassment but realized he couldn't. However, unlike Jang's fluster, Ruin merely chuckled lightly. He slowly stood up, no longer teasing Jang. Alright, I'll go first, okay. Hearing that, Jang turned his head and stared blankly at him. Jang chased after Ruin, shouting loudly, let's go together. Ruin was already far ahead, and whether Jang chased or not, he kept walking but still said to Jang, then no more jokes. Jang stammered, trying to explain that he wasn't joking, that he was serious. No, it's not a joke, it's real. But Ruin still didn't believe him, instead laughing to tease him. Peef, do you think I believe you? Hearing that, Jang was speechless. The scene shifted to the train station. The sky was blue, clouds white, and sunlight dazzling. The weather couldn't have been better. However, a terrible voice broke the peaceful atmosphere. Jason hugged Ruin, tears streaming down his face, and said, I'm leaving first, Ruin. Stay healthy, okay? He earnestly exhorted Ruin like a mother telling her child before a long journey. Ruin, flushing, had no choice but to comfort his friend. I'm not dead yet. The surrounding friends were all busy laughing at this scene. The train whistle blared loudly. Jason and the others had already boarded the train. Ruin watched the train gradually move away and heard the voice of the stray cat. Alright, then I should depart too. Ruin turned to look at him. After his friends left first, I headed to Leverdie to finish my schedule as the Grand Festival winner. Ruin and the stray cat sat side by side on another train. However, neither of them spoke and silence hung in the air. Ruin recalled the first time he met him. Call me Stray Cat. The Stray Cat Mage was an escort from the magic tower. A system window reappeared identifying the mage. Name, age, special notes, and he was silently reading the paper in his hand. The system found no information. Everything was just 3 large question marks. Ruin was also slightly shocked. Even with the player's eye, I can't confirm his name. They must be people with very superior skills, Ruin thought inwardly. That means they are as good as or even better than the magic school professors. The only thing I can say about them is that they look to be in their late 20s. Ruin turned to look at the stray cat with cautious eyes. Ruin's eyebrows almost touched the magic. Only then did the stray cat speak. Now I will briefly guide you through your schedule. First, you will go to the palace to receive congratulations. And he explained everything in detail to Ruin, who listened silently with a slight hint of worry on his face. Ruin interrupted him. Excuse me, could you speak normally? When Ruin suggested it, he seemed a little surprised. Ruin continued, I'm only 16, he replied. That's more comfortable for me. His face showed no change in expression. Cold as ice, he continued his work again. Let's recheck the schedule. Ruin smiled awkwardly, thinking inwardly, they are very meticulous and businesslike. Another thing learned. He informed him of the next schedule. After that, you will go to the magic tower to be chosen by an item. Ruin was bewildered, as if wearing a hat on his ear. Chosen, the stray cat explained. Yes, it might end up being nothing. In fact, the items do the choosing. Hearing that, a hint of worry crossed Ruin's face. Ruin implicitly understood the stray cat's meaning. That is, like King Graham, items also have consciousness. The stray cat announced the final schedule and put the paper in his bag. Finally, you will receive a mission. He explained that ordinary students wouldn't receive official missions. However, the Grand Festival winner was an exception. It was an event to announce the emergence of a new generation of mages to the world. Ruin unfolded the list of papers and continued. So it's like a kind of beginning? He immediately replied, precisely. He continued, then choose a mission from the given list. Ruin contemplated the list before his eyes. The missions included exploration, subjugation, assassination, knowledge discovery, and so on. The moment he read those words, Jang popped out from somewhere and whispered into his ear, making Ruin flinch slightly. Ruin and Jang stared intently at the list in their hands. Their faces were so similar it was hard to tell who was the father and who was the son. Ruin finally made his final decision. I will choose this one. His voice rang out firmly, and the train whistle blared outside. The scene shifted to Moran Palace. 2 stood in the hall. This is Moran Palace, the Crown Prince's auxiliary palace. Go inside, everyone is waiting for you, he urged Ruin. Then he politely bowed his head. Then I'll be going. Hearing that, Ruin hastily turned around and shouted, wait a minute, aren't you coming in with me? While Ruin was still bewildered as to why the stray cat wasn't entering with him, the door before them opened. Somtan stood tall behind the wide-open door, and Ruin was still looking for the stray cat. He crossed his arms and said with a slightly laughing voice, Welcome to my empire, Ruin Adel. Ruin looked up at him, saying nothing. Upon entering, Ruin knelt before him. First, I received 10,000 gold coins from the Crown Prince. This amount exceeded the Adel family's annual budget. Somtan sat on the throne, smiling at Ruin and saying, If you ever need money, come anytime. If you change your mind, Moran Palace will always welcome you. Hearing that, Ruin could only force a bitter smile. This money seems like more than I could earn in a lifetime. Ruin walked, carrying the gold coins. Ruin thought inwardly, it seems the Crown Prince hasn't given up on me yet. But I need to hurry to my next schedule. At this moment, the stray cat and Ruin were walking inside the palace. Ruin said that everyone in this vast palace must have good stamina. It was a miracle to walk around this huge place all day. Ruin cracked a joke to break the quiet atmosphere. However, the stray cat seemed not to like jokes. He turned back with a cold face and said, Stop the nonsense. Lord Theron is waiting for you. Hearing that, Ruin flinched. Ah yes, Ruin smiled awkwardly. Does no one here know how to joke? He thought it would be better to take these people to the sea to taste the saltiness of the ocean. He asked again, Are you sure about that mission? Ruin seemed a little surprised but answered firmly, Yes. Hearing Ruin's firm answer, he didn't ask further. Understood, you chose the most difficult one, Ruin replied cheerfully. Haha, it seems quite interesting. Hearing that, he continued, I wonder what Lord Theron will say. Their conversation ended. The room door opened and a chilling cold emanated. As Ruin entered, Theron was already sitting in the room waiting. He spoke, come in. The conversation began with a warm cup of tea. Theron first asked Ruin, do you want to choose that astonishing mission? Ruin immediately replied, yes. Hearing that, Theron picked up his teacup and slowly said, the safest mission is subjugation. You can clear out bandit groups near Siciliano under royal escort and be welcomed as a hero, he explained, and Ruin listened silently. And he wondered, but why do you want to go there? It's just a desolate land. Ruin was silent, but his eyes changed slightly, as if he already knew the answer to his question. No, it's very similar to chants. Rewinding to the moment Ruin chose his mission, Jang appeared. Jang pointed to a mission on the list. Ruin asked curiously, what's that? Jang replied, your first mission must be to choose that one. However, Ruin still didn't understand exactly what it was. Jang explained, that's King Graham's homeland. Hearing that, Ruin was startled. Jang continued, and that's where Draca stayed for about 100 years. On a green plain, a colossal dragon appeared, breathing as if drinking the sky. Chiansen was located at the northernmost tip of the Lion Kingdom. In a thick fog, towering mountains piercing the sky appeared. It was known as the residence of ancient elves, but now there were no more elves. The giant-bodied elves were now relics of the past, except for King Graham's artifact in the academy. They all lost their lives in the Great War. All the elves lay fallen beneath the feet of the enemy leader. The place where the elves disappeared was now nothing but desolate land. The skulls of the elves, carried by the cold wind, chilled one to the bone. There's a reason why the search mission in this area is considered extremely difficult. It's because an invisible barrier surrounds the mountain. A barrier that no magic can destroy. To date, countless scholars and mages have shaken their heads and given up, unable to find a way to break through it. The search mission is to uncover the true nature of that barrier. Ruin recalled the story Jang had told him, and a firm resolve was evident in his eyes. Theron remained quite curious. I wonder why you want to undertake a search mission in such a desolate place, he continued. Don't you find it as charming as a children's story about the elf gods getting angry and making it a sacred place? Ruin looked at him without a word. He was deep in thought, but others would have no reason to be interested in that place. However, that place, destroyed by the world, was where Dracagonia had resided for 100 years. That reason alone is enough for me. No further explanation was needed. He simply explained that it was the most difficult mission. Hearing his explanation, he tilted his head and looked at him. Just for that reason, if you want to show off, you'd be better off choosing something else, Theron advised him. He couldn't believe that a 16-year-old would choose such a mission. He still tried to dissuade him. You don't need to suffer so much just to gain achievements. It's only difficult because it's a mystery no one has solved, Ruin chuckled, unconvinced. If a 16-year-old mage finds the answer to such a mystery, wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? He still sneered. You'll just end up with a failed mission in the history of the Grand Festival, Ruin also sneered. That's also one way to create a remarkable achievement. His words irritated him a little. His brows furrowed and his smile was no longer natural. Theron changed the subject. Do you know why I introduced you to Crown Prince Guamte? He was a little bewildered by the question. Seeing his reaction, he explained, it was to keep you in lever. I wanted to observe you more. Everything was planned from the start. Ruin was silent, tension evident on his young face. Theron continued to explain. Because of the uniqueness of your abilities, I wonder if it's related to you choosing this mission. The atmosphere was a little tense. Anyway, I'll always be watching you. Those words made him a little worried. Even after returning to his room to rest, he lay on the bed, still thinking about the promise he had just made. But can I really do well? He asked himself in a slightly anxious voice. Jang, who was standing nearby listening, asked him, Why are you worried? Are you afraid you won't find anything? Ruin replied somewhat. After all, that place has been a disconnected world for centuries. I really wonder if anything can be found. Jang immediately retorted, Humans haven't found anything so far, but you can. Ruin immediately reacted, I'm human too. Jang replied, You transcend human ability. Ruin asked curiously, Me? It's not easy to be someone like Ruin who transcends human ability. What is ability, and who evaluates it? While the two were talking, a knock on the door and a voice asking for permission were heard. Master Ruin, may I come in? Ruin jumped up and shouted, come in. Two people entered from outside the door. Ruin greeted them, Hello, Pig Forest and Stray Cat. Jang, seeing Ruin call them that, asked curiously, sitting on his shoulder, Pig Forest, what are you talking about? Ruin sighed and explained, That's His Highness's hobby. The mages of the Magic Tower all like to be called that. Jang, hearing this, was still bewildered and didn't understand at all. What kind of farm is this? Pig Forest approached him cheerfully. All right then, Ruin, let's go. We have to go to the manufacturing lab to receive your reward. The three walked down the corridor, explaining the manufacturing lab to Ruin. The Magic Tower's manufacturing lab is divided into 4 zones. Zone C, Zone B, Zone A, and Zone X. Items in Zone C are the most common, and items in Zone X are the rarest. Pig Forest walked in front, and Ruin and Stray Cat walked behind. Stray Cat continued to explain and list the zones as they walked. Stray Cat continued. Ruin will explore Zone A, Ruin asked curiously. You're not mentioning Zone X? When he asked, he turned around and his face became solemn. That zone is not open to anyone unless something special happens. It could even be a problem for His Highness. Ruin's gaze was fixed somewhere with suspicion, and he wondered inwardly, something special. Following the guide, they began exploring from Zone C. The three entered the room of Zone C. Ruin picked up a sword larger than a pickaxe. He asked the two, "Is this the Black Sword?" Pig Forest replied, "Yes, that's right. We only collect well-preserved items after battles with monsters and magical beasts." Ruin looked at the sword and thought for a moment. Impressive. It's like the gleaming sword Doom Fram used. The gleaming sword could even reflect his blunt face. Indeed, it's the Magic Tower's manufacturing lab. Even Zone C has more treasures than many noble families' vaults, he exclaimed in admiration. Suddenly, he noticed a book on the ground. Tin Brown Special Transformation. I heard the writing was discontinued, so why is this book still here? Pig Forest, seeing his curiosity, said cheerfully. You seem to know about it. That's a book over 100 years old, Ruin chuckled and replied. Haha, at one time all I could do was read books. Behind them, 7 types of yachts from Mom explored unknown lands and searched for ancient creatures. He read the names of the books on the shelf. If I'm in the Magic Tower, can I freely read these books? He picked up a book and opened it. He turned and asked. Stray Cat explained. Sometimes the Bishop of the Tower gives members the opportunity to read books, but they cannot own them. Zone B is a repository of knowledge. From forgotten magic books to rare ancient documents, even legendary manuscripts. Leaving the charm of Zone B behind, he headed to Zone A, but none of the artifacts in Zone A reacted to him, making him a little worried. He turned to the two and asked, "Has anyone ever not been chosen by an artifact before?" Pig Forest scratched his head and replied with an awkward laugh, "There have been, but it's extremely rare. A mage who can reach Zone A would have 1 or 2 artifacts react and show considerable skill," he explained, and his mood immediately sank. "Be ignored in all zones, it's truly disappointing." He was so sad he could only force a bitter smile. Jang saw this and laughed. Arms crossed like a boss, Jang cheered him up. "Don't be disappointed, they're all trash." Ruin was surprised to hear that. "What did you say, swords?" Jang explained to him. "Of course, they're all rare items to humans, but the truly rare items are beyond that." Jang pointed to the door of Zone X, from which a hellish murderous aura emanated. Ruin asked if it was inside Zone X. The door of Zone X was terrifying to look at, and it even had a dragon's head in the center. It opened its mouth wide as if to swallow alive anything that approached. Jang stared at the room. "I think there's something a dragon made inside. I can even smell unpurified dragon's blood in there." Ruin just sighed upon hearing that. He didn't really care. No matter how precious the item inside, he couldn't get it out. He didn't quite believe in his own abilities, and bowed his head again to search for items, thinking, "I need to focus on finding artifacts." But before he could find anything, a blue light appeared, catching his attention. Jang smirked as if already knowing what was about to happen. That blue light surprised the two of them, and Pig Forest stammered, That's the light coming from the Zone X door. If you don't brace yourselves properly, all 3 of you could be blown away and plastered against the wall like a painting." Pig Forest shouted loudly. This is something special happening. It's already been 56 years. That door is slowly opening." The scene shifted to Theron's room. He frowned. "Perhaps they can even register for marriage," he asked. "Did Kun Khan's Fang react?" Stray Cat replied politely, "Yes." He fell into deep thought. Is this a sign that he will be the next successor? There were 3 exceptional artifacts stored in Zone X. Angel's Scepter, Moshi's Scale and Khan's Fang. The commonality of these artifacts was that their owners could rise to the highest position. Angel's Scepter was used by Angel, the first human mage, and the infinite artifact amplifies destructive power and symbolizes the Mage King. 56 years ago, Theron was chosen by Angel's Scepter. Anyone chosen by it would ascend to the top of the Magic Tower. Moshi's Scale, an invincible armor that blocks all magic attacks. This armor chose its owner only once a century, and all who were chosen became legendary knights. But Kun Khan's Fang was the first ogre leader and a mysterious artifact. It had never chosen an owner in 100 years. Theron fell into deep thought. Does the fact that Kun Khan's Fang chose Adel mean that he is truly destined for the throne? He asked himself. He asked Stray Cat again to confirm if he had reported accurate information. Was Ruin Adel able to lift Kun Khan's Fang? Stray Cat also confirmed to Theron. Yes, the child lifted it very easily. Theron fell into thought again. Kun Khan's Fang was an artifact that most generals couldn't bring to the tower. He recalled 6 men struggling to carry a single fang. Everyone's face clearly showed their difficulty in carrying it. It was not something anyone could easily lift. It possessed the power of an ogre. Thinking that far, he seemed to realize something. The power that reminds me of an ogre. The special mission chosen is the search mission in Qiansan. Kun Khan's Fang is the first ogre leader. He organized all the information he had and then suddenly spoke. "Immediately summon the Mage of the Screams," he ordered Stray Cat. "I will go west to Qiansan." Stray Cat reminded Ruin that the mission period was 1 month, so he must adhere to the deadline. After finishing his instructions, he handed him the items he would need for the journey. "Here are your fees, ID card, and train ticket." Ruin received the items and thanked him. "Thank you." Stray Cat silently watched him put the items in his bag as if he had something to say to him. After putting away all the items, Ruin saw him still looking at him and asked, "Do you have anything more to say?" When he asked, he replied, yes and no. At that answer, he couldn't suppress his rising anger. Ruin was a little curious after hearing his answer. "What do you mean?" he replied. "As a mage of the Magic Tower, I cannot express personal opinions. But as a senior, I have something to tell you." A moment of surprise flashed across Ruin's face, and he didn't understand why he was saying that. The magic tower is very close to its subordinate mages but very cold to others. You know where the best place for you to belong is, Ruin. He implied something, as if confident that he would understand his words. Be careful and doubt everything. After saying this, his face became solemn, and the atmosphere grew even tenser. Ruin also saw this, and his face naturally became even more serious. The ancient city of Tessiran. The city near Cheonsun was built to protect the continent from monster attacks. It was also called the Shield of the Continent. Therefore, Tessiran was always armed with high walls, strong military power, and brave soldiers comparable to the capital. At least that's what he read in books. Ruin was talking to Jang in an almost deserted place. His face held a slightly worried expression. It was unexpectedly desolate. Jang replied to him, "That's because this place is a city. Their purpose has vanished and now the threat of ogres no longer exists." Jang explained. Jang pointed to the pub again. "Look over there, the soldiers are drunk in broad daylight." The soldiers each held their beer mugs and drank, and after probably finishing, their stomachs would be full enough not to need to eat anything else. Shouting all day, Ruin was a little annoyed to see it. Tisk, they said it was a city where people fought bravely even in broad daylight. Suddenly, a colossal man with a knife scar on his face appeared from somewhere. "Hey pretty boy, hand over everything you have." Was he really trying to threaten him with that colossal body? Did Ruin's face look frightened? Ruin lightly placed his hand on the colossal man's shoulder. A moment later, Ruin walked away thinking, the world is really different from what's in books. The man was already lying facing the sky. Thunderous snoring echoed in the quiet space. A man was drooling and even blowing soap bubbles from his nose while snoring. Ruin and Jang were speechless to see him sleeping soundly. Ruin decided to disturb the man's deep sleep and spoke, "Excuse me." Hearing his voice, the man woke up bewildered. He hastily got up, seeing Ruin standing in front of him. "I'm sorry. I was sleeping too deeply and didn't recognize the mage." Ruin didn't really care. "It's all right. Can I rent a horse?" Ruin asked him. The stable owner's face looked a little troubled. Actually, we don't have any horses right now." The stable was empty, not a shadow of a horse to be seen, and only dry straw remained in the stable. Ruin asked again, "No horses?" The owner replied, "Yes." Ruin asked again, "Are there no other stables nearby?" The stable owner just scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. This was the only stable in Mount Terry. Jang watched, chuckling with tears in his eyes. "A stable without horses? Haha, this place is truly—" Before he could finish, Ruin cut him off. "A bit unexpected." Unable to rent a horse, Ruin's face showed a hint of disappointment. The stable owner added an explanation. "There were originally 3 horses in the stable, but they were all rented out this morning. We haven't had customers for a long time, but today, suddenly, someone rented all the horses." Hearing his explanation, Ruin was slightly surprised, and the owner, flustered, suggested to Ruin, "If you could wait just one day, I'll somehow—" Ruin cut him off. "Hold on." The stable owner flinched slightly. "Yes?" Ruin asked the stable owner. "No one has rented horses for a long time, but today, suddenly someone rented them all?" The owner also seemed a little puzzled. "Yes, that's right. But why do you ask?" Ruin began to suspect something. "Hardly anyone comes to Mount Terry, so who else would have rented all the horses here besides me? Is it just a coincidence?" But he remembered what the stray cat had told him before leaving. "Doubt everything." Ruin asked his friend sitting on his shoulder again. "Jang, you noticed something, didn't you?" Jang sighed and crossed his arms at Ruin's question. "Hey human, are you just noticing now? I told you since the train." Jang answered Ruin's question. "That's right." The two looked in the same direction at once. "We're being followed." Behind the house across from where Ruin and Jang stood, a man in a black cloak was watching them. "As soon as we realized we were being followed, we immediately took action. I instructed the inn staff to report if anyone asked about me." Ruin gave the inn owner a gold coin, and his eyes immediately lit up, readily agreeing. "Don't worry. Nothing's impossible with money, right? I decided to act as bait and walk around Mount Terry." Ruin strode through the streets thinking, they definitely saw me leave the inn. They'll definitely come asking about us. They were clearly from the Lunich Empire. Ruin smiled as if he knew everything. "I don't know if it's the prince who's angry because I rejected his offer to join him, or the king of the magic tower who's investigating me. Either way, none of them are particularly welcome. I need to somehow resolve this before I reach the summit." A resolute look was in Ruin's eyes. "Since I know they're following me, I can't let them keep chasing." No one came. The inn owner replied to Ruin with an embarrassed expression. Ruin asked back in disbelief, "What did you say?" The inn owner also replied honestly, "It's true, I waited very nervously after you left, expecting someone to come, but no one did." Jang looked at him and said, "He doesn't seem to be lying." Suddenly, the inn owner remembered something and said, "But something very strange happened." Ruin hastily asked, "What is it?" He recounted a shocking story. "For about 3 minutes my memory almost disappeared." Ruin stood there, stunned by his words. The inn owner added, "No matter how hard I try, I can't remember." Ruin's face grew more tense as he recounted what he remembered. Mind control. A high-level grade 6 magic that can manipulate and control an opponent's mind. The victim loses all memory of that time and they can steal a portion of those memories. Ruin quickly went upstairs. "They are much more persistent and powerful than I thought. Moreover, if my memory was stolen, they must have discovered that I noticed I was being followed." Ruin deduced everything one by one. Ruin opened his room door. The room was empty, but someone had pinned a piece of paper to the headboard of the bed. The paper read, I have no intention of harming you, so don't waste your time looking for me and proceed with your search mission. Ruin angrily tore up the paper. Sneaking into my room, leaving a note and telling me not to worry? This is a clear threat. And Ruin's expression turned serious. All right, let's play. Ruin rushed out of the room. He stepped on nearby buildings and landed safely. Ruin's jump seemed very dangerous. Ruin ran like lightning. At this speed, I'm likely to get caught for speeding. And Jang asked, what do you think? Ruin replied with a triumphant smile. I have to find them. Ruin ordered to open the map. 4 red dots appeared on the map. One was Ruin and Jang's, and the other 3 dots belonged to the 3 people following him. Ruin ran ahead but looked back with a provocative expression. All right then, follow me. Each time Ruin sped up, red circles appeared. He shouted loudly enough for the 3 to hear him. It was as if he was running to take first place in a triathlon. Should we chase them? One of the 3 asked. Haha, our youngest Grand Festival champion wants to play a game with us. It wouldn't be fun to refuse, the leader wearing a skull pattern necklace said. He ordered the other 2 to chase them. Don't kill them. The 2 obeyed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yes, the sky turned crimson. The 2 pursuers flew like birds and soon caught up to Ruin and Jang. Ruin was still smiling and running, showing no fear at all. He was the one who proposed the game, so what was there to fear? In a desolate temple-like place where no human shadow was seen, a purple light appeared and 3 black-cloaked figures landed. They walked straight ahead with very suspicious appearances, looking around vigilantly. The man standing in the middle said, The trace of Ruin Adel, the mage from the screams, has disappeared. The leader turned his head and said, He hasn't disappeared, he's waiting for us. What did you say? They chatted carelessly, completely oblivious to the pile of wooden boxes nearby. Ruin burst out from inside and charged straight ahead, and the 3 black-cloaked figures were startled and cried out before they could react. Ruin Adel? Before he could finish, one of the 2 had his face mangled by Ruin's punch. Ruin quickly turned and looked at the other one, who was very surprised, his mouth agape. Ruin threw a punch, but he quickly created a magical barrier to defend himself. But for our protagonist, that's not enough, is it? The magical barrier shattered under Ruin's punch, and he was hit in one blow, spitting blood and falling. Gasp! Before they could do anything, 2 of the 3 were already down, sprawled on the ground. Ruin stared directly at the last remaining one. He suddenly burst into laughter and said, Haha, I was curious what kind of person he would be. And he's truly a monster. Ruin glared at him with a murderous expression and said in a low voice, Who are you? The bearded man in the black cloak, despite Ruin's wariness, smiled very nonchalantly and said, As you know, the Bishop of the Magic Tower sent us here. We were instructed to protect young talents. Ruin replied, More like spies than protectors. The bearded man's expression grew more mysterious and he tore a piece of paper in his hand, saying, Same difference. Anyway, it was quite enjoyable watching you. And then the old man disappeared, leaving only 2 poor subordinates unconscious on the ground and a faint gray smoke with the words "See you next time" heard. Ruin looked at the skull tattoo on the subordinate's neck and said, Skull tattoo, black sorcerer, black sorcerer. Ruin, with his arms crossed, answered Jang, looking at the 2 unconscious people before him. That's right, they're a secret organization from the Magic Tower that handles dirty work. Seeing these suspicious people in black cloaks with mysterious skull tattoos engulfed in blue flames, you can tell this organization is not a good place, Ruin said. Black Sorcerer Secret Organization. All that's known about them is their organization name and that tattoo. Exactly what they do, what the level of each individual is, and even who the leader of the organization is remains unknown. Jang, hearing that, looked at Ruin and asked very excitedly, How was it meeting them? Ruin looked at Jang, recalled something, and smiled, saying, There's potential. They don't seem as strong as the representatives from the last Grand Festival, Jang said, slightly confused, but we haven't even confirmed that man's strength yet, Ruin replied nonchalantly. It's fine. He covered his mouth with his hand, recalling those damned mages who had attacked innocent people, and said, They used grade 6 magic. They are by no means ordinary enemies. Moreover, they were able to follow us from a distance. Jang, seeing Ruin's serious expression, said, What are you going to do? Ruin was still deep in thought. Ruin looked up and seemed to have an idea, saying, First I'll make them reveal themselves. A moment later, the sound of horse hooves loudly echoed. That day, we immediately headed to Cheonsan. Ruin rode his horse, galloping quickly towards the mountain range before him. The journey to Cheonsan was truly difficult. I had to walk through barren wasteland, but I could clearly feel that I had arrived. Ruin placed one hand on his chest. Ruin dismounted, one hand on his chest with a slightly anxious expression. His chest was pounding, and the sunlight shone on the boy's sweat-stained face. He smiled faintly and looked straight ahead. So this is Cheonsan. That's right, you're not mistaken. This dark and gloomy mountain surrounded by a barrier is Cheonsan. Ruin stood blankly for a long time and said, This is satisfaction, isn't it? The black barrier shook slightly as if something had hit it. Ruin said, You said this is where you lived with Draca, right? Jang replied. Yes, that's right. Ruin tiredly sat down and leaned his back against the barrier. It's not moving at all. How do I get in? Ruin's expression changed. A hint of unease flashed across him. He looked up at Jang and said, What kind of inhumane idea is this? Are you telling me to destroy this barrier? Jang climbed onto Ruin's forehead and replied, That's right. Ruin sighed. Jang climbed onto Ruin's head, looked down and said confidently, Humans will definitely try to break the barrier, right? Ruin looked up at Jang and replied, That's right, that was my first thought. Jang continued, But they can't break it with ordinary human methods, Jang said again. What if there were ogres here? Ruin was slightly surprised by Jang's words, but he hadn't expected it at all. Ruin crossed his legs, propped his chin, and thought seriously, wouldn't it be better to call the ogres from inside, ask them to open the door like friends? While Ruin was still thinking, Jang quickly jumped to the ground. He crossed his arms, looked at Ruin, and said, "That's right, my idea is very clear right now." Ruin was even more shocked by his words. His pupils contracted and he looked down at Jang, saying, "But you said all the ogres here are dead, didn't you?" Jang looked directly at Ruin with a very confident expression and replied that it was just human thought. Ruin began to get nervous. He looked back at the barrier. Jang's expression darkened. Jang said, "Ruin, remember, your strength is to be unfettered by prejudice and to break through it." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice emanated from within the dark and gloomy barrier. "I'm breaking it." Ruin, standing outside, was slightly surprised. Ruin placed his palm on the barrier and said, "Oh?" Then he placed both hands on the barrier and with a slight hesitation said, "Can you hear my voice? I know you'll pretend not to hear me, but I've brought your leader's fang here," Ruin said with a hoarse voice, his hands on the barrier. "If you can hear me, open the door." After that, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and Ruin and Jang both felt a little uneasy. A moment later, an incredibly intense purple light burst forth from Ruin's hand. A huge explosion occurred between Ruin and the barrier, putting Ruin in danger. But with fierce determination, Ruin held firm, continuously enduring the powerful pressure before him. Ruin's pupils suddenly contracted as if he saw something terrible approaching. After that, the black barrier slowly disappeared. Ruin shouted. It opened. Just then, a mysterious old man in a black cloak appeared from somewhere and ran forward hastily, saying, "How can a newcomer like that do what no one else could?" Unfortunately, by the time he arrived, the barrier had reappeared, preventing him from entering. He helplessly kept knocking on the barrier from outside, shouting, "What is this?" It closed again. "What on earth is happening?" Before he could even figure out what was going on, a fist was swung. Ruin ran up and punched him in the face, sending him reeling backward. Ruin, with an angry and murderous expression, shouted, "Seize the opportunity, you won't escape like last time." Without giving him a chance to counterattack, Ruin continued his next attack. Using the earthquake technique, he punched the ground, causing an earthquake, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. The old man, having already been attacked twice in a row, goaded in pain. Not only that, but Ruin also shouted. Summoning vines and long vines shot forward, catching their designated prey, the mage. The old man was already tightly bound by Ruin's vines, sprawled before Ruin. Unable to say anything or move his limbs, he could only groan helplessly. Ruin said, "Did you think you could get close this time?" Ruin calmly looked at the bound person before him and said, "What grade are you? Let's end this game quickly." "Oh dear, our brother has already been discovered. He'll definitely swing a big wooden stick." A tall and nimble man swung a stick and rushed directly towards where Ruin was standing, and Ruin was startled and bewildered. A terrifying sight suddenly appeared. In an instant, a red liquid flowed from the tall man's wooden stick. There was no need to ask what the liquid was. Ruin was utterly astonished by the gruesome sight that had just unfolded. His eyes widened and his body froze. The colossal man turned to Ruin with chilling cruelty, making him feel a slight shiver. His dark eyes bore into Ruin. He said, "Answer me. Who are you, human?" Ruin feigned calmness, but inwardly he was extremely unsettled. Jang, perched on his shoulder, whispered into Ruin's ear, "Ruin, remember, they are made to think like monsters. Fortunately, I was able to enter Chonsan's barrier, and as soon as I entered, I thought I had stepped into another world," he continued to whisper. He followed the green giant deep inside. There he was surrounded by countless other terrifying green giants. They looked at him with questioning and curious eyes. One of them said, "Human, what is a human doing here?" "Shush, but he doesn't smell human. He smells just like us." Shush. Ruin's face was tense as he walked, and Jang beside him spoke. "Master, be careful. They aren't moral like humans," Ruin replied, tense. "Understood." Ruin recalled the moment he first met the green giant, saying, "Now I see he's not harming me because of Kun Khan's fang, but I don't know when they might kill me." He cautiously followed the green giant, who then scolded him. Upon reaching a towering mountain, the green giant said, "We've arrived. This is the summit of Cheonsan." The two stopped next to another green giant. Ruin looked at the giant holding a staff and asked, "The summit? There's another summit even higher up, isn't there?" Boom, a loud tremor echoed, surprising Ruin slightly. Before him stood another giant, larger than the others, with white hair and a beard. Ruin thought, "This isn't the summit, but there's an ogre here." The white-haired giant looked down at Ruin and introduced himself. "I am the leader of Black Khan. Human, I heard you possess Kun Khan's sacred artifact." Without a doubt, Ruin's jaw dropped in surprise at the colossal size of this ogre, many tens of times larger than the others. He looked up and thought, "He's much larger than the other ogres, isn't he?" The Black Khan leader continued, "Human, we welcome you as a guest. We have decided not to tear you apart and feed you to the eagles. Who are you?" Ruin tried to answer calmly. "I believe I already stated at the gate that I am the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang." The Black Khan leader sat down and said, "That is a lie. That is not something a human can wield," Ruin replied. "But it is the truth." Ruin took out the object wrapped in white cloth and said, "I can show you." The ogre exclaimed in surprise, "By the heavens, it's true." The Black Khan leader looked at Ruin with a very satisfied expression and said, "An interesting human. I smell our scent on you. And I also smell power." Ruin replied cheerfully, "Yes, I am quite strong." The Black Khan leader said, "Then answer me. Human, who are you?" Ruin hesitated slightly, saying, "I am." Ruin and Jang looked at each other as if they were heading towards the same thing. Ruin said, "Do you know about Dracogonia, the name of the dragon that once lived here in Cheonsan?" The Black Khan leader also gasped in surprise at what he had just heard. The Black Khan leader hastily looked down at Ruin and said, "How do you know that name?" Ruin rested his chin on his hand, smiled, and replied, "I heard it from King Graham." The Black Khan leader was even more shocked to hear King Graham's name. He said loudly, "King Graham, is he still alive?" Ruin recalled his first encounter with King Graham and said, "He lives as an artifact in our academy, should I tell you. He's considered one of our professors." Ruin looked at the Black Khan leader and said confidently, "You're curious about who I am, aren't you?" The Green Ogre guide was still listening intently to Ruin's words. "I am a friend of King Graham, the one who once led the summit of Chiansen," Ruin continued. "I am also the one chosen by Kun Khan's Fang, and the one who inherited Draca's world-destroying power." As he spoke, the Black Khan leader grew even more astonished. Before the two colossal ogres, Ruin stated clearly, "I am Ruinadal." Ruin faced the Black Khan leader and said, "Despite all this, will you still crush me and feed me to the eagles?" The Black Khan leader fell into deep thought for a long time, then said, "No, we shall welcome you with cheers, human." Ruin's face then suddenly stiffened, as if he was speechless. He now stood in the middle of the central square where there was a crude stone table and ogres cheered incessantly around it. Jang, perched on Ruin's shoulder, crossed his arms and said, "Even for welcoming new people, ogres have a rite of passage. If you want to be welcomed, you must prove your worth." Draca also participated when he first came here. Jang looked at Ruin seriously and said, "And the form of that is arm wrestling." A colossal green ogre approached him. He proudly flexed his muscles and said, "I am Amaret, son of Merhin. Are you the human being welcomed?" Already, Ruin's face was crumpled like a wrinkled blanket. He thought to himself, "This colossal ogre is my opponent? Something feels wrong." In an instant, Ruin and Amaret took their arm wrestling stances and the entire square filled with cheers. "Kra, hurry up. Amaret, crush that human." Ruin leaned on the stone table, looked at Jang and said, "If I lose this arm wrestling match, they won't throw me to the eagles, will they?" Jang replied helplessly, "I'm not sure myself." The atmosphere was tense before the colossal Amaret, and Ruin seemed very small in comparison. The two gripped each other's hands tightly, and Ruin thought, "This colossal ogre is clearly trying to intimidate me, but I can't blindly rush in." Ruin's face was now extremely tense. He knew a fight between an ogre and a human sounded absurd, but "I have special power bestowed by the sacred artifact." A white fang floated in the flow of magic. Ruin said, "Since acquiring Kun Khan's Fang, my strength has increased by 1,000. Ruin furrowed his brow and thought seriously, "Now my strength is 3,520. There's a chance." Amaret had a very confident expression. He said, "I don't think you're an ordinary human, but the feel of your hand is truly different. I am Amaret, son of Omelu Khan. Even if my opponent is human, I will not go easy on you." Ruin was not to be outdone at all. He smiled and said loudly, "All right, try to defeat me permanently in one go." In the center, the referee began preparations. Ready, the two contestants' faces looked very serious. "Start," the ogre referee shouted loudly. "He hasn't even done anything yet, and Ruin's arm muscles are so tense his sleeve is tearing." Amaret seemed slightly surprised by his opponent. The match was still ongoing with no winner decided. Amaret shouted loudly, "Oh!" Ruin's face, straightening upward, was worsening. He was drenched in sweat as if he could only hold on for a moment longer. He thought, "Is it over?" However, Ruin gathered all the remaining energy in his body and shouted, "This is my last chance, furry ogre." But contrary to his expectations, Amaret easily brought Ruin's arm down with even a thump sound. Ruin had tensed his muscles so much his clothes tore, but he lost so miserably that he froze, his face looking very bewildered. The ogre referee then stood up, raised both arms high, and shouted loudly, "Amaret wins." Ruin lay stretched out on the stone table, sighing, and said, I lost, even after doing my best." Ruin's hand was trembling, with cuts and bruises everywhere. He said, "So now I'm going to be thrown to the eagles, am I?" Ruin looked up at the sky with a lifeless expression, as if his fate was sealed. As he was lost in thought, a voice said, "Rise, human." A green ogre knelt before Ruin and said with a satisfied expression, "You fought against Amaret, Chonsan's most formidable warrior. That is truly commendable courage." At this moment, a system quest window appeared. The ogres of Chiansen greatly respect strength. It took Draca 17 years to earn the respect of the ogres with his strength. As he did, capture the ogres you desire with strength and make them respect you. Defeat Amaret in Arm Wrestling 01. Reward, Chiansen Ogre Alley. Ruin stammered in surprise at the unexpected situation. Thank you." Jang looked at Ruin and said happily, "Well done, Ruin. You've gained the ogre's support." Ruin pushed himself up with his hands, looked at Jang and said in confusion, "Jang, you didn't tell me this would happen, did you?" Jang chuckled and said, "It's fun, isn't it?" Ruin snorted, glancing at Jang, and said, "You said it took Draca 17 years to defeat Amaret? I'll do it in a month." Looking up, the atmosphere was very joyful, with ogres eating and talking together. As soon as the arm wrestling match ended, a feast was prepared on a small mountaintop. At the table, Ruin said cheerfully, "It's more delicious than I thought. I didn't know ogres could cook so well." Jang replied helplessly, "I thought the smell was too strong." "The smell is too," Ruin replied. "No, it's not." Ruin sat down, looked around, and said, "But why do the ogres here live as if confined to a monastery?" Ruin's face grew somber. He thought, "Anyway, I can feel something important." Looking at the joyfully laughing ogres, Ruin thought he could overcome something more important than this mission. Amaret approached Ruin from behind and said, "Mighty human." Ruin turned to him and replied, "Yes, Amaret." Amaret looked down at Ruin and said, "Then, what do you plan to do with the fang of our first leader?" Ruin replied, What do I plan to do? What can I do with it? Amrit smiled brightly and said, if you wish, I can forge a weapon suitable for a human. Suddenly receiving such good fortune, Ruin was slightly surprised. He thought, what? In a dark and damp dungeon, Ruin held the large fang in his hand and asked himself, what is this? As he walked holding the fang, Jang said, this is a primary source of power, a splendid symbol of strength. Among the ogre tribe, whoever inherits this will become the strongest, Ruin said. No, I mean, what do I use it for, like armor or magic staff? Jang said, Angel's scepter and Moshi's scale have very clear purposes. One is a mage's staff, the other is a knight's magic armor. Ruin imagined himself wearing armor, holding a staff and chuckling. Jang said, it can be used like a mace, except this magic spell. The two walked down the dark corridor chatting cheerfully. Jang said, just carry it around for now and you'll figure it out later. It will just increase your strength, Ruin replied. Understood. The scene shifted and Amrit said with a bright smile, if you wish, I can forge a weapon suitable for you, human. Suddenly receiving such good fortune, Ruin was slightly surprised. He thought, I have this, but I don't know how to use it. This is another unexpected opportunity. Amrit confidently pointed to himself with his thumb and said, Kun Khan's fang seems too heavy and hard for anyone to wield, but Omusira's iron forge can certainly handle it, Ruin said, slightly puzzled. The iron forge is similar to a human blacksmith. Amrit looked at Ruin and said, do you have any ideas for a special weapon, human? Ruin mumbled, A moment later he smiled as if something had come to mind. Then can you make exactly what I need? Half a month had already passed since coming to Qianzhen. Ruin was hiding in the bushes, seemingly lying in wait for something. From the front, a green ogre shouted loudly, human Ruin, and Ruin burst out of the bushes saying, I'll handle it. During that time I helped or supported the Agras tribe's hunting. Next I started running and spent a lot of time training things I couldn't do. Ruin, drenched in sweat, looked up at the system, then he said cheerfully, good. After that, Ruin arm wrestled Amrit, and just like before he lost again. However, the main mission that took up most of his time was different. Jang stated clearly, 15 losses in 15 arm wrestling matches against Omajusan. Ruin, angered by 15 consecutive losses, rubbed his arm and said, lost again, this really keeps happening to me. Behind him, Amrit merely laughed, haha. Ruin rubbed his arm for a moment, then Jang approached and encouraged him, cheer up master, you've gotten much better. Amrit smiled and said, that's right, human. You're using your strength more efficiently. Ruin, still not giving up, looked at Amrit confidently and said, thank you, I feel like I'm improving little by little. Through Omajusen's advice, I've learned how to use my strength rationally, and I can last a little longer each day. Ruin put both hands in his pants pockets, turned around and said, I have to defeat Omajusan before leaving here. Behind him, Omajusan was very bewildered when his name was suddenly called. Although inside the cave their conversation was clearly audible. Omajusan, are you hesitating? Omajusan replied, no, I'm not. In arm wrestling you humans are no match for me. A few days later, Omajusan now wore a stiff expression. Ruin's small hand defeated Omajusan in arm wrestling. The referee said, 17 matches, 16 losses. Jang also said he had won once. As if he couldn't believe his own eyes, Ruin happily stood up, and amidst Omerat's surprise, raised both hands and shouted loudly, I won! A quest appeared in the system. Defeat Amrit in an arm wrestling match in Qianzhen. Upon completion you will receive a reward from the ogre Qianzhen tribe. You will be respected by all ogres. Despite his defeat, Amrit was not angry. Instead, he continuously praised Ruin, saying, you surprise me again. I have lost, young Master Otto. Ruin rubbed his wrist and happily looked at Amrit, saying, it's the first time Amrit has called me by my name. Amrit turned and walked away, saying, it seems to be ready. Ruin looked at Omerat's retreating back and asked, ready for what? Ruin asked, is it this? Is it all done? Amrit turned his head and said, come here. Amrit said, actually it's been ready for a while. I was just waiting for the right time to give it to you. Ruin quickly approached Amrit. Why didn't you give me the weapon when it was finished? Amrit said, searching for the item. I waited until you could defeat me. If you hadn't won, I might not have given it to you. Kun Khan's fang is very important to us. Hearing that, Ruin's expression stiffened slightly, and he looked embarrassed. It's like he's taking it away from me right in front of my eyes. A moment later, Amrit held out the item in his hand to Ruin and said, it's yours. Ruin looked at the item before him with slight surprise and said, this is a black metal gauntlet in the shape of a bear's paw. It was crafted by Amrit from Kun Khan's fang, the first ogre leader of Qianzhen. The bear paw gauntlet is adorned with fragments of Kun Khan's fang, and it will destroy everything without breaking under any impact. It immediately increases strength by 2,000, and unique skills, leadership and growing potential are unlocked. Ruin put on the gauntlet, clenched his fist and thought determinedly. A bear paw gauntlet with Kun Khan's fang embedded in it. For a close-quarters mage like me, this will undoubtedly be the most comfortable. Seeing Ruin silent, Jang asked, how is it? Ruin Amrit also asked, what do you think of the result of my creation? I crafted it as the most perfect frame for you. Ruin's expression now seemed tense, but he was actually deep in thought. Amazing, not only 2,000 strength, but it could be much stronger, Ruin said. Amrit, could you gather all the warriors of Qianzhen? Immediately, all the green giants gathered in one place, they whispered. The powerful human challenged all of us to an arm wrestling match. Yes, that guy said he would defeat all of us. The giants were already excited and chattering. He defeated Amrit, but he's still challenging our pride. But for such a challenger in such an event, the more they talked, the more excited and elated they became. Welcome. Ruin now stood in the square facing the colossal giant. From the perspective of the Agra's tribe, this might seem like an arrogant challenge, but the atmosphere here was very enjoyable for the Agra's tribe who worshipped strength and loved competition. Not only the colossal giants but also the smaller giants came to watch and cheer. A child shouted loudly, "Go Dad!" Jang crossed his arms and chuckled. "Ah, it reminds me of the old days. Draca did this once too." Ruin leaned on the stone table looking down at Jang, and said, "That guy faced 17 opponents consecutively for 30 years, but I'm different. Humans can't live as long as dragons, so I have to do it quickly." Jang's triumphant expression turned helpless. Ruin placed one hand on the stone table, seriously looking at his opponent and thinking, "It feels like just yesterday I said it was impossible." But looking at his gleaming black gauntlet, Ruin was confident he couldn't lose with the bear paw gauntlet embedded with Kun Khan's fang. The giant referee outside began to shout, "Ready, start." The two were already trying to break each other's arm, but Ruin seemed slightly disadvantaged. Oh, but with his trained strength and the power of the gauntlet, Ruin could easily break his opponent's arm on a plane. The giants gathered as if to bid Ruin farewell. One giant said, "Will you come again next time, young master?" Ruin replied. "Yes, I have to go to Leverdane now," the giant said regretfully. "You've given us a truly memorable experience." "Thank you, young master." Ruin also happily looked at them but said nothing. Ruin extended his arm and hugged Amaret, and Amaret said, "Do you want to arm wrestle again, even after defeating all of us already?" Ruin said, "That's not arm wrestling." Amaret was slightly startled and looked blank. He extended his hand and shook Amaret's hand, saying, "That's called a handshake." Amaret said, somewhat unable to understand, "A handshake?" Ruin said regretfully. "It's a human way of greeting." Amaret listened silently to Ruin's explanation as if he had understood. It was a way to greet someone or bid farewell to a friend. After finishing his explanation, he set off, bid farewell by the giants. Ruin waved his hand and shouted loudly, "See you next time." Late in the afternoon in the academy office, Theron was sitting at his desk listening to a report. It's not very important news. He rested his chin on his arm, listening to the report and thinking. The report on the Mage of Screams is still incomplete. It had been quite some time since 2 people had returned with serious injuries, but there was still no news about the Mage of Screams who had started tracking Ruinodl alone. He fell into thought and recalled Mage Ty, who had been severely beaten by Ruin earlier. Another team was sent to search for human traces near Cheonsun, but nothing was found. He spoke, "They've been dealt with." Before he could finish, someone interrupted him. "Grand Master, there's a new report." Another man in a black cloak entered. He said that Ruinodl was heading to Leverdane. Theron heard this, and his face darkened unexpectedly. As if he was deep in thought for a long time, he commanded, "Order him to return immediately." At this time Ruin arrived in the city. The crimson sunset enveloped the entire castle, and he spoke in a low, disappointed voice, "I failed the mission." Theron rested his chin on his arm, listening to the other person's explanation. He showed a helpless and unpleasant expression. As His Majesty the Flame King said, there was a reason why no one could conquer that place. It was only upon arriving at Cheonsun that I realized this mission was beyond my capabilities. Ruin sat in a chair, bowed his head and explained despondently. The barrier was too strong and there was no way to get in. Theron listened silently. He interrupted Ruin. "Do you think I don't know you're lying?" Theron slowly spoke each word. "Tell me honestly, aren't you the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang? Moreover, the mission you chose was to find the ogre's sacred land. Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" Ruin heard that, and his face stiffened, sweating. He tried to remain calm and asked, "So you were watching me?" Theron calmly replied. "Watching? I was just worried. I was only afraid you might become one of the opposing forces of the tower," Ruin hastily said. "A mage who dares to oppose His Majesty the Flame King will be a lifelong enemy of the tower. Moreover," Theron scanned Ruin and replied, "Enough small talk, let's get straight to the point. Tell me honestly, what did you see in Cheonsun?" His face suddenly became stern and he snarled. "Are the people of the first ogre tribe still alive?" Ruin's face stiffened at Theron's question and he didn't know how to answer. He slowly left the castle. Ruin let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was a close call." He recalled Theron threatening him. "Don't lie to me. I know everything. If I wanted to, I could dig up your past." Ruin interrupted and asked back, "But you won't do that, will you?" Theron was slightly surprised for a moment. "Why?" Ruin sneered, his lips curling up provocatively. "A great mage of the border wouldn't resort to such extreme measures against a student like me, would they?" Theron heard that, frowned and shouted angrily, "Are you trying to make a bet with me?" "A student isn't that too humble a term," Theron said helplessly. "All right," he instructed in a gentle voice. "Since your first official mission failed, return to the academy." Ruin's face stiffened and he fell into thought. "I bet on the Flame King's pride and thankfully it worked. Although he won't use such extreme methods, there are still many other ways." He frowned, his face tense as he thought, "But if the Flame King becomes more reckless, I'll be caught. Just thinking about it is scary." Ruin comforted himself, but it must be over. He thought of Theron in his mind. "The artifact in Zone X chose me, and everyone knows that means I'm destined for the throne, although he didn't say it explicitly. The Flame King will surely keep a close eye on me." Ruin rubbed his aching shoulder, walked quickly and sighed. I don't know, right now I just want to leave this place quickly. The train puffed smoke and moved rapidly forward. Ruin's face was printed on a brightly colored banner and cheers erupted. Wow, Ruin, congratulations on your victory. People threw him up high, cheering excitedly. Come here, Ruin. Welcome, Ruin shouted in embarrassment. Stop it, that was 2 months ago. Jason slammed a cardboard box onto the table. Ruin sat on the bed and asked curiously, "What's this?" Jason crossed his arms and chuckled, replying, "Letters for you. As expected, the Grand Festival winner will surely become famous." Seeing the pile of letters in the box, Ruin exclaimed, There are too many," Jason interrupted. "These are just the ones that came recently." Ruin looked puzzled as Jason turned towards a white cabinet and continued, "These have been stored for a long time." Ruin's eyes widened, his mouth agape. As he looked at the small mountain of letters piled before him, speechless, he was in severe shock. Unable to say anything, Jason rested his chin on his arm, sitting cross-legged on the bed, chattering as he watched Ruin carefully read a letter. "What is this?" "Always letters from the Crown Prince, a letter to the Empire's genius mage and true patriot. To Ruin now." As the letters in the cabinet kept falling, Ruin's ordinary voice continued, "I was very happy to hear that you rejected the Imperial Crown Prince's offer. You are a true patriot. Wow, the senders are people I've never even met before." Jason sighed and replied, "The sender isn't someone close to you, but someone who wants to be close to you. Didn't you know that?" He lay stretched out on the bed, watching Ruin carefully read the letters, and asked curiously, "So, Ruin, what's your plan this time?" Ruin's lips curved into a slight, secretive and cunning smile. He grinned brightly and replied, "I think this year will be very different." Ruin rode his horse, slowly walking through the sun-drenched forest. As he walked, he thought excitedly, "It's my first time visiting my hometown since last year. For the past year I was cooped up in the dormitory, not going anywhere." Recalling that time, Ruin couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't have the face to meet my colleagues again, and I wasn't confident enough to laugh and answer their questions. How was academy life?" Ruin now said confidently. "But now I can proudly face them." He rode his horse, looking down from a high vantage point at the large village filled with European-style architecture. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and they all shouted at once, "Young Master Ruin?" Ruin scratched his head, embarrassed, and replied, "Hello everyone, have you all been well?" The villagers cheered and shouted, "Oh, is that really you, young master?" Another person exclaimed in surprise, "What, young master?" As everyone surrounded him, he continued to scratch his head, embarrassed, and explained, "I'm sorry everyone, I've been away for too long, haven't I?" A villager chuckled loudly and asked, "Haha, how was academy life? Is it as rumored?" Another person chimed in, "But our young master is the best, right?" Ruina came running from somewhere, hugged him tightly, and shouted loudly, "Brother!" She crossed her arms and grumbled angrily, "HMPH, you didn't send a single letter all this time and now you just show up." His father stood behind him, smiling benevolently. With a slightly helpless expression, Ruin called out loudly, "Father!" Ruin put his hand on her head and teased, "Ruina, you've grown so much, Big Brother almost didn't recognize you." Then she shouted angrily, "What?" He smiled brightly and quietly added in his mind, "Still adorable." Ruin gently asked his father, "Father, please call all the family members. I haven't had a chance to talk to anyone for a long time." The night sky was covered with clouds, but the full moon shone brightly. In the living room, all the family members gathered to listen to Ruin's story. He told his family and close friends about the events of the past 6 years, of course excluding the details about the player. Ruina wiped her tears and sobbed. "Brother, you've been through so much," Aunt the maid exclaimed in admiration. "But you overcame all those hardships. We are truly proud of you, young master," Begin said. "But does that mean you won a big competition, and even had a private conversation with the Imperial Crown Prince?" He replied softly. "Yes," he thought to himself. "It was 2 months ago, but it's still new news to our villagers." His father held a letter in his hand and said in a proud voice, "So the royalty sent a letter." He laughed loudly and boasted, "Letters from countless noble families have also arrived here." Ruin smiled helplessly and thought, "HMPH, I wanted to tell father first." Begin said in a serious voice, "Regarding that matter, there are a few issues you need to be careful about, young master." His father also replied, "Go ahead, I was also part of that discussion," Begin advised. "You need to know more, it will help you." Ruin was confused about what was happening in his mind. He asked his father, "Father, please tell me, if I heard this from others I would be disappointed." His father covered his face with his hands and replied helplessly, "It's no use," he sighed, recalling the wooden box full of letters he had received. "As I told you, our house received letters from countless nobles all about you. They said they would use you or use meeting you as an excuse to help our family." Ruina and the maid looked worried listening to his father. "Of course, I refused them all, but there's one problem," Ruin asked seriously, placing both hands on his thighs. "What problem?" he replied. "Bin Mango." He thought of him and worried that he might exert influence that would threaten the Otto family. Manjo, the only commercial city near the Otto family's territory. Most of the goods produced in the Otto family's territory are traded through Manjo. In other words, the Otto family's territory is maintained by the money earned in Manjo. Ruin asked his father, puzzled, "Did they really set such ridiculously low prices for our goods?" He turned his head and replied gloomily, "Yes, because they're trying to hold the Otto territory hostage to make you the guardian mage of Manjo." Ruin's father rubbed his forehead with his hand and added tiredly, "At this rate, the Otto family's finances will collapse." He bowed his head and sighed. But there was no clear solution for now. Ruin recalled the joyful faces of the farmers. "Oh, young master, I'll surely treat you first." someone boasted. Young master, the quality of our goat's milk this year is especially good. Ruin's father and Begin were surprised to hear him suddenly say, the wicked must be brought down. He looked at his hands and said nonchalantly, if they want to meet me, I'll have to go and meet them. After loading the luggage onto the horse, Begin did not forget to remind him, this is food and water for the journey. Be careful, young master. Ruin replied, thank you, Uncle Begin. He looked at Ruin with a sorry expression and said, I'm really sorry to burden you with such problems as soon as you returned home. Ruin patted the horse and reassured him, it's all right, Uncle is just doing his job as a steward and I'm just trying to fulfill my responsibility as a young master. Begin watched Ruin mount the horse with worried eyes, unsure how to start speaking. He followed Ruin as he was about to ride off and said, young master, don't make him angry, he asked back in surprise. Yes? Begin tried to explain with a worried look. The Lord has done everything he can, he even spent his own money to compensate for the damage caused by Manjo. Most people in the Adal territory don't know this. Ruin bowed his head and listened to him. The current peace is thanks to the Lord's sacrifice, Ruin said in a low voice. I'm really ashamed, I thought I was too arrogant. Hearing that, he asked blankly, what do you mean? He couldn't help but admire his father, recalling him. To be honest, I was very disappointed and I wondered if my father was just enduring everything. Thinking about their conversation last night, he confessed embarrassedly, and I thought I could solve everything my father couldn't, all by myself. Ruin's eyes were filled with sadness and frustration as he said, even though I knew since childhood that my father loved and cherished this land more than anyone else. Begin listened to him and couldn't find any more words of comfort. Ruin handed him a wooden box from his horse and said, instead, could you give this to father? He received it respectfully with both hands and asked curiously, what is this, young master? Begin's jaw dropped as he heard Ruin nonchalantly say, 10,000 gold. And looked at the box in his hands. Gold bars were neatly placed inside the box and he gently explained, that's the Grand Festival Championship prize money. I hope it can be used where it's needed in the territory. Begin asked back, where it's needed? Ruin looked at him, carefully holding the box in his hands and replied, in my personal opinion, using that money to buy more land would be most effective. I believe the Adal family can self-sufficiently trade goods with others in the future, even without Manjo. Begin frowned and replied thoughtfully, that may be true, but our territory is currently in difficulty and no one is willing to sell us land. He was surprised to hear him say, what if we just take it, Ruin said confidently, and we'll clean it up perfectly. He explained that they would solve the long-standing problem of Wolf Hill and reclaim the Dragon's Plain, which was occupied by mud monsters. That's not a bad idea either, Ruin carefully stated his intention from horseback. If we can hire mercenaries at a reasonable price to reclaim the territory and have outsiders cultivate it, we can earn much more money. Begin realized the problem, saying, if we can hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it's worth trying. Ruin turned to Begin and said, I'll leave the details to the steward and father. I'm off now. Ruin galloped away on his horse, shouting to Begin, let's go, Manjo Commercial City. This is the largest territory in the south of the kingdom. All supplies for this region are concentrated here. The lord is Benos Manjo and there are many bad rumors about him. For example, he bought his position with money through loan sharks, or he was once the leader of a bandit gang. Ruin thought to himself as he walked, in other words, we need to have hearts of steel. He stopped in front of the magnificent white castle gate, heavily guarded by soldiers. From his horse, Ruin politely said to the guard, I am Ruin Adal, the second son of the Adal family. Is the lord inside? Hearing that, the tall, thin guard sighed and the fat guard picked his nose and ignored him. Ruin's face darkened, hearing the guard's mocking voices. It's Adal again. Why do they keep making a fuss when they know it'll never succeed? The tall, thin guard asked in bewilderment. The tall, thin guard replied, yes, the fat guard added mockingly. They're just kids learning how to beg. The tall, thin guard laughed loudly, mocking Ruin sitting on his horse. Ha ha ha, can you even speak properly this time, young master? The fat guard next to him also snickered along. Ruin closed his eyes and thought to himself, is he always treated this way? How many times has father come here? A guard, seeing Ruin dismount, said mockingly, hey young master, go inside and ask the lord yourself. If it's Adal, they'll throw him out. The thin guard, seeing his yawning colleague, deliberately asked loudly, but this time it's different, isn't it? Hurry up. Ruin thought to himself, I'm not here as an academy student but as the second son of the Adal family. If I accept disrespect as usual, the Adal family's face will truly be laughable. The fat guard was surprised to see Ruin take a stance and shouted, what are you doing now? The thin guard narrowed his eyes, hearing Ruin say, you guys should go home and practice more. Ruin surprised the guards by forcefully throwing the thin guard backward. Benos Manjo and another soldier returned from somewhere and said in a lively voice, oh my, look at this gentleman. Ruin glanced at him and smirked. Aren't you Sir Ruin Adal, the hero who won the Grand Festival this year? The mage of a new era? Ruin frowned and asked, are you Lord Benos Manjo? He politely bowed at the waist. Yes, I am Benos Manjo. I am truly ashamed to have a person like you visit this humble place, so I can't raise my head. He was surprised to hear Ruin reply with an arrogant attitude. Then don't raise your head. Ruin glared at him fiercely and gritted his teeth. If you're ashamed to be here, then just keep your head bowed. Binos Monjo frowned hearing that and said nothing. He smirked. Binos Monjo straightened up and replied with a laugh. As the rumors say, you're quite straightforward. In that case, I'll brave the shame and raise my head, Ruin said nonchalantly. Alright, but you need to train your bodyguards more, he humbly asked. What wrong have my children committed? Binos Monjo's eyes widened following Ruin's contemptuous gaze. Treat our family like an ogre tribe. So I gave them a light warning. He looked behind Ruin, and the bodyguards beaten and piled up by Ruin couldn't say anything. Binos Monjo gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes wide. Ruin smirked looking at his expression. Are you alright, Lord? He turned his head and smirked. Hey, feel free to treat them like junior staff, but inwardly he was displeased. How dare that brat touch my subordinates? Ruin rubbed his hands together and replied with a laugh. Then we... While Binos Monjo was surprised, Ruin kicked the remaining one, sending him flying backward. The guard fell to the ground. Ruin clapped his hands and said nonchalantly, That's enough, this person also needs to learn some manners. Hearing that, he was speechless. Ruin added, Perhaps you want me to stand here longer. Hearing his mocking words, he gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes wide. Please invite me in, Lord. As he entered, he saw something resembling a wolf with sharp teeth hanging on the wall. He smiled genuinely and said to Ruin, I have a hobby of collecting such artworks. Hee hee. Ruin looked at him seriously and said, it doesn't look very comfortable, the old man continued. I understand, everyone has different tastes, hee hee. Ruin pondered for a moment with a gloomy expression, then inwardly assessed, to collect such things and call them beautiful. This guy's taste is too perverted. Everything he displayed in his house was bizarre and frightening. An ordinary person would never buy such things. The more he saw, the more he began to worry about the old man. Clearly placing such things here was to create a threatening atmosphere, and was he trying to threaten me? Then the man poured water for Ruin. He introduced the tea he had prepared. This is a rather rare tea called Param from the south. Please have some. Ruin crossed his arms and declined the invitation. No thanks. Oh, you don't like tea? Shall I change it to a refreshing drink? Like a marine, he didn't beat around the bush and asked back. Are you pretending not to know anything? Do you really not know why I'm not drinking this tea? As he spoke, he overturned the teacup in his hand onto the table, his expression taut, staring straight at him. The two stared at each other without speaking, but they seemed to understand each other's intentions. The atmosphere grew even tenser. A chilling silence fell with the spilled tea water. He smirked with a mysterious smile, then calmly picked up the hot teacup. Do you think I'm going to poison you with tea? But I have no intention of being your enemy. Of course there's no poison. I just want to be your good friend. He emphasized the two words good friend, and it was unclear if there was really poison in the teacup, but this true friend attitude was a bit suspicious. Ruin asked him, Friends threaten each other, that's an absurd threat. It was merely a well-intentioned suggestion. Hee hee. Ruin gritted his teeth in anger and immediately retorted, Suggestion, isn't it a dirty trick to weaken the Adel territory? Having said that, he firmly rejected his offer. Two stared at each other again, and he bowed his head, saying in a mysterious voice, Unfortunately, from the moment you refuse our friendship, the price of goods from the Adel territory will remain cheap. He mocked him with the eyes of an uncle bullying children. The protagonist threatened him with a murderous face. It would be best to return the price of goods to normal. Silence fell between the two again, and both sides were tense. After speaking, he was accused of being a country bumpkin and ignorant. The old man clenched his palm in anger. Do you think only you can refuse to trade? You're the one who should be begging now, not me. He was furiously angry. People ask if Magic Academy students can't use magic during vacation. I'll teach you humility, you bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, his soldiers appeared and surrounded Ruin. Ruin remained calm and unfazed. He had no intention of letting me go. As he gave the order, the soldiers immediately attacked Ruin. Kill him. I'll make his corpse a specimen to display in the room. Ruin continued to fight and talk, even in a dire situation. You want to make me a trophy? You're crazier than I thought? The bear sitting on his shoulder also thought, he's truly crazy. He hadn't expected the old man to act so rudely, though he had little hope for this conversation, anticipating the outcome. He regarded him as an old pig trapped in a well in the south. Such people first, he thought, and rushed at the soldier to fight. As the two approached, he suddenly stopped and raised his finger, and the soldier froze for 5 seconds. Finger snap. As soon as he finished speaking, the power emanating from his finger sent the soldier flying far away. Then, a dazzling battle unfolded, and the yellow light emanating from his power swept away the soldiers, rushing at him like a swarm of bees. With a confident expression, he turned and said to him, Listen to this. A special skill appeared. Chi's will persists until completely exhausted, backed by the first leader of Mount Hakan and Kun Khan's Fang. Kun Khan's Fang appears above the user's head and moves. He was immediately terrified. Why is there suddenly smoke? What are you doing? Then a colossal flame appeared from somewhere, forming a shape that was neither human nor animal. Ruin proudly said to him, Even if it's during vacation, I can use magic if my life is threatened. Now that he was terrified, the newly formed flame man fiercely attacked his soldiers. The soldiers, seeing the scene before them, trembled in fear. If we stay here any longer, we'll die. Immediately, everyone began to flee. No one wanted to die here. As he clenched his fist, the flame man followed him with an expression full of confidence and pride. Ruin said with a laugh, There's no point in running. He and the god within his skill rushed forward, unleashing an explosion of energy, and a colossal boom destroyed the entire castle. The surrounding people were aghast at this sight, and seeing the flames grow larger and more dangerous, they all fled to escape. At this moment the chubby old man with silver hair still lamented his grotesque collectibles, mumbling, "My 2,000 gold portrait." As he approached him from behind he heard, "Are you still worried about your artwork?" The next moment he glared at the old man menacingly. "Now worry about your own life." The flames raged fiercely, reducing the space to ashes. The protagonist didn't stop, triumphantly saying, "You will restore the price of the Otto family's goods to their original value, and compensate our family 10 times the amount of money you took. Those are my demands. How about it? Can you do it?" The old man trembled and knelt. "Compensation? Do you know how much that is?" He grabbed the old man by the collar and said, "Hand it over now. Perhaps you've finally realized that you shouldn't look down on others so carelessly." The old man had bullied the weak by relying on his numbers, and the price was being thoroughly beaten by him. It was truly poetic justice. The scene shifted to Ruin riding his warhorse back home. "It's almost over. I wonder how surprised Father will be when he finds out I've resolved everything." His heart felt lighter on his solitary journey. "And so I solved the problem in Manjo and returned to Adol." The surprises continued. He hadn't even had time to celebrate, but it wasn't over yet. A voice called Ruin. He looked at the long-haired, white-haired girl before him, startled and sweating. "An unexpected guest has arrived in Adol." She looked at him with a gentle smile. "Lady Irene." Following the last episode, Lady Irene suddenly visited. 2 months ago, at a splendid and luxurious banquet hall, Ruin had his hands on his head, looking bored in a corner. "I'm sick of this now. It was fun at first, but now I just want to go home." As he stood there, a beautiful girl with white hair approached and asked, "Are you talking about the small, beautiful territory called Adol?" The beautiful Irene, with her arms crossed, said angrily, "I'm truly glad the party ended without incident. I really thought something terrible was going to happen because of someone." He chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it," he said seriously. "They look down not only on the efforts of the academy students but even on our territory." She asked, puzzled, "Is Adol really that beautiful?" He introduced his hometown to her with a joyful face. "Of course, it's a beautiful place that brings peace of mind. You absolutely must visit." "Really? Then don't ask why I came when I do." "Haha, I won't." And so the conversation began. But what he truly hadn't expected was that she actually came back to the present. He sat there with a flustered and embarrassed expression as she entered the house. The entire family laughed and chatted happily. His father, seeing Irene, mistook her for his girlfriend and shed tears. "That rascal Ruin has finally grown up." Ruina, beside him, frowned in anger. Whatever their relationship, she was clearly jealous. "Brother, can you explain this situation?" He was a little afraid, not knowing why she was acting that way. She angrily asked, "What's your relationship with her? Is that woman your girlfriend, brother? Where did you meet her? Tell me." All sorts of questions poured out. The scene shifted to Ruin and his father discussing the earlier incident. His father was surprised that the impertinent child had offered to guide Lady Irene. "Ruina actually volunteered to guide Lady Irene as soon as I suggested it. That child said she'd do it herself." He understood silently. His father continued, "Isn't she cute? She doesn't want to lose the brother she hasn't seen for 6 years. He still didn't believe Ruin and Irene's relationship and asked once more if she wasn't his girlfriend. He said it was okay to be honest. He immediately denied it. Hearing that, his father said with a sad face, "Ah, that's a shame." He wondered why his father was disappointed to hear that. His father immediately changed the subject. "Let's put aside personal matters for a moment and talk about something else. Come in." An old man with a beard and brown hair opened the door and entered. He carried something and brought it to Ruin and his father, Lord Adol, who politely thanked him. His father turned and offered it to him. "Ruin, I cannot accept this money." He was surprised. His father explained that this was not money for the Adol family but for Ruin personally. He asked, puzzled, "Why not? I'm a member of the Adol family too." His father gently replied, "Yes, no one denies that you are the heart of the Adol family, but don't you have many things to do outside Adol?" He looked at his father, silently lost in thought, lowering his head in sadness. "I know Father says this out of concern for me. I respect Father's upright and moral character, but it hurts me every time Father doesn't discuss the territory's problems with me." As he thought, he suppressed his sadness and gathered his courage to tell the Lord everything he thought and wanted. He began seriously, "No, like Father, I also want to use my money for Adol." Hearing this, his father suddenly realized. Begin interjected, "Haha, young master should know that the Lord has been supporting Adol with his personal funds for a long time." Ruin's father quietly spoke to him about his recent actions. "I would appreciate it if you would discuss things with me before making any hasty decisions in the future." Hearing that, he chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Yes, Lord, I will keep that in mind." After that, the Lord turned back to his son. "Whatever plans you have, I cannot accept them. You are not yet ready to bear the responsibility of the territory." He held the money bag and said, "There's still 3,600 gold left. That's money we should have received, but finding it now is like finding forgotten emergency funds." He whispered to begin. 3,600 gold, what happened? I clearly gave 10 times that amount," he explained. The Lord did not demand the remaining money. He was so resolute that I couldn't even bring up the matter of collection. The two continued to whisper secretly like wolf leaders. Why is father so stubborn? That's right, I've already given up on convincing him. With shining blue eyes and a handsome face, Esau began worrying about something but trying to smile. Our Lord is always like that, isn't he? He smiled gently. At this moment his mood also calmed and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Looking at his father, he could only answer, yes. Ruin went outside and looked at the garden where a beautiful girl was taking a walk with Ruina. Ruin, Lady Irene? He approached Lady Irene and asked if she had enjoyed her visit to Adel. At this moment Ruina left first to give them some private time, and Irene felt awkward. Ruina smiled brightly as she said goodbye and didn't forget to admonish him. Brother, get along well with sister. Sister seems like a good person, Ruin angrily shouted. Ruina, what are you talking about? Her attitude had made a 180-degree turn, which was surprising. She wasn't angry or stubborn like when she first met Irene. Reflecting on the child's words, she couldn't help but feel flustered. Why is this child saying such strange things? He blushed with embarrassment and suggested they take a walk together. Shall we take a walk? As they walked, Irene talked about Ruina. Ruina is truly adorable. I wish I had a younger sister like her. He was very happy to see how close the two had become. She asked him worriedly, but Ruin, are you perhaps worried about something? You seem to be deep in thought. Ah, do I look like that? He didn't hesitate to say, as the family heir I want to do something for the territory but I can't come up with a good idea. After speaking he fell into deep thought. Combining the prize money from the competition and the money from Manjo, I have over 40,000 gold. Father told me to use it however I want. As he was lost in confused thought she said, you only think about the territory, even when I've come to Adel. Hearing this, his face turned ashen. He only then realized that he had been ignoring her. Even though she had gone through so much trouble to come all this way, she's probably angry. He immediately changed his attitude. Haha, Lady Irene, how did you come to Adel? Our territory is quite far, so it must have been inconvenient for you. She closed one eye and replied triumphantly, it wasn't that far. I arrived in Leverdane in 2 days. He hastily apologized to her. A small question mixed with regret blurted out. She began to point to the way she had come. It's quite close if you come across that mountain range. Hearing this, his mind immediately raced. But within that answer was the solution I had been searching for a long time. Namsun. Although it occupied most of the Adel territory, its rugged terrain made farming impossible, leading to monster appearances and barren land. However, a nearby lake made its geographical value very high. An idea struck him. What if I use this to create a trade route across Namsun? Ruin thought seriously. Instead of relying on places like Manjo, we can build our own independent territory. A powerful territory with the only southern road connecting to the empire. Why didn't I think of this before? This will definitely be a great help to our territory. The beautiful white-haired girl beside him watched him carefully. After finishing his thoughts, he grabbed her hand in joy, repeatedly thanking her for the idea. She blushed with embarrassment. As soon as he finished speaking, he left her behind and ran off. See you next time. He ran with resolute will and joy, and the lady stood blankly for 50 seconds. She smiled gently, thinking, he's truly an interesting person. She thought like a heroine in a romance novel. Even after being abandoned by him just now, she could still be so captivated. Lord Adel declared helplessly. No, Ruin asked, puzzled. What? His thick voice echoed in the spacious room. I've already tried, but all 8 merchant guilds of Lake No. 8 refused, he continued to ask, puzzled. They refused? Why? Before Ruin's surprised gaze, he slowly explained, from their perspective, the Adel family is not profitable. Begin chimed in, helping him. Young master, the Lord also knows this is a great opportunity, but he immediately cut him off. No, many changes have occurred in Adel. It's small, but it's developing. He had a very clear idea in his mind. Just because a merchant guild refused once, we can't give up on something that can give so much hope to our people. Ruin confidently curled his lips. Who knows, maybe the champion's offer might change things. Lord Adel and Begin remained silent, and he breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I solved the Manjo problem too, so there's no reason for father to stop me, right? Okay, give it a try. He replied, thank you, father. As Ruin was about to leave the door, someone asked, are you going to Lake No. 8? Irene walked up from a distance and casually spoke. Then you're in the same boat as me now. He didn't seem to have caught her train of thought yet. What are you talking about? Suddenly Lee exclaimed in surprise. Wait, you didn't cross the Adel border without permission, did you? Irene chuckled as if admitting nothing. That's right. Hearing that, he shouted. So that means I'm an illegal alien. Crossing a remote border alone, were you always that bold? Didn't you think it was dangerous? She crossed her arms and triumphantly said, that's nothing compared to what you've done. Ruin, not fully grasping what she was saying, merely asked, D? She closed her eyes and began to list all the offenses she thought he had hidden. You broke into someone else's dorm, and in the competition you used extraordinary methods without considering the danger. And you defeated all your opponents. To catch up to someone like you, this is just a small prank, right? I told you I would catch up to you. At this point his facial muscles relaxed slightly. A gentle breeze brushed against their shoulders and hair. Ruin spoke with great ambition, but I plan to go even further. Irene quickly decided, then I'll follow you too. I'm already an illegal alien, so one more time won't hurt, right? The two climbed the mountain together, and so we headed straight for Lake No. 8. We decided to cross Namsun to scout the path ahead, and explored it together. The terrain was so rugged that it was difficult to find our way even with a compass. We decided to use a magic detector to find the location of the mysterious Insan village. Suddenly, Ruin was startled by something he saw. Of course, there's a rule that magic can't be used during vacation. It's unknown who said it, but the two continued to run, saying to each other, "Didn't they say students can't use magic during vacation? Then you should follow the compass, Irene." Irene had been using this magic since she came to Otto. However, as the search magic targeted a puppet monster, she accidentally intruded into a werewolf den, putting her in danger. A pack of werewolves growled in front of them. Ruin used magic to jump high and struck down a werewolf in one blow. The yellow energy flow caused a massive explosion, shaking the ground. The werewolf fell asleep in the magical flames, but we were able to quickly defeat the leader and escape by taking advantage of the fact that werewolves rely on their alpha. We also received an unknown quest. Ruin had nothing to say. The magic trace detection mission continued, and we moved towards our destination. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any monsters like before, and smiles finally appeared on both their faces. Irina said in a low voice, "I think we really found it this time." Lake Number 8. Lake Number 8 was a huge guild where 8 large lakes met and connected to the sea. Like Anton, it was a neutral state controlled by the Empire. It was a commercial state where representatives of the 8 merchant guilds ruled the country under the title of co-representatives instead of a king. It dominated the continent's trade, and rumors spread that they even traded with pirates if it was profitable. Money was considered more important than anything else here. She tilted her head and asked Irina for her opinion. "So where are you going now?" He quickly replied. "We're going to the Golden Hall." The Golden Hall was a huge mansion in the middle of Lake Number 8, where the representatives met daily at noon. Therefore, it was an ideal place to persuade them. The guard at the door asked according to the rules, "Do you have a reservation?" Ruin calmly asked for help. "No, I'll wait here. Could you deliver a message?" The guard hesitated as if to refuse their request. "Submitting official documents will take time to verify." He confidently spoke loudly to the other party. "Just tell them Ruin Otto has arrived, and this is Irene Bros." Upon recognizing them, the guard was immediately surprised. "Wait, are you perhaps the Grand Lin Otto tournament winner? I apologize for not recognizing you. I will report immediately." Ruin crossed his arms and laughed heartily. See, Irina, as Ruin expected, was not very surprised. Fortunately, we were immediately able to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, the first thing that caught their eyes was an angel statue holding a trumpet and wearing golden clothes. It sparkled all over. Irina immediately admired. "This place really lives up to its name. It's the Golden Hall." Ruin also agreed. "That's right, it can't be compared to House A, can it?" Upon arriving at the large white door, the guard politely bowed his head and said, "Please come in." He reassured himself. "Don't feel pressured. I'm not here to ask for special favors but to make a fair deal." Then he quickly pushed open the large door and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Ruin Otto." Everyone inside turned to look at them, and in front of them a full round table had only 2 empty chairs. People continued to watch them. As they sat down, someone spoke. "I thought it was just a rumor, but it's true. I saw you in Anton. You're the champion, aren't you?" A man with a bushy beard raised an eyebrow and asked, "What brings an authoritative new generation mage like yourself to such a secluded place?" Ruin thought for a moment. "The title of tournament champion works even here. I was worried about coming unannounced, but it seems I can talk." People next to them laughed loudly and whispered, "Yes, it would be good if it benefited our guild. Ha ha ha, don't rush. I'm interested too." Unlike them, he explained with a very serious expression, "I'm here to discuss a trade deal between Otto and Lake Number 8. The people opposite them fell into thought. And in another corner there was nothing to say. Jang, sitting on Ruin's shoulder, whispered into his ear, "Ruin, I think you've made the atmosphere awkward." At this moment a low whispering sound began to be heard. A man turned to the person next to him and asked, "Otto, I think I've heard that name before. Where is it?" The other person also replied as if they knew a little. "It's south of a small country called Zadidin." The woman behind them also joined the conversation, resting her chin on her hand. "Oh yes, that rural territory tried to sell keystone fish and sweet potatoes a long time ago. I think the Lord visited." "How was it back then?" The man began his story, spreading his hand. "We refused. It was unanimous. 0 votes for, 8 votes against." The woman was slightly curious. "Why?" The other person immediately explained. "Because it wasn't profitable. They only wanted to sell unilaterally." Ruin fell silent for a moment. The man sitting in the moderator's seat opposite him declared mockingly, "In that case, I don't think there's anything more to discuss." Now he began to feel nervous internally. They're merchants. As soon as they hear something that goes against their interests, they change their attitude. I am a new generation mage and a young master of Ao, but they only see me as a young master of Otto. Their cold and frank gaze, seeing him as someone from the countryside, poor and trying to steal their money, was chillingly clear. Ruin also showed his discomfort. He speculated if it was the same this time. However, Ruin stood up, leaning on his arm. "It's regrettable that everyone reacts this way before we even begin our proposal. This is a total of 30,000 gold. People were immediately shocked. He laughed as if confident of victory. "How about now? Are you more interested in a deal? A vast city-state where 8 large lakes meet and connect to the sea. Instead of a king, 8 representatives ruled the country under the title of co-representatives. I came here to open a trade route between Lake Number 8 and Otto. I came here by crossing the northern mountain range. I went through many difficulties on the way, but if I can succeed in this negotiation, everything will be worth it. Irina's eyes suddenly lit up. So what do you think? Are you interested in a deal now? I will purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons from Lake Number 8 for Otto. In return, please allow the exchange of goods from Otto. The person sitting next to him asked, unable to understand. 30,000 gold? Are you preparing for war? If not, why do you need 30,000 gold worth of weapons? He said nothing. As expected, they were very surprised. 30,000 gold was equivalent to the 3-year budget of a rural territory like Otto. It was also equivalent to the 1-year budget of a medium-sized city. Spending such a large amount of money on weapons was truly shocking. However, I realized one thing through the Manhwa incident. Power naturally attracts wealth, and that power creates peace. If I have to buy weapons somewhere to gain power, I will establish my base here. I know that the 8 representatives specialize in different types of goods. Who is in charge of weapons? They suddenly introduced the quiet child sitting there. This is representative number 1 here. Weapons, iron ore, all kinds of flora and fauna, even ships. They manage the widest range of goods. He had not expected this answer at all. Ruin's face was clearly surprised. She looked even younger than Ruin. However, the child's eyes were not those of a child. It was an extraordinary presence. What kind of life had that child lived? Cecilia calmly asked, but what do you plan to do with so many weapons? I know this curiosity is inappropriate, but as a supplier I'm a little worried. Ruin also showed her a certain respect. First, we plan to hunt monsters near Otto on a large scale. Weapon trade is the first step. Cecilia hesitated and repeated, the first step. Before she could finish speaking, Ruin immediately explained, we plan to open a trade route connecting Lake Number 8 and Otto by crossing the northern mountain range. The person sitting in the moderator's seat, flustered, said to Ruin in a low voice, young Master Ao, please do not mention the name of that mountain range here. Hearing that, he didn't understand anything and said, I'm sorry. Irina looked at the people around the table and asked, why is the atmosphere like this? What's going on? Ruin also acted the same way and replied, I don't know either. He carefully observed the people. I don't know what's happening, but I know who did it. Their faces have turned completely pale. Why is this? Cecilia frowned and warned, are you thinking of crossing the northern mountain range? You can't. It's impossible. Because a demon lives there. The word demon immediately popped into Ruin's head. Then perhaps, he said to them, I crossed that mountain range myself last night. Her face turned dark and she clearly didn't believe him. That's a lie. Ruin, confident in his words, pulled something from his clothes. It's not a lie. I met something in that mountain range. Is this the demon you're talking about? This is Silver Wolf Fur. Cecilia stood up in surprise. You have completed the mission and gained the respect of the Van Chase family. Ruin confirmed internally. It was really true. Transparent tears welled up in her eyes. Finally, it's dead. 3 days later, Ruin and Cecilia walked side by side. She politely spoke first. I apologize for keeping you waiting. He, of course, did not scold her at all and replied, it's perfectly fine. I understand completely. Cecilia, with rosy cheeks, confided her feelings. I never thought I'd face this mountain again. Of course my heart is still heavy, but it's different now. The calamity that took my father is no longer here. It's all thanks to Mage Lin, Ruin politely replied. It's nothing. I just happened to encounter it on my way here. The two looked up at the treetops. Cecilia provided a very specific route. If we create a path across Namsun, we can open a direct trade route from Adel to the Western Desert Kingdom. Oyota, then we won't have to waste time and money bypassing the central region as we do now. And the construction of this road will be supported by our Van Chase family. He was surprised and raised his voice. I'm sorry. Everything was completely different from Ruin's expectations. I thought I'd start a relationship through weapon trade and then later open a trade route. I even thought I'd be responsible for the cost of opening the trade route. However, if the Van Chase family helped, this was a tremendous benefit. He hesitated in disbelief. Are you saying you accept my proposal? She calmly acknowledged. Of course. All goods produced in Adel will be purchased at a price higher than the Lake Number 8 market price. Ruin internally assessed, purchased at a price higher than the market price. These are extremely generous terms. Cecilia opposite him explained in a low voice, merchants will do anything for money. But we also have hearts. I, Cecilia Van Chase, promise to show appropriate gratitude and trust to my benefactor. Ruin closed his eyes and finally accepted the proposal. You reached out and took her hand. It's a great pleasure to work with you. Thanks to this, the contract with Lake Number 8 was successfully completed. Ruin and Irina walked through the forest. He was moved and said to her, I'm really happy that everything went smoothly. Now I can give good news to everyone and to my father. But Representative Cecilia is truly amazing to be so mature at such a young age, even without drinking tea. Irina quickly noticed Ruin's change. You're not yourself. Ruin, are you impressed? He gave an unexpected answer. I think I sympathized with her for a moment because I'm in a similar situation. She looked surprised. Ah, Ruin turned his head and smiled amicably. Anyway, Lady Irene, you'll be surprised the next time you visit Adel. You'll see how lively it is. Irina sighed. You truly love your hometown, Lin. I wish I could feel that way too. He clasped his hands behind his head and asked curiously, doesn't everyone miss and cherish their hometown? She immediately denied it. Not me. Ruin then suggested, I'm really curious. Will you invite me to your hometown someday? Lady Irina. Irina replied casually, who knows. Irina didn't seem to want to talk about it. But I will definitely visit Prue someday. The warm golden sunlight enveloped the entire village. Mixed within it was the Otto Lord's extreme astonishment. What? Purchased at a price higher than the market price? Bin's surprise was that they had even promised to bear the cost of developing the trade route. And Ruina's worry, which had little to do with the story, was, did you two reserve a private room at the inn? Ruin quickly covered her mouth, ignoring his sister's enthusiastic demeanor, and replied to his father. Yes, father, Cecilia Van Chase promised everything. Bin exclaimed loudly in admiration. Anyway, for Representative Van Chase, who is known for being ruthless, to offer to pay off debts, it's truly surprising, Ruin gently explained. Yes, but it will take time to prepare that quantity. And it's said that the weapons will arrive in 3 months. Construction of the Namsan Crossing Road will begin this month. Lord Ao could not hide his pride in his son's abilities. A direct trade route to the Empire, House Ao will finally prosper. Son, to accomplish such a difficult task, I am truly proud of you. Thank you for growing up so well. Seizing this opportunity, Ruin made a final request. Then, father, will you trust me and grant me one more permission? His father asked softly. What is it? Ruin clenched his fist on the table and stated firmly what he desired. The bloodline of the Otto family, the dream of the Otto residents, and revenge for my mother. That is the hunt on the Red Plains. Everything gradually dissolved into memory, and a horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. Ruin remembered his 6th birthday, when the entire world was engulfed in flames. What should have been a beautiful memory turned into the worst nightmare. Mud monsters had overrun the plains and attacked the village, claiming countless lives. The most painful fact was that his mother was among them. His mother's face was now difficult to recall without looking at a portrait. So many people, including his mother, had lost their lives, and many were severely injured that day. He made a vow for the first time. He had to become stronger. As the Lord of Otto, I will not allow the Otto family to continue to weaken. Back to reality. On a sunny morning, Ruin walked with Irene, observing the villagers diligently training before them. Their booming shouts and determined movements boosted everyone's morale. After the suppression order was given, the villagers began practicing spear techniques daily. Every movement was repeated tirelessly and flawlessly. Irene watched them very pleased. The villagers have completely changed. Ruin added a word of praise. It's a blessing. Everyone is truly working hard. Irene seemed to have discovered something special, expressing a slight surprise and admiration. But their spear techniques look very unique. Who taught them the skills? In response to her question, Ruin looked at the old man, who stood with his hands behind his back and a stern expression, and replied, Our knight commander taught them. The man with a gentle face full of wrinkles etched by time was once known as Flash and fought on the kingdom's front lines. Adel's greatest knight, Sir Boba von Ruin, recalled him powerfully fighting against monsters. Thankfully, without Sir Boba, the damage from the mud monster attack would have been much greater. I vividly remember him taking down 5 mud monsters with a single strike. Ruin was still lost in thought. Even now, he uses a fishing rod more often than a spear. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind as if questioning, Sir Boba von. The voice pulled Ruin back to reality. Ruin quickly turned his head and replied, Yes, is there a problem? Boba approached from somewhere and called out loudly as if confirming, Ah, young Master Ruin. Is that you? Ruin, seeing him approach from a distance, quickly greeted him. Ah, long time no see, Sir Boba. I intended to greet you after training. He replied politely. The training has just ended, so it's fine. Suddenly, Boba took Ruin's hand and laughed heartily with joy. I heard you achieved great things this time, winning a major competition and now leading suppression operations. Ruin smiled awkwardly. Haha, yes, that's right. After the enthusiastic greeting, Boba looked at the woman opposite him, curious. By the way, who is this person next to you? She placed her hand on her chest and politely introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I am Irene Prius. She closed her eyes in admiration. It's an honor to meet Sir Boba von the Flash Knight here. At the name she uttered, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Ruin next to him also glanced at her in surprise. What does she mean? After a few seconds of surprise, Boba regained his composure. He asked, Miss Irene, what are you talking about? I heard about you in the 11 Children's Night Training course, sir. Irene clenched her hands and politely explained. After seeing the villagers' spear techniques, I was convinced. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Her voice, facing the middle-aged man, still held gentleness and patience. The only spear knight of the Raiden Kingdom. I heard you suddenly retired at 30 and disappeared. You are a legend among legends. His voice lowered, soft but nostalgic. It was as if he had returned to a bygone era of glory. Haha, I never thought anyone would still remember such trivial stories. She gently brushed her hair aside. Her eyes calm, her voice gentle, as if stating an obvious fact. Of course it was very impressive, so I read it in great detail. Facing Boba, Irene felt as if she was seeing the strong figure of a man in armor, holding a spear, standing proudly. The story of cutting down over 10 high-ranking mages from the hostile nation PNA is a legend. He closed his eyes and said calmly, as if he had no interest in the past. I am honored that the young lady deems it worth remembering. Though I am merely an old man now, Ruin approached Boba. His voice held a hint of sadness. Sir Boba, why did you hide such a fact? He turned to Ruin and replied casually, I never hid it. You just never asked. Ruin bowed his head and explained with a slight bitterness, still feeling a bit left out. I had to hear from others that you were once the Flash Knight. Even though I was right next to you, I didn't know. Suddenly his remark made Ruin's eyes widen and startled him awake. If anything, don't you know more about me, young Master Ruin? Ruin disagreed. He began to speak of what he knew about Boba. That's only part of what I know. Images resurfacing. Sir likes fishing and lives in the house below this hill. A warm sunset, Sir Boba leading his younger self on a walk suddenly came to mind. And you often took me for walks when I was young, he continued. But seeing you grown up like this now truly makes me happy. Boba again placed his hands on his waist and said with a stern expression, Isn't Boba Von enough with just that? At his few words, Ruin was jolted awake. He stepped forward to face Boba. With resolute eyes, I didn't think deeply enough. I understand you better than anyone, sir. Boba pleased nodded and replied, Thank you for understanding, young master. Boba spoke before Ruin could think further. By the way, I promised to train the young lady in swordsmanship today. Will you join us? Ruin, very interested, immediately agreed. Observation, it would be an honor. Suddenly he interjected with a gentle face but a serious voice. No, Boba clarified his intention further. Not observation, I mean sparring. Hearing that, he was too surprised to speak, and his face hardened as if he had misheard. He asked again, What did you say? From somewhere in the lush forest, Boba was sparring with Ruina. The sound of two swords clashing echoed sharply. Irene observed intently and admired. The child is truly exceptional. It's astonishing to have such skill at 12 years old. Ruin didn't answer, but agreed internally with a serious expression. I agree, honestly, even I'm surprised. He admired the young girl who gripped her sword tightly with both hands and exuded a burning aura. The child's blade is perfectly balanced and her footwork is very consistent. That's proof that her foundation is very solid. He looked at the person opposite again. He's limiting most of his combat power to minimize harm to Ruina. He was slightly impressed, and Sir Boba is only using his left hand to fight someone like Ruin, and the weapon is just a wooden sword, not his specialty spear. Boba's final words echoed, That's enough training for today, young lady. He looked at the young girl who stood proudly with her sword on her shoulder and her hands on her waist and praised Ruin. Did you see, her skill has advanced this far? At this rate, even you would find it hard to match her swordsmanship. Ruin smiled proudly. I suppose so. My sister is truly exceptional. He continued to praise her inwardly. You've worked so hard. Ruina didn't let him maintain that emotion for long. Boba suggested, Now it's your turn, isn't it? Ruin grasped the wooden sword with a hint of nostalgia. Yes, when I was 9, I sparred with Sir Boba with a wooden sword. Even mages had to understand swordsmanship to face knights. He made a decision. I've also been practicing martial arts, so now it's my turn to show my skills. His face became stern and his eyes sharpened. He cleared his throat. Please be gentle, Sir Boba, and the sparring ended with Ruin sprawled on the ground, his face bruised, his eyes blank as if unable to believe this reality. Amidst the laughter of the two girls beside him, Boba encouraged Ruin. Your movements have improved compared to 7 years ago. This old man is very pleased. Ruin, on the other hand, lay helplessly, not at all comforted. Ruin got up and asked, slightly puzzled, By the way, what was your skill level as a knight by today's standards? He seemed unsure of his answer after hearing the question. I don't know, it's been too long since I retired, so I don't know what the younger generation is like these days. Ruin bowed his head and pondered deeply. Isn't there a good standard for comparison? As if he had found a solution. Ruin exclaimed, an individual came to Ruin's mind, he suggested. I know a knight. Sir Gunther Pyrant, the only growth knight in the Eastern Rhydon region, he recalled gratefully. He helped me with martial arts training before the competition. I remember him being very strong. Boba listened to that and pondered for a moment. He recalled, A growth knight, When I left the Knight Order 20 years ago, I was a 7-star knight. Ruin's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing him introduce himself. What did you say? He admired inwardly. A 7-star knight 20 years ago. He must have been almost the strongest in the kingdom. Ruin muttered to himself, looking at the system window that appeared before him. Why is such a person in an unexpected mission? Command to fight knights with a wooden sword. Fight Sir Boba? Ruin saw the time rewinding, and there were 3 days left. He sweated, slightly anxious. Can I do it? My swordsmanship is still far from ready. Suddenly Irene spoke, startling Ruin out of his thoughts. Training with a 7-star knight, young Master Ruin is truly having a rare experience. Ruin asked back bewilderedly. What did you say? She excitedly explained what she had just said. Sir Boba is the only person in the Rhydon Kingdom to reach the legendary knight rank. This is an experience that money cannot buy. Ruin smiled as if he understood. I see it's a great opportunity. I hesitated because I was afraid of failing, but it's truly unexpected. Boba still had one hand behind his back. He seized the moment. Admiringly, Oh young master, I really like your expression right now. Meanwhile, Ruin regained his composure, stood up and picked up his sword. Yes, I am very determined right now. There were 3 days left until the mission was complete. Once again he gripped his sword seriously and extended it forward. His face was firm, slightly confident. I must rely on you again, Sir Boba, Ruin said confidently. With this much time I can succeed, it's fine. Ruin received an unexpected notification from the system during his sparring with Sir Boba. A new mission appeared. The mission specified that he had to learn the techniques of blocking, dodging, countering and delivering a fatal blow in his match against Sir Boba. Ruin muttered to himself. To complete this mission I sparred with Sir Boba every night. As time passed in seconds, Ruin trained diligently. His face was scratched and dirty. He continuously moved his hands and feet, lost in thought. At first I wondered what these sparrings meant. As he was lost in thought, he carelessly showed an opening, and Boba exploited it. There's a flaw here. Nevertheless, since the system gave me the mission, I thought there must be a reason, and continued sparring. Then Boba leisurely reminded him again. There's also a flaw here. And finally, with only 23:51 left, Ruin had to focus even more. He dashed towards Boba like the wind. A moment later, he smiled slightly, his eyes full of excitement and satisfaction. It's over. Boba smiled gently and praised him generously. Very well done, Ruin also thought to himself at that moment. Sir Boba said, the results of your efforts are gradually appearing. Time passed, and the last day of training approached. Boba, worried about Ruin's excessive efforts, asked, Young master, aren't you tired? Ruin replied firmly. No, I can continue, Boba gently said with his wooden sword on his shoulder. You don't have to push yourself too hard. Look, it's already dawn. But Ruin was determined, as he had to complete the mission. Yes, I've sparred enough with Sir Boba, but he stared intently at the only remaining mission item. Fatal blow. I haven't met that condition yet. There were only about 30 minutes left. Ruin was confused and lost in thought. I can't believe this is all I've achieved after working all night. Was delivering a fatal blow to a 7-star knight an impossible mission from the start? As time ticked by, his hands clenched even tighter, and now there was little time left. What on earth is happening, brother? Did you stay up all night? Rena had just woken up. She persuaded her brother. Brother, stop now. You've practiced enough. Begin sighed deeply. Seriously, I came to protect the young lady. But why does the young master push himself so hard? Ruina added in a worried voice. Brother, you have your limits. Brother, please rest now. Ruin didn't look at them but at Boba and insisted on just 30 more minutes, repeating it as if no one could stop him. But Ruin was also filled with anxiety. I know all too well that it's difficult to achieve miraculous results in 30 minutes. But he continued. He forcefully slammed the wooden sword in his hand into the ground. He said loudly, Sir Boba, the sword is stuck in the ground. Ruin quickly rolled up his sleeves. I'll consider this my last attempt and try a different approach. As he spoke, he thought, from now on I'll change my approach. His strange behavior startled Ruina and Irene. Begin and his father were also surprised. The two frowned and Begin muttered. Boba was also slightly surprised. He replied gently, Young master, your face and body are already in an attacking stance. He asked again. Are you serious? Yes, I am. Ruin's eyes narrowed and his mind was filled with unwavering resolve. Through sparring with the wooden sword for the past few days, he had learned to anticipate a knight's movements. Now that goal was achieved. I must win with my strengths. Boba, with his unique insight, realized, I thought it was strange that he was practicing swordsmanship all night for the past few days. It turns out he wanted to gain something from me. Ruin didn't hide it either, lightly chuckling at his speculation. Sir, you've realized. Boba showed even more anticipation for the final sparring match. Very good. In that case, I'll add one more rule for you, young master. He generously gave him another great opportunity. For the remaining 30 minutes you may use magic against me. Ruin was momentarily stunned, muttering the two words, magic? At this, Boba spoke with his mouth and wielded his sword with his hand, saying, But I will also become a little more serious. I want to see your true abilities. Ruin was also ready. He lifted his heels and pointed his toes towards B. Come here. The next moment the two rushed forward as if flying. Ruin gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, thinking, I don't need the wooden sword. I need to get closer inside the sword's range. My body is lighter now and my movements are better balanced. If I get this close, the sword becomes useless due to its blind spot. Boba suddenly stopped his attack and chuckled for a moment with amusement. Ah, I see. At the same time, Ruin also hesitated and was slightly flustered but gritted his teeth and was momentarily confused. He didn't reveal any weaknesses outside the wooden sword's range. The method I used against Doom Fram in the Grand Festival, breaking the opponent's sword, is not a strategy that can be applied to everyone. Boba analyzed Ruin's fighting style as if he had seen through it clearly. Knights of Sir Boba's caliber, instead of directly confronting a difference in strength, changed direction. His plan was to move outside the wooden sword's range. A good choice, but once discovered there are fewer options. The opponent will always try to keep their distance from you. These words excited Ruin even more. He bent his body and clenched his fists. Sir Boba is right, all my combat power has been seen through. Just as his fist was about to strike, Ruin suddenly grinned cunningly. But sir, you wouldn't have predicted this. Instantly his clenched hand spread wide. Ruin shouted, Light! Immediately a dazzling blue light enveloped the two, making both Ruin and Boba unable to see. When the light faded, leaving only faint smoke, people saw Ruin grabbing Boba's collar and pinning him to the ground. Ruina exclaimed in surprise. Brother, Boba, though defeated, smiled gently at him and replied, I was worried you might use some terrifying magic, but you merely blinded me with light. You've completely defeated me. The young master looked at him and humbly replied, That was all I could think of at the time. I sincerely apologize for catching you off guard, Sir Boba. It was a short statement, but more thoughts filled his mind. To be honest, if Sir Boba had been in his usual condition, I probably would have lost. He hadn't rested all day because of me. And finally I succeeded. The system informed him that the reward Ruin received was the steel break skill. Ruin was happily reading the reward when Ruina hit his shoulder painfully. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ruina, with her arms crossed, angrily scolded him. "It's just sparring. How could you throw Sir Boba to the ground like that?" Ruin chuckled awkwardly, having nothing to say, and merely muttered, "I'm sorry." Boba stepped forward to defend him. "I'm fine, young lady. Please don't scold the young master too much." Ruin then respectfully bowed his head and extended his hand to Boba. "Now that the sparring is over, I just want to soak in hot water." "Oh dear, I've taken up too much of your time, sir." He helped him up, a surge of positive emotions in his heart. "I've really learned a lot during this time." The two slowly walked back. This old man had a truly interesting experience. "Young master, your vacation will also end soon," Ruin replied to him. "Yes, it takes 10 days to ride to the academy, so I have to leave soon." The long and short vacation was coming to an end. He felt a moment of sadness at the thought of packing his bags and leaving. And the day came for him to leave his hometown. From atop the bridge, he and his father looked down at the diligently working young people. "All right, let's push a little harder. Let's finish up and have a few beers. Of course, we'll drink our fill today," he respectfully explained to his father. "These are the workers sent by the Van Chase family. They're building a base in Adel, so a lot of manpower is needed." Spread his arms, expressing his excitement. "Through this road we will transport weapons from Lake Number 8 and simultaneously carry out subjugation missions. Moreover, many workers will use Adel's restaurants and inns, which will bring great benefits to this entire region. This is the beginning of change." After saying this, he suddenly lowered his voice. "And there's one more thing I need to tell you, father." He handed him a box. "This is gold coin. Father, please use it for Adel." Ruin's father frowned as if to refuse and said, "Son," but Ruin knew what his father was thinking, so he quickly cut him off. "I've kept 400 gold for myself, so don't worry. You won't refuse again, will you?" He looked at Ruin with loving and proud eyes. "I am truly ashamed. I only owe you." He hugged his filial son. "Thank you, son. Then I will depart now." Ruin continued to ponder. "I have to say this vacation was truly productive. I said goodbye to everyone and walked with Irene for a while. Just as the road forked and we were about to say goodbye, Lin heard Irene say something and hastily asked again, "Huh, what did you just say? Did I mishear?" Irene deliberately emphasized her voice. "No, you heard correctly." She narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin, smiling. "After graduation, I'll help you with monster subjugation missions. I told you I'll follow you until I beat you." Lin looked at Irene's retreating back and thought for a moment. She hasn't forgotten yet. She's really a strange person, and so we parted ways, promising to meet again someday. After about a week's journey from Adel, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, more people came and went here. As soon as he arrived, Lin stopped, curious about a fight happening in the street. Someone was shouting, "Say that again." A gang member in black clothes furiously cursed at a young man in a white shirt directly in his face. "What did you just say, you weakling?" The ear-splitting shouts grew louder and louder. "Say that again, you damned bastard." Ruin started to feel uncomfortable seeing this tyranny. "What's going on?" The man in black clothes was still arrogant, shouting in a high voice. "Say that again. What did you just say, you little brat?" The young man, whose face was covered in scars, pleaded in a low voice, "Please let my sister go." But soon after, he glared at the opponent and said loudly, "I am also a knight. If you don't let my sister go right now, I won't let you get away with it." The man in black clothes snickered. His voice was filled with mockery. "Did you hear that? You won't let me get away with it? What will you do if you don't?" Then he suddenly stood up and continued to lecture this poor young man. "All this happened because your family couldn't pay their debts. We also have to make a living." His fist was clenched and provocative and insulting words poured from his mouth. "So now your father will have to sell your sister to pay off the debt." "Ha ha." The young man frowned, his eyes filled with rage. "What?" As soon as he heard them lay hands on his family, he immediately rushed forward without hesitation. "Do you think I'd let that happen?" For the first time in their conversation, he laughed at him. It was truly ridiculous, but he was punched by him before he could even attack, and he heard his rough insults. "Do I look like I'm joking?" He continued to kick him, cursing. "And you, a weakling like you, think you can be a knight? Hanson, is this the standard for knight trainees in foreign?" It wasn't over yet. He grabbed the young man's hair and ordered him like a slave, "Say that again." The brave young man said word by word with emphasis, "Try to sell my sister." He glared at his opponent with burning eyes, and his voice was devoid of any emotion. "I will truly kill you all." Ruin stood, narrowing his eyes, an unpleasant expression on his face. "Am I really witnessing such a scene? Is this happening in broad daylight? That child looks like a knight trainee from a nearby territory, but he seems too weak for a trainee. But those eyes are not eyes I commonly see. They are the eyes of someone desperately trying to protect something." As Ruin approached where the fight was taking place, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. A man, frightened, advised him, "Young man, don't meddle in other people's business and leave. You'll be in big trouble if you fight with the Anji lumber gang." "That's right, they're truly cruel." Ruin, without even thanking them, seemed to want to blame them. "Understood, but what are the people here doing?" They were puzzled. What are you saying?" Ruin continued. "You're not stopping them, nor are you saving that young man." His eyes widened and his teeth were bared, showing disgust. "You should be ashamed. You're no different from them." After speaking, he approached the young man. "Those eyes are really good. They're eyes that can become much stronger. I'm suddenly curious about that young man's true value." The man who had advised Ruin with good intentions was now very angry at Ruin's accusation. What? Fine, do as you please, all my worries were for you alone. The thug who was bullying the young man stopped when he saw Ruin approaching. He gave Ruin a sharp glance and asked, just as arrogantly and condescendingly, "Who are you? Did you come to get beaten too?" He hastily shouted loudly without even knowing who the opponent was. "Get lost, I." Before he could finish, Ruin used magic and sent him flying backward. His eyes widened in surprise and fear. He looked at Ruin's cold face, thinking, why am I so uneasy? The villagers who witnessed this scene also widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in shock. His subordinates also asked blankly, What? And he could only stand still while Ruin trampled his body with magic. What just happened? After a round of play, Ruin finally vented his anger by directly pouring magic onto his face. He groaned in pain. Don't come near me, go away, back off, back off." The young man, who had been sitting dumbfounded until now, hesitantly asked, Who are you?" Ruin's back was filled with pride. He replied, "Ruin Owl." Then he turned to the young man and smiled comfortably and gently. He continued, "That's my name." When night fell, Lin went to the young man's house. The young man introduced himself as Han and invited him into his house. His story was quite typical. The two siblings were burdened with their alcoholic father's debts, and the young man had to pick up a sword to prevent his sister from being sold as a courtesan. Ruin had several questions, so he quickly asked, "By the way, what kind of place is that Anji lumber gang? Their name is cute, but what they do is truly horrible." "Their name is cute, but they're truly cruel," Han said, getting goosebumps as he spoke. "They'll tie people to Anji trees and kill them. Their leader has already killed 4 people. So no one dares to touch them." Ruin still had many questions, so he continued to ask, "Does foreign territory just let such people run rampant?" Han explained to him, "Their area of activity isn't foreign. They operate in our village and a few other small villages. All are too small to receive assistance from guards." Ruin lowered his head slightly and hid his thoughtful gaze. "They're worse than I thought. I'll have to deal with them myself." "But I don't have time to deal with them one by one." Han bowed his head and said to Ruin in a grateful voice, "Thank you for your help. I've heard your name, Ruin." "Am I right in thinking you're the winner of that tournament?" Ruin answered immediately, surprising Han slightly. "Yes, that's right. Did you hear it from Sir Gunther Pirate?" Han straightened his back and looked at Ruin. "How did you know?" Ruin smiled and explained, "That thug called you a knight trainee from the foreign territory. If it was Sir Gunther, he would have told you about me." Han jumped up and said excitedly, "Yes, our captain talked about you a lot, Ruin. He said there's a very strong mage at the academy, but he's not as strong as our captain." "Oh really?" Ruin thought to himself. "I'm tired of hearing this, but I beat him in arm wrestling." Han still thumped his chest, speaking passionately, "I want to be as strong as our captain and grow quickly to become a great knight." Ruin was silent for a moment, pressing his lips together, and thought, it's good to aim for the captain, but Han is too weak to become one. Let alone a knight. Even graduating from the academy is uncertain. Suddenly he lowered his voice and confessed, sounding a little embarrassed, "Actually, I'm last in the academy, so I get teased every day. They say, 'How can you survive at the academy with such skills?'" His confession was sad but still full of hope. "Everyone criticized me, but our captain was different. He told me I have a talent that others don't." After saying this, he became bright and positive again, and that if I keep trying, I'll shine someday. Ruin suddenly realized, this is just like how the demigod and the headmaster believed in me till the end. Sir Gunther Pirate also believed in Han because he had a similar experience. Ruin encouraged Han without hesitation. "That's right, hard work will never betray you." He put a piece of food in his mouth and continued to encourage his new friend. "Even if you're slower than others, if you persevere, a miracle will happen someday, just like it happened to me." Seeing Ruin's contorted face, Han was flustered. "I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it. My sister's cooking skills are a bit unique." Ruin inwardly complained, "Why are you telling me this now?" While the two were talking pleasantly and warmly, an arrogant shout was heard. "You filthy bastards, come out!" The Anji lumber gang filled the outside of the house. "That damn noble, I should have torn him to shreds, but instead I've come to kill these 2 brats," the boss said in a rough voice. "Don't kill them. Just sell them." He roughly rushed into the house, kicking down the flimsy wooden door. "Come out, don't hide." But he suddenly froze, staring at Han. "What? Where are the 2 brats?" Inside the house, Han's 2 siblings were nowhere to be seen, only Ruin was waiting. The boss asked in an overbearing voice, "Who are you?" Ruin, wearing some protective gear on his arms, smiled and replied, "I was wondering what to do, but thanks for showing up right in front of me." In less than 3 seconds, he was hit by a magic attack and flew straight out of the house. What?" the subordinates asked each other in fear. They were all in a state of confusion. He stared without blinking, then a whispering sound was heard. "Was that the noble from earlier? Why are you here?" Only then did Han's 2 siblings appear, clinging to each other in fear. Ruin warned, "Han, it's dangerous here. Protect your sister." He asked nervously, "Ruin, what are you going to do?" Ruin smiled slightly and clenched both hands, saying imposingly, "I need to do something befitting this meal. Don't be afraid, everyone. No matter how outstanding he is, there are over 20 of us. All right, everyone, charge together." The black-clad figures took up their weapons and rushed forward in unison. "Good, everyone, come at me." A blue flow of power erupted from Ruin's hands. Through the battle with Baron Boba, I learned a new skill called Steel Shatter. Using this skill, the moment a sword touches a fist, the sword's essence disappears without a trace. Fighting, he thought, "What is this, my sword?" someone screamed in fear. My sword, usually I only give light punishment, but these are clearly villains, so there will be no mercy. Ruin's immense source of power poured down on them. Demon, please forgive us, we have committed a great sin. They fell to the ground pleading. By now they must have realized that further attacks were futile. While Ruin was thinking, a scream was heard in the distance. As expected, not everyone could feel it. One person was taken hostage. You damn bastard, if you move even a little I'll cut this woman's throat. What are you doing? Get up right now and tie up that damn noble, the black-clad man commanded. He worried. Damn it, are you these guys' boss? Yes, I am the boss of the Anji lumber gang, he introduced himself. If you understand, kneel right now, you damn bastard. He anxiously looked for Han. Han, what happened? Han's sister said, injured. You got hurt trying to protect your sister, didn't you? Then there's no other way, I have to solve this. He approached him. He shouted, don't come near me, do you think I won't kill her? Stand still. If you move even a finger I'll cut her in half. Ruin was enraged. Damn it, the academy didn't teach me how to handle this situation. I don't even have time to use magic. Damn, what should I do? A sword flew and he was horrified. You damn bastard. Han, enraged, approached with his sword. If you don't want to end up like your boss, get out of here right now, you damn bastards. Run. They all fled. Han, are you alright? Han's sister rushed over. Han said in disbelief, I killed someone, how could I? It's alright, Han, it was necessary. And congratulations. Ruin consoled him. Han didn't understand and turned his head. Congratulations, he explained. Is that Parato's sword mastery of aura? I just saw a blue flow of aura coming from you. Didn't you just reach rank 4? The appearance of an invisible blue energy aura meant Han was astonished. What? I reached rank 4? Yes. Someone who reaches rank 4 is considered the highest rank among knights. Of course you can't fully control your aura yet, but it clearly shows that you're developing. Yes, you did it. It was as I expected. Your thinking was right. He was moved. Thank you, Ruin. It's all thanks to you. If you weren't here I wouldn't have been able to find the courage. Enough, no more jokes, Ruin replied. At least now no one would bother Han's sister. So Han's problem was resolved smoothly. As soon as the sun rose I went straight to the academy and now I'm back. Before leaving Adul I wished my vacation wouldn't end, but now that I'm back at the academy I've realized one thing. I really miss this place. Ruin. What did you do during vacation? I walked with Jason, talking. What should I say? A lot happened, but there's nothing worth mentioning here. I hesitated for a moment. I trained. He was surprised. You, even someone as strong as you, trains swordsmanship. My god, Ruin, vacation is for resting. Besides, swordsmanship is part of the second semester's night-related classes, isn't it? Why are you training in advance? Studying in advance during vacation is called preparation. While the two were talking, the professor called him. Ruin, Professor High Demigod. You were here. What brings you here? Look outside. We have a visitor. Many knights and a flag with a yellow sunbird crest. It must be that man. Ruin seemed to recognize who the visitor was. I'll be right there. We exchanged letters, but I didn't expect to meet him so soon. The winner of the martial arts tournament has arrived. The carriage door opened and the princes descended one by one. Don't you dare think about getting between me and Ruin. Prince Closter Lidun first. Prince, don't dream too big, brother. No matter how hard you try, Sir Lin will choose me. As the two were bickering, Ruin approached and greeted them. It's an honor to meet you, princes. I am Ruin Ao. Ah, sir, I apologize for the sudden visit. I've prepared a gift and would like to speak with you privately. No, the gift I prepared is far more valuable. Forget about my brother and talk to me first. Their intentions were too clear. If I, the winner of the martial arts tournament, support one side, it will be a great help in becoming king. I have a solution, he said. A solution? All right, let's do as Sir Lin says. You two discuss it together. The Raiden Kingdom, which I belong to, is currently known as the weakest country on the continent. Nevertheless, the kingdom is not internally united. The conflict between the first prince's monarchical faction and the second prince's reformist faction is the cause of continuous discord. Most mages are merely tools in their power struggle. In retrospect, the reason they came to me was clear. You brat, I'll sit here. No, the seat opposite Ruin is mine. The two princes were arguing over who would sit opposite Lin. He also felt helpless towards the two. They're really annoying. Don't make noise. It wouldn't be noisy if it weren't for you, brother. The country is in this state because of these childish people. Thoughts raged in his mind. Ridiculous. What did you just say? Stop fighting. I'm a little surprised by your sudden visit, but welcome. I also have something to say. I have no intention of becoming a lord for either of you. As expected, but it still hurts to hear it directly. That's right, but even the legendary strategist Ziggy's refused 3 offers. You know that story too, don't you? Ziggy's, you refused the great emperor's offer 3 times, but eventually sided with the emperor. Are you really comparing yourself to the first emperor? The first emperor was a rank 9 knight. No matter how many offers you make, the result will be the same. As Ruin Adul, I have my own work to do. My work, I plan to return to my hometown, the Adul territory. Adul, you mean you won't leave the kingdom even after graduation? Of course. By then I'll be a force for the kingdom. Oh, I'm really glad to hear that. But the situation in Adul won't be easy. I believe you both understand why I don't want to abandon my hometown. The two princes were surprised to hear that. A force for the future of the kingdom shouldn't be burdened by unnecessary worries. Prince Closter Lidun will fully support you no matter what problems arise. No, ask me first. Don't ask my brother. I'll give you money, food, anything. Hey, I'm talking to Sir here. Don't interrupt. The two started arguing again. I will not choose either of you no matter what, that's for sure. Why? Because the longer you two keep fighting, the more benefits I'll get. Ruin still had his own agenda. I'll send you a wonderful gift for your graduation. No, I'll send a much better gift than my brother. Gifts are fine, but I'd appreciate it if you could handle the things I mentioned. Haha, don't worry about anything, just focus on your graduation. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied that I wasn't taking sides and left. In addition, I demonstrated loyalty by confirming that I would not leave the kingdom, but I made a few demands. First, I requested approval for the plans Adel is currently pursuing, and I requested military support to coincide with the subjugation operation. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Is this the power of authority? And the thought was interrupted. Listen, everyone. Duke Ruin Adel is the light and treasure of the kingdom, therefore I appoint Duke Ruin as the royal guardian. Everyone, show him due respect. This was not part of the plan, but things turned out this way. Guardian, as the one who protects the royal family most closely in the kingdom, no one will dare disrespect him. Although not official, since the princes recognized him, it's virtually official. He felt relieved that everything was resolved smoothly. Now we're leaving, the two princes bid farewell and left. Truly amazing to be appointed royal guardian. That's very impressive, a voice of admiration rang out. Make way, I'm going to be late for class. Jason walked loudly, telling people to make way. Now that the princes have left, it's finally time for the students to gather. It's probably going to get noisy again. The position of guardian has always been monopolized by the Gary Hill family. Hey, quiet down, Mike Gary Hill is coming. At this, all the murmuring ceased. What are they saying? Are they talking about me? He acted arrogantly as soon as he arrived. How ridiculous. I honestly ask, who is saying what about whom? Those words really seemed to anger him. Did you all forget I'm from the Gary Hill family? No matter how much fuss you make, you'll all be under me after graduation. Mike Gary Hill, who was almost expelled in the first-year midterms for using prohibited drugs, avoided expulsion with a different punishment, a 30-day suspension, thanks to the Gary Hill family's reputation. Not only the Academy's magic world, but even the current magic world of this kingdom is almost under Gary Hill's control. Really? But it doesn't seem to be what the princes want. Long time no see. Damn it, he gritted out each word. Do you think you've won? What, we'll see who laughs last. He turned away, but his face was still filled with displeasure. John said, he's just jealous, don't mind him too much. Mike's face when you won the competition was truly something to behold. This situation with the princes must have affected him even more, right? Damn it, those things aren't even worth considering. Mike's tarnished reputation in this matter is directly linked to his family's honor. He might be planning something. This class is a special lecture for graduates, right? Yes, let's participate. After all, my opponent is the cruel Gary Hill. Graduates are coming to lecture at the Academy. I wonder who will come. I hope it's a good person, Jason wished inwardly. And for some reason, this uneasy feeling had never been wrong. The person behind the door didn't seem to live up to his expectations. All the students were looking at the two with surprised eyes. He was surprised. What's going on? The person who had been standing on the podium opened his mouth. Is there a problem? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Is that Ruin Adel? Nice to meet you, Ruin Adel. That person was Jakin Gary Hill. The second semester senior classes focus more on practical training than theory. As mentioned earlier, there will be night-related classes and graduates will come to the academy to share stories about current mages. It's a kind of lecture. This is a well-intentioned lecture, but for some reason, that uneasy feeling had never been wrong. Ruin and John sat down cautiously. They looked silently ahead. Especially the graduate who came as a guest lecturer was Mike Gary Hill's older brother. He held a book and chalk and introduced the class. Today, the story I will tell you is about the relationship between the Gary Hill family's mages and the royal mages. He arrogantly curled the corner of his lips. You all know, don't you, out of the 14 royal mages selected last year, 11 are from the Gary Hill family. He smiled, but his eyes were inscrutably cold. As your senior at the academy, I will tell you the truth you need to know to succeed. There is nothing in this world that I can possess alone. Ruin listened carefully to his every word. Therefore the weak must unite more. From now on you will focus more on reality than ideals. Just because you praise student representative Ruin Adel doesn't mean your life will follow the same path as his. He suddenly pointed at Ruin, momentarily stunning the entire auditorium. He gritted out each word. Ruin, what do you think? Jason stood up angrily, slamming the table. Every time he saw his older brother he hurried to his feet and interrupted him, trying to stop his friend from doing something foolish. I have something to say. In everyone's gaze he spoke his opinion freely. No matter how much fragmented pieces are combined, a masterpiece will not be born. At best it will be a huge pile of trash. He paused for a moment, as if he had just heard a sarcastic remark. Are you talking about me right now? He immediately denied it. No, not at all. Did he think that about what he said? The tense atmosphere between the two constantly caused murmuring among the surrounding students. Speechless, he changed the subject. I've heard a lot about you from my younger brother Mike. Aren't you truly an unfortunate person? He replied calmly. I don't think you've heard the other story, how that unfortunate person so thoroughly defeated you. He couldn't maintain his usual confident smile and his face darkened. What an arrogant fellow at this moment. Two knew that the rivalry between Ruin Adel and Gary Hill was a showdown that would not end easily. Since Jakin appeared, the academy's atmosphere began to change rapidly. Jin blinded the low-achieving students with the words, anyone can join Gary Hill if they want. Jakin's practical and straightforward style was quite effective. At the same time, an argument broke out. One student opened his mouth. "Did you hear what Senior Jakin said? If we work for Gary Hill, we can succeed too." The other immediately retorted, "Ha, do you really think Gary Hill is interested in you? You have no pride. I'd rather not work under Mike, who manipulates others with cunning means." In the end, the Academy's students were divided into two factions, Gary Hill and Otto. Gary Hill's petty efforts to insult Ruin and his growing anger at such childish provocations made the Academy's atmosphere grow hotter with each passing moment. However, before long, an opportunity arose to put Gary Hill in his place. Principal Theron put down a hot teacup on the table and opened his mouth in a low voice. "Oh, come in, sit down." Ruin sat opposite him and quickly replied, "Yes, Principal, how have you been these days?" He quietly lifted the teacup. "Haha, I'm doing well," he said in a deep, calm voice filled with understanding and trust. "Since you are the student representative, we can discuss official matters, right? How is Academy life?" He closed his eyes slightly and frowned. It was business as usual with one exception. Someone causing trouble was making everything chaotic. With his knowledge, experience, and career, he quickly grasped the situation. He put down the teacup. "I see, I think I know exactly who you're talking about." He leaned back in his chair. "Gary Hill, I don't like them at all, but what can I do? All mages in the kingdom are related to them, so the Academy is no exception." He continued to explain the current situation. "However, unlike last year, this year I only entrusted them with classes that don't directly affect scores. Nevertheless, they're quite noisy inside and outside the Academy. Because of you, they seem to hold quite a grudge against you." He wondered, "What kind of person is the graduate Jakin Gary Hill?" He explained. He was extremely popular for his handsome looks and eloquence. His social life was smooth and his academic performance was outstanding. At 23, he became the youngest senior mage in the kingdom. However, his face suddenly turned serious. But behind that appearance, a huge snake lives within him. He had a deep desire for power and ambition, and by his nature, he would do whatever it took to get what he wanted. Having understood the character of Jakin, the Serpent King, he became wary. He looks fine on the outside, but inside he is completely rotten, and he will use any means to get what he wants. That's Gary Hill. He clenched his fist. Now he had enough reason to act. The problem was what reason he would use. Suddenly he opened his mouth. "By the way, I want to discuss the upcoming special classes with you." His face was clearly confused. "Special classes?" he replied. "Yes, the upcoming classes." Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into his head. "I have a good idea, but I wonder if the teacher will agree." He asked many people, but most of the reactions were negative, thinking that. He headed to class. At that moment, Principal Theron's words came to mind, giving him strength. "Then why don't you ask him directly?" And he opened the door. Hearing the door open, all the students turned around. And Jin, who was on the podium, also flinched and said in a slightly surprised voice, "How Ruinottle." As a lovely junior, he directly made a suggestion to him. "I came to ask you a favor, Senior." Mike, who was next to him, heard everything and burst out laughing. Whoosh, he jumped up and pointed at Ruin, grinning from ear to ear. "A request? I knew you'd say something like that," he said with a serious expression. "Don't misunderstand, it's not the kind of request you're thinking of." Finally, he began to state his true intentions. "I heard you refused the principal's offer regarding next week's night-related joint class." At this point, Ruin's lips curled up slightly. "So I came to ask you directly. Please allow the graduates and us to take the joint class together." At that moment, his entire body froze and his usual arrogant face suddenly went blank. A joint class. This was a way for graduates to participate in classes with students as special lecturers. In other words, this was also an official opportunity for Jin and me to compete on the same stage. In one word, the atmosphere completely became lively. A joint class, then we'll finally get to see Jin Gary Hill's skills? The surrounding students couldn't hide their excitement, and all eyes were on him. He and Ruin will compete directly on the same stage. Wow. After a moment of silence and thought, he opened his mouth. "Why?" he said slowly. "We graduates are experienced professionals who have worked in the field for many years. We don't need such classes. To be honest, it's just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us?" It sounded convincing, but everything was within his prediction. He threw a fatal remark. "That sounds a bit unreasonable. Wasn't the purpose of graduates coming to the academy to teach us?" He was surprised. "What?" He put on a sad expression. "And yet, Senior, you refused the joint class, the best opportunity to pass on knowledge to your juniors. Because of that kind of class, Senior, you kept emphasizing that Gary Hill is a group." His face became very unpleasant at this moment. His voice sounded provocative, and he had a mocking smile. "But why did you suddenly change? Or is there another reason? For example, are you afraid?" He smiled ecstatically like a villain. "Even though you won the competition, you are still a student with limited experience. In front of a true blade, you will be able to do nothing but cling to useless stubbornness. Why do we need such a cumbersome class?" Before he could finish, the students interrupted. "We also want to see your skills, Senior." He was a little stunned, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Then one student shouted, and other students responded in turn. "That's right, we really want to see the skills tempered in real combat." At the same time, Mike excitedly slammed the table. "Brother, what are you hesitating for? It's a golden opportunity to crush that guy in front of everyone. Accept it, Ruinottle, you'll regret this offer." "My brother is a powerful mage." His reaction was what he had been hoping for. He laughed heartily. "That's right, Mike, you're right. That's how it should be, so our respected Senior won't refuse anymore. Jakin sighed as if bored. Alright, if it's a joint class, then the night trainees from foreign will also participate, right? However, he defended himself. I refused this offer because I didn't want to steal the student representative's opportunity to shine in class, but now if you want to disregard that, then. Ruin didn't hesitate and walked straight towards him step by step. No, please do it, I'm asking you, senior. He extended his hand. As a junior at the academy, I also want to see your skills, senior. He had no choice but to shake his hand. Then I have no other choice, let's do our best. Suddenly he felt a piercing pain, and it was so painful that he gritted his teeth. He gritted his teeth and said, "This brat." He leaned close to his ear and whispered the words of stone. Then I'll leave it to you, senior. His eyes gleamed with excitement and challenge. Be prepared to be surprised. 3 days ago, the night trainees from foreign arrived at the academy. Before meeting them, Ruin had a brief meeting with Principal Theron. He opened his mouth. Special classes. Really? He calmly rested his hands and said serenely, "That day I thought of pairing graduates and students to form teams in class. Most of them refused," he smiled, "but if you ask them directly." As a senior, he wouldn't refuse, would he? As the student representative, what do you think? Remembering the proposal, he merely forced a bitter smile, a mix of powerlessness and surprise. The principal is really cunning. To come up with a plan that the senior can't refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere became unexpectedly lively. One person, unable to contain their excitement, pointed a finger forward and passionately shouted, "Look, they're coming!" It was the foreign night trainees. Cheers filled the stadium like waves as soon as he saw the group. Sir Gunther immediately broke into a bright smile, and a glint of interest briefly flashed in his eyes. "Oh, look at that stubborn kid. How have you been lately?" He immediately replied, "I've been well, of course. How about you, Sir Gunther?" He shrugged, his expression as lazy and unchanging as ever. "Same as always. I heard news of you recently. Didn't you win the grand festival?" He tilted his head slightly, humility evident on his face. "Yes, thanks to your teaching, sir." Gunther chuckled upon hearing that and said, turned and walked away, not forgetting to bid farewell. "Haha, I'm off to meet the principal now, so please guide the children." He immediately accepted the mission. "Understood." He placed a hand on his chest and politely introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Ruin Odell, the Academy representative. Could you tell me who the night trainee representative is?" The night trainee representative averted his gaze. Our current representative is busy." Following his gaze, he was shocked, his eyes wide. Before him was a common scene of bullying the weak. He laughed as if amused. "Haha, hey, keep going, you're scaring that kid," the other person immediately replied. "No one will care if this guy dies, so what?" He paused for a moment, his gaze settling on a lightly injured but familiar face. "Han," the bullied boy looked up. "Ruin, why are you here?" Then a brown-haired man in the crowd burst out laughing. "Ah, you're the famous Ruin Odell, aren't you? I've heard a lot about you." Then the man introduced himself. He lifted his head. His eyes were slightly arrogant. "I am Manhwa Gagan, representative of foreign. Have you heard of Bengras Gagan, the 7-star knight and captain of the Golden Knights? He is my father." His face showed an expression of, "No, who asked you to talk about your father? Why are you mentioning your father while introducing yourself? Are you showing off that your father is a great person?" He ignored the man's words. "Yes, but I'd be more satisfied if you answered my question first." The man's face stiffened at being ignored. "Question? What question?" His eyes were sharp. "I'll say it again. I asked what you're doing," he replied nonchalantly. "Oh, this guy hasn't been listening lately, so I'm personally training him." "Is there a problem with me personally training a commoner?" He frowned, clearly annoyed. "And you, rudely, are showing interest in a commoner while greeting us? Do you know that guy?" His hands clenched. "He's my friend. Is there a problem?" His laughter echoed throughout the stadium as if he had just heard the funniest story of the day. "Are you serious? A friend? It seems commoners get along better with each other." Manhwa sneered. "The Odell family is no different from commoners. It's disgusting to talk to someone from such a humble background as the Academy representative." He couldn't understand why the man's attitude had changed so suddenly. What was he trying to do? Then the man saw someone in the distance, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Ha, brother?" He instinctively glanced back, wondering, brother? The moment he saw that man, he finally understood why this man was so hostile towards him. Jane approached, smiling nonchalantly. "Greetings, Manhwa, you're here too. Why are you a night trainee here? It seems birds of a feather flock together." Even if Ruin hadn't known Han, they were destined to clash. Sir Gunther shouted loudly, "All right, everyone, focus. As you all know, today we'll be conducting joint training." He stood with his arms confidently crossed, and beside him was Professor Hayter, always with a solemn expression. He commanded before starting the training. "Now let's divide into teams," he continued to explain. "Each team will consist of 2 academy students and 1 night trainee, making a total of 54 teams." As soon as he finished speaking, Manhwa scratched his head and said wearily, "I didn't want to come here, but why do I have to train with these guys?" Jane quickly agreed. "It's been a long time since I graduated, and I still don't know why I'm here." The two seemed to be truly on the same page. The man suggested with an excited expression, "Then what do you think, brother? Let's just get it over with. We're obviously going to win anyway." He immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's reasonable. Including Mike, we'll be 1 team." The man laughed heartily with excitement. Hee, good, we can easily handle the weaklings together." Beside them, students were quickly forming teams, creating a lively atmosphere. However, amidst that lively atmosphere, Han stood silently, head bowed like a shadow. Then Ruin suddenly approached. "Han, be on my team." Quickly asked again, as if unable to believe his ears. "Ha, Ruin, really? Do you really think it's okay to be on the same team as me?" Having experienced such things before, he knew well the feeling of being alienated. A gentle but firm voice rang out, "Why not? You're my friend." Then he looked at Ruin with deep gratitude in his eyes, softly calling out Ruin's name. Jason slowly approached. "Wow, that's a bit unexpected. If you're choosing friends, I should be chosen too." He approached, his face beaming. "You're Lin's friend, so you're my friend too, right?" he explained. "Thanks, Jason." Han looked troubled, so I thought I should step in first. He raised a hand and gently patted Han's shoulder. "Your name is Han, right? Can I speak comfortably with you from now on?" Initially slightly surprised, he quickly responded, "Haha, yes, understood." Then he loudly declared, "Listen everyone, our goal here isn't just to get high scores." He crossed his arms, tilted his head, frowned in curiosity. There's something else." His gaze briefly flickered towards Makin and Manif's snake-like group gathered opposite. He frowned slightly, filled with caution. "We need to deal with those troublesome guys." After the team divisions were complete, a short break was given. Ruin and Han walked down the hallway. He quietly asked, Han, are you okay? You took quite a beating. If you want, I can take you to the infirmary." He waved his hand, declining. "I'm fine, I'm okay. No need to go anywhere." He hung his head low, clutching one arm. "It's nice to meet you, Ruin, but it's probably not good for me to pretend to know you." He paused. "What did you say?" Self-esteem enveloped him, and his eyes were fixed on the floor. "Only when no one else is around, because there are so many people who dislike me." He looked directly into his eyes, his gaze unwavering as he refuted his childish thoughts. "And as I said before, I'm your friend, so there's no need to be wary. By the way, was that guy the one who bullied you in the training ground before?" He replied, "Yes." Then both of them looked at Manif in front of them simultaneously. Seeing the information in his status window, he could understand why he was so scared. Manif, a 4-star knight with high potential, was clearly very strong. At the same time, he glanced sideways, recalling the blue aura that enveloped the man's body when he killed the gang leader with a single strike. Although he seemed weak and lacking in confidence now, his information made him think deeply. His current status is a 3-star knight, but he meets the requirements of a 4-star knight and has high potential with much room for growth. Thinking this far, he suddenly said, "I'm going to take care of Manif soon. What about you?" He was surprised, his eyes wide. He continued to encourage him as if to empower him. "Are you just going to keep taking hits? Where's that resolute look in your eyes you had when you protected your sister?" He hesitated. "Can I win?" he asserted firmly without hesitation. "You can do it." He seemed to have never thought that before. Kept asking, I can do it." Manif, who was above, heard that and turned around, annoyed. "I can't listen to that nonsense anymore." For him, with pride as high as the peak of Mount Everest, losing to someone who had always ignored him was unacceptable. "Han, defeat me, that useless commoner who just takes up space." "Han, come here." Though afraid, he bravely stood up. "No, I don't want to." It seemed this was the first time he had ever defied, and the man was extremely enraged. "What, this damn bastard must be crazy. Just because you're standing next to him doesn't make you special. Truly a bunch of idiots." He drew his sword as if to teach him a lesson. "You damn bastard, did you go crazy after all those beatings? Come here. Today I'll kill you myself." He immediately drew his sword in caution, but Ruin quickly stepped in to block him. "Don't fight him." He was puzzled. But he explained, "You're different from him, aren't you? You shouldn't act like that damn bastard." Then he slowly stepped forward. "Today is not the day for you to confront him. Wait for the right opportunity to sweep him away. So today I'll handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, the two rushed at each other like moths to a flame. Manif's face turned red with anger, and he shouted, "Who the hell are you? Get out of here! Disappear, you damn bastard!" Suddenly, someone kicked him in the face, and with one kick he was sent flying 5 meters, his sword soaring into the sky. Ruin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sir Gunther!" He frowned in anger. Ruin's eyes widened at Gunther's appearance. His actions were completely contrary to his expectations. Manif was hit so hard that his entire body flew backward and crashed into a stone wall behind him. He severely chastised him. "Manif Gagan, what do you think you're doing?" he stammered in confusion. They started it first. It wasn't my fault at all." He still stood tall, his eyes strict as if seeing through his excuses. "So you drew your sword to cut someone down?" His voice turned icy cold. "Manif Gagan, starting today you are relieved of your position as captain of the Knight Order at the Training Academy. The vice captain will temporarily take over and punishment will be applied as soon as you return to the academy." Unable to accept reality, he threatened, "But if you do that, my father won't stand by." However, with just one word from him, the man was speechless. "Yes, I think so too, but if Sir Bengras Gagan knew that his son had drawn a sword to cut someone down at the academy, he would probably faint hearing that." The man reluctantly yielded. "I apologize." Ruin, standing nearby, silently judged him with a sharp gaze, contemptuously looking at the man who acted arrogantly but was helpless before his father. He frowned, and facing the hateful gaze that seemed to want to tear him apart, he realized he had become a target. It was the first training of the intensive training. The first class was about combat and defense. Sir Gunther Pyrant taught how to exploit a mage's weaknesses, specifically how to neutralize them by taking advantage of their spellcasting time. Professor Hayter explained how to predict a knight's movements and effectively evade their attack range. Each team practiced these techniques according to the instructions. While the students practiced diligently, Manif's group behind the tree comfortably enjoyed the shade and observed. Manif scratched his head, his face filled with annoyance and anger. I'm so annoyed with that Ruin guy, and now I have to train in a place full of guys like him, Jane replied nonchalantly. Hey, don't worry about it. We already know all this stuff, right? He sighed. Just go with the flow. Outwardly nonchalant, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He said that, but how would he actually train? He speculated, but quickly denied it. Surely he doesn't expect me to reveal all my skills in front of so many students, does he? Absolutely not. In one corner, Ruin's team was also diligently training. Han, leaning on his knees with both hands, panted for breath. Huff huff, Ruin, let's rest a bit. He still stood upright, not a single drop of sweat on his body. Good, Jason beside him admired. A guy never gets tired, does he? I feel like I'll get sick of him before I even fight him. It seems the practice just now wasn't enough. Wow. He lightly rested his wooden sword on his shoulder and replied nonchalantly. I don't know, it feels like a warm-up. The two seemed unable to distinguish whether he was a human or a beast. They both shouted at once. What? Suddenly, Gunther cut into their conversation and approached. If you're not too tired, would you have a moment to talk with me? He exclaimed in surprise. Sir Gunther, he already had a wooden sword in his hand. There's something I want to confirm, he wondered. Confirm? What do you mean? He immediately explained. If you mastered this level of swordsmanship in such a short time, it would be impossible through self-study. It would be impossible without a truly great teacher. Hearing that, he paused for a moment and recalled his own teacher. Wow, Sir Gunther is more perceptive than he looks, he continued. So there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. He pointed his sword at Ruin, challenging him to a duel amidst everyone's tension. Ruin, now let's spar in swordsmanship. He paused for a moment. Surprise was clearly etched in his eyes. What's going on? A buzzing murmur erupted like a swarm of bees. He's challenging the Academy representative? Why is the captain doing that? After calming down for a moment, Ruin said, Sir, are you joking? I'm not even a knight yet. How can I defeat you? Besides, I've only been learning for a week. He looked directly at Ruin and said, I'm not asking you to win. These words confused Ruin even more. Then what is it? Then he revealed his true purpose. I want you to teach these academy students. There's no one here with better swordsmanship than you. The knight trainees there heard that and all stumbled backward in bewilderment. Did you say, Captain? He sighed softly, thinking to himself. It's too much to suddenly be the center of attention. However, his eyebrows were slightly furrowed and his lips were tightly pressed together. He didn't say it out loud, but inwardly he was sure this was a good opportunity. If he did well here, he could use this opportunity to solidify his position. And this wasn't with bad intentions. With this thought, he became interested and quickly took a ready stance. I look forward to learning from you, Sir Gunther. He smiled contentedly, the corners of his mouth naturally curving upward. Your stance is impressive. Then I shall come at you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gunther lunged forward with incredible speed. The spectators standing outside all widened their eyes and shouted simultaneously, Wait, what's that speed? Isn't Sir too serious? If I get hit by that attack, I won't have a single bone left. But Ruin easily blocked the attack. Someone cried out in surprise. He blocked that attack, yet he still sighed heavily. His sword swing made the defending Ruin slide across the arena. He slowly opened his mouth and looked at Ruin once more. I find your skill hard to believe. I ask you again, where did you learn this swordsmanship? He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ruin with a suspicious gaze. Is it a name I can't reveal? Ruin fell into deep thought, hesitating whether to tell him or not. He didn't intentionally hide it, so it should be fine. After a long hesitation, he spoke a name. Sir Boba. This was a name no one expected, and everyone standing there gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Everyone, including Gunther, stood dumbfounded at the unexpected news. Boba Vaughn, the legendary warrior. That's impossible. I heard he was already dead. Gunther quickly regained his composure. Oh, I see. Could you tell me more details? How did you come to know him? Ruin explained. Sir Boba lived in Adel after his retirement. He was always by my side since I was a child. Before he could finish speaking, Manhwa quickly interrupted and shouted, Don't lie. He approached irritably, his eyes burning. You don't lie to me. Ruin was bewildered. Lie? He pointed a finger at Ruin's face as if he had caught a swindler. Yes, it's a lie. I clearly said Boba Patton is dead, and you can't even prove it, can you? Ruin's expression was displeased. Why do I have to prove it? And don't say someone who's still alive is dead. He gritted his teeth, and though his face still held a sneer, there was clear anger in his eyes. Even if what you say is true, it doesn't matter. After all, the strongest person in this kingdom is still my father. Hearing this, he realized this was precisely what he was worried about. The knight officially recognized as the strongest in the kingdom was Manhwa's father, Sir Bengras Gagan, the captain of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Boba Patton was still alive, the official hierarchy could be overturned. Ruin replied lazily. All right, think what you want. He was bewildered. Ruin's eyes were sharp and his tone unwavering as he stated his view. It's up to you to believe in titles like strongest in the kingdom. Sir Boba isn't interested in such trivial rankings. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. Trivial? Did you just say trivial? He immediately drew a sharp sword. How dare you insult my father? He looked like a madman who could kill anyone he saw now. Ruin out, take out a real sword right now and challenge me to a duel. While he was shouting madly, come here and fight me right now, he was hit squarely on the head by Gunther and his eyes were cross-eyed like a baby ogre. He struck Manhwa because he didn't want him to lose control and do something foolish. What on earth is going on? A challenge? Does he really want to fight Ruin? He sat hunched like a dog, clutching his head. Finally he announced, all right, Then tomorrow's first group sparring match will be between Ruin's team and Manif's team. Any objections? The two answered simultaneously. None. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and the next day his majestic voice echoed in the sky. All right, is everyone ready? As I said yesterday, the first sparring match will be between Ruin's team and Manif's team. The two teams stood facing each other under everyone's curious gazes. Suddenly Jaken stepped forward and called Ruin. There was no sign of worry on his face. In fact, he looked quite relaxed. Is everyone thoroughly prepared? Ruin immediately went on alert. What is it? Why are you asking so suddenly? He smirked cunningly. Just passing by. Good luck with this match. Hearing that, Gunther gave the signal. All right then, prepare. Start. As if he had been waiting, he charged forward with incredible speed, startling Ruin. Fortunately, Ruin reacted in time. If he had been even a moment late, he would have been caught. Ruin asked himself, what kind of speed is this? What's going on? No one can be this fast. He suddenly looked at the status window above his head, and contempt appeared in his eyes. Ha, truly ridiculous. How desperate was he to win? Is he carrying 6 artifacts on his body? The night before at the mansion. Light greetings echoed. Ah, who is this gentleman? Sir Bengrass. Ha ha ha, long time no see. Bengrass Gagan, the captain of the Golden Knights, continued. I heard about Jane, that he was invited as a graduate representative to give a special lecture at the academy. George Gary Hill, a high-ranking member of the Raiden Kingdom's Magic Tower Committee, humbly replied, It's truly surprising that Principal Theron Sneed himself invited the child. How is Manif doing? Frustration was clearly visible on his face, filled with helplessness. Yes, but he causes too many problems and is a bother. So I sent him to Sir Gunther for proper training. He should be at the academy by now. He sighed and closed his eyes, as if he had been contemplating this issue for a long time. Actually, the reason I came here is because of that academy representative. He pondered deeply. Representative? Are you talking about Ruin now? Then he recalled the information he had heard before. The rumor has spread so widely that even I remember his name. I heard he won the competition and even caught the Empire's attention. However, immediately after, his tone changed instantly. A country bumpkin from Ottel shouldn't have such a smooth path. As if on cue, he agreed. Ha ha, exactly. We, as loyal subjects truly concerned for the kingdom, must prevent such a fellow from attracting the princes, mustn't we? Of course, he asked curiously. Do you have a plan? As if he had been waiting, he replied. This time my son and Manif are on the same team and they will fight Ruin Ottel. So I'm thinking of giving Manif an artifact. He had not expected him to be so reckless. His eyes widened in surprise, and he gasped for breath. What? He asserted. If you leave that necklace with me, I will ensure Manif receives it. He stammered. Are you suggesting we commit fraud? He placed a hand on the other person's shoulder. That's not what's important right now. If we want to crush that fellow before he becomes a bigger nuisance, we must do whatever it takes. I have already given an artifact to my son. However, he still hesitated at this matter. Seeing that, he pulled out his last card. Bobavan, does that name sound familiar? His face immediately changed color and he stammered. Why are you suddenly mentioning that name? His face stiffened. I heard he's still alive and taught swordsmanship to Ruin in Ottel, he continued. Ruin Ottel, favored by the princes, learned swordsmanship from Bobavan that luminous night. If he defeats our son in the upcoming duel, our position is finished. Hearing his words, he quickly detached the artifact from his clothing. He handed the necklace to the old man. All right, I hope this matter yields good results. He smirked cunningly. Of course it will. Finally, the two gripped each other's hands tightly. All this is for our kingdom. Returning to the present, Jane laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, how's that, Ruin Ottel? He cast a spell, creating vines that tightly bound Ruin's team. Are you that confident with such a trivial skill? Truly disappointing. Magic vines tightened like iron chains, causing them pain. Ruin's face darkened, a mixture of anger and contempt. He had expected them to cheat, but not to be so despicable. He continued to provoke, saying, Why are you still standing there? Ruin, show me your amazing power, otherwise, Manif will crush you. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged from one side, a wooden sword in his hand. John shouted worriedly. Ruin, quickly dodge. Ruin's feet swiftly severed the vines, and a bright yellow light cleaved the ground, erupting with a fierce explosion. Fortunately, he was able to dodge. He was surprised. What? How can a wooden sword be so sturdy? At this moment, a strange light emanated from around the wooden sword. The artifact Manif Gagan received from Sir Bengrass was a solid amulet. This artifact was designed as a necklace for easy portability and enhanced weapons, making them sharper and sturdier. He chuckled derisively, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. He spat out with regret. Ah, I missed. I could have killed him. Then he swung his sword again and charged. This time I'll definitely kill you, Ruinau, he observed with intense focus, stiff as steel. Ah then, with that thought, Ruin clenched his fist and activated Steel Break. With a single flick of his hand, the wooden sword, which had been rushing like the wind, instantly exploded. He cried out in alarm, How did you do that? Before his opponent could regain his senses, Ruin charged like a flash of lightning and delivered a tremendous punch. With a powerful impact, he sent him flying backward, and he collapsed to the ground in pain, staring with trembling eyes, unable to believe what had just unfolded before him. His voice cracked and he called out Manif's name in surprise, his face contorted with pain spreading throughout his body. How could this happen? Even though everyone had artifacts, Ruin didn't falter at all. Ruin slowly tightened his gauntlet. I would have gone easy on you if possible, but it clearly won't work. Since things have come to this, I'll fight seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the will of leadership in his hand was immediately unleashed. Everyone there froze. They gaped in astonishment at the unbelievable sight before their eyes. Even Professor Hader and Gunther, who were usually calm, showed signs of bewilderment. If the onlookers were like that, how much more so for Jane, who had to face it directly. He muttered, "Impossible, ogre." Behind Ruin appeared a colossal lion ogre. The surrounding people fell into chaos and screams mixed together, "Run everyone, run, it's an ogre." Ogre, his legs gave out under the immense pressure, and his body trembled as he fell to the ground, hastily retreating. Ruin calmly opened his mouth. "Let's end this. I mean, 6 artifacts still don't seem to be enough." Hearing that, his mind became complicated. "What?" Ruin, without bothering to explain, gently extended his hand forward, and the colossal spirit behind him also majestically reached out its hand. Its enormous finger slowly entered his necklace. The treasure necklace shattered into several pieces and fell, and the atmosphere immediately intensified. A murmuring sound echoed everywhere. "What, is he serious? Senior Jane actually used an artifact? He used an artifact against a junior." Unable to endure the whispers directed at him, his face contorted with rage. "You damn bastard, how long do you think you can last? Gary Hill won't stand by." Ruin unpleasantly cut him off. "Gary Hill won't stand by me first, Michael, then the eldest son, Jake, and Gary Hill. Who's next? Perhaps Sir Joss Gary Hill?" As soon as he heard his father's name, immediately charged like an angry bull. "What did you just say, you bastard? How dare you utter that name?" Ruin raised his hand and a sharp flame burst out, striking him in the middle of his forehead. "You're too noisy, go rest." Suddenly, Jang appeared on Ruin's shoulder and said, "Are you sure about this?" he asked, puzzled. What are you talking about? Is it really okay for a fairy to reveal its identity in front of everyone like this?" Only then did he realize that countless strange gazes were fixed on him. Jang continued, "Look at the principal's expression. He's completely shocked. He just calmly said, 'I can't hide this forever.'" Jang agreed. "Yes?" Then his gaze changed and he fell into thought. Anyway, Jaken was down and Michael seemed to have frothed at the mouth and fainted from shock upon seeing the fairy. This meant the winner had been decided. Thinking this far, he glanced at Sir Gunther. Sir Gunther, receiving his gaze, coughed a few times. He boomed, "And the winner is—" Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted him. "Wait!" Everyone was startled by the sound and collectively turned their heads in the direction it came from. Han was seen approaching, holding 2 wooden swords. "The match isn't over yet." He stopped in front of Manaf and threw one of the swords to him. "Your brother's sword is broken, use this. Come on, pick up the sword." Manaf. The atmosphere immediately fell silent, and all eyes were on Han. No one seemed to have expected him to make such a choice. And of course he immediately went mad, blood vessels clearly bulging in his eyes. "Are you really crazy, you filthy commoner? How dare you?" His voice was a growl. But suddenly, as his gaze fell downwards, he faltered. He noticed the sword in Han's hand. It was Parato's sword now. The weapon was engulfed in fierce blue lightning. Parato's holy sword appeared when a knight of rank 4 or higher skillfully manipulated aura. By convention, rank 4 knights had a blue aura, and rank 5 knights had a red aura. From rank 6 onwards, the aura gradually turned purple. Beyond that rank, the aura was no longer bound by a specific color and manifested according to each knight's unique characteristics. The average skill of knight trainees was about rank 3. The students still couldn't believe this situation. Manaf remained silently stunned. Behind him, someone muttered in a low voice, "Unbelievable." Countless eyes were on Han and whispers could be heard. "How could a weakling like Han? Even I haven't mastered aura, which means many official knights haven't even reached rank 4. Jang, sitting on Ruin's shoulder, whispered, "Ruin, aren't you going to stop him? The match is already over." His gaze answered firmly, "No, let's watch a bit longer." In his heart, he was impressed. Han's eyes have finally returned. Ruin fixed his gaze on Han's serious expression and furrowed brows. Manaf picked up the wooden sword from the ground and said, "I can't accept this." He rushed at Han, shouting, "I will never accept this." The sword in Manaf's hand swung down on Han's head. He growled, "You're just a lowly commoner and now you're saying you can use aura?" Han also gripped his sword tightly and blocked this fatal attack. He gritted his teeth and endured. But Manaf's voice echoed in his ears again, "Impossible." He put more strength into his hand and Manaf's face approached Han contemptuously. "A weakling like you can't be equal to me." Manaf swung his sword sideways and shouted, "Please kneel in your place." Han also swung his sword, retaliating. Han chuckled coldly. "Are you still spouting commoner logic?" Manaf, not expecting him to retaliate, asked blankly. "What?" Han shouted, veins bulging in his neck. "Brother, you're just lucky to be born into a good family and you're nothing but a selfish narcissist." Manaf's face was clearly veined with blood and he wore a grotesque smile. Are you crazy?" Manaf stomped his foot hard and a loud sound echoed from the ground. He said in a low voice, "All right, Han." Manaf put strength into the weapon in his hand. A blue light covered the sword. He spoke as if bestowing a favor. "If you want to die, I'll help you." Manaf stomped his foot and leapt high. Bringing his sword down, Han shouted, "Die, you bastard." Seeing the urgent situation, Ruin rushed like lightning and shouted, "Han, be careful." Gunther also ran towards the arena. He muttered in a low voice as he ran, "This guy, Manaf." Behind him, 2 other people also rushed after him. With a bang, a loud sound echoed in the middle of the arena. Blue light spread around like ink in water. Ruin's pupils constricted in horror and he stopped. Staring at the sight before his eyes, in front of the people, Han still maintained his counter-attacking stance with his sword, and the sword in Manaf's hand had flown away, sending him flying far off. Manaf shouted, feeling wronged and angry, "You damn bastard." Han was unaffected by the insults, and seriousness emanated from his entire demeanor. Seeing Manhwa lying motionless in the arena, the students rushed to him and sat beside him, calling Manhwa's name. "Calm down, damn it, is he unconscious?" Then whispers were heard. "What just happened? It was too fast." Han defeated Manhwa. Han still stood in that spot. Before Ruin could run to him, he quickly asked, "Han, are you alright?" Han turned his head, looked at him, and called Ruin's name. Ruin faltered, stared blankly at him, and exclaimed, "Oh!" He pointed at Han's hand and said, "Han, look at your wooden sword." He looked down at his hand and asked, puzzled, "My sword?" At this moment, the yellow light emanating from the sword was very brilliant. Han muttered, "Aura, it's red." The scene shifted to another location inside the castle, where a voice echoed as expected, "You are truly amazing." Ruin and Theron Signet walked together, conversing. He exclaimed, "I had a premonition, but I never expected you to defeat even the senior graduate." He clenched his fist and asked back, "Just a premonition," Ruin said with a firm voice. "You were the one who called me here in the first place, Principal. Didn't you expect this result from the beginning?" Theron Signet burst out laughing. "Oh my, I've been caught," he said, looking at the paintings on the wall. "I wanted to teach Gary Hill humility with this opportunity, but it seems I've only fostered their hatred," Ruin asked, puzzled. "Hatred?" Theron Signet explained. "Rumors about this match have already spread to the capital. Since you defeated the eldest son of the Gary Hill family, the nobles are whispering that this family might fall." He warned Ruin, "Joss Gary Hill will do anything to regain the family's honor. That means you could soon be in danger." Theron Signet's voice lowered. "As principal, I cannot allow my student to be in danger. That's why we're here." The two stood at the top of the stairs looking down. He introduced the stairs leading down to the academy basement. Then Theron Signet said that Kingram had awakened from hibernation a few days ago. The first thing he did after waking up was to firmly grasp Ruin's hand. When he relayed Kingram's words, he clenched his fist even tighter. "The scent of my kin." Theron Signet had a mysterious expression. "Come, let's go down now. Kingram is waiting with a gift." Seeing Ruin show no reaction, he asked, "Why don't you ask anything?" He asked back, puzzled. "Ask what?" Ruin said half-jokingly. "You suddenly appeared with a fairy on your back. There's no such magic in the world. Aren't you curious at all?" Theron Signet looked at him with eyes full of trust. "The Ruin Odal I know, whether he has a fairy on his back or holds a goblin's head, is always someone I can trust. That's all I need." Ruin also replied with a sincere voice. "Thank you," Theron Signet gestured. "Come, let's go down now. Kingram has been waiting for you for a long time." At this moment he stood in front of a large door. Ruin opened the heavy door and a loud creaking sound echoed. Stepping inside, he walked in step by step. After a moment, the low voice echoed, "Long time no see, little destroyer." Ruin also smiled and replied, "Yes, it's been a very long time." In front of him, Kingram was crouched on a huge chair. Ruin greeted Kingram. Kingram's booming voice echoed, "Little destroyer, I still can't believe it. The scent of my tribe from Cheonsan is on your body. I can even feel the aura of my father, Kun Khan." After a moment of thought, he proposed again, "If you don't mind, could you tell me what happened?" Ruin nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes, I will tell you everything." And then the two sat facing each other and talked. "I told Kingram about the events in Cheonsan and the treasure made from Kun Khan's fang." Kingram, after hearing all the stories, burst into joyful laughter. "Arm wrestling with hundreds of fairies, you're truly bold," Ruin added. "Not only that, I won every match." He nodded. "Truly your style. My tribe must have had a joyous time." Kingram covered his face, his voice slightly choked. "I thought I would be forever trapped in this treasure and eventually disappear, but I never thought I would hear news from home again." And he looked at Ruin with eyes full of gratitude. "Little destroyer, thank you, my benefactor." Ruin also accepted this thanks comfortably, replying, "It's my honor." A system window suddenly appeared before Ruin's eyes, displaying a treasure release notification, and he wondered inwardly, "What is this?" On the glittering screen, the words Fairy's Friend title upgraded to Fairy's Lord appeared. Thanks to the Fairy's Lord passive effect, strength increased by 1000. Jang, the incarnation of strength, reached rank 5. Human form is now available. Due to the special ability of companionship, strength permanently increased by 500. Kingram spoke, "You are Draca's incarnation, my benefactor, and the only human the Cheonsan fairy tribe trusts. This is my gift to you." Ruin was incredibly surprised. Strength immediately increased by 7000 and Jang reached rank 5. Jang folded his arms and made a deep growling sound. "That was a truly wonderful meal. I reached rank 5 much faster than expected." Then he leapt from Ruin's shoulder to the ground, shouting, "I've been stuck in this useless child form for too long." Jang's body gradually grew larger and began to shine. He frowned and clenched his fist, asking, "Do you know how boring it was?" A dazzling yellow light burst out and Ruin covered his face with his hand. He hesitated and asked, "What on earth is this?" Long brown hair fluttered slightly, and a low chuckle echoed. "How is it?" A girl appeared, but her voice sounded too familiar. "Isn't it cool?" He brushed Ruin's hair aside, triumphantly saying, "This is what I've longed for a long time." Jang's human form. After a moment, Ruin returned to the top of the stairs. "Through my meeting with Kingram, I received 2 more gifts. With the authority of a leader, I could command the fairies as their lord. Next, as a second gift and special privilege, I could summon Kingram, who was eternally bound to the academy, to my location only once." He remembered Lee saying before they parted, "Only summon me when you truly feel your life is threatened." Laughter lingered in his ears. He found it a little unpleasant. "Let's ignore that." Jang jumped with joy. "Yes, human form is the best." Meanwhile, Theron Signet asked, puzzled, "Ruin, who is that young woman?" He thought. The moment Jang transformed, others could also see her. At that moment, Ruin also had to ask to confirm. "Oh, you were really a girl?" Jang crossed her arms and replied angrily. "How many times have I told you?" He lowered his voice slightly and muttered, "I thought you were lying." Theron Signet's voice echoed again. "One person went down into the basement, but 2 came out. Can you explain this matter?" Ruin closed his eyes and sighed. "Ah, I'm screwed." In the quiet space he cleared his throat and said, "Well then." Theron Signet stroked his long beard and asked, "With my humble knowledge I can only guess she is a spirit, am I right?" Jang put her hands on her hips and replied, "Almost right. To be precise, I am an incarnation." Ruin was slightly confused. "Will this explanation really work?" Jang looked around and continued, "He and I are in a symbiotic relationship, so we cannot be separated," he said, a little embarrassed. "Hey, are you talking informally to the principal?" Jang snorted coldly. "I've lived tens of years longer than him." Ruin was slightly cornered. "That might be true, however," Theron Signet's voice interrupted him. "Since you came here through Kingram, Ruin's noble incarnation, I will permit her to stay at the academy," Jang asked, rather interested. "Oh, do you have a plan?" He nodded slightly, as if confirming, and replied, "Of course." As the scene shifted elsewhere, surprised voices rang out inside the academy. "Wait, what is this?" Everyone stared blankly at Jang, hesitatingly asking. Then Ruin, a surprised male student's voice echoed, "You have a younger cousin like this and she just enrolled today?" Jang placed her hands on her hips and introduced herself with a loud laugh. "I'm Jang Otto," Rin added, blushing. "Ah yes, she's in the same year as us." Jason placed a hand on his thumping chest and asked, "Graduating class?" "You just said she's younger than us," Ruin explained. "She skipped a grade. She's a genius." He raised his voice again, shouting, "A genius?" Jason politely extended his hand, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you, lady." Jason knelt on one knee and introduced himself. "I am Jason Sandamon, Ruin's best friend. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you haven't seen it yet, I can guide you." Jang casually asked, "Who are you?" Ruin, not understanding what was happening, asked himself. "What is she doing?" Jason asked her if she wanted to go to the dining hall. "They have delicious baguette bread there." Jang firmly refused. "I don't like bread, get lost." He gave another excuse. "Do you like the sea? It's really wonderful." Lee closed her eyes and sighed. If everything goes smoothly, it'll be fine." Suddenly someone approached and called him. Ruin saw the approaching person and greeted Han. "Han, right? Today's your departure day, isn't it?" Han smiled and replied, "Yes, I came to say goodbye." Ruin lamented, "It's a shame we have to part again. I'll visit you in foreign someday," he said. "I'd really like that too." "You're always welcome." Han hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Ruin, can I go to Otto after graduating from the training camp?" Ruin replied heartily. "To Otto, of course, come anytime," he said firmly. "No, I'm not just visiting, I want to become a knight of Otto." Hearing this, he was startled and asked back, "Are you serious?" Han nodded firmly. "Yes, I want to do something meaningful like protecting Otto, which Ruin will lead, so please give me a chance." Ruin smiled back at him. "Of course, thank you, Han." Suddenly, someone interrupted. "Are you two going to continue this conversation alone?" Jason climbed onto Ruin's back and shouted, "I want to go to Otto too. I'll help with dishes and cleaning, but I'll stay with Lady Jang," he replied as if pouring cold water. "I never said you were allowed." He grabbed Ruin's neck with a confused expression and angrily shouted, "Hey, that's too much. I know you're joking." He thought to himself so happily, "My friends are moving to Otto after graduation. Isn't that a great idea?" The scene shifted to the capital of the Radian Duchy, J. Radian. A man shouted in anger, "It's over, everything's fallen apart. Do you know how much money I invested in this? Sir Bengrass, and now a trainee knight, has defeated Manif." He grew angrier, saying, "The same thing happened to the Gary Hill family. Their eldest son, Jane Gary Hill, even lost to Ruin Otto. The era of Gary Hill is over. Since ancient times, the Gary Hill family has maintained its reputation as a mage family, and Bengrass Gagan was revered as the strongest knight in the kingdom. Thanks to the patronage of the nobles, their power continued. But what if that patronage disappears?" he shouted, veins bulging in his neck. "You may be the strongest now, but by the time our children become pillars of the nation, your children won't even have a chance," another person chimed in. "The solution is already clear. We must switch sides." The voice grew louder and more resolute. "We must immediately switch to the outside." Then someone hesitated and said, "But the head of Otto, Dyron Otto," another person sneered. "Heavens, who in this world dislikes money? Look at Gary Hill." Suddenly, someone walked into the crowd and said, "Are you talking about me right now?" Everyone gasped in astonishment and shouted. "Committee member," he said, veins bulging in his neck, "you're having an interesting conversation. Whose side are you planning to take?" A man chuckled awkwardly and made an excuse. "I misspoke. I didn't realize the committee member was listening." Joss gave him no quarter and questioned him. "Misspoke. If I weren't here, you would have been spouting this nonsense all night." His voice lowered. "Listen well, everyone. Since the establishment of the Lady Dean Duchy, Gary Hill has always held power. History never lies, so your worries will never come true," a man replied with an awkward laugh. "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Joss gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Lynn Otto, I tried to crush him and enhance Jane and Michael's reputation, but he completely trampled our honor." Joss's face was flushed with anger, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent. "I will kill that bastard by any means necessary." Another important class in the second semester was the capital visit. A constant murmuring filled the train car. "We're going to the Mage Tower." "Royal Mages? That's amazing," Ruin observed everyone and thought to himself. "It's a great class to visit the Mage Tower and the Royal Palace directly to observe and learn from current mages." He hesitated slightly, but once again the purpose of the class was excellent. but Jang suddenly asked, Joss Gary Hill, we'll finally see him, won't we? Ruin didn't deny it. Probably. He knew well that the current head of the Gary Hill family would surely harbor a deep grudge against him. Going to the capital meant stepping into enemy territory, and there, the royal mages could be easily manipulated. In that situation, there were countless opportunities for him to target me. Jang voiced her curiosity. Is Joss Gary Hill strong? Lee immediately replied. According to rumors, he's a rank 7 mage like the principal. He was startled to hear that and said, rank 7, if I were in my old state I could easily take him down with a single finger. Ruin also wondered, I don't know how strong Jang was then, but a rank 7 mage is not to be underestimated. Lewis looked at Theranesnet in front of him. His system window only showed cannot view information. From that he understood one thing. Principal, at that level, a player's eyes can't confirm any information. Ruin vowed inwardly. I can't let my guard down for a single moment while in the capital. A moment later, an announcement indicating the next destination echoed. The next destination is Leiden, the capital of the Raiden Kingdom. Everyone cheered with joy. We've finally arrived, finally, they excitedly said. Indeed, the capital is different. It's truly magnificent, isn't it? It's the best. Ruin was also slightly impressed. Indeed, the capital is the capital. But he was extremely cautious inwardly. It's just a splendid shell unfitting for this small kingdom. At this moment, someone approached and greeted Theranesnet. Principal, it's been a long time, he asked in confusion. Committee member, what brings you here in person? Kiri called him committee member Joss. Joss approached, saying, you ask why I'm here? That's a bit cruel, isn't it, when the sprouts who will carry the kingdom's future visit the capital. As a guardian of this nation, shouldn't I at least welcome them? Then he added cunningly. But there's another reason. Joss looked straight at Lin and said, I want to see how much those sprouts have grown and confirm how he trampled our son. He glared menacingly. Then you are Ruin Otto? What? He felt slightly uncomfortable under that gaze. It feels like a snake coiling around my body. But something's wrong. The Joss Gary Hill I know is a rank 7 mage. But the system window displayed Joss Gary Hill, rank 6 mage. Ruin was extremely confused reading that. The player's eyes say he's a rank 6 mage, so how could he have fooled everyone? He suddenly had a chilling realization. Perhaps, Lewis speculated, looking at the gold rings and jewels on Joss's hands. All of those are artifacts. He curled the corner of his lips slightly, a hint of a sneer. Son or not? Joss asked, seemingly uncomfortable with being looked at like that. What's so amusing? Ruin turned away and replied. Nothing. I'm leaving. Joss immediately grabbed his hand tightly. Where are you going? My questions aren't over yet. He glared at him and questioned, what are you laughing at? Diagnet quickly intervened and mediated. Committee member Joss, he's still a student. Please stop. Jang frowned in anger. This crazy old man, Jay quickly said. Quiet down, principal, he threatened him. You may be the principal within the academy, but once the students step into the capital, their management is my responsibility. Diagnet immediately retorted, if that authority is abused as a tool to threaten innocent students, I will never tolerate it. I will immediately send the students back to the academy. Hearing this, Joss laughed incredulously. Go back indeed, our noble principal Theron is always like this. He mocked him with harsh words. Did you think I wouldn't know? Your goal was to lure my son and humiliate him in front of the entire student body. You're still complaining about being appointed as a mere supervisor instead of me? The principal is truly narrow-minded. Diagnet shouted in anger. Joss Gary Hill. A huge gust of wind immediately swept through the surroundings. Everyone there screamed in fear. What is this wind? Joss still sneered and provoked. Do you want to go all the way? Fine, do as you please. Ruin also suddenly spoke. It's truly interesting. He was startled and asked back, what did you say? Ruin finally revealed the reason. The reason I'm laughing is because it's interesting. It's my first time seeing someone wearing so many rings. Ruin's next words astonished Joss. Michael and Jane, my seniors, also loved accessories. I guess rich people are all the same. He flinched, thinking inwardly, this damned bastard, what is he trying to say? Joss quickly made an excuse. There's no special reason. I just happen to have too many accessories. Ruin, as if he understood everything, said, Ah, I see, of course. He glanced at Theranesnet and firmly ordered, Anyway, Principal Theron, step aside. I will personally guide them. From today onwards, I will personally manage all classes. He said nothing, silently wondering what he was thinking. Joss turned and said, I'm leaving now. The capital tour was not a tour at all. Ruin said that George Gary Hill had declared that he would participate in all schedules, but as soon as we arrived at the palace he disappeared without a trace. Instead, a substitute mage guided us. He nodded in admiration. The tour content wasn't special, but the atmosphere wasn't bad. Everyone seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Words of praise were endless. Indeed, it's the Mage Tower. Truly amazing, with one exception. Jang asked Ruin, you feel it too, don't you, right? He honestly confirmed. Yes, I noticed it right away. Ruin knew well that they were monitoring him too overtly. As night fell, Ruin sat by the window and subtly pointed to Jang. Look over there, Jang. Looking down, they saw a few suspicious figures lurking there. The two began to discuss, that man, isn't he the one we met before? Yes, he's been there since we entered the rest stop. What? I thought something was strange from the start. What is he trying to do? Ruin pointed out that it was an illusion. Jang asked back, slightly surprised. Illusion magic, he told her a few things. I can feel the magic energy around here. He's creating illusions with illusion magic, Ruin quickly added. The scenery and passers-by below are all fake. Above, a magic barrier separates this place from the real world, Jang cried out in frustration. Damn it, I can't believe I didn't notice this magic. I succeeded in becoming human, but I'm still far from my original power. He fell into gloomy thought again. I expected this, but I didn't think they'd move so quickly. Ruin suddenly noticed something. A man in a black cloak suddenly ran off, Jang said in surprise. He's running away, he calmly denied it. No, he's trying to lure me out. If I fight in a confined space like the rest stop, I'll have the advantage, but he knew he couldn't hurt the other students, so he had no choice but to fight outside. Lee remembered the system window showing Hain Gary Hill, rank 6 mage. He then speculated. A rank 6 mage is a level 1 can deal with, but the scale of this illusion magic isn't something one rank 6 mage can do, Ruin carefully analyzed. There are 2 enemies, maybe 3. No, there could be more. If all of them are rank 6 mages, my chances of winning are very slim. Joss's face suddenly appeared in his mind, and if Joss Gary Hill himself also joined the fight, Ruin thought to himself. I think I might be able to use that. Jang, seeing Ruin turn, asked puzzled, Are you going right now? Ruin nodded. Yes, I have to go down. As he walked, he mused. Tonight will probably be a very long night. Hours earlier, Joss slammed the table in anger and shouted, Is this all? He exclaimed, extremely displeased. I personally convened this meeting and this is all who came, one person cautiously reported. Ah yes, everyone seemed to be deliberately avoiding this meeting. Joss snarled unpleasantly. Ruin Otto is finished as of today, yet they're still afraid of Otto and won't come, he roared in anger. Normally the seats would be full and there would even be people standing, but today only 4 showed up. Joss gnashed his teeth and cursed Ruin inwardly. Damn it, that damn bastard ruined everything. Finally, he sighed deeply. Good, they'll regret it soon enough. The task I entrusted to you has been handled smoothly, I presume. The other person quickly replied. Yes, the capital's night watch is now entirely our people. So there's no problem no matter what happens, Joss asked Bengrass again. What about the mission I entrusted to the captain? He replied calmly. I confirmed that assassins arrived in Otto last night. Bengrass continued to explain the plan. After midnight, they will infiltrate the mansion and take Dyron Adel's head. Joss listened, pleased, and remarked, At least the old man won't be lonely in death. They'll die on the same night. He added, And not just the old man. Dyron Adel also has a young daughter, Bengrass further emphasized, and Ruin must also disappear. He believed there should only be one sun in the sky. Meanwhile, Boba was walking thinking, everything is strangely quiet. He pondered deeply. Recently, the young master defeated the eldest son of the Gary Hill family, drawing much attention from nobles to Otto. But the Gary Hill I know isn't someone who gives up so easily. Boba remembered what the Lord of Otto had said. If you find anything suspicious, report it immediately. He nodded in agreement. The Lord shares my thoughts, I must be careful. Boba suddenly saw a man carrying a wooden box. He took interest and asked him, Have you finished your work for today? The worker replied with a cheerful laugh, Sir Boba, yes, I've just finished cleaning and was about to head home. Boba continued to ask, May I ask you something quickly? Has anyone suspicious visited today? He thought deeply. Suspicious person? The worker quickly recalled 5 merchants but thought, I haven't seen them sell anything or leave. Boba finally concluded, assassins often disguise themselves as merchants. But they entered the territory and completely vanished, the worker suddenly exclaimed. And they also had swords. You should be careful too, sir. To prepare for any eventuality, Sir Boba immediately ran quickly in the opposite direction. The worker felt somewhat relieved at the sight. Perhaps there's no need to worry. Inside the unusually quiet mansion, assassins were searching. As they moved, they whispered to each other. The Lord of Adel? Did he notice something? He hasn't returned to the mansion yet. Judging by the village atmosphere, no one seems to have noticed anything. He'll return soon, so we just have to wait for the right moment. He nodded. Yes, there's still time. One assassin suddenly fell. They exclaimed in shock at the figure before them. What is this, Boba? He glared fiercely and shouted, How dare you? Do you know where you've trespassed? The assassins flustered asked each other. Wait, how did he know we were here? As expected of a 7-star knight, stealth tactics were useless against him. He immediately drew his sword and said, But this is actually better for us. We were going to kill him anyway. They shouted, Everyone, charge! They were assassins hired by Bengrass. All intruders hidden in Adel are at least 6-star masters. Boba merely muttered softly, Good, he was a 7-star knight, but he had laid down his spear and picked up a fishing rod for a long time. The people of the territory thought his skills weren't what they used to be, but that was a huge misconception. Boba raised his spear and shouted, Come at me, all of you. His spearhead elegantly flew towards the assassins, and before long they all fell before him. They were scattered through the air. The assassin's heavy body crashed directly into the wall. One person muttered in fear, 7-star? Is he a 7-star? He doesn't look like it at all. We've taken down more than 10 7-star knights of the Empire. At this moment he heard Boba speak softly. You know why I stopped training with the spear? The assassin exclaimed in shock. Could it be? He cursed inwardly. That damn bastard, could he be an 8-star knight? The assassin couldn't utter aloud. Boba informed him, No matter how much I honed my spear techniques, I reached the limits of what mere skill could teach. One person bravely leapt up, trying to ambush him. Die, you monster! A sharp spearhead pierced his body, and the assassin was left dangling in the air by Boba. The last remaining person, terrified, backed away to the wall. This guy is crazy, he exclaimed in shock. Bengrass, that damn bastard, this is insane. How dare he lie about the target's power? Even if he gave 5 times the original fee, we would never have taken this mission. The assassin stammered a curse. Damn it. At this moment, Boba finally knew who was behind it. Bengrass, it was him. He grabbed him by the collar and said, "Go back to Bengrass Gagan and deliver this message." Boba emphasized each word. "Tell him never to set foot in Ottal again." Meanwhile, where Ruin was, it was extremely quiet. Ruin was facing Hain, who said with interest, "So you came to find me yourself?" Hain continued to sneer. "Ruin, but it seems you didn't come alone. Is that your companion for the afterlife? Truly laughable." Jang quickly retorted, "Don't worry, we have no intention of dying here." Hearing that, he was slightly surprised. "No intention of dying?" Hain said contemptuously. "How wonderful it would be if everything in the world went according to human will, but reality isn't like that." As soon as he finished speaking, countless mages in black robes surrounded Ruin and Jang. Ruin observed quietly. Roughly 7 of them, quite a crowd. He raised his hand, conjuring red flames, and said, "As someone who has lived much longer than you, I'll give you a piece of advice. Living humbly is the best way to live long." Hain continued to babble, but he pointed at the mages and continued, "Now only one future remains for you." As they attacked, Ruin shouted, "Die!" Hain laughed gleefully. "To silently accept death, what a sight to behold. This is the fate you brought upon yourself, so don't resent it too much." But the moment he saw the sight before him, he could no longer laugh. "What?" Hain exclaimed in shock. How are you unharmed after that attack? You should be dead." Ruin merely smiled, the corners of his lips curling slightly. "Yes, I suppose there are such people in this world," he declared confidently. "People who can never die." Ruin knew clearly in his heart, incarnations are beings that cannot be extinguished or disappear. The only way to completely suppress Jang is to kill me who binds him. A system window suddenly appeared, displaying the message. Unique skill, leader's will until the last breath. Kun Khan, the first leader personally chosen by the god of chants and will always be at your back. He raised his fist and declared loudly. "But as I said, I have no intention of dying here." A powerful punch flew. Ruin thought confidently to himself. "Good, at this level I can win without too much effort." He suddenly widened his eyes in alarm. Hain, gripping his leg tightly, said, "Honestly, I didn't expect you to be this strong, you brat, but no matter how strong you are," he stammered. "Let's see if you can get through this." Ruin muttered in surprise. "What, hydraulic seal black magic? There are people who practice forbidden black magic. Black mage is a type of magic despised by all true mages. Among them, hydraulic seal is a technique created by a primitive black mage, and once it grips, it drains life until it's completely exhausted. It was one of the most notorious black magics ever to exist." Ruin, in pain, broke out in a cold sweat. "Black magic? I didn't think these damn bastards would go this far," Hain said excitedly. "It's a shame, Ruin. Now that you've personally witnessed this magic, you must die." He continued to sneer. "I was going to kill you anyway," Hain said triumphantly. "Now that your friend and that bastard who dared to intervene are completely incapacitated, everything has become much easier," Ruin shouted in anger. "Damn it, these bastards," he said to him contemptuously. "But don't resent it too much. Your journey to the underworld won't be lonely anyway." Hearing that, Ruin asked in surprise, "What are you talking about?" Hain's next words shocked him. "By now your father and sister must be dead too," Ruin stammered. "What?" He kindly added. "Ah, of course you wouldn't know. If you knew, you wouldn't be standing here." Then Hain glared at him and asked, "Then why do you dare defy the committee? Do you really think you can win?" He continued to curse, "just for that trivial reputation." Before he could finish speaking, Hain was grabbed by the face by Ruin. He exclaimed in shock, What? How can you use hydraulic seal?" Hain's eyes widened in pain, and in just a few seconds his head was easily crushed by him. The remaining mages were extremely terrified by the sight. Ruin muttered coldly, "It no longer matters." The system quickly displayed the message. Unique skill, summon Kingram. Summons Kingram once to the caster's location. He spoke with emphasis on each word. "You damn bastards, you have crossed a line that should never be crossed." A gigantic monster suddenly appeared, and a loud roar echoed. "Don't hold too much resentment. This is simply what you brought upon yourselves." Ruin thought to himself, "In this fleeting moment only one thought echoed in my mind, kill." He began to sink into hatred, just as Draca, the destroyer of the world, had done. "I will destroy them all." Kingram asked in a low voice. "Little destroyer, for what purpose have you summoned me?" Ruin replied seriously. "I wish for all of them to be slaughtered. I will not forgive a single one." He grabbed his axe and charged, saying, "Good, let's do this." The mages cried out in fear at the sight. "Anyone please save us?" Kingram covered him as he attacked them. Ruin raised his fist and charged at the enemy. "I can never forgive them." The mage was hit without resistance. "So I will kill them all," he thought angrily to himself. "It doesn't matter what is destroyed by my hand." Ruin lost his reason and slaughtered his opponents. "I don't care who my magic kills." Just then, Jang rushed over and stopped him. "Stop," she tried to bring Ruin back to his senses. "Stop, that's enough," the mage said painfully. "In the end you were always a madman. You're no different from us," Ruin shouted in anger. Let go of me, I'll kill that damn bastard," Jang chided him again. "Why are you acting like this? Nothing happened in Ottal. Trust that knight. Boba, he's much stronger than you think," she continued to persuade Ruin. "Come to your senses. If you get lost in this power, you'll meet the same end as Draca. Don't you remember Draca's final days?" Jang reminded him. "Do you know why Draca was called the destroyer of the world? He went mad with infinite power and ultimately destroyed the world." She gripped Ruin's shoulder tightly and said, "But you are not Draca. If you meet the same end as him." He finally calmed down. "All right, I'm sorry for worrying you." Jang approached the surviving mage and asked him, "You tell me everything you know. What's happening in Otto? He said painfully. You'll regret hearing it, the mage said excitedly. Have you heard of the Mayandan? They're an elite assassination squad composed only of warriors of rank 6 or higher. 5 assassins have arrived in Otto. He laughed madly. By now your father and sister must be dead. Suddenly a sharp spearhead pierced his chest. Joss clicked his tongue lightly. I only came as a precaution, but look at this mess, he chided angrily. These pathetic fools, Gary Hill's elites can't even handle a mere brat like this, Ruin exclaimed in shock. Joss, Gary Hill, how dare you touch my family? An enormous force suddenly poured onto him. Joss threatened in a low voice, you should have quietly studied in the academy and kept your head down. Why do you dare provoke us? Ruin and Jang were both subdued and they quickly realized what this was. It was black magic. Ruin angrily demanded, are you a black mage too? If this gets out, you'll at least go to prison. Joss snorted derisively, then it doesn't matter if you die here. You're just a useless child after all. Ruin was frustrated but could do nothing. Damn it, I can't move. Kingram's summoning time ended and he too disappeared. Ruin heard Joss speak. Now, let's end this. He then summoned countless spears from a magic circle. Joss threw a spear at Ruin and shouted, it's time to die, Ruin. Ruin, filled with fear, could only think, no, it can't end so despairingly. As expected, a large explosion occurred, but Ruin was unharmed. He stared blankly at the person who had blocked him. Principal, Joss also exclaimed in surprise. Theron Signet, why are you here, Principal? Theron Signet, angered, cut him off. Joss, Gary Hill. His immense power filled Joss with fear. Unbelievable. This illusion world simulation was created by rank 6 mages under Joss Gary Hill of the Gary Hill family, ensuring no one outside knew what was happening inside. However, that only applied to ordinary people. A mage like Theron Signet could quickly detect the presence of abnormal mana. Moreover, a fatal weakness of this magic was that if someone stronger than the creator of the illusion cast a higher level of magic, the illusion could easily be broken and dispelled. Thus, Joss's illusion world slowly began to crumble. He was enraged but threatened Theron Signet again. Theron Signet, are you going to destroy the entire kingdom just to defeat me? Theron Signet immediately denied it. No, you're the only one who will get hurt here, Theron Signet continued. I have already set up a barrier to prevent any damage to the kingdom. Not only have you dabbled in disgusting black magic, but you dared to harm my student, he charged with extreme fury. For that sin, Theron Signet poured an enormous amount of mana onto Joss and shouted, I will personally execute the punishment. Joss gritted his teeth. You, he then roared in anger. Jang said casually, as expected, the difference between the two was too clear due to the rank difference, so the fight ended unilaterally. Ruin agreed. Yeah, I think so too. He admitted that the rank difference was on another level. Ruin quietly assessed the principal as a rank 7 mage, a rank I can't even dream of reaching. I thought I was quite strong, but I still have a long way to go. Theron Signet asked Ruin worriedly. Ruin, are you all right? Ruin stammered. Oh yes, thanks to you, Principal. The people inside the house woke up to the commotion outside and murmured, what's all this noise in the middle of the night? What on earth is happening? One person suddenly exclaimed, it's him. He recognized the principal but wondered why committee member Joss was like that. Just then someone suddenly shouted, Ruin, we're here. Ruin looked up blankly. They are, Ruin finally realized. Prince Forte rapidly said, we came because we heard that Gary Hill had taken control of the capital's security, Closter added. And the only person Gary Hill was targeting was young Master Ruin, who happened to be visiting the capital. He gasped and asked Ruin worriedly, are you all right? Ruin humbly replied, yes, I'm fine. The two quickly said, all the way here. We were worried something might happen. It was truly terrifying, me too. My heart was pounding. Ruin found them slightly absurd. Still the same, they quickly greeted Theron Signet. Oh, Principal Theron Signet, you're here too. Then the person lying there is, Ruin did not deny it. Yes, it's Joss Gary Hill. He tried to attack me with black magic, but the principal stopped him. Closter, hearing that, shouted angrily, that devilish scoundrel, how dare he try to harm young Master Ruin, whom I adore. This is a challenge to the royal family and an act of rebellion. I will immediately meet with my father and arrest Gary Hill for treason. Forte also said, it's rare for me to agree with you, brother. That's right. This is an act of treason. And since it's confirmed that he practiced forbidden black magic, we must arrest all members of the Gary Hill family in this region. Ruin suddenly spoke. Before that, I have one request. The two princes immediately asked, what is it? We will grant whatever you ask, Ruin quickly said. In Odal, I need to confirm the safety of my father and sister. Ruin desperately wished for it. To get news from Odal as quickly as possible in the capital, we had to request information from the nearest commercial city, Mono. The time spent waiting for news felt like half a day, the longest time in my life. A person approached Ruin with a letter and said, we finally received information from nearby Mono. He quickly informed him. Fortunately, everyone is safe, he continued to read. The Lord had prepared for potential assassins early, and Sir Boba completely subdued 5 assassins. Moreover, they also uncovered who ordered the assassination. Closter impatiently asked, wasn't Joss Gary Hill the one who ordered the assassination? The messenger did not deny it. Yes, that's right, but there's also an accomplice. He named him. The one most deeply involved is Sir Bengrass, captain of the Golden Knights. Closter, disappointed, smacked his forehead. Sir Bengrass, damn it, everyone's rotten, Forte immediately ordered. From now on, Bengrass Gagan is dismissed from his position as captain of the Knights, and Joss Gary Hill is stripped of his positions as Grand Counselor and Inspector of the Magic Tower. The messenger suddenly said, Princes, since both held very important positions, you must appoint replacements. Gloucester decided that the vice-captain would temporarily take over as captain. Forday then declared, and as for the Grand Counselor and Inspector positions Joss held, he looked at Theron Signet and asked, could you temporarily take them, Principal? Theron Signet exclaimed in surprise. Princes, I apologize, but I am merely an old man, Forte quickly replied. Yes, I know better than anyone that the Principal has no interest in politics. However, as you can see, the situation is not good, so I implore you to help at least until a successor is decided. Theron Signet still hesitated, but it was widely known throughout the kingdom that the princes had made immense efforts to bring the principal to the capital. However, the principal had always refused, saying that educators should not interfere in politics. He had refused all offers until now. Suddenly someone spoke. Principal, please, the academy students happily said. I truly think that position suits you perfectly, Principal. Yes, there's no one more suitable than the principal. Their pleas moved him. Please, Principal. Finally, Theron Signet made his decision. If the students believe in me, I should do as they wish. He still set a condition, but only until a successor is chosen. Everyone cheered upon hearing that. Good, we'll trust you. Our kingdom will prosper even more. Ruin had a premonition in his heart. It seems a new successor will appear soon. His heart slowly settled. I'm glad everything worked out. After the capital visit, the graduation exam would soon begin. The long and short academy life would also end soon. Ruin thought the capital visit was unsettling from the start. There were rumors that the rest of the schedule might be cancelled, but in the end, everything was decided to proceed as planned. So we stayed in the capital for a few more days. He heard someone talking. Did you hear? Michael Gary Hill of the Gary Hill family is dropping out of the academy. Really? With graduation approaching, rumors spread throughout the royal palace that Michael had dropped out of the academy. It made sense as his father, Joss Gary Hill, was in prison, and the Gary Hill mages who followed him had all scattered, the academy students continued. Jane Gary Hill has also disappeared. There are even rumors he joined the PNA rebels. Really? The name Gary Hill has completely vanished. The downfall of Gary Hill, the victory of Otto. Banners with these phrases began to appear throughout the capital, and the news spread not only among the nobles but throughout the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, a scream echoed from within a castle. Hey, I told you no, get out right now. Just a moment, Jane pleaded. I truly need time. Just then, someone approached and asked, what's all this commotion? The guard quickly shouted, I apologize. This man keeps trying to get in. Jane immediately knelt before the newcomer. I apologize for this sudden visit. I am Jane Gary Hill, the eldest son of the Gary Hill family. It is an honor to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Before him stood Somanan Janek, the Crown Prince of the Empire. Jane continued to make excuses. Although I acted rudely, please understand that it was not intentional. Somanan casually opened his mouth. That's enough, he then asked. Then why have you come all this way? Jane quickly replied. I have come to request asylum in the Empire. My siblings and I and the mages of our family, over 40 people in total, request asylum in the Empire. Somanan questioned the reason, and Jane eagerly said, to humbly offer strength to the great Crown Prince and for the glory of the Empire's endless future. Somanan glared again and shouted, You're truly noisy. Did you come all this way just to flatter me? He questioned again. What sin have you committed? Jane was flustered and did not understand. I apologize. Somanan was slightly puzzled. Why is the Gary Hill family, said to be the most powerful in that small kingdom, abandoning their country so dishonorably and requesting asylum in this empire? Jane stammered, due to an assassination attempt. He solemnly said, Are you saying you opposed the royal family over such a trivial matter? You're not implying you tried to assassinate a member of the royal family, are you? Jane stammered out, No, that's not it. Somanan refused him. No matter how small the Ryden kingdom may be, protecting a criminal like Gary Hill goes against my principles. In fact, handing you over would be more beneficial for my reputation. His next words filled Jane with fear. I see no reason for you to seek asylum. Somanan turned to leave and said once more, Go. I will not grant you asylum, but I will not imprison you either. Jane suddenly uttered Ruin's name in a trembling voice. Only then did he reveal the truth, saying, We tried to assassinate Ruin Ao. Somanan asked in surprise, The Ruin I know? Jane nodded, trembling. Yes, that's right. He suddenly approached and said, I want to hear more about that assassination. Somanan smirked cunningly. Let's have some tea together. There were many twists and turns, but everything seemed to be minor issues. After the capital visit, time passed peacefully. 3 months later, the new year dawned, and in that winter, just as snow fell, many nobles flocked to the academy. The reason they came to the academy was simple. It was for the graduation exam. This was a system where graduating students could show their skills to others and get scouted by nobles. Today, that exam was being held at the academy. Ruin was lost in thought. Graduation. After this exam, it's graduation. The long and short 5 years are finally coming to an end, Jason suddenly asked Ruin. Ruin, what's wrong with your face? Are you nervous? Ruin quickly denied it. No, not at all, Jason asked. Did you prepare a lot for this exam? He laughed and replied, Exam? That's not important to me. I'm going to Otto with you anyway. Ruin was slightly annoyed with him. I never said I was taking you. Jason, hearing that, shouted angrily, Hey, are you serious? Just then, someone approached. Oh, Ruin's eyes widened in surprise as soon as he saw her. He was lost in thought. I heard you were safe, but seeing you in person makes me even more relieved. Now Ruina stood before Ruin and greeted him. Long time no see, big brother, how have you been? Ruin quickly approached her and replied, Thank you all for coming, nothing has happened since that day, has it? Ruin blamed himself and bowed his head. I'm sorry, father was also in danger because of me. Lord Otto said gently, It's all right, there's no need to blame yourself, we stood our ground against them without compromise, which makes me truly proud. Ruin continued, Thank you, father. And Sir Boba too, thank you very much. Boba laughed heartily and said politely, It's nothing, young master, I merely did what I had to do, Ruina suddenly said. But big brother, Ruin turned, curious. Yes, she pointed at Jang and demanded, Who is this older sister? Ruin, flustered, inwardly scolded himself. Damn it, the Kusin excuse won't even work with my family. Ruina continued to question him suspiciously. Irene's gone, so you've already found a new girlfriend? Boba silently assessed from the side. The young master always had this temperament, he's grown so much, Ruin hastily explained. She's just a friend, just a friend. Just then, someone approached him and greeted him. Long time no see. Han then went before Lord Otto and said, Father, I am Ruin's cherished friend. Ruin was delighted to see the newly arrived person. Fortunately, it wasn't just his family who came to the graduation exam. Han, you fulfilled your oath and became an official knight, he exclaimed excitedly. The other two also came over to greet him. How have you been lately? Ruin cried out in surprise. Irene, you came too. It was a connection forged at the grand festival, and the reward that followed. Everyone suddenly murmured. Wait, those people. Closter and Forder also approached and said, Young Master Ruin, we're here. Ruin was very pleased. Even the two most powerful connections expressed their gratitude. Young Master Ruin, you have no idea how hard we looked for you. Jason, standing nearby, was extremely impressed. Indeed, a different league. Just as Ruin was there, someone suddenly shouted loudly, In a moment the graduation exam for graduating students will begin. He continued to announce, Seniors, please gather in the stadium auditorium. Ruin quickly turned to the visitors and said, See you all later. Ruina spoke on behalf of everyone. Good luck, big brother. We'll be cheering for you, he resolved to himself. My final exam, everyone is rooting for me, so I'll do my best. Stepping inside, Ruin suddenly noticed two unfamiliar people. He asked himself cautiously, What is this? Ruin thought, unable to understand. I've never seen these two before, but they feel strangely familiar. He immediately turned to Jang and asked, Jang, don't those two look a bit suspicious? She immediately said, You're just noticing it now, you know who they are, don't you? Jang explained in detail. The one on the left is Theron, the Fire King, she continued. The one on the right is the Crown Prince, he added. No trivial magic will work on me, and incarnation. They may have changed their faces, but they can't hide that strange aura. Ruin was extremely bewildered upon hearing that. Why would the Fire King and the Crown Prince come all the way here in person? If they wanted to visit, they could have shown up openly. Numerous questions filled his mind. Is it because of me? Are they trying to confirm how strong I've become through this exam without being noticed? Thinking this far, Ruin inadvertently curled his lips into a smile. How considerate of them, he vowed to himself. If they make a similar offer as before, I'll refuse it again. Ruin smirked cunningly. But since they've gone to such trouble to come here, I should at least put on a good show. He stared at them and said, So keep watching, see how much I've grown. The graduation exam consisted of isolation, glacier, and destruction. It was a timed exam where these three tasks had to be completed as quickly as possible. The first task, isolation, was to unlock a locked room and escape. There were several ways to escape the room. Gassan was pondering in front of a lock. One could use magic to disable the lock or create a key with mana crystals to open the door. There were indeed many methods. It didn't matter which method was used. The important thing was to escape the room. After a moment, a huge cheer erupted. 7 mages from Group 6 escaped the room almost simultaneously. And someone said regretfully, It's a shame. Another one was blocked by a monster. From the next task, the difficulty goes up insanely, where you have to defeat a horde of ice monsters in a bone-chilling glacier zone, and in the final task you have to use the most powerful magic to destroy a solid stone wall. One person was stuck here, furious. Why is this so persistent? If one passed everything, one would finally successfully complete the graduation exam. Gassan shouted excitedly, I'm first. The announcement slowly echoed. Jason Damon. 3 minutes 55 seconds. He was the first in Group 6 to complete the task. They continued to announce the results. Out of 10 students in Group 6, only 3 ultimately passed the exam. Students who hadn't taken the exam yet mumbled, slightly intimidated. What should I do? I'm losing confidence. Ruin thought calmly from the side. Jason, you pretended to be ordinary, but you actually prepared a lot, didn't you? Then he thought seriously again. Only 3 out of 10 passed, and most passed in less than a minute, but the remaining students barely passed within the 15-minute time limit. I need to devise a plan to pass as quickly as possible, the examiner announced again. Next is Group 7. Please step forward. Ruin moved quickly. Finally, my turn. The people in the audience murmured curiously to each other. Is our academy's pride, Ruin Adol, in this group? The murmuring continued without end. Yes, rumors say many distinguished guests came to see Ruin. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he performs, Somin also said. I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong he's become. What do you think, Godfather? Theron said indifferently. He hasn't changed, he suddenly asked. But what are you planning to do? He was puzzled by what he meant by that. Ah, Theron inadvertently looked at Ruin. You called your reason for being here today your last grudge, didn't you? Soman did not deny it. Yes, that's right, my last grudge. He thought that if Ruin joined his side in the future he would definitely be a valuable asset. But if he couldn't bring him under his command he might become a threat someday. When that time comes, I'll deal with him myself. As he reached the locked door, the announcement simultaneously echoed. Group 7's task begins now. Ruin tapped on the door and calculated. The principal must have poured everything into this. Even with my strength, breaking this wall won't be easy. Should I open the lock like the other students? He suddenly curled his lips confidently. No, that wouldn't be any fun. Didn't I learn something at the Grand Festival, that nothing in this world is perfect? Ruin thought that no matter how sturdy a wall seemed, there would always be a hidden weakness somewhere. The system window immediately appeared. Steel break can destroy anything with a single use, no matter what it is. The people in the audience murmured curiously. Is his name Ruin? How long will he take? I hope he's as great as his reputation. After all, he's the Grand Festival champion. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out and everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, what was that explosion? Wait, look there. Seeing Ruin walk out, they cried out in surprise. Unbelievable, Ruin Otto. Everyone looked at him with pride. A door that usually takes 5 minutes, he opened room 1. Soman and Theron also smiled excitedly. The examiner's voice echoed in his ears. In just 13 seconds this graduation exam will once again solidify Ruin's already formidable reputation. Anyway, Ruin would win. He headed straight for task 2. The announcement clearly echoed from the system. Ruin passed the first gate in just 13 seconds. One cannot help but wonder how quickly he will pass the subsequent gates. As soon as the announcement ended, everyone in the audience watching the match gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Only Theron calmly rested his chin on his hand. Ever since Kun Khan's fang reacted to him, I knew he wasn't an ordinary human, but his growth rate is still completely abnormal. Ruin, using burning flames, fought against 2 huge ice monsters and they growled in confusion. The system and the excited cheers of the crowd echoed again. Ruin, he's passing the second gate with clever methods. The commentary made people even more excited and focused on the match unfolding in the arena. He's running with a fireball with that size, no monster would dare come near him. Yes, that's right. No foolish monster would dare approach a fireball of that size. Ruin ignored the murmuring, and the more he fought, the more fiercely he fought, determined to fight these monsters to the end. The blond man crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, what is this? He's truly an incredibly mad man. Theron, who was next to him, listened to his rambling and furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He always creates unexpected results. Good, I've seen enough of his skills. Ruin, how will you destroy the final gate then? He didn't make Theron wait. Ruin had already shown the true answer. He dashed like lightning towards the gate before him, his eyes focused as if to shatter the solid wall before him. He poured all his strength into this attack. I only want to show this sight to my siblings once. Theron, who immediately realized what Ruin was doing, widened his eyes in astonishment. That energy is undeniable. It was a tremendous punch that seemed to tear the sky. A formless kind of magic, it tore everything apart with sound waves. It was so fast that it couldn't be detected with the naked eye. Boom boom, loud explosions erupted like lightning, brightly illuminating the sky. And people were dazzled not only by the light but also by its immense power and force. Large pieces of brick shattered and scattered everywhere, leaving only the loud collision, the screams mourning the dead, and the echoing bell in the quiet space. Ruin, with a confident stance at the forefront, attacked relentlessly. And everyone who witnessed him was terrified and at a loss. That magic can only be cast by someone who has reached rank 6 or higher, right? Ruin, have you already reached that rank? This was probably the question of all curious spectators. A purple glowing ribbon crossed Ruin's body. The battle ended here. Things happened so quickly that some people still hadn't recovered even after witnessing that unimaginable divine power. The time announced by the system was 2 minutes and 57 seconds. It was so fast and fierce that people couldn't keep up with the situation, looking at each other, then back at the person standing in the middle of the arena, mouths agape. Finally, the announcer's broadcast echoed. Ruin Otto of Group 7 successfully completed the exam in just 2 minutes and 57 seconds by casting rank 6 magic. Cheers of victory resounded ceaselessly from all sides of the audience, and our protagonist at this moment was still calmly wiping the sweat from his face, smiling faintly with relief. The person who was probably least relieved at this moment was Theron. He was still engrossed in his inferences about the most outstanding boy. Rank 6 is a level one can never reach in a lifetime, but Ruin has already reached it at 16. This cannot continue. I must crush him by any means necessary before he grows further and threatens my position. He openly glared at the boy, who was smiling thankfully at those around him, his eyes filled with hatred and disgust. It turned out Theron was afraid his position would be shaken because of the boy. The 2 princes on this side, Closter and Forder, raised their hands and cheered. Long live young Master Ruin, the future of the kingdom. The person sitting behind them who witnessed this scene looked at the 2 royal princes like children and was speechless. Anyone who didn't know would think these 2 were Ruin's parents celebrating their son's victory. The same was true on Ruina's side. She shouted loudly, "Congratulations, big brother." Jason, of course, was already beaming, his eyes wide, excitedly waving his hands in celebration. "I knew you'd do it, Ruin, and you at this moment." Ruin stood in the center of the vast arena, and from there he could see the fervor of everyone watching him. How brightly he shone! They chanted his name, celebrating his victory. Ruin, showered by the gentle snowflakes falling from the sky, was filled with satisfaction. Although everyone was celebrating him at this moment, he couldn't help but think of the past ridicule and insulting words. Now no, he no longer needed to remain silent and ignore them. Who could have imagined that day, that I would graduate like this? Gassan, surrounded by cheers, ran up to him, his mouth agape, and put his arm around his shoulder. Oh Ruin, when did you become rank 6? He couldn't believe his friend had already become a high-ranking mage. This guy, before he could finish, everyone around them came over to congratulate him. Honestly, even Ruin didn't think he'd reach that level so early. Jason, still with his arm around his shoulder, spoke in a moralizing and pompous tone. There's one thing that absolutely cannot be missed on a day like today, his friend, standing next to him, asked curiously and amusingly. What is it? Jason revealed his teeth, a grotesquely unique smile on his face, and drawing out his voice replied, It's ta-da. The answer was 2 gigantic barley smoothie glasses. It was just one thing, but he made it so mysterious and eerie. Everyone with barley smoothie glasses in hand linked arms and cheered like a festival, drinking enthusiastically. Now that we're adults, let's drink till we drop. Ha ha ha, alcohol, more, cheers. Jang approached. Ruin watched the boisterous scene, which seemed unlikely to calm down, with 30 helplessness and 70 a motherly expression. Despite his thoughts, he was actually thoroughly enjoying this precious, joyful moment. This moment would be one of the most beautiful memories in Ruin's life. It was truly starting to sink in. Tomorrow was graduation, so this would probably be the last time everyone gathered together like this. Everyone clearly wanted to enjoy this moment to the fullest. While he was off guard, Zhang, her body shrunken and stumbling, red-faced and drunk, approached him from behind. She wordlessly clapped him on the shoulder, pointed at the sky, and signaled for another drink. Ruin glanced at her, dazed, and couldn't help but be surprised by this unfamiliar sight. It was also the first time he realized that Zhang could get drunk. 2 men approached. An old man with long white hair and a beard stepped forward first. Ruin, are you enjoying the party? He heard his name called and turned his head. Principal and Professor Hater, you're here too. He glanced at Zhang, who had already slumped to the floor asleep, and stood up straight and politely greeted the two. Thank you for arranging this event. I'm truly having a wonderful time, the principal chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, graduation is soon, so you should enjoy yourselves to the fullest, shouldn't you? Ruin nodded, expressing his feelings. Tomorrow will be busy with many events, so I'll say it now. Thank you for everything, Principal and Professor too. The two smiled gently upon hearing his words. I'm truly grateful. I won't be able to meet him even if I wanted to now. Principal finished speaking and then lightheartedly joked again. In that case, we should invite Ruin as a guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Of course, just say the word, sir. You've promised. Professor Hater is my witness, so don't pretend you don't know after graduation. While everyone talked happily, the party ended, and the sky had already grown dark. Ruin sighed tiredly and quietly walked along the stone pavement in front of the mansion. Phew, my head is pounding. I think I drank too much beer. My head is starting to ache. Ruin, complaining about his alcohol-induced headache, didn't notice the shadow standing in front of him. A man in leather shoes, standing upright, suddenly approached and greeted him. Excuse me, are you young Master Ruin? Startled by the voice beside him, he turned his head. 2 men stood there, and the one in front stepped closer. He was dressed entirely in black, and bowing his head with his hand on his chest, he politely introduced himself. My name is Reika. I'm a merchant running a small trading company in the east. If you don't mind, I'd like to speak with you privately for a moment. Ruin remained calm. He was wary of these 2 unfamiliar men, but he didn't refuse. Yes, please speak, Crown Prince Somerton. As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled. What? It turned out the previous introduction was his fake identity. He probably didn't expect his identity to be exposed in a second right after boasting. So his expression momentarily stiffened and froze. The man with neatly combed silver hair looked very handsome, and behind him stood Theron. He approached with wide eyes and demanded sharply. How did you know it was me? He stopped after speaking and very rudely threatened the young man in front of him. You'd better answer honestly. Ruin, in contrast to his arrogant demeanor, gently smiled, the corners of his lips curling slightly. You can hide your face, but not your presence. Your Majesty's eyes reminded me of the Crown Prince I knew before, so I dared to guess. After speaking, he stared intently at his displeased face and cheerfully greeted him. Then your Majesty must be the Fire King. It's been a long time. It's a great pleasure to see you again. Theron was surprised by Ruin's unexpected explanation. You recognized me by my eyes? Truly astonishing. He seemed to highly value Ruin's sharp insight. Somerton interrupted this flowing conversation. He raised his hand. Arrogance was undisguised on his face. No, he didn't even try to hide it. This is my final offer. There will be no second chance. Come with me to the Empire. He stared at Ruin with wide eyes and threatened him with a short but meaningful remark. Refusal will not be tolerated. Oh, how frightening. But Ruin had never known fear. He scoffed deep down and replied gently with 3 words. I refuse. The 3 stood in a tense standoff in the cold winter snow. Somerton grew increasingly irritated by his defiant attitude but continued to persuade him. Are you really not going to listen to me? As I warned before, a jewel I cannot possess. I will shatter. Oh, such arrogance, but Ruin was merely nonchalant. Your Majesty might do that, "But I don't believe your majesty would." This answer was unexpected for Somerton, yet it somewhat changed his mind. He asked again, "What makes you so confident?" "Because the crown prince I knew would not lower himself to secretly infiltrate under a false identity to order the death of an ordinary student." As soon as Ruin finished speaking, he was shocked and a moment later filled with rage. Somerton smiled grotesquely and said sarcastically, "Ha ha ha, are you calling yourself an ordinary student?" Ruin replied humbly and dismissively, "Yes, after all, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow." He pursed his lips upon hearing that and smiled very subtly. "I don't know if that's courage or intuition." After hesitating for a while, Somerton turned away arrogantly, and finally he haughtily reminded him, "I will retreat today, but look forward to our next meeting. Next time we will meet as adversaries." At his words, Ruin remained silent, giving no answer. After speaking, the two men quietly left, walking one after the other in a dignified manner in the opposite direction. Not long after they left, Ruin turned around and saw Jason stumbling towards him. He was still not sober, red-faced and ceaselessly grumbling drunkenly. "Ruin, what are you doing? Aren't you going to drink anymore? Without you, the party is meaningless." As he continued to coax, Ruin happily followed his lead. "Okay, I'm coming." But what he hadn't expected was that because of that drinking party, a disaster beyond anything he could imagine would befall him. The next day, sunlight shone on everything, and white snowflakes still clung to the trees and red roofs. In one corner of the magnificent castle, seashells and glasses were scattered across a table. A groan echoed wearily. After the war with alcohol. It was Ruin. Waking up from a wild drinking party with friends last night, his head ached, his head felt like it was splitting. He clutched his head, dizzy. My head feels like it's going to explode." With a blank mind, Ruin didn't even think to look around. Then a soft voice suddenly reached his ears. "Are you awake?" He lifted his eyes in surprise. "Yes, Lady Irene." She ignored his curious gaze as if asking why he was here and spoke again. "Are you feeling better now?" Ruin glanced at his friends, sprawled asleep around him, still clutching their alcohol and beer, and awkwardly replied to Irene, "Yes, I should have been more moderate. I think I drank too much." She then looked at them lying on the cold floor and laughed. "Still, you're better than the others." "I'm so relieved." After speaking, she covered her mouth with her hand and smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Hee, don't you remember anything?" Ruin looked bewildered. In less than a second he was startled and got goosebumps. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, that was a dragon's kiss." Irene sat at the table, shaking the blue liquor bottle in her hand, and calmly explained, "Jason secretly poured that drink into your beer, Ruin." Then he suddenly stood up and shouted for everyone to go to Otto together. While listening to her repeat it, he recalled the embarrassing scene from yesterday. Ruina and Jang were linking arms, making fools of themselves for everyone in the pub. "Oh, just thinking about it makes my face burn, that damn John." Irene didn't let Ruin's awkward silence linger and spoke again. "Then I should go down too." He, having just woken up and still not quite processing the situation, asked in confusion, "Ha, go where?" She gently brushed her hair aside, an undeniable smile on her face. "To Otto. I've been there before and it's a really nice place." She was filled with an eagerness to defeat Ruin once. Irene declared seriously, "As I said before, I really need to get strong quickly to beat you." At this, Ruin, still bewildered, couldn't say anything. After a few seconds he smiled gently. "I'm very positive about that declaration. It's an honor for me. Lady Irene, you are always welcome." He seemed to greatly praise her spirit and determination. Ruin's gaze softened, and with reddened cheeks he looked at her affectionately. Although he said that outwardly, anyone with sense would have noticed. Irene said nothing more, and with a smile as bright as a celestial being, she vanished into the morning sunlight. Lady Irene's reason for wanting to go to Otto was clearly not just that. A few hours later, the large room was filled with lights and the soft murmuring of people could be heard. The voice of the person on the podium overwhelmed all the noise. "Graduates of Esnet Academy of Magic, you have undoubtedly endured many hardships. I hope all those experiences are meaningful, and I wish you all to become great mages in the future." The principal was delivering a speech in front of all the academy students. Today was the graduation ceremony for all final year students, including Ruin. After a moment, the speech was nearing its end. "My speech concludes here. Now the student representative will give the graduation speech." Straight legs and shiny leather shoes slowly walked onto the podium. The outstanding student known to all students, that was Ruin. The principal, following tradition, introduced him to everyone. "Student representative and top graduate of this year, young Master Ruin Otto." He approached the podium with a calm demeanor. The principal stepped aside, yielding the floor to him, and didn't forget to pat his shoulder and encourage him as he passed. "Ruin, don't be nervous, speak comfortably." But he didn't seem to be worried at all. Ruin politely replied, "Yes, principal, don't worry. Never judge a book by its cover." Ruin's current situation was the same. He looked calm on the outside, but in fact his heart was already pounding, threatening to burst. "I said that, but I'm actually really nervous. Just the thought of being the center of attention in front of all these people makes me so anxious that I've forgotten everything I prepared." Because in front of Ruin were thousands of students. They were looking at him with rapt attention to hear his speech. Ruin stood in place, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. "But it's okay. Even if I've forgotten what I prepared, I still remember what I truly want to say." Amidst the expectations of everyone, including Irene and Han, he began his speech. As you all know, I won the Grand Festival. It was an achievement I accomplished in 1 year, but the process was not smooth. I suffered from a mana discharge disorder for 5 years. Ruin recalled his past and continued in a low voice. For a mage like me, not being able to discharge mana was a huge blow, but what was even harder was how people looked at me. Many wondered why I was still at the academy, why I didn't give up until the very last moment. At this point he smiled gently, without any resentment or anger towards their past words. But I didn't want to give up, because magic is everything to me, and it's the only way I can protect myself, my family and the people I care about. That's why I stood firm until the end. Who wins and who loses, we'll have to see, won't we? The speech wasn't over yet, but the enthusiastic response and passionate cheers of everyone were already palpable. More than anything, it deeply resonated with their hearts. Ruin continued, and if there is anyone here who has worked hard but has not yet seen results today, I want to tell you this. Keep moving forward. He stood majestically and declared directly. He encouraged everyone to keep going. Ruin's gaze swept over each person sitting in the audience. Even if you fall, get back up. Even if you feel like no one cares about you at this moment, somewhere in the world someone will definitely recognize you. As long as you don't give up, a miracle will come. Thank you for your efforts over the past 6 years. At this point, the magnificent speech officially ended, and today's graduation ceremony concluded. With the sound of applause, cheers filled with various emotions roared like thunder. The scene shifted, and at the end of the graduation ceremony, white snowflakes already covered the trees. The rhythmic sound of horse hooves echoed evenly over the cold snow on the road. Various carriages lined up, leaving the academy. Inside a luxurious ebony carriage, people chatted excitedly. Brother, that speech was truly wonderful. Everyone loved it. You're always the best, Ruina said. The male protagonist's 2 siblings were discussing Ruin's inspiring speech, especially the most talked-about topic. Ruina thoughtfully glanced at the pure white carriage moving alongside them outside the window. So are all your friends going straight to Odal too? Through the window, Irene, Theta, Gassan and Han could be seen sitting, laughing and chatting happily. Ruina confirmed again. All 4 of them. The boy's voice was calm. The terrible memory of that drunken night came back to him. That must have been yesterday. They had a wild night, and Ruin, pointing at people crying drunkenly, climbed onto the table and shouted, Theta, be my comrade. People say they forget everything when they drink, but Ruin remembered everything vividly, sending shivers down his spine. But he had to stammer to Ruina. I don't know how it happened out of awkwardness. Behind the 2 leading carriages, numerous soldiers followed in a line. As soon as the graduation ceremony ended, we decided to go straight to Odal, or more precisely, I hired them. In addition, 3,000 soldiers were also scheduled to join us. The 2 princes had promised to send reinforcements for the southern subjugation operation, but I never imagined they would send so many troops. Lost in thought, Ruin suddenly snapped out of it at a voice. Ruin, are you planning to stay in the territory after the subjugation operation is over? Ruin smiled brightly, revealing his intentions for the future without hesitation. No, father is there anyway. I'm thinking of traveling a bit, but I haven't decided on anything specific yet. For now, I need to focus on the subjugation operation. Under the clear blue sky, snow continued to fall. The 2 chattered back and forth. After a short break, we'll go prepare for the subjugation operation, won't we? The other person immediately replied. Yes, I plan to start by surveying the terrain first. Our protagonist and avatar were standing in front of a map planning their next moves for this subjugation operation. She asked again, have you made a strategic plan? I'm considering a few ideas. As the 2 discussed, the sound of soldiers hurrying by was heard. Ruin and the avatar also looked up, wondering what they were talking about. The 2 chattered as they passed. You'd better be well prepared. Ruin approached them and asked, excuse me, where's everyone going? One person turned around and recognized him. Young Master Odal, I thought you already knew, as this concerns your friend, the young master's knight trainee. Ruin looked at him with a puzzled expression as if asking what he knew. The person then continued, one of our knights will be having a duel with the young master's knight trainee friend. Upon hearing this, his head immediately turned. Knight trainee? Is he talking about Han? In the snowy clearing nearby, all the soldiers were gathered in a circle, eagerly anticipating the upcoming duel. In the center of the arena, Han and a knight were preparing to fight with wooden swords, but Han's face still showed obvious concern. Han was going to duel an official knight. Just hearing it, one could tell how vast the difference in this duel was. Ruin couldn't help but feel worried. He had just finished his knight's oath. Snow fell ceaselessly from the sky, even showing signs of intensifying. Han and the official knight began their duel, both standing their ground without an inch of concession. But it seemed the knight took the lead from the start, attacking relentlessly. By the time Ruin hurried over, the match had already progressed to this point. He looked worriedly as Han was gradually pushed back. It started. He watched the duel between the 2 from outside the circle with the soldiers. Suddenly, the person standing next to him loudly called out to one person in the center of the arena, Bell, go easy on him. Isn't that too harsh on a rookie who just took the oath? Ruin was slightly surprised for a moment. The avatar was approaching. He went up to her and asked about the situation. Why are these two dueling? One of them turned to Ruin, thought for a moment, then replied, well, there's no special reason. The knight gestured for Ruin to come closer, and after watching the two fiercely fighting together, he recounted what had just happened after lunch while cleaning. I was bored and Junior Han was full of enthusiasm, so I suggested we test our strength. At the same time, Boba silently approached and greeted Ruin softly from behind them. Young master, you're here too. He was surprised where Boba appeared from, then reacted and greeted him politely. Sir Boba, you're here too? He clasped his hands behind his back and replied with a bright, somewhat amused smile. Of course, how could I miss such an interesting sight? Hearing that, Ruin glanced at the main topic being discussed and internally scoffed. Interesting, he glanced at the knights standing there. If the knights here recognized Sir Boba, their reactions would be amusing too. Thinking that, Ruin continued to watch the two's intense duel. Suddenly, he turned to Boba and asked, what do you think of this duel? Boba didn't think deeply and immediately stated his opinion. Both are not bad. His gaze was fixed on the young man with light purple hair. His face showed clear fortitude without the hesitation that one would expect at this age. Boba didn't know who he was, so he asked the young man next to him, is that young knight also a friend of the young master? Ruin smiled when he asked and proudly introduced his close friend. Yes, his name is Han. Boba slowly analyzed from his own perspective in a more serious voice than before. He's clearly being pushed back a bit, but enduring this much against the Golden Knights is commendable. As he spoke, Ruin also asked, Golden Knights? Boba, knowing his curiosity, explained the information he had just casually learned. Yes, I happened to hear it during lunch. I heard he's considered one of the elites in the kingdom, but I'm not entirely sure. Just then, a breakthrough in the battle gradually emerged in the center of the arena. A shadow darted forward like lightning, attacking before the opponent could even react. It was so incredibly fast and swift, there was no need to mention who that shadow was. It was the knight with the strength just mentioned. He swung his sword once and Han's sword flew out of his grasp, landing far behind his back. Han cried out in surprise. Oh, Sir Boba, he commented. Han still has a long way to go to reach that level. Ruin heard that, thought for a moment, then admired Boba. Indeed, Sir Boba sees through Han's talent. Then he stepped forward and looked at Boba, as if he had made an important decision. With a serious expression, as if he wanted to make a request, he politely asked, Sir Boba? Boba was curious at his sudden behavior. Yes, young master, Ruin approached him and politely requested. If it's all right, could you teach Han a technique or two? Boba didn't reply immediately. He just smiled amiably as usual. If Sir Boba taught even one technique, if the legendary spearman Sir Boba Von imparted even a single breath of his knowledge, it would be an immense benefit to me, to Han, and even to all of Adal. That's right. If there was even a fragment of this legendary knight's teaching, one could imagine how Han would dramatically improve, but the important thing now was to get his agreement to teach. He was a very resolute man. Sir Boba merely closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Young master, that's not for me to decide. You must ask the child first. Ruin was also slightly surprised and exclaimed. Huh? Boba replied with a dangerous-looking chuckle. For some reason his demeanor is completely different now than before, much colder. Boba explained, just like when I taught you swordsmanship, young master, I am very strict with knights. Boba gave a slightly strange, bright smile. Moreover, he even blinked, conveying a profound nuance. Returning to the main point, the knights stood in the biting cold. Judging by their wide-open mouths, they were probably witnessing a greatly shocking sight. One of them couldn't hold back and exclaimed, What on earth is this? They whispered to each other from the side. This is truly a ridiculous training method. Did the sir order him to do that? I heard he's the captain of the Adal Knights. The person mentioned was laughing, seemingly enjoying himself with a very relaxed expression, following Han step by step from behind. The most pitiful boy in the world was panting for breath, carrying a huge stone heavier than himself. Boba looked at the young man who was shivering, teeth chattering in the cold weather, and asked, Are you having a hard time? Han immediately shook his head, denying it. No, sir, I'm fine. Boba waited for him to say that, then immediately retorted, Then don't be so slow, I clearly told you to be prepared. The knights standing next to them were speechless at this situation, as if watching a pair of comedians perform. Ruin looked at his friend and felt pity, but just left him alone. He sighed as if sympathizing with his friend's fate. The sir said he would be strict, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Han is truly pitiful. Ruin thought he was pitiful, but just a few minutes ago when Ruin invited Han, Han was overjoyed, wagging his tail like a dog. He just didn't have a tail. He immediately agreed without hesitation. Really? The sir will train me? Han warned. I heard it's really difficult. Perhaps the young master, I'm confident. I will definitely succeed, he said so resolutely. Ruin was speechless. He had given him a choice after all. Feeling helpless about his friend, he was startled by a voice from behind. It was those knights from earlier. They approached Boba cautiously. Oh, they seemed to have realized something. The one in front quietly asked, Sir, excuse me, may I ask your name? Boba closed his eyes and remained silent. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Perhaps he's confused about them. Why didn't they realize it at first, but only now? The knights looked at each other worriedly at his unmoving posture. Why isn't he answering? I heard a rumor that he took down 5 assassins by himself. Maybe I should ask about that. Another person replied. Nah, that's just a rumor. How could he take down 5 assassins by himself just then? Life is fleeting, and the more unwanted things are, the more they happen. Young Han quickly ran up and shouted loudly, Sir Boba, he gasped as if someone was taking his breath away, standing with difficulty as if his breath was about to give out, he reported. All the spears have been moved. Barely catching his breath and looking up, the answer didn't come from the person he was waiting for, but from the knight standing next to him with question marks. What did you just say? Han, not knowing anything, reflexively asked. Two glared at each other. One looked bewildered with a face full of question marks, and the other's eyes were wide as if unable to believe what he was seeing. He even had to confirm again. Did I hear wrong? Who did this person just say? Ruin and Boba were the calmest people there at that moment. After a while, the group and the knight set off again. Carriages and people in line traversed the snowy road. The white carriage led the way, and the Adel siblings sat comfortably in the second black carriage. Ruin and Ruina sat side by side. She looked back at the distance and asked her brother next to her in an extremely curious voice, "Brother, is Sir Boba really respected by knights?" He turned his gaze in the direction she was looking and replied, "I guess so." Inside the carriage, the two chatted noisily, but it was in complete contrast to the outside scenery. The knight's heavy breathing echoed evenly. Huff, huff, because, as everyone expected, Han and the knights were training together under the grace of Sir Boba. All of them were sweating profusely, struggling to follow the carriage, carrying bundles heavier than sacks. One of them complained loudly, Isn't this too much? This is a training method suggested directly by Sir Boba. Don't ask too many questions, just do it." The other person scolded. They continued to complain and nag at each other, but the more they did, the more tired they became. Meanwhile, the person just mentioned was resting very pleasantly with his eyes closed inside the carriage. Ruin saw this situation and couldn't help but sigh, speaking softly to him. Sir Boba, when he heard him, his expression didn't change at all, and he also lowered his voice to match Ruin's. "Speak, young master, regarding that training, is it really effective? It seems a bit harsh to me." Ruin quietly expressed his view. This was true, partly because he saw them struggling so hard that they were almost collapsing. It was also very pitiful to see them sweating in this cold weather. Boba understood his feelings too. He didn't criticize but gently explained to him, "That's not necessarily a good method. If their posture is wrong, they could suffer chronic injuries." Ruin was puzzled. He didn't understand what he meant by that. He asked again, Then why are you making them do that?" Sir Boba, with a wicked smile, half-jokingly and casually replied, "Well, there's not much else to do on the way to Adel, and I wanted to train some new disciples after a long time." Ruin and Ruina were silent for about 10 seconds. Hearing their pained gasps from outside, they were truly speechless when they looked at Boba. It was understandable why he was called Adel's tiger. After a moment they arrived at this desolate land. It was colder than any region they had passed through for days, and this was the first place they set foot. The protagonist stood before countless small muddy monsters. The person next to him exclaimed, "There are so many." Ruin, dressed entirely in dark clothes and a thick winter coat, also shivered from the biting cold here. That's right, they had finally arrived. Ruin and the Avatar stood in the middle of this land with monsters scattered beneath them and surrounded by rugged mountains. The wind blew through the gaps in their bodies. It was very cold. The Red Grasslands. This land is located south of Namsun and was once Adel's territory, however, since the Mud Tribe occupied this area. The rulers of this land were no longer humans but the Mud Tribe, that's right. The tribe Ruin just mentioned were the round, sticky, monstrous-looking beings scattered at his feet, and because of their immense reproductive power from afar, this land looked like a field stained red, hence the name Red Grasslands. The Avatar looked down at them. Its snout snarled hideously, looking very fierce. Overwhelmed by how to deal with these, she asked Ruin, "What's your attack plan?" Ruin lay on the ground, observed the situation of this horde, and thought deeply. How about we charge straight through the narrow gorge near the coast? It's narrow, so it might be effective." The Avatar immediately thought of a sharp strategy, but as soon as she spoke, Ruin rejected it. "No, that won't work. They'll attack from the top of the cliff too." She continued to suggest countermeasures she had thought of. "Then how about we put Sir Boba at the forefront? He could sweep everything away at the vanguard." This time, Ruin also thought for a moment, but again it was unlikely. That method won't work either. There are too many. The Mud Tribe has a nucleus in their heads that cannot be destroyed by ordinary attacks. I see. The Avatar immediately understood what the problem was. Even Sir Boba would have difficulty if he had to kill each one individually. This is really troublesome. Now I understand why all the previous subjugation operations failed, because there was no wide path for a large army to enter at once. They must have always suffered great losses, so there's no way. Ruin reluctantly accepted reality. After a moment he looked into the distance as if thinking of something. "Perhaps there's one more way." The next day an unfamiliar man's loud voice echoed powerfully throughout the room. "There's only one way. A head-on assault." As he spoke, he slammed the table with the strategic map, unwavering even in front of equally dignified people. This man was Moro, the commander-in-chief of the Capital Guards and captain of the Golden Knights. He made his stance clear. "If we hesitate to fight, how can we win? A head-on confrontation is the best option." Ruin's father, Lord Adel, who stood opposite him, also thought so, but did not agree with this method. While the commander's words were not wrong, he hesitated, as the estimated losses were too great. Moro held his ground. He tried to persuade him. "Your Majesty, if there hadn't been support from the Capital Guards initially, weren't we planning to start the subjugation operation with only 300 men? Ruin's father replied indifferently. "That's right," Moro sneered. He couldn't understand why. We were prepared to fight with that many men, but now with so many troops, why are you hesitating? Ruin's father looked at him and explained. Because this isn't a matter of numbers. To defeat the Mud Tribe we have to pass through a narrow gorge, and those damned creatures won't let us pass peacefully. Whether we have 300 or 3,000, nothing will change. That was why he disagreed with Moro's method. But the Lord proposed a countermeasure that seemed a little more feasible than that method. He continued, in conclusion, instead of entering the gorge we need to lure them out. Moro expressed concern about this opinion. But your majesty, we have no way to do that. Anyway, a frontal assault is, before he could finish, a calm voice echoed from a young man entering the room. I think it will be fine. It was Ruin. He agreed with his father's solution. At the same time, his appearance surprised everyone, but Moro quickly reacted. Fine, young master, what do you mean? He couldn't understand what these people were thinking, so he raised his voice and questioned him. Ruin chuckled lightly and replied, Father just gave the right answer. Instead of us entering, we need to lure them out. He wanted to discuss his operational plan with everyone based on what he had just researched. I have a good idea. We'll attack from the top of the cliff surrounding the gorge. Moro also knew the cliff Ruin was talking about. He turned his face and showed a negative attitude towards that idea. That cliff, no one can climb up there, can they? Are you saying we all have to climb up there, young master? This man was really picky and had a bad temper. Ruin had to explain clearly once again. We don't need many people up there. Just 1 or 2 mages will be enough to lure them out with magic. This time, even the picky Moro seemed to agree, finding it quite reasonable. That's a good idea, but how can we climb up there? Mage, can you use flying magic? These words were directed at John, who was standing next to Ruin. Even though he must have been surprised enough by this man's words, Ruin playfully nudged him. No, this guy can climb up by himself, he stammered in surprise. What are you talking about? How can I climb that cliff? I can never climb it. Ruin's previous words were genuine. He told John to try it. Don't back down. He patted John's shoulder and persuaded him. You can climb it. John blinked aghast. He couldn't believe himself. Me, heh, of course. Ruin chuckled wickedly, smiling very amiably with a sheepish disguise. Yeah, I'll throw you up onto that cliff. This kind of expression was really useless. Moreover, the timid John's face turned completely black as soon as Ruin finished speaking, and his surprised eyes still held a hint of innocence. What? Once again, it was a sunny and clear winter day without a single cloud in the sky. This was a good omen. Snow still fluttered in the sky, and a loud voice echoed in the air. The day we fight has finally come. Is everyone ready? Moro was the only one whose voice was so loud and eager for battle, but all the knights also shouted loudly and clearly. They were ready to fight with dignified and murderous expressions. At the very front was the flag symbolizing the Ao family. Everything was ready. Moro, the lead commander, cleared his throat and loudly gave the order, all troops advance. And finally, the subjugation operation began. At the forefront were Commander Moro and the Golden Knights, and after a long time Ruin's father and Sir Boba were also in armor. Everyone was serious about this advance. Everyone moved towards that land with immense responsibility and dignity. And at the very back were my friends and I. That's right, the carriage carrying Ruin, Theta, Irene, and the Avatar followed. They seemed very nervous. No one was sure about the outcome of this battle, nor did they know what awaited them. But most of all, they fought together. As the carriage drove, the order "Stop" echoed. It was Commander Father's instruction. Everyone stopped in turn and stayed nearby. Moro gathered with the 2 lead commanders. All right, everyone, focus. Let's review the plan one last time. So our young ones also moved forward in turn. When the protagonist hadn't stopped yet, a low, frightened voice calling Ruin's name was heard. Hey, Ruin. He turned his eyes towards where the voice came from. It was John of all people. But his appearance was a bit unique at this time. His body was completely covered in a large cloth sack with only his face left exposed for breathing. Moreover, he was tightly bound with ropes, just like a silkworm cocoon. John reluctantly said to Ruin with a resentful expression, Young master, I know I have to do this for safety, but is this really the best method you could come up with? It's too pathetic. Ruin found it hard to hold back his laughter. No, I think it's pretty cool. As if to prove his words were true, he glanced at the knights who were chuckling, looking at them, and said in a low voice. He proudly said to John, Look over there, the knights are looking at you too. He was speechless. Are you making fun of me right now? I think they're laughing at me. It seemed this method wouldn't persuade John. If one doesn't work, try another. So he began to entice John in a new direction with regret. Oh, not good, what a shame, it's a good opportunity, his foolish friend immediately asked curiously. What opportunity? Ruin explained as if scratching John's itch. The opportunity to become the protagonist of this subjugation operation. John was John indeed. Just imagining the academy girls murmuring in admiration made his nose turn up. The protagonist, indeed. A few seconds later, his eyes gleamed as if he had found gold, his mouth hung open, his whole body filled with joy, and he even wore a triumphant expression. Ruin, leave it to me, I'll take care of everything. HMPH, Ruin smiled mockingly. How naive. Moro approached them and asked, Young master, are you ready? Ruin immediately replied, Yes, no problem. He didn't stop after speaking, but threw this hot potato of a mission to the foolish cocoon next to him. Right, John? He hesitated in a difficult situation and replied, Yes, of course, but... John reluctantly looked up at the rope tied around his neck, frowned, and his lips twitched as if complaining, "I can't breathe." Finally, he burst out complaining, "But Ruin, please be gentle." As soon as he asked to be gentle, a second later he was grabbed and pulled hard. John was so surprised he shouted, "Gently, gently." Fate was fate. He was ruthlessly thrown by Ruin, and despite the hasty throw, he flew high. John's screams were incessant and his mouth was really loud. His throwing power was so strong that it created a seismic gust of wind, to the point where Irene and Moro also looked at this cocoon with pitiful gazes. Some spent it peacefully, others miserably. John, with the blue sky and clouds as his companions, shed tears and lost his words from a headache. My heart is going to stop, I'm going to die here." Before he could finish, he had to face the cruel reality. At this moment his body was already on the top of the mountain, and moreover he was bound by strange magic vines. He muttered, for a long time in a daze. "Oh, it's not as scary as I thought." He asked if I was making fun of him, and John, not understanding what was going on, threw off his fat cocoon status and slumped to the ground, glancing at the people below praising each other. Irene admired, "Father was really accurate. Maybe we don't even need blankets or ropes." "Haha, Lady Irene, your skill is still sharp." He stood up and dusted off his pants. He seemed much more genuine than before, and inwardly happy that he was already halfway safe, he said leisurely, "Phew, good. Now I just need to do my part well." As soon as he finished speaking and looked up, John's eyes widened and his mouth hung open. He saw a sight he never wanted to see. What is this? He knew the mud tribe multiplied very quickly and were numerous here, but he didn't expect it to be this horrifying. Thousands, no, tens of thousands. Just looking at them, one couldn't count how many there were. I have to lure that many mud tribe members. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat, and it was truly difficult. John was extremely confused by the fact that the conquest before his eyes was too difficult for him. "I can't do it. How can I do it?" "John, you can do it." It was Ruin's cheering voice from below. With just one word of encouragement, his self-doubt was almost halved at this moment. Ruin, who was below, knew his friend well. He was just unprepared and didn't trust himself. At this moment what was most helpful was someone's encouragement. Ruin's cheering voice echoed from above, "You're my friend, aren't you? You can at least do that much, right? Come on, go teach those mud tribe guys a lesson." In fact, that encouragement was truly a great help. Now John was a completely different person, filled with much stronger resolve. He gritted his teeth and vowed not to disappoint Ruin. "Yes, Ruin, you trusted me and brought me here, so I can't let you down." John summoned a palm-sized fireball. A moment later, the dark, hazy sky changed, and the sunlight disappeared behind the clouds, creating an atmosphere as if a storm was about to break. Unlike his playful demeanor just moments ago, John raised both arms high as if summoning a colossal power from the sky. Like meteors, fireballs pierced through the clouds with snowflakes and rained down fiercely upon the mud tribe. Ruin had been watching John fight bravely all along, and sure enough he performed excellently, true to the friend he believed in. The protagonist wore a satisfied and proud smile. "Yes, John, you're doing very well." The fireballs falling from the sky were like small meteors with burning power, cast by John. This technique was called Fire Rain Huo Yu, a Tier 3 magic. Although John's level wasn't high yet, so the clouds weren't very large. After seeing this much, it became clear that the dark clouds covering the vast sky were summoned by him. However, he had not yet reached the highest level. The current battle situation was this. The mud tribe was already under the relentless assault of fire rain, and every attack rained down on them, causing them to scream in pain and thrash about. Gurgle, gurgle. Since they were enjoying a lazy sleep, the attack was enough to awaken them. Ruin tightened his gauntlets, turned to Moro and instructed him, "Commander, now is the time. As I said before, I'll leave the rest to you." He immediately obeyed the order solemnly. "Understood." Irene went ahead, then looked at Ruin and urged him. "Ruin, let's go too," he replied. "Yes, let's go." The monsters rushed out in unison in a swarm, and he was delighted that everything was going according to plan. Good. The mud tribe is concentrating in one place to avoid John's attack. They're heading towards the sea as fast as their short legs can carry them. The place they were concentrating on was an auxiliary passage leading out of the gorge, but it wasn't easy for them. Because the destroyer trio was already waiting there, they were as good as dead. The other three rushed out and charged fiercely. Ruin stood blocking their path, and comparatively there was no pain. Up close, these mud tribe members were only a little taller than his ankles. "I can't let them escape the gorge so easily." He couldn't help but marvel at the immense rodent-like horde. "Damn it, there are so many of them." Theta was the first to attack, holding flames. "Good, come on, alright." Now the real battle begins. In the cold snow-covered space, the wind howled eerily, and a strangely hot aura lingered in the chilling air. Irene and Ruin stood quietly behind, but their eyes were cold, piercing straight through to the center. Theta stood there, summoning flames with a vibrant face, and spoke with a disdainful voice, "Welcome, you filthy mudworms." He shot burning flames from afar, engulfing the mudworms in fire, and saying with an arrogant voice, "I'll burn every single one of them without leaving a trace." Orange flames fiercely burned across the entire screen, swirling like a firestorm, seemingly devouring the mudworms. In the midst of the sea of fire, rage was evident on their faces, and they opened their mouths wide, roaring in pain. Theta finished his attack, waved his hand, and wore a satisfied smile. "Haha, Ruin, what do you think? My skills? Haven't I improved a lot?" Ruin still replied calmly with a composed expression. "Yes, you did much better than I expected." Ruin paused for a moment, but then spoke honestly, "But I don't think this is the time to be overconfident." At his gentle but simple words, the other person froze on the spot. Theta broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that. and a worried expression was evident on his face. He instinctively muttered, "Oh damn it," because these mudworms had survived so persistently. They constantly opened their mouths wide, roaring like a noisy flock of quacking ducks, and now they were trying to climb the high cliff. Suddenly John's desperate scream echoed from above. "What? They're climbing the cliff." It turned out they were climbing to attack John. Quite clever. In a situation where they had to choose whether to attack one person or two, they chose to attack the weaker opponent. John was overwhelmed by this tenacious life force. They were truly like leeches at this moment. The mud tribe tried to climb even faster, their faces filled with resentment. John sat on the cliff, retreating in terror and thrashing about. Moreover, he didn't forget to shout for help. "Ah, help me!" Ruin clearly heard every movement happening above, and unsure how to deal with this situation, he gritted his teeth and cursed, worried and flustered. "Damn it, John." Irene was also worried, but suddenly a solution popped into her head. Although it wasn't certain, she thought saving a person was the most important thing, so she resolutely suggested without hesitation, "Ruin, throw me up there too." He glanced at Irene, truly surprised. He was still flustered. This decision was somewhat risky, so he asked again, "What did you say?" Irene showed a firm attitude with a resolute smile and gaze. Ruin pressed his lips tightly and hesitated for a moment. In this situation, any choice was dangerous, but above all, the safety of life came first, so he made a decision. At the same time, the mud tribe swiftly climbed the cliff on their short legs. They roared, making gurgling sounds. John was still terrified, but he kept shouting for them to back away, regardless of whether they understood human speech or not. In this desperate moment, John couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it!" Thinking he would truly be eaten by the mud tribe, he was in extreme terror, his eyes wide and even more frightened with tears welling up. He gritted his teeth and thought, "I can't die here." Even at this point, John was regretting his passionate school days. "I haven't even been on a single date." It turned out he was regretting never having had a romantic relationship. John shouted at his most desperate moment, "I don't even have a girlfriend yet." His regret wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Irene somersaulted in the air from above, preparing to fight the mud monsters. John was probably trembling with joy by now. Irene flew freely, her usual gentle demeanor gone, replaced by murderous eyes. A beautiful blue halo appeared from her hand, an elegant expression of her usual magic. On one side, the fierce battle continued, while on the other they were preoccupied with John's almost last will-like words, "So you've never been on a single date, have you?" A powerful blue light emanating from Irene's hand pierced through the mud tribe, engulfing them in a halo of light and instantly freezing them. She descended to the rocky ground. Ah no, this rocky ground was frozen just moments ago by the magic's effect. Even seeing John's desperate desire to hide underground, she still playfully teased him. "John, are you okay? Thanks to you, I learned something amusing." He had no more regrets. "Thank you for saving me." Irene stopped joking and returned to her serious demeanor, looking downwards. "Anyway, as Ruin said, everything is proceeding according to plan." Foolish John, understanding nothing, asked blankly, "Huh?" She carefully watched the squirming mud tribe members below, and explained with a sigh, "Since the mud tribe can't escape through the auxiliary passage or climb the cliff, they are now retreating to the coast." Only then did John seem to realize something, wearing a bewildered expression as if everything had just clicked, as if he had just understood everything. "That means, yes, exactly. Now it's time for the capital's army to step in." At that very moment, our magnificent knights were also ready to begin their advance. Although the Lord and Sir Boba were leading the vanguard, despite their excellent leadership and position at the front, the knights couldn't help but still worry about this battle. Their hands were full of weapons, but their hearts were in turmoil. The surrounding air was filled with tension. "They're coming." A moment later, the mud tribe appeared from behind the ice chunks and swarmed like a storm. The situation was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, not only because so many of them swarmed, but also because their faces held far more rage than usual. Undoubtedly, they were so enraged because they had been properly dealt with by Ruin's group. One of the knights shouted, warning of the danger. "Danger, the mud tribe is coming." He was terrified by the immense scale of the mud tribe. "Ah, there are too many. This can't be." Commander Morrow, as expected of a commander, maintained an iron will. He tried to calm everyone's worried hearts with a loud voice. "You cowards, don't retreat. Are you going to tarnish the honor of the Raiden Kingdom?" After speaking, he once again gave everyone the absolute trust they needed most at that moment to reassure them. "There will definitely be support from the mages from behind. Our mission is to hold out here for as long as possible." Having gained solid trust, the knights no longer hesitated. They drew their bows and raised their swords in turn. The cry of advance echoed under the king's sword towards glorious victory, while those at the front had already charged forward. The knights, though holding weapons in their hands, still stood and waited. The knights were surprised by the commander's resolute and unwavering appearance. They didn't possess such an ideal to fight with everything they had. All the knights here felt both fear and caution. The one who had just complained, disheartened by the sheer number of mud tribe members, gritted his teeth. He felt that he too had to do the same, that he couldn't lose to them. He immediately went on the offensive. All the knights followed suit. They charged now most bravely and with one heart. They confronted thousands of hideous mud monsters under the king's sword towards glorious victory. On that side, Theta and Ruin also fiercely fought against these hordes, relying on each other to avoid danger. They knew that the army on the other side had already begun. Theta turned and whispered, "I hear battle sounds. It seems the capital army and the mud tribe are fighting." Ruin clenched his jaw and racked his brain on how to deal with what came next. That means the number of Mud Tribe members on this side has decreased and the remaining hordes have been driven towards the beach. Considering the situation, the Mud Tribe army on this side was no longer a major threat, but the battle on the other side was much fiercer. He immediately made a decision that would surprise his friend. I'll leave the rest here to you. It would be good to go and help them. He couldn't stand by and let everyone be in danger. Theta's lips curled into a faint smile. He knew that Ruin trusted him and fully believed in his abilities. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. Leave this to me and go. I can handle all of this. As soon as he finished speaking, Ruin vanished in an instant, not forgetting to say, thank you. Theta brushed past him, then spun around for a long time, flying among the Mud Tribe. He darted between their bodies at super high speed, making their eyes widen, then exited outwards. Returning to that side, the soldiers ceaselessly cut down these monsters with tenacious teamwork. Sword tips pierced bodies. They didn't retreat an inch, nor did they fear. What should be feared now were undoubtedly the monsters. Their bodies were severely damaged under sharp blades, split in half, emitting an unpleasant odor. Sir Boba and Commander Moro seemed much more relaxed than the knights. They still sat on their horses, their blades leisurely cut through the air, flying precisely towards the enemies. Although it appeared gentle, the damage was immense, as expected of the strong. The knights, hearing the sounds, couldn't help but glance at the two, truly seeming to admire them. Truly cool, truly skilled, truly excellent to the point of dazzling. Their eyes widened in disbelief. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, are they really human?" Suddenly, a bearded knight's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed considerably shocked. The other knights reacted in turn, and at the loud sound from behind they all gasped, their mouths agape, and turned around. "What's that? Where's that explosion coming from? Could it be him?" They were flustered, unable to understand what was happening, and couldn't shake off their doubts. While they couldn't accurately tell what was happening outside, one thing was certain. Someone was sweeping away the Mud Tribe, and of course there was no need to mention this person. Who else could it be but Ruin? He appeared like a savior, throwing burning fireballs to save everyone from the dangerous situation, and ceaselessly attacked the Mud Tribe, instantly melting them in pain. Both humans and the Mud Tribe stood dumbfounded, shocked by Ruin's sudden appearance. The bearded knight and his comrades froze, their blades still stiff in their hands. They only regained their senses after a few seconds. He came to his senses and said with joy and a trembling voice, gritting his teeth, Sir Ruin has come. It's the mage's support," the knight shouted in joy, announcing it to those around him. Ruin, the most awaited person, swiftly flew up and swung a powerful fiery fist, piercing through the Mud Tribe's body and shattering it to pieces. Sir Boba also saw that sight. He smiled, watching Ruin fight with a proud heart, not hiding his feelings. Indeed, Commander Moro, ever the versatile leader, didn't miss a single opportunity. He raised the tip of his sword high and gave the command, "Now's our chance. Everyone advance, annihilate their mud monsters one by one." Thanks to Ruin's powerful magic support, the tide of battle was overwhelmingly in their favor, and the mud monsters, large and small, were swept away in droves. As the number of monsters dwindled, Ruin could finally ease his body, and only then did he recall memories from the past, the terrible tragedies this land had suffered due to the invasion of the mud monsters. The monsters, driven by instinct, wouldn't remember anything. But he remembered everything vividly. 10 years ago, when Adel was ravaged by them, homes, streets, and even massive trees couldn't escape the roaring flames everywhere. The rising smoke clouds seemed to clearly signify the tragic fate of this place. His people were attacked by those monsters. They chased and overwhelmed people, regardless of who they were or what they cried out. Those innocent people fled in agony, suffering injuries, but above all they faced death and despair, and his mother lost her life because of them. A woman with a benevolent face and lustrous brown hair suffered the extreme pain of losing her life at the hands of those creatures. The more heartbreaking memories he recalled, the more Ruin's heart boiled with endless hatred. His eyes burned with unyielding resolve. They had to pay a far higher price for everything they had done. Saying that, he erupted, exuding morale and unleashing violent fists of fire upon the already wounded mud monsters. These monsters had no reason or thought, only instinct. "I won't stop." Ruin said this to motivate himself and avenge the past. He continued to strike the monsters with an arrogant expression. In the blink of an eye, night fell, and a high-hanging full moon illuminated the myriad things moving on the earth. In a quiet space where shadows of branches were cast, a man's murmuring voice echoed, "So what I'm going to do next is decide what to do with this wicked mud tribe. I, Jason Sandamon the wizard, will eliminate all of you here." And now, after shouting loudly. Indeed, this noisy chatter continued incessantly. Furthermore, he even sniffed proudly about his achievements. Who else could it be but Jason? He sat on a long wooden bench, proudly telling the two girls sitting in front of him all about himself. After excitedly talking for a long time, he suddenly stopped and scolded the girl who had been listening to him with an annoyed and displeased expression. "Wait, miss, are you listening to me?" She smiled shyly. Sorry. I think I dozed off for a moment." Well, it's understandable. She must have tried very hard to listen until now. At the same time, Ruin and Theta were casually walking towards them, eavesdropping. As soon as he walked over, the complaining tone of that naive fool could be heard. "Please listen carefully this time. This is the last time I'm telling you. These wicked mud monsters." Ruin secretly chuckled listening to him speak, and felt sympathy for the two girls. Truly, he was very leisurely and content at this moment. The Red Grassland subjugation operation was over, and although there were over 1,500 injured, there were no fatalities. The battle, which lasted over 2 hours, ended in complete victory. His heart ached thinking of the many injured knights, but the final outcome was a victory. It was truly something to be happy about. Even Sir Moro was satisfied with this result, and said that the princes would be very pleased with it. He was happy to see him satisfied. Not just satisfied, but laughing heartily and feeling very refreshed. Theta, walking beside him, suddenly called Ruin. He turned back and answered, He pointed at himself and said, "Tomorrow I'm returning to Oyota. You probably won't believe it, but His Holiness has been constantly looking for me. In fact, I'm quite a promising mage in Oyota." Indeed, that's why he wasn't sad at all about returning, but rather looked delighted. Ruin also nodded in agreement. "Yes, I know, you've really become much stronger." This was a heartfelt assessment because he had watched all of Theta's progress since the two had fought together. He replied with a bright smile, laughing loudly and joking, "Hee hee, you little brat, just wait. Someday I'll pay you back for everything you did to me." After that interesting conversation, everything slowly returned to its place. Ruin went back home. As soon as he entered, he found the butler who had been waiting for a long time in front of his room door. He greeted him, "Ah, young master." Ruin immediately smiled and said, "Yes, butler, where is father?" The butler pointed to the door and invited him in. "Sir Melvin is on the rooftop." The butler also reported to Ruin about his father's condition after returning from the subjugation operation. He seemed to have something on his mind, so I thought he was having some time alone for a while. Looking at the painting of Ruin's mother on the wall, his father was probably lost in sad thoughts about his deceased wife by now. Ruin listened to the butler's words and fell into deep thought. He seemed to have something on his mind. He said, "Thank you, butler." But the butler on the contrary said, "No, young master, I should be thanking you." His voice was much more serious than usual, and choked with unspeakable emotion, he called Ruin's name. "Young master." Ruin, not understanding what was happening, also replied seriously, "Yes." The butler placed his hand on his chest and expressed his feelings. "I have lived in Odal for a very long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life." After speaking, he paused for a moment, closed his eyes and bowed his head to express deep gratitude, thanking him once again. "Young master, no one in this territory, not even I, will forget what you did today." Oh, Ruin was also moved to tears upon hearing those words. "Butler." The butler, as if worried that his master would wait too long, quickly urged him, "Please go in, he is probably waiting for you." Ruin politely replied, "Yes, I understand." Ruin's hand gripped the doorknob tightly, and he hesitated yet was moved. Today's victory was truly something to celebrate. But not everyone could smile. Yes, his old father in particular always carried a deep wound in his heart, carved by a blunt blade, and it never healed. Ruin slowly opened the door and entered. Never before had he walked down this hallway suppressing his emotions like this. As soon as he raised his head, he saw the man. The years of hardship had weighed on him, but he still stood majestically in front of the wine table. Moreover, with a face full of sorrow, he gazed at the distant moon in the sky as if piercing through all things, lost in deep thought. Ruin stopped and fell into deep thought. It was as if the memories of losing his mother were still vivid. Surely his father also remembered that day. His father, Sir Melvin Oncho, must have been recalling that day 10 years ago. Today, amidst this victory, on this joyful day for the territory, he was instead recalling terrible memories covered in dust in the most sorrowful way due to the pain of losing his beloved wife. While lost in his emotions, his father suddenly called Ruin in a low voice. He was startled and did not expect it. "Ah, father, did you know I was here?" He awkwardly scratched his head, unsure how to explain. "I'm sorry, father, I didn't mean to intrude." His voice was as soft as the wind brushing against his ears, but it contained a benevolent meaning as he said, "Ruin, come here." The two stood in front of the wine table. 2 wine glasses were placed there as if prepared in advance. Melvin picked up the wine bottle and offered him a drink. "Would you like to taste the wine I've dedicated?" "Yes." He immediately agreed. He gently poured wine into the glass and slowly introduced the wine. "This wine has been aged for 17 years. We call it Selby, but Maria and I called it by another name." As soon as Ruin heard that name, his heart seemed to stop for a few seconds. Maria, his mother's name. It was the first time in such a long time that his father had mentioned that name from his memories again. His father continued speaking, with one hand holding his glass and the other handing him a wine glass. "We called this wine Amoro's Ruin. It means lovely ruin, a meaningful and lovely name just like its name." And Melvin continued that story. This was a story he was hearing for the first time. "The day you were born, I made this wine and vowed that you and I would drink it together on a day happier than today." Ruin looked at his reflection in the wine glass, his heart heavy. The day his father considered happier than today was today. The day of their glorious victory in the Red Grassland subjugation, or what he considered the debt-repaying battle. Melvin was equally heavy-hearted but maintained his composure, raising his glass with his son filled with pride. "I couldn't keep my promise to drink with your mother, but the fact that I'm with you now makes me feel like I'm drinking with Maria." After taking a sip, Ruin paused and complimented his father. "It's delicious," he chuckled. "Then that's good." The two briefly moved on to another topic to break the quiet, melancholy atmosphere. Melvin first asked his son about his future plans. "Ruin, what are you planning to do now?" He revealed his intentions without hesitation. "I'm going to expand the territory. Now that the subjugation operation is over, I'm going to cultivate the gorge." Immediately, an astonishing blue screen appeared. A system window suddenly appeared. It startled Ruin, and reading the information in the system window, he was utterly bewildered. What is this?" And the system window displayed a message that greatly confused him. A small bear who hadn't appeared for a long time and had been training somewhere, suddenly sat on his shoulder and spoke incessantly as soon as it arrived. "Ruin, something's wrong. Something seems to have happened to Kingram," while he still couldn't react and reflexively blurted out, "Jang?" She frowned with an annoyed and uncomfortable expression and said, "I know today should be a good day, but we need to hurry to the academy." At this moment, he was in a state of listening with one ear and letting it out the other. After reading that message, his soul was completely elsewhere and he didn't care at all what was happening. Jang urged him once again, "Snap out of it, Ruin, we need to go right now." Only when her loud voice shouted in his face did he barely regain his senses. Damn it, the alert message was finally revealed. "Repel the approaching threat to the academy and save Kingram." Even after reading it several times, Ruin still wondered what its hidden meaning was. Repel the approaching threat to the academy? What happened to Kingram? Slowly regaining his composure, he regretfully said to his father, "Father, I'm very sorry, but I think I need to leave for a while." He looked at his son with surprise as if asking what happened. His father, having just reunited with his son, was thunderstruck to hear him say they had to part again so soon. What are you suddenly saying?" He merely remained silent, apologetic. Because this matter truly could not be revealed, however, Melvin understood his son. He merely sighed and his voice unexpectedly softened. "I understand. If you say it so seriously, there must be a reason, then go." Having received permission, Ruin didn't hesitate for a moment. Since the rooftop was open, he decided to take that route. He dashed down like the wind. Jang grumbled, "Why now of all times? Why does a mission appear at this very moment, right after the subjugation operation?" Ruin left with extreme dissatisfaction, thinking he had ruined his leisurely vacation with his father. But there was nothing he could do. What on earth was happening at the academy? The situation at the academy was revealed. A cloaked mage cast a lightning orb, aiming it towards a blue monster sitting on a central chair. It was Omelot. It seemed he was preparing to be targeted. So what bad thing would happen to the academy that Ruin had to resolve? The man in the black cloak was gathering power into an orb in his palm. Kingram, sitting on the throne, saw it and became enraged. "Unbelievable. You suddenly burst in and attack me. Are you crazy?" At this moment, Kingram, furious, threatened him. "I heard rumors about you at the academy." It turned out the man in the black cloak was Theron, the Fire King. Theron spoke directly. "Everything was very strange. Ever since Ruin Udal obtained Kun Khan's fang, how could he use power equivalent to an ogre? So he investigated Aeon and even came to the academy and finally solved the mystery." And then Theron suddenly switched to a majestic voice. "Ancient ogre Kingram, what have you done to Ruin Udal?" Suddenly someone spoke from behind. "Whatever your reason for being here, I will hold you accountable." Theron was slightly startled upon hearing that. Oh, but there was nothing that could stop him. Immediately, Theron spotted Theron Sneat. Theron Sneat also no longer hid anything at this moment. He revealed himself resolutely. "You are truly different." To immediately recognize my presence, however, he immediately changed to a serious tone. "Theron, how do you intend to take responsibility for all these consequences?" Theron Sneat was still firm on this issue. "Consequences, you say?" But Theron replied with a faint smile. "If I had worried about that, I wouldn't have started this in the first place," Theron said. "I felt it during Ruin Adal's graduation exam. If he continues to grow, there will come a day when my position is threatened. If I eliminate all the key targets here, I will no longer have to worry. And finally, I will go to Ruin Udal and end everything." Suddenly, someone ran in and shouted loudly, "Kingram!" Everyone was startled. It turned out to be Ruin. A girl was with him. He was a little surprised by what happened here. Fire King Theron and even the principal, what's going on here?" Theron, hearing that, said with a dignified expression, Thanks to you, I don't have to go looking for him myself." Theron suddenly pressed him. "Ruin Udal, what's going on here? How did you find out about this and come here?" Then he continued, "No, whether you answer today or not doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway." Theron Signet tried to stop Ruin. "Ruin, get out of here, quickly." But Ruin hesitated. Then Theron Signet cautiously advised him, "Listen to me, he's not someone you can fight." Saying that, Theron Signet rushed to fight Theron. But unfortunately, Theron's power was so overwhelming that Theron Signet was defeated. Ruin, seeing that, worriedly exclaimed, "Principal," and then the evil Theron targeted Ruin again. "Ruin Udal, now you too shall die." Then Theron attacked. And Ruin also blocked the attack. Kingram, who had been sitting quietly until now, suddenly shouted in anger. He used his power to defeat the furious Theron. Theron's body was shattered into pieces by a single blow from Kingram. He couldn't suppress his rage and cursed, "You damned ogre bastard, how dare you!" Ruin, who was nearby, was also considerably affected and fell. He thought to himself in confusion and anger, "Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why is the Fire King here looking for Kingram?" Kingram's voice startled Ruin, who was lost in thought. Ruin, seeing him, asked worriedly, "Kingram, are you all right?" Kingram didn't reply and erupted in anger. "Damn it, despite sacrificing all the artifacts in the basement, all I could do was banish him." Kingram said in a regretful voice. I'm sorry I ended up putting you in danger. However, Ruin didn't take it seriously. Please don't say that, I couldn't do anything. Then he asked Theron Signet kindly. Principal, are you all right? Theron Signet was safe and replied, yes, I'm fine, don't worry. But he immediately remembered this fact. But Ruin, I could only detect Theron's energy because I was nearby. But weren't you supposed to have returned to Otto already? How did you find out about this? Kingram was also curious. I'd like to hear that explanation too. Ruin, hearing that, hesitated as if it was a bit difficult to explain, but finally spoke honestly. What I'm about to tell you might be hard to believe, but please listen. With that, Ruin began his story. The artifact named Player and the incarnation of a mage, Draca. Everyone heard the story and somewhat understood. Indeed, that's why Ruin could use powers related to the ogre race. Now everything is clear. Ruin at this moment felt a little regretful and apologized for not telling them sooner. Principal, this information was too sensitive, but everyone understood him and said, it's all right. Now they finally fully understood the situation. Theron Signet expressed his opinion. While Fire King Theron wouldn't know everything given your growth rate and his personality, he won't leave you alone. He must have thought you would someday threaten his position. Hearing this, Ruin was a little angry. It seems the Fire King was really after me. In fact, I'm still not strong enough to defeat him. Suddenly, the system notified Ruin of a mission complete and mission reward. Kingram's contract can be broken. If the contract is broken, you can gain greater power. Ruin was surprised by this fact. What? According to the introduction, Kingram's contract was to be sealed in an artifact and serve the Academy for life after being defeated by Theron Signet's ancestor Frieden Signet hundreds of years ago. Knowing this, Ruin suddenly displayed extraordinary dignity and pressed him. Kingram, what does it mean that we can break the contract? Kingram was surprised by Ruin's sudden question. How did you know that? Kingram said that if the contract was broken, he could return to his original form and leave this place. Ruin asked again, can the player artifact break the contract? Kingram calmly replied, yes, now as a reward for this incident, the contract can be broken. But immediately after, Kingram cautiously warned, but to break the contract you must obtain consent for the curse. Theron Signet, who was there, said seriously, do you really need my consent? My will is Ruin's will. Ruin, hearing this, rejoiced and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Principal. Then Ruin decided, then I will leave this place. Kingram. As a result, the contract between Frieden Signet and Kingram was now broken. Kingram rejoiced, feeling his body liberated. I can't believe it, even the player can break the contract. Kingram sincerely thanked them all. Thank you, everyone. Kingram asked Ruin. You seem very worried about the challenges ahead, don't you? Ruin said without hesitation. Yes, I'm too weak to face Fire King Theron. Kingram, hearing that, suggested, all right, I've thought of a good method. But there was also a condition. But this place doesn't seem suitable for trying it, then he suggested. What do you think? Are you willing to come with me to Cheonsen? Ruin was slightly surprised to hear that. A moment later, confused noises echoed. Emergency news, the underground prison has been attacked. Pursue the escaped prisoner. Everyone whispered at this news. My goodness, who dared to attack the prison? Is there any description of the suspect? We don't know. They seem to be mages, damn it, who dared to attack the capital's prison? What about the escaped prisoner? Has he been identified? Yes, only one escaped prisoner has been identified so far. He was Joss Gary Hill. Joss Gary Hill, despite being captured on the spot, was not afraid and even proud. Indeed, it is an honor to have you come personally to rescue someone like me. The man, fully cloaked in a cape, replied calmly, don't misunderstand, it's not that I particularly like you, he said with a dangerous expression. It's just a small prank. It turned out he was Soman Renan, the crown prince of the empire. Under the blue sky, Kingram's group was talking amongst themselves. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, Chief Omelot, another person informed. The human great warrior has returned to Cheonsen again. With those words, Ruin and the orange-haired girl appeared. Omelot, seeing them, asked curiously, who is that person behind him? Then Omelot and Hakan were both surprised because they saw Kingram. The two simultaneously said, You've finally returned. Kingram replied with a booming voice, Yes, I've finally returned to my homeland. Hakan, seeing the situation, rejoiced and said, Two great warriors appearing at the same time, we should hold a celebration party. But immediately after, Omelot said worriedly, But Kingram, your arm. Kingram, hearing that, said calmly, I will talk about that later. It's a long story. Suddenly he spoke. Hakan, I'm sorry to ask this so suddenly, but I have something I want to ask. Hakan happily continued. It's all right. Tell me anything. We'll all listen. With that, Kingram spoke comfortably. The special fairy's sinew elixir. Hearing this, Hakan's expression suddenly changed. Kingram calmly continued to explain. It's for our precious friend, the little destroyer. Can you make that elixir? An unknown liquid in an old coconut shell bowl. This was a secret elixir of the Cheonsen fairy tribe. A precious medicine given to young fairies when they fell ill. Ruin at this moment felt a strange emotion upon seeing the treasure, but now witnessing it directly, he asked a little worriedly, Kingram, do I really have to drink this? Kingram said without a moment's hesitation, You must drink it. He explained, Didn't you say you needed power to defeat the Fire King? I have my reasons for giving this to you, so you must drink it. Ruin, hearing that, felt relieved. If Kingram insists, there must be a valid reason. With that, he decided to gather all his strength, lift the coconut shell bowl and drink it cleanly. What the hell? As soon as he drank it, Ruin felt strange changes in his body. Then he put down the coconut shell bowl and thought to himself, truly awful. Kingram, seeing that Ruin had finished drinking, asked worriedly, little destroyer, how do you feel? Ruin honestly said, this is the worst thing I've ever tasted. But that wouldn't be what Kingram wanted, would it? Didn't you feel anything different? Hearing this, Ruin was surprised. What do you mean? Then Ruin also realized, but exclaimed in disbelief. What is this? Ruin asked in confusion. My strength increased by 100. This was true, and the system also recorded it. Consumed special fairy's sinew elixir. Strength increased by 100, Ruin once again muttered. Just drank one bowl of elixir, as if he couldn't understand. This made him extremely confused. Kingram, is this possible? Is this how fairies get strong here? Kingram immediately explained, no, it's not like that. Fairies only drink it once and it's over. After that it has no further effect. Ruin had a question. Then what about me? Will my strength keep increasing if I keep drinking it? But contrary to his expectations, Kingram didn't answer and changed the subject. What do you think was the reason Draca stayed in Cheonsun for 100 years? It was all because of this elixir, then Ruin suggested. No way, there's no more. I'll drink as much as there is, Kingram said seriously. The elixir just now was the last one in the warehouse. We need ingredients to make more. Ruin sighed at that. But immediately after, Kingram reassured him, but you don't have to worry about the ingredients. Ruin was a little surprised to hear that. He suddenly saw a group carrying ingredients. Kingram calmly explained, when I said I needed to help you, everyone gathered a little bit of strength. There was strongroot grass, ginseng, and many other things. They all wanted to bring the ingredients themselves, little destroyer. Ruin, knowing this, rejoiced inwardly, everyone is doing this much for me. But immediately after, Kingram stated the difficulty, but we couldn't find the last ingredient. It was understandable, as fairy sinews were extremely hard to find. Ruin also wanted to help. Then what should we do now? Kingram comforted him. Don't worry. Ironically, that Fire King fellow has already prepared it for us. Saying that, Kingram raised his arm. But Ruin still didn't understand anything. What do you mean? Kingram explained. Use this. Just one of my arms can make dozens of doses of elixir. Ruin, hearing that, objected. But Kingram merely said calmly, don't refuse. Think of it as my gratitude for freeing me from my past oath. Ruin was very grateful. Thank you, Kingram. Kingram also added a suggestion. Also, drinking too much elixir consecutively will put an enormous strain on your body. It took Draca 100 years, so who knows how long it will take you. Ruin, hearing that, worried. Then what should I do? Fire King Theron is chasing me right now, and I have to deal with him. Kingram still said majestically, you don't need to worry about that. He divulged a secret. I have a plan, then he continued. Do you remember when we banished the Fire King outside, we used the power of an artifact earlier? Kingram explained. Among the artifact's abilities there is magic related to time, and the authority to use that magic is still valid. Kingram finally concluded. In short, we're going to use that magic. The magic Kingram was practicing created fire. Kingram immediately gave an example. From now on I will slow down time inside the cave. Now time inside the cave will flow infinitely slower than outside. Then he suggested, little destroyer, are you ready? You're going to have a very harsh time, Ruin said firmly. Yes, I'm ready. I've mentally prepared for this. Saying that, he took a step. Then I'm leaving. As Ruin left, the orange-haired girl asked curiously, Kingram, are you sure about this? It will take Ruin quite a long time too. Kingram didn't deny it. Yes, it will be very harsh. 1 hour outside will be equivalent to 10 years inside the cave. The orange-haired girl was still uneasy. His body won't age, but it will be a truly terrible ordeal, won't it? I'm an incarnation, so I'm fine, but Ruin is just a human. But Kingram had faith. The little destroyer will overcome this without any problems. So let's go back. We need to regroup, someone wondered. Kingram, where are you going? Everyone turned towards the sound, and it turned out to be Ruin. Everyone was surprised that he could come out so quickly. Hey little destroyer, Kingram asked in confusion. Did you drink it all? How much time passed in there anyway? Ruin said tiredly. I don't know either. I counted for about a week, then I stopped. Then Ruin said with a loud and majestic voice, anyway, I did what I wanted. At this moment, Kingram couldn't understand his intentions or what he wished to accomplish. Inside, Ruin had consumed countless potions, and the empty coconut shells lay scattered. Then he stood up again. Ruin said, in that place I promised myself every day if I could escape this damned cave. Then he suddenly gathered his strength and said, I will destroy it. As a result, the cave was destroyed by Ruin. Everyone present witnessed this glorious event, but only Kingram spoke. Phew, I feel much better now. After completing the mission, Ruin suggested, shall we go now? At this moment, Ruin's strength had reached 20,000 newtons. Ruin also felt more confident. I will eliminate that damned Fire King Theron. Inside the palace, some ceremonial conversations took place. I thank His Royal Highness once again, Soman, seated on the throne, said politely. As I've already said, there's no need to thank me. I merely need someone to keep an eye on Ruinadel for me, Joss then asked. But where is the Fire King? Was he not by your highness's side? Soman shook his head. I don't know either. He kept wandering without a word. Soman thought for a moment, annoyed. Although he is my adoptive father, it's strange for him to act so freely. I will hold him accountable for this. Soman turned to Joss and asked, you said you would deal with Ruinadel Lord, correct? Do you have a good plan? Joss politely knelt. Yes, of course. The old man began to outline his plan. Isn't there a swordsmanship tournament currently being held in the Empire? Soman agreed. Yes. Its scale is similar to the Grand Festival. Joss felt relieved upon hearing that. Indeed, a tournament of a scale comparable to the Grand Festival. I heard Ruin Adel's younger sister will be participating as the representative for the Adel family. He cherishes his younger sister, so he will surely come to see the tournament. The old man continued to ramble. At that time, I and the Black Mages will ambush and eliminate him. If Theron Signet hadn't interfered last time, he would have already been eliminated. This time we will surely succeed. Somine sat comfortably on the throne, his expression dignified, and smiled contentedly. All right, I'll trust you this time, Lord. But the very next moment, he said with a serious expression, don't disappoint me. As introduced at the swordsmanship tournament, if the Grand Festival existed to honor mages, then knights had their own swordsmanship tournament. And this swordsmanship tournament, much like the Grand Festival, was a venue where young knights from across the continent competed. The tournament proceeded by selecting knights representing each region through preliminary rounds to advance to the main swordsmanship tournament. The opening match featured Ruin's younger sister. Ruina was selected as the representative for the Adel family as she entered. Applause and cheers erupted from the entire audience, however it made her breathless. Phew, I'm so nervous, the old butler beside her sadly reported. It seems something has happened to Ruin, so it seems he won't be able to accompany us to the tournament this time. Ruina thought for a moment upon hearing that. How wonderful it would be if Big Brother could come. She felt a little disappointed. Big Brother promised to come cheer me on. As she was lost in thought, someone suddenly called her. Ruina, you can do it. It turned out to be Irene. He cheered Ruina on. Irene and everyone else are cheering for you. You must win, some people murmured. Isn't that Irene Bruce? Her connections are truly impressive. Irene, far from being angry, smiled proudly upon hearing this. Thank you, everyone. Encouraged, Ruina felt even stronger. She vowed to win. At this moment the referee began to shout, all right, both of you get ready. Then he gave the signal, match start. Immediately after, Ruina engaged in a fierce and tense battle with her opponent. One person was like fire, the other like water, each trying to defeat the opponent with their respective powers. Soman and Joss also watched this fierce match from above. Soman spoke first. What's going on, Lord Joss? Soman sneered. Didn't you say, Lord, that this plan would lure him out? No matter how much I search the stands, Ruin Adel is nowhere to be seen. Joss was sweating cold from anxiety at this moment. No way, something's definitely wrong. Did we miss him? Only we searched more. But unfortunately, Soman was already annoyed. I was mistaken to trust you, Lord. The plan went awry, then he said mercilessly. Then I shall withdraw, Joss said regretfully. I apologize, then we shall also withdraw. However, Soman suggested, no, wait a moment. If we eliminate his younger sister, wouldn't Ruin Adel come seeking me out himself? Then he gave the order, proceed with the plan. Below, Ruina and her opponent were still fighting evenly, when suddenly the entire audience became strange. Everyone fell into confusion and fled. What? Fire, run? The Adel family merely watched calmly as everyone fled in confusion. The person who came with Ruina was a little puzzled. Wait a moment, he shouted loudly. Ruina, Ruina, but at that moment Boba quickly grabbed him. My lord, it's dangerous. The old butler could no longer maintain his composure. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Why is this happening precisely at the moment Ruina's match is underway? He pleaded. Please survive, Ruina. Everyone below was knocked down by the explosion. Ruina was no exception. Fortunately, she was still conscious. Then she turned to her opponent and asked, Hey, are you all right? Ruina's opponent politely replied, Yes, I'm fine. At this moment, Ruina was a little suspicious. Why did it suddenly explode? Was it an accident? Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. Here she is, the man said cunningly. It would have been perfect if Ruin had been here. The man's subordinates offered their opinion upon hearing this. No, wait, big brother. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate his younger sister and plunge him into extreme pain? Given Ruin's personality, he will surely blame himself for failing to protect his younger sister. The leader chuckled contentedly. Right, indeed, you are my brother. Ruina was scared but bravely said. Who are you people? Why are you saying you'll eliminate me? The leader wore a mysterious expression. Who knows, is there any need to explain to someone who's about to die? The man suddenly began to speak. I'll tell you one thing. We are those who harbor deep resentment towards your big brother. As they acted, Ruina was flustered. Wait, you guys. Before she could finish speaking, she was vilely attacked by the men. Then goodbye. They began to use grotesque techniques to eliminate her. Ruina watched the situation. What should I do? It's too late to escape now. Please, someone, please save me. Suddenly, something happened and the situation changed. Irene, the old butler, and Boba, the three of them, stared blankly from above, and Soman, who was in the room, watched the scene and smiled contentedly. What a truly magnificent sight, truly magnificent. Joss felt a little relieved seeing that. All right, at least His Royal Highness's mood has improved. Well done, my sons. Suddenly, the old man noticed something strange. Wait a moment, and the three people in the audience were also greatly surprised. Ruin appeared from somewhere and blocked the men's attacks. Ruina was startled to see her big brother, and Ruin merely apologized softly. I'm sorry, I'm too late, aren't I, Ruina? She sobbed, looking at her big brother. Sob, why have you come only now, big brother? Ruin merely made an excuse. I'm sorry, there were various things happening. Then he observed the situation. Anyway, I came because I heard the Fire King appeared, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. The leader said with interest upon hearing that. You've come at a good time, just in the nick of it. Wait, our father will eliminate you. Ruin scoffed upon hearing that. Your father, huh? So that damned fellow was behind all this. Saying that, Ruin used his power to fly past the man, and the man's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Big brother, Ruina, as if gently advising, also threatened him. Hey Michael, how dare you touch whose younger sister? Then he taught the man a lesson. Furthermore, if you don't want to suffer the same fate, you'd better answer right now. Ruin suddenly changed his voice and said seriously, George Gary Hill, that damned fellow, where is he? At this moment both Theron and Joss seemed a little afraid that Ruin might hit someone and draw blood. He threatened, if you don't want this outcome, speak up quickly. He emphasized, Gary Hill, that damned fellow, where is he? Just then, someone's voice was heard, Ruin Adol? It turned out to be Joss. The old man flew in from somewhere and scolded him. How dare you dare! Along with him came a fighting technique filled with rage. The old man was furious. How dare a wretch like you kill my son? Saying that, he unleashed immense power and flew forward, forcing Ruin to retreat a few steps. At this moment, Ruin exuded confidence. Oh, you've come yourself? Good, you've saved me the trouble of searching for you. Joss, still with an angry face, cursed that damned fellow. Then he challenged, I will surely kill you with my own hands. Saying that, the old man gathered his strength and attacked. Joss shrieked, Die, Ruin Adol! And a colossal stream of fire flew towards Ruin. However, he was unharmed and stood proudly. Ruin was not afraid at all, and he chuckled derisively. How amusing, who said someone was going to die? I will not die. Then he took a stance. I am not the one who will die. Ruin prepared to attack. It's you. Saying that, Ruin kicked the arrogant Joss without hesitation, and Joss was extremely flustered. Joss quickly blocked at this moment. Barrier, but now Ruin was much stronger, and Joss struggled to hold on, sweating profusely, still unable to block the attack. At this moment, the old man remembered again. Damn it, what the hell is happening? When he was in the capital, I cornered him all by myself. Joss was puzzled. To think there's such a huge difference in just a few months. As a result, Joss was defeated by Ruin. And now the old man looked as haggard as a sick person. His face was covered in wounds and his entire body was scarred. But Ruin had not yet stopped. He continued to fight. The three people in the audience also gaped in astonishment at this sight. Joss's subordinates were all sweating cold and trembling with fear. Ruin flew over in one swift motion, placed his foot on Joss and pinned the old man against the corner of the wall. Ruin interrogated him at this moment. Just one word, Gary Hill. The old man was so terrified his hands trembled. Ruin was puzzled. How did you escape from the capital's underground prison? With the Gary Hill family's reputation having fallen so low, that would have been impossible. At this moment, Joss's strength was exhausted. The old man pleaded desperately. I'll confess everything, please just spare my life. However, unfortunately, Ruin was very resolute. No, forget it. He lowered his hand without regret. It's either the Fire King or the Crown Prince anyway. It must be one of them. Ultimately, Joss died at Ruin's hands. The old man's adoptive son screamed upon seeing that. Ah, one of them said furiously, that damned wretch, first him, now my father too. He lost his reason in anger. I will kill you. I will surely kill you, he then ordered. Everyone charge, surround him and kill him. He won't escape. If we don't kill him right now, the Gary Hill family will be destroyed. Upon hearing that, everyone took action. They shouted in rage, Ruin Adol, die you damned wretch! Ruin appeared nonchalant amidst the danger. Still seemingly not grasping the situation, the men all used the same technique, targeting Ruin. And he fought alone, determined for a decisive battle. Trash like you can no longer be my opponent. According to the introduction, the powers used by the two factions were different. One side wielded gleaming orbs of light, blinding to behold, belonging to the villains. And the other, belonging to the righteous side, wielded scorching flames that incinerated everything and pushed far away. Ruin's power was rank 8 magic, while the men's was meteors. With a single attack he could defeat them all. Goodbye, Gary Hill. On this side, Soman was watching everything that had just unfolded. Ultimately, Ruin eliminated all those wicked individuals. Meanwhile, after the battle had ended above, Crown Prince Soman sneered, He's insane, truly insane. Soman was slightly cunning yet afraid. Ruin Adol, you are indeed the strongest. Just then, Theron rushed over and flung the door open. Soman? Soman was puzzled upon hearing that. Theron was worried and frightened. What on earth are you doing? Soman merely laughed at this excessive concern. Adoptive father, why have you suddenly come here? Adoptive father, Theron scolded. You ask why? Did you think I wouldn't know about the chaos unfolding in the Empire? How dare you act like this? Soman said with a cold voice as if in contempt. Ha, you disappeared without a word, and now you come here to make a fuss? Theron was surprised by his son's words. What did he just say? Is my son saying this even after witnessing that magic? Soman softened slightly upon hearing that. Yes, it was impressive, but what kind of sorcery is it that has my adoptive father causing such a ruckus? Theron explained. It's rank 8 magic. Soman was greatly astonished upon hearing that. According to the system, rank 8 magic is a realm only the greatest mages can reach. In other words, Ruin Adol is currently equal to or surpasses Fire King Theron. Theron worried again. Is this truly the result His Royal Highness the Crown Prince desires? Has he angered him by sending the rabble of a soon-to-fall nation? Soman didn't understand why his father was overreacting. Why are you angry, father? Listen to me first. But Theron was still very uneasy. You just saw it. He cast rank 8 magic. Far from being afraid, Soman was rather intrigued. Yes, I saw it clearly. He reached rank 8. Seeing that the boy was still stubborn, Theron realized. Soman was calm now, but Theron was furious, as if he had become a different person. The Crown Prince has made a serious mistake. He should never be underestimated. He's very cunning. He's probably already figured out that the Crown Prince was behind helping Gary Hill. Soman listened calmly. Adoptive father, do you really think I tried to hide that fact from him? Theron was confused by that, and Soman said calmly, why are you so worried, father? You are the chief mage across the continent, and I am the crown prince who will inherit and rule this powerful empire, and he is merely an interesting toy from a small neighboring country. Suddenly, Soman's voice changed strangely. Or are you afraid? At this point, Theron said nothing more. He decided to leave it to fate. You always did as you pleased anyway, so keep going. Soman heard that and suddenly turned around puzzled. Father, what do you mean by that? Theron turned and left at this moment. It means what you're saying is no longer worth listening to, Prince Theron said with a serious attitude. I will go directly to His Majesty the Emperor. In the clear blue sky, the early morning sunlight pierced through the white clouds and streamed through the tower's windows. I heard that a rank 8 mage appeared in a small country. I heard that too. He's only 17, isn't he? Voices echoed, breaking the quiet space. To be able to use meteor magic at that age, below, 5 strong men were murmuring. The reason for their reaction was very simple. Ruin Otto of the Otto family had reached rank 8 at a very young age. In other words, his speed of enlightenment was much faster than Fire King Theron's. Ruin stood with his legs apart and one hand raised high, summoning a huge fireball like a bomb made of fire, causing the team on the right to be wary of him. This is why Ruin Otto, who is growing much faster than the Fire King, is believed to be eyeing the throne currently occupied by the Fire King. In short, the opinion that the master of the Mage Tower should change was growing stronger. This public opinion seemed to have placed the 2 individuals mentioned in the conversation on a perilous chessboard. And of course, the rumors reached the Emperor's ears. A man with a golden beard hesitated before speaking. The next master of the Mage Tower, what do you think? Below the dignified man seated on the throne in the splendid and opulent palace, 2 sturdy men stood solemnly on either side of the red carpet. A mage from a small country is threatening Theron's position. I would like your opinions on this important matter. He was Emperor Titan Rennick. Dressed in military uniform, he exuded an imposing aura. Yes, your majesty, a man in a white suit replied hesitantly. There are many rank 8 knights on the continent, but only one rank 8 mage, the Fire King. The platinum-blonde emperor listened carefully to his words. But now another rank 8 mage has appeared at a very young age. Perhaps one with outstanding talent deserves to be the master of the Mage Tower. His face showed a cautious expression as if speaking about this matter. Your Majesty, do not be swayed by their words. At the sudden outburst, everyone turned their heads towards Fire King Theron. They were so surprised to see him appear here that they were almost speechless. Theron quietly entered the grand hall with a brown-haired young man. Theron, I didn't expect you to come here yourself. The Emperor continued without waiting for Theron. In that case, I want to hear your opinion directly. With the Emperor's permission to speak, Theron respectfully continued, Your Majesty, will you truly accept this situation? Ruin Otto, who is said to have reached rank 8. After speaking, his eyes darkened and his brows furrowed. He was far less skilled than me just a few days ago. So how could he have reached rank 8 in such a short time? Rennick fell into deep thought. He didn't answer, continuing to listen to his cunning fox-like words. As Theron continued, Rennick's eyes widened in surprise. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He must have dabbled in forbidden powers. Whether it's black magic or something else, he must have used every means possible. Otherwise, how could he have grown at such an unreasonable rate? He continued to inject words into the king's mind. He even used strange powers related to fairies. And recently he massacred the once respected Gary Hill family. He killed George Gary Hill, the head of the family, and all his sons. Ruin's power was so exceptional that as the old man spoke, he recalled his past achievements. If such a person becomes the master of the tower, he will surely throw the empire into chaos. His face was taut with tension, and every gesture made the emperor trust him even more. Black magic. All eyes turned to Theron. Everyone murmured with curiosity. Yes, if that's true, then his growth is somewhat rational. Perhaps the cunning words he spread made everyone half believe him. The emperor was silent for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, Yes, as you say, something is definitely wrong. This issue seems to affect not only the tower's position but also the stability of the empire. Perhaps we may need to mobilize the army. In the vast grand hall, almost all the talented people silently followed his words, which stemmed from his jealousy and envy. Almost there, he thought, as the corners of his lips curved into a wicked smile. With the emperor's army, even young Ruin won't be able to contend. Truly cunning old men, saying one thing while thinking another. Father, you cannot do that. Please stop, a young man's desperate plea suddenly echoed. As the crown prince with light orange hair and deep-set brows entered through the door, the cunning old man Theron's heart dropped in surprise. The crown prince, he hadn't expected Soman to appear at this moment. The crown prince with deep-set brows entered the grand hall solemnly. Soman, how dare you show your face here? The emperor, seeing his approaching son, was enraged and rebuked him. I don't understand what you're talking about, father. This crown prince was not swayed in the slightest and replied arrogantly as if the emperor's words went in one ear and out the other. Did you think I wouldn't know? Did you think I wouldn't know? The emperor, enraged, repeated himself twice. He yelled at Soman, his face almost contorted with the sudden surge of anger in his brain. And yet you dare to ruin it for personal feelings. Can a crown prince act so carelessly? Father Soman continued to speak to his son with affectionate words. He closed his eyes and after a moment of hesitation, as if very tired, he replied, Father, that matter is over. Are you simply bringing up the past again to scold me here? The sturdy and handsome crown prince at this moment seemed angry in front of many people, like a 3-year-old child being scolded by his parents. If you're upset about being scolded, it at least means you still have some shame left. Saying that, he turned his head as if he was fed up with this unruly son. Anyway, what did you mean by telling me to stop? Putting aside the matter between father and son, the emperor solemnly inquired about his earlier words. Because I decided to kill him myself. Icy words came from the crown prince's mouth. Even if he dies, it will be by my own hands. Soman's purpose in coming here was to prevent the emperor from acting before him. I thought he was an angel who came to save Ruin, but it was just imagination after all. He also desperately wants to see him dead, he continued with sharp words that even surprised the emperor. What? He asked again, as if he couldn't believe his son's words. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly started coughing, and his eyes almost lost focus. Cough, cough. The emperor coughed heavily a few times, startling his attendants. Your Majesty, are you all right? I know I've reached the limit of my patience. Soman tried to continue speaking. The crown prince stared at him in silence without any change in expression. The old Theron next to him still showed only one expression, fear. If you say so, then do what you think is best. The emperor's judgment was like a splash of cold water on him. This old man's confused and peculiar expression made everyone frown. What? He's ending it so vaguely? He spoke as if he couldn't believe his ears. Just because of the crown prince's words, he was angry but had to accept his fate. Adoptive father. When he spoke, Theron was startled and glanced at him. You dragged him all the way here to catch him, even though you needed rest? Are you really that kind of person? He furrowed his brows and rebuked him. At the sudden words, the old man grew even angrier. His brows furrowed as if they were about to intertwine, and he stared at Soman, frustrated. My father's illness is worsening day by day. Even famous divine healers have given up. The person he was talking about was Soman. In other words, all the power my father currently holds will pass to me within a few days. Another splash of cold water was poured on him. Theron gnashed his teeth in anger but could say nothing. Father, I'll go ahead now, adoptive father. Saying that, he turned and left as if nothing had happened, leaving him and Doom-Pram standing there, their faces clouded with rage. Since when did everything become like this? He asked himself as if he couldn't believe his fate. I was supposed to be the crown prince's wing, helping him become the successor emperor. Theron trembled with rage, clenching his fists. But Ruinadel, ever since he appeared, my wings have been shattered. Recalling Ruin's image, his misguided thoughts surged back. Absolutely not. The wicked and depraved intentions of this cunning old man were clearly visible on his face. Theron's entire face was contorted with jealousy. I can never forgive that. Perhaps he had found a different path of his own. In an instant, he and his loyal disciple entered the room. Theron sat with his face buried in a long chair. Doom-Pram stood with his arms crossed like a subordinate awaiting his master's command. Doom-Pram, the cunning old man, suddenly called his name. Yes, Tower Master. Doom-Pram replied quickly like a dog listening to its master. What if you had defeated Ruinadel in the swordsmanship tournament? He spoke vaguely. If I had helped you win, wouldn't history have changed? He continued to speak. Every word sounded like honey to his ears. Doom pondered deeply, as if thinking of something. Yes, there's no meaning in talking about it now. He curled his lips into a wicked smile, as if plotting some evil scheme. Soon the Tower Master will change. No matter how much the Crown Prince resists, he won't be able to stop Doomodel. His voice echoed throughout the room. But why are you still not leaving me? The cunning old man's face suddenly darkened as he asked. Because to me the Tower Master is only Fire King Theron. No one else. If Ruinadel is the source of all this, I will deal with him myself, he replied mechanically to Theron. I understand, but with your current skill it's impossible. A glimmer of hope seemed to be added to his eyes. Doom-Pram remained silent like a doorman, but this time might be different. His next words surprised him, widening his eyes. Because this time I will actively support you, he said with a laugh. And a mysterious purple mana flowed from his body and his eyes turned black from the magic power. He just stood there frozen, watching. Both eyes turned black. The more he thought about it, the more he feared, and his face turned pale. Fire King, he called out to the other person, trembling with fear. Don't worry. He waved his hand and pressed it against the unfortunate Doom-Pram's face. The purple mana flowing from Theron's hand pushed into his head. You always yearned to be my disciple, he said, injecting dark power into his head. He could only grab his hand and mumble a few words. How about it? Isn't this the moment you always yearned for? He said with a grotesque laugh behind him. The flow of mana grew stronger and stronger, so laughed Doom-Pram. These were almost Theron's last words to him. The old man's purple energy flow broke through the room and spread everywhere. In the vast but desolate space of the arena, Ruin wore a long black cloak, and red burning flames surrounded him. Behind him, an arrogant, terrifying yet contemplative aura emanated. He seemed to be thinking about something. Ruin quietly turned and stood facing the audience. He looked very pensive, probably thinking something or unable to express what to say due to the anger in his heart. A terrifying aura emanated from his entire body. Stimulating Ruina alone wasn't enough. They even dragged innocent civilians into this matter. Ruin's mind was in turmoil, and he began to make various conjectures. The insidious images of Crown Prince Soman and Fire King Theron flashed through Ruin's thoughts one after another. Who plotted this? The Crown Prince? Or was it the Fire King? Behind a terribly somber expression, Ruin grew calm, as if the culprit's identity no longer mattered. It wasn't particularly important anyway. Suddenly, a terrifying bloodlust erupted from Ruin. A crimson glow enveloped him entirely. His resolute eyes were filled with undeniable hatred, and his brows were furrowed. His voice was low and somber, but the terrible killing intent sent shivers down one's spine. I will tear apart both of them within the palace. In the hallway, torches flickered, illuminating the space with a warm yellow light. Only two shadows stood there, lonely. Irene, elegantly dressed in neat black attire, hurriedly chased after Ruin's retreating back, calling out, "Wait, Ruin, where are you going?" Ruin, still wearing a cold and somber expression, continued to walk forward without looking back. Ruin still maintained a terrifyingly cold expression, and far from diminishing, the killing intent enveloped his entire body. Even his handsome face could not hide the mounting rage, and he furrowed his brows. His words were resolute and very firm, laced with an unpleasant dissatisfaction. This must be the work of either the Fire King or the Crown Prince. Both of them are now openly targeting me. Right behind him, Irene wore an expression of disbelief, as if she had just heard shocking news. She placed a hand on her chest as if trying to calm herself, but her face was still filled with worry and fear that were hard to hide. Irene reflexively uttered, "The Fire King," her voice laced with doubt. The atmosphere immediately became terrifyingly grave. Ruin growled, confirming Irene's suspicion. "Yes, but now that it's come to this, I'll see it through to the end." Irene continued to follow Ruin, seeking clarity. Her voice was small and hesitant, and she seemed clearly bewildered, as if Ruin's previous words were still unclear. "What are you suddenly talking about?" Ruin replied calmly to Irene, without stopping or looking back. "Lady Irene, as you saw, they brazenly launched an attack here, a place filled with family and civilians." Ruin continued to explain his thoughts to Irene. "If we let them run wild like this, not only Adel but the entire empire will fall into chaos." Irene fell silent. She began to mull over Ruin's words. I can't believe the Fire King was targeting Ruin. However, the overwhelming magical energy he had just displayed in the arena had clearly reached the level of an 8th-rank mage. Irene continued to stare at Ruin's retreating back, lost in thought. Now he's probably the only mage who can contend with the Fire King. But what exactly is he planning to do? Ruin said without turning around. "Please step aside, Lady Irene." Irene was puzzled. What are you suddenly talking about?" Her footsteps abruptly halted. With Doomprum's appearance, the space filled with tension. He stood before the door holding a long sword. Irene remained silent as she faced Ruin and Doomprum. Ruin opened his mouth. "Long time no see, Doomprum. Has the Fire King come to kill me?" Doomprum scowled and threatened. "Do not utter His Majesty's name with your filthy mouth," Ruin said in a sarcastic voice. "No, you madman who worships the Fire King." Doomprum angrily gritted his teeth. "Insolent fool." Unexpectedly, Doomprum slashed at Ruin. The slashing attack was accompanied by powerful flames. "I, Doomprum, will never let you approach the Fire King." Ruin raised both arms to block the attack. After the slashing attack, the flames died down. Ruin looked up with an expression full of scorn and disgust. "TCH, still the same, that attitude towards the Fire King." Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise. What is this?" Doomprum scowled, emitting a terrifying killing intent, his eyes black with deep hatred as he glared at Ruin. He was still clutching his sword tightly. Ruin was suddenly suspicious and surprised. "Why is he like this?" The space grew quiet, as if in an unconscious state regarding Doomprum's past, and Theron's gentle voice echoed, "Doomprum, even if I give you power, I know well that it won't be enough to contend with him." He stood before Doomprum, who was kneeling respectfully before him, and clenched his hands tightly. Suddenly he smirked wickedly. "Therefore you have but one mission, to buy time. That is your purpose," Theron told Doomprum. Back to reality. Doomprum let out a terrible cry. Doomprum raised his sword, preparing to swing it at Ruin again, as if to send him to his death one more time. A terrible killing intent erupted from Doomprum's entire body, and a powerful, resolute slashing attack accompanied by flames rushed towards his opponent. Ruin reacted quickly, leaping into the air to evade the slashing attack. Irene also immediately retreated, avoiding the attack's destructive power. She stared at Doomprum in astonishment, as if in disbelief. Irene's eyes widened and she thought ceaselessly. It was true that Doomprum was once one of the strongest among the 11 children. But now he had reached a completely different level. What on earth is happening? Irene assessed him in astonishment. Doomprum appeared more terrifying, frenzied and stronger than ever in her eyes. Doomprum was ready to fight at any moment. Irene, too astonished to speak properly, continued to watch Doomprum, then seemed to realize something. Suddenly snapping out of it, she kept her eyes on Doomprum and warned Ruin in a hurried voice, "Ruin, careful. His appearance reminds me of something I read in a book. Doomprum has undergone the process of demonification." Irene's voice startled Ruin a little. "Demonification?" Doomprum rushed at him like lightning while Ruin was thinking. "There's no doubt. The one behind this is too obvious. Truly a despicable bastard right to the very end. The Fire King. Doomprum isn't in his right mind right now. He's probably demonified, maddened, and has lost his reason. If that's the case, I know exactly what I need to do." Ruin blocked Doomprum's attack while thinking. Doomprum attacked ceaselessly and ferociously like a beast, charging at Ruin to subdue him. Ruin, meanwhile, sought to help him regain his reason. Ruin, unafraid, glared at the beast that sought his life. Doomprum grew increasingly mad, and with black eyes he shouted at Ruin, "Adel, let's end this." A powerful strike, as if Doomprum poured all his strength into it, created a colossal pillar of light that seemed to tear the space apart. "Phew, I almost couldn't block that." Ruin panted in relief. Doomprum looked up in bewilderment. What? Because you swung your sword so powerfully, I finally got the chance to use something I haven't been able to use until now, Ruin calmly said, with his foot on Doomprum's sword. Steel break can destroy anything made of steel without exception, in a single use. Ruin raised his hand high and began to cast his magic. Let's end this now. Ruin brought his blade down hard and an intense light emanated. Doomprum leaped back, but it was too late and his sword broke. My sword? Before he could even react, Ruin's fist flew at his face. I'm sorry, Doomprum. Ruin landed a powerful punch that distorted his face as he spoke. I'll try to hit you without killing you, so hold on tight. Ruin continued to strike Doomprum in the hallway. Slender legs ran as if flying towards Soman's office. The old butler flung open the large door. Your Majesty, he panted, warning. You must retreat immediately, the Fire King. Before he could even finish speaking, he widened his eyes as if struck by someone. The butler fell before Soman, who, looking unhurried and unaffected, said with annoyance, TCH, so father is playing this game too. Soman sat at his desk directly facing the Fire King, and a suffocating silence hung in the air behind Theron. 3 sturdy guards lay prone on the floor. I apologize, Your Majesty, there was no other choice in the end, he said calmly. Soman laughed derisively, as if he had heard an absurd story. Truly preposterous. Then, angered, he shouted at Theron, Why on earth are you doing this? Do you think you can take the Tower Master's position by eliminating me? No, I am no longer content with just that. Soman was startled by Theron's cold words. What? Theron continued to speak about his goal. My position as Tower Master is threatened, so there is only one path: to seize overwhelming power. To shatter Ruin Ottle with absolute power, and not only become the Tower Master but also the ruler of this entire world. And that power originates from the hidden energy within Your Majesty, the Emperor's successor. His eyes were revealed to be terrifyingly black. His words felt as if they pushed Soman into an ice-cold dungeon, leaving him too shocked to speak. Theron continued to speak to Soman. Do you remember what I taught you when you were young? Never retreat in the face of your convictions. His lips curved into a faint smile. As Theron began to cast his magic, the space grew heavy. His hand rose, glowing with a mysterious purple light as if by magic. And as I taught, I will make everything according to my will. Soman stood silently facing him, waiting to see what he would do next. Soman's brows furrowed, and he suddenly lost his composure, shouting at Theron, Do you think I'll give up just because you say that? Guards, arrest him immediately, immediately. 3 guards leapt from the air, aiming their swords at Theron. He turned around and glared at them, casting black magic. Theron waved his hand. Immediately, a purple light swept past them, and the guards were startled without time to react. Theron smiled scornfully, dealt with the subordinates, then turned his back to Soman, one of them falling at his feet. Are you done speaking, Your Majesty? The purple magical light still filled the space, creating a terrible pressure. Soman suddenly laughed erratically, but gradually lost control and broke out in a cold sweat. Then this is how everything ends? Words of defiance escaped him. Theron's magic was powerful, enveloping the entire room in streaks of purple and blue light. The 3 guards lay on the floor. There was no trace of life. Soman said to Theron with hatred, Fine, kill Ruin Ottle. Even if I die, I will curse you. The 2 helplessly frowned slightly and growled and looked down. She asked Ruin with pity, Will he be all right? He had been struck by Ruin several times. His face was bruised, both cheeks swollen, and his eyes rolled back as he lay unconscious, left to his fate on the battlefield. He stood there, his hands in his pockets. He's still alive, so he'll be fine. It's better to be beaten than to live with a demonified body. She replied hesitantly, Yes, but he's still lying there motionless. Footsteps slowly approached from a distance, and the person dressed in white and brown exuded a mature aura. He opened his mouth. As expected, he wasn't strong enough to stop you. But you did well too, Doomprum. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 turned around in astonishment and disbelief. He wore a satisfied smile. He clenched his fist tightly and continued to speak. You faithfully performed your role according to my command. To buy time, Irene cautiously said. Your Majesty, Fire King, Theron replied. I am doing this. Ruin frowned and said loudly, Fire King Theron, you finally show yourself. I will eliminate you. Suddenly his eyes widened. Something's wrong. This power far surpasses the Fire King that first knew. I feel a much stronger energy flow. He stood there enveloped in a death-like aura, and then he wore a strange smile. Ha ha ha, Ruin Ottle, you will never defeat me. As soon as he spoke, a powerful dark energy burst from his body, and Ruin shouted in alarm, Lady Irene, get away quickly. Then a loud explosion echoed in the arena, and bricks, stones, and smoke flew everywhere from the impact of the blast. As soon as the explosion occurred, no one outside knew what was happening, and everyone wore startled, bewildered expressions. Desperate screams echoed throughout the arena, creating a tragic scene. One person asked in bewilderment, What's happening now? Everyone fell silent and looked inside, and Ruin's gaze stopped somewhere, and he gaped. That's Lady Irene's brother. Inside, Ruin held 2 people in his arms. They were Doomprum and Irene, who had been flung out by the explosion. As soon as he burst out, he shouted loudly, Run quickly, this place is dangerous, evacuate the people immediately. The young girl's eyes furrowed as if worried for her brother's safety. Then he landed safely, saving the 2 from the explosion. Before he could even catch his breath, he angrily confronted him. Fire King, what on earth are you doing? In the midst of civilians, he slowly landed, lightning magic still condensed in his hand. Ha ha ha, why ask that now? As soon as he spoke, he curled his lips in scorn. Just die. purple electricity erupted from his hand, spreading everywhere. He charged at him and delivered a strike, and Ruin met his attack with all his might, his two arms still resisting the force, and his face appeared not pleased but slightly fearful. He gritted his teeth and endured. What on earth is happening? I finally thought I could contend with this damned bastard. But this power transcended all limits. The more Theron fought, the more fiercely he attacked. He let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, yes, give it your all, Ruinatl. Ruin's eyes shone with horror. What have you been doing all this time? Wait. I sense a strange magical flow. Could this energy be? Could something have happened to the Crown Prince? Before he could even finish his thought, Theron delivered another lightning-fast punch. Ruin could only intertwine his hands and helplessly receive the attack. He absorbed the Crown Prince's life force. The more he thought about it, the more his anger surged and he was sent flying backward. But his thoughts didn't stop. Damn it, he truly stops at nothing for his ambition. Theron stood with an arrogant demeanor and said, Ruinatl, thank you for making me angry. Even as he struggled to stand after taking the blow, Ruin couldn't understand what Theron was saying. It is precisely because of you that I could finally become a demon god. Theron was engulfed in a black aura and his eyes flashed with lightning, looking extremely menacing. Demon god? Ruin frowned slightly, and a chilling aura enveloped his body. In the end, his jealousy had driven him to dare tamper with forbidden powers. This energy was so terrifying that one couldn't even guess how many people besides the Crown Prince had been sacrificed. Ruin gritted his teeth and raged for them. Absolutely not. A being like you must never exist. He too began to stand. If I let him run wild, this world will be plunged into chaos. After finishing his thought, he began to devise another plan. He called him Theron Afris, the Fire King. Hearing even his ancestor's name invoked, Theron was slightly surprised. Ruin spoke each word with emphasis, his eyes filled with resolve. I will stop you no matter what it takes. Upon hearing his words, Theron smiled as if amused. Final mission, defeat the demon god and save the world. The mission window appeared. In a vague space, someone's voice was heard. Sister, sister, Irene opened her eyes in surprise. She struggled to sit up, her face dotted with beads of sweat as if she'd had a nightmare. Ruina, what on earth happened? Ruina explained the situation to her. Big Brother told everyone to leave the capital. The more she spoke, the darker her face became. We're not enough on our own. What should we do now? Big Brother is fighting alone. Helpless tears streamed from her thoughtful eyes. Sniffle, sniffle. The young girl sobbed in Irene's arms. Only then did Ruina look at Irene, a horrified expression in her eyes. That's a demon. Soulless citizens were slowly approaching the two sisters. It wasn't just Doomprum who turned into a demon. They intended to destroy everything from the start. The two sisters stared at the demons in terror. Ruina, leave this place quickly. Leave this to me. A voice came from behind and everyone retreated. This place will likely be where this old man meets his end. He closed his eyes, seemingly feeling the longsword in his hand. Sir Boba, I will fight with you, she pleaded with him in a determined voice. Young master will surely be heartbroken if he finds out. No, I've already decided. The demonized citizens charged at them, rampaging wildly. If we can't protect the people here, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Having finished speaking, the two prepared to fight. A sea of fire unfolded before them, and the two stared in surprise. Damn it, we're too late, the white-bearded old man said. My apologies, everyone. I didn't realize it would take this long to bring everyone. Before the white-bearded old man, countless people in black robes armed with weapons came to support. Then we will fight alongside you, sir. Having spoken, they all leaped into the fight. They threw punches, kicked, and used swords and magic. One of them shouted, we need to take them down quickly. Let's finish this fast and go help Ruin. A loud explosion roared in the distance, sending dust flying everywhere. As the dust cleared, Ruin was seen weakly kneeling, having taken the Fire King Theron's attack. Theron, engulfed in purple magic, floated in the air, looking down. From below, Ruin gritted his teeth and spoke bitterly. Damn it, I can't even stand against him. After all this suffering, is this truly the end? I have to protect everyone. Ha ha ha, Theron shouted triumphantly. This is the inevitable outcome for foolish trash like you. The more he spoke, the more he rejoiced, a smirk on his lips. Your desperate struggles are meaningless now. Having reached the realm of a demon god, I will sweep all of you away. Having said that, he summoned a colossal orb engulfed in flames in his hand, preparing to drop it on Ruin as if it were his namesake. Ruin merely stood there, his body frozen. Now farewell, Theron shouted, putting strength into his hand and throwing the orb at Ruin. His face was filled with murderous intent. The orb grew closer and closer, and the surrounding ground cracked under its pressure. Ruin could only watch it fall. On this side, Irene and Ruina were engulfed in terror. Big Brother. The two screamed in fear. Their bodies were already frozen in terror before that immense power. Ruin could only stare blankly. Is this the end? It was as if he were about to surrender his life to fate. Suddenly a voice was heard from somewhere. Protect them. Ruin opened his eyes in surprise. A dragon with glowing blue eyes was at his ear. I cannot, but you can. Ruin's eyes widened in astonishment as he seemed to feel a hidden power within himself. She frowned in surprise. Could this energy be? A radiant halo erupted from all directions, so intense that even Theron was startled. Ruin's lips curled into a sneer. It's a bit unfair for you to be the only demon god, don't you think? Empowered by Draca, he stood before Theron and arrogantly declared, Come on, Theron Afris, Ruin said confidently. Now let's have a real fight this time. Theron was flustered, muttering, What? he thought in confusion. What on earth is happening? Theron stared at him in astonishment. This immense energy was as if a true god had descended. Ruin clenched his fist. All right, now it's my turn. He fiercely attacked Theron, shouting. Theron summoned a shield, muttering inwardly, damn it, I have to block this no matter what. But Theron's defense soon crumbled, and he was hit squarely by Ruin's punch. Theron was sent flying far away. Theron's signet cried out in astonishment. What on earth is this? Is that truly Ruin's power? Jang had a worried expression. That's Draca's incarnation. Did Ruin summon it? What on earth is happening? She still couldn't believe it. Could Ruin be becoming the new god of destruction? Meanwhile, Theron heard a familiar voice. You're using dirty tricks, Ruinottle. Theron shot immense energy at him, cursing, absolutely unforgivable. He placed his hand on the ground and cracks slowly began to appear on his face. Anything that hinders me at this moment, Theron struggled to his feet and declared, will not be tolerated. He gathered an enormous amount of magic in his palm, sneering at Ruin. Let's see how long that arrogant attitude lasts. Innumerable electric orbs were summoned around Theron, and he declared confidently, in the end your fate is destruction. Even Theron, as a demon god, did not know one fact. Draca, summoned by Ruin, was once called the god of destruction. Therefore, confronting Draca now was no longer a simple act of suicide. Ruin rubbed his hands together, creating dazzling flames. Before Theron, only the sound of wind could be heard. Theron asked in astonishment, What is this absurd situation? Ruin suddenly spoke. It's my turn. He approached Theron with Draca's terrifying power. Theron took another attack. Ruin delivered another punch to Theron's waist. This attack caused him immense pain. Theron was sent flying far away. Everyone who witnessed that sight was utterly astonished. Despite his injuries, Theron continued to babble nonsense. I concede, Ruinottle. He suddenly shot up into the sky. Theron created a magical orb in his hand and said, Even if I use every method I have, I cannot defeat you, he said in a somber voice. But if I cannot defeat you, Theron threatened loudly, then I will drag you and this accursed world into ruin with all my power. Upon hearing those words, Ruin's eyes widened and he shouted, What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Theron unleashed an attack at Ruin with all his might. Everything will end now, Ruin angrily cursed. Damn it, this bastard is crazy even at the last moment. Theron is trying to destroy the entire world out of jealousy. Ruin said with a firm stance, It seems I'll have to block this attack. I'll have to pour all my strength into it. Ruin clenched his fist once more. Then finally, his eyes filled with resolve. Let's do this together, Draca. Ruin and Draca simultaneously raised their hands to receive Theron's attack. Theron shouted in an enraged voice. He was still lost in delusion, yelling loudly, In the end you are nothing before a demon god. I will sweep away both you and these fools. Everyone below looked up at them. Ruin quickly denied. No, the one who can do nothing is. He pushed the power, exploding like a bomb, towards Theron and said in a confident voice, You, Theron asked in dismay, It's over? Is it ending like this? Theron cursed inwardly in fury. Damn it, you bastard. Just before his death he shouted in rage, Even if I die I will curse you, Ruinottle. A dazzling light enveloped the entire space as the battle ended. Draca's power began to fade. Ruina ran over worriedly and called out, Big brother, she asked worriedly. After all that fighting, are you all right? Ruin quickly replied, Yes, I'm fine, I'm safe. His face suddenly turned pale. Ruin clutched his head in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? My head feels like it's splitting. What is this unbearable pain? He gagged in pain and eventually, Ruin couldn't support himself and collapsed. Ruina called out in alarm, Big brother? She immediately reassured him. Are you okay, big brother? Just a moment. I'm coming now, Ruin urgently shouted. Don't come, Ruina, don't come. Don't come near me ever. Jang slowly understood. Indeed, I was too certain. Ruin stared blankly at the being before him. Indeed, it was the dragon Draca, renowned as the most perfect creature and simultaneously a destroyer of worlds, he thought, slightly afraid. Just encountering him evokes such an overwhelming energy flow, it's truly unbelievable. Ruin cautiously asked Draca, Where are we? Draca quickly provided the answer. I borrowed your inner world for a moment. I feared something terrible would surely happen if I left you as you were. Draca then explained Ruin's situation. Currently, you are on the verge of going mad because of this power. Just like me, his next words startled Ruin. That's why I had to bring you into this inner world, by any means necessary. Jang suddenly spoke. Then what should I do? She clenched her fist and said, I don't want Ruin to go through what you experienced. I don't want to see another person lose themselves. Draca immediately reassured her. That is why I am here, he explained. The player artifact connects me and the little destroyer. If it's connected, it can also be severed. Draca bowed his head slightly. So if I use all my power to destroy it, nothing will harm the little destroyer anymore. Upon hearing that, Jang hurriedly asked, Then if you use all your power, will you disappear? He turned back and comforted her. Don't be too sad, Jang. Since awakening as the god of destruction, I have only brought harm to this world. If he can use this power without being consumed by it, he will be a much greater pillar of support for this world. Draca continued. Severing the player connection doesn't mean you'll lose your power, so don't worry. Ruin urgently called out to him. Wait, Draca, before that there's one thing I want to ask, Ruin spoke with difficulty. Among countless people, why me? I truly don't understand why you are doing all this for me. I don't even know if my gaining this power will truly help the world, Draca said with a voice full of certainty. It will certainly help, he gently explained. The reason I gave you power is because you are like me. Draca recalled sadly. Before gaining power my life was also filled with suffering, but in the end I was consumed by that power and destroyed the world, but you are different. He trusted Ruin greatly. As the player I have watched your entire life from when you had no power until now. Even when you became strong you always used that power righteously. His next words astonished him greatly. Unlike me, you will lead the world down the right path finally. Draca let out a deep sigh. It seems time is up. It was a pleasure to meet you, little destroyer. He turned back and also spoke to Jang. And you too, Jang. Draca spoke sincerely. Thank you always in the past and now. Jang gritted her teeth. Damn lizard god. In the end she too had to swallow her regret and say goodbye. Goodbye, Draca. The sky gradually cleared. Ruin slowly opened his eyes, hearing his name echo in his ears. Ruin gave a small cough, then realized everyone was staring at him. Gassan chided him. You really scared me. When you suddenly collapsed I thought something terrible had happened. Ruin forced a smile and replied, Ah, did I? Am sorry for worrying you. Jang stood silently beside him, lost in thought. Ruin genuinely thanked everyone. I asked for help so suddenly, but everyone still came. Theron Signet smiled and praised Ruin. It was a last-minute request, but everyone rushed over immediately. That only shows what a wonderful person you are. Just then, someone approached, apologizing for interrupting the warm atmosphere. Everyone who saw him was startled. Haha, they exclaimed in confusion. Your Majesty, the Emperor solemnly said. I have something to discuss with Ruin Adol. Gassan was stunned into silence. The Emperor stood right before his eyes. Ruin, again confused, wondered. The Emperor came to see me in person, he thought in fear. Has he come to question me for defeating his loyal servant, the Fire King? The Emperor probably couldn't think rationally right now. He had lost his son, the Crown Prince. Before Ruin could react, the Emperor called out again, Lord Ruin. But then he bowed his head to Ruin and said, Please allow me to apologize personally. The Emperor honestly admitted, the chaotic situation within the Empire is entirely my fault. I failed to recognize Theron's cruel nature, and even gave him more power, and he deeply regretted. My biggest mistake was failing to control my son, the Emperor continued. A moment ago I personally witnessed your battle with Theron, he confessed. And in that moment I was completely convinced. At that time the Emperor thought that if this man fought for the world would move in a better direction. He then stated his purpose, so I wish to ask you directly, Lord. The Emperor's next words astonished Ruin. Ruin Adol, do you agree to become the Tower Master of our Empire's Mage Tower? A few nights later, boisterous laughter echoed through the house. You're truly on a different level, Ruin, Gassan said, drinking beer. I always thought you were on a different level. But to receive an offer for Tower Master at your age, Ruin awkwardly replied, Well, I never even dreamed of such a thing. He was still pondering inwardly. To inherit the position of the Fire King Theron and become the Tower Master means becoming someone everyone respects. Ruin thought deeply. I defeated the former Tower Master and traitor, Fire King Theron, and the Emperor himself recommended me. If I agree, the position will be immediately mine. He was deeply troubled by the fact that the world was in chaos due to Theron Armis's rebellion and the Crown Prince's death. As the new Tower Master, there will suddenly be many things I need to do. I've only just graduated from the academy. Can I handle all of this? Just then, someone called him. Lord Ruin. Ruin was startled and exclaimed, Ah, Lady Irene. She asked worriedly, What are you thinking so deeply about? You look unwell. Ruin honestly confided in Irene. I've suddenly been entrusted with such a huge responsibility and frankly I'm a bit flustered. It's truly a great opportunity, but I'm worried. Hearing his words, she suggested, Then how about a trip somewhere you can relax without any worries? Ruin said, Oh, that sounds good, so where should we go? Irene smiled slightly. He tempted him. How about coming to my place? Ruin was struck by lightning when he heard this. In the quiet night his scream suddenly echoed. Ha! The day Ruin visited Irene's house was sunny. Jang rode on his back playfully teasing him. Ruin, you haven't even had a single date yet and you're rushing into this from the start? She looked at Irene walking ahead and asked, Are you going to that girl's house alone? Jang nodded in admiration. Your friends are quite helpful too. They discreetly stepped back so you two could go alone. That Gassan fellow, he's more perceptive than I thought, Ruin asked her in return. But why didn't you step back? Jang quickly reminded him. Hey, did you forget? I'm your only incarnation, remember? Irene suddenly turned around and called. Ruin, what are you mumbling to yourself? He immediately denied. Oh, nothing. Ruin looked at her and the joy in his heart naturally grew. At last he was going on a trip alone with Lady Irene, he thought to himself. This destination cuss. All I know is that it's Lady Irene's hometown, but I didn't expect it to be such a mountainous region. And there's nothing around. Suddenly a black shadow rushed forward. Ruin was startled and looked at him, quickly dodging the approaching person's kick. An ambush, Aduma muttered in slight admiration. Not bad, you dodged my kick. Ruin retorted unpleasantly. Who are you anyway? Why did you suddenly appear and attack me? He mockingly asked back. Who am I? Nameless scum, do you want to die? Then who are you? Ruin exclaimed in incomprehension. What? Irene bowed her head helplessly. Ruin, I apologize on his behalf. Ruin was startled and asked, what are you talking about? Only then did she reveal that the person was her older brother Aduma. Hearing this, Ruin was very surprised and asked, your brother? Then why did he attack? Aduma suddenly interrupted him. The fact that you dodged my surprise attack is proof that you're not just some ordinary lowlife. He approached Ruin step by step and seeing him walking around with Irene asked, "Don't tell me you're that girl's boyfriend, are you?" Without waiting for an answer, Aduma grabbed his clothes, he growled. "Then let's talk after I've punched you," Ruin hurriedly said. "I don't know what you're talking about, but could you please let go of me?" When he saw what was before his eyes, he was extremely astonished. "Ah, an 8-star warrior in the system window, Aduma Prius." Ruin was startled and wondered, wait, an 8-star warrior. Why did such a strong individual appear here? Aduma, seeing him so dazed, angrily chided. "What? Why aren't you answering? Do you think this is nothing?" Irene yelled unpleasantly. "Can you stop now?" He quickly released Ruin. Irene turned her face and scolded him. "No matter if you're my brother, this is too much." Aduma heard that and was deeply hurt. "Are you really taking his side in front of my eyes? What's so special about him?" Irene loudly retorted. "I saved you, didn't I?" In the end, she called Ruin and left. "Let's go." Ruin thought he was really a foolish brother. He quickly replied, "All right." Ruin asked himself worriedly, "But the rest of the family will be fine right behind him." Aduma's anger blazed fiercely. Ruin encouraged himself. "It will definitely be fine." A few minutes later, Irene's father, Aaron, smashed the table in front of him. "What are you talking about?" he muttered angrily. "My precious and lovely daughter Irene, my treasure Irene, brought a man home." Aaron's face was red with rage. "Bringing him home means he's here to ask for her hand in marriage, doesn't it? I will never approve of this marriage." The system window quickly mentioned that Aaron Prius was an 8-star warrior. His shouts continued to echo. "If you truly want my daughter, you must defeat me first," Aduma agreed. "That's right, father." Irene helplessly put a hand to her forehead. "Even father is like this." "Seriously." Ruin regretted a little. "I shouldn't have come here, I want to go home." Just then, someone approached and stopped them. "Stop it." Cheta scolded loudly in anger. "What are you two doing? Irene finally brought a guest and you two can't even treat him properly," she honestly demanded. "Apologize right now." The two were heartbroken to hear that and called out, "Honey, wife." In the end, they bowed their heads to Ruin and said, "We apologize." His mood improved significantly. Lady Irene inherited her mother's grace. How can someone be so gentle and noble? Ruin looked at Cheta's system window. 8-star warrior, Cheta Prius. His smile suddenly stiffened. "My goodness, what kind of family is this?" The prestigious Prius family. They once owned vast lands and were steeped in glorious splendor. However, that fame waned and disappeared. Some descendants wandered from place to place and finally settled in this remote region. Their descendants lived hidden in the forest, dedicating themselves to training day and night without rest. But Lady Irene, with her outstanding magical talent, yearned to become a mage and revive her family. After the conflict subsided, Cheta prepared food and said to Ruin, "I apologize, it's your first visit and we were so rude, weren't we?" she continued. "The men in this house are always like that. The 2 men who were kicked out are constantly talked about. They're emotional and act without thinking, but honestly they're not bad people." Cheta said gently, "They just love their daughter too much, so I hope you understand." Ruin was also very understanding. "I understand too. If their precious daughter Lady Irene brought a man home who wouldn't be a little flustered," she tilted her head slightly and teased, "then why wasn't I so flustered?" Cheta thought that if her daughter brought a man home she must be serious about him. She turned to Irene and asked, "Isn't that right, Irene?" She blushed and said, "Mom, Aduma suddenly burst through the door, yelling, "Absolutely not." He brought a few people with him and loudly warned, "If you want to take my sister, you must first defeat all of us." Cheta was a little speechless. "These people, seriously?" Ruin was shocked again. "Who are those people standing behind them? Does she have more brothers?" Aaron seriously asked Ruin. "Did you say your name is Ruin Odol?" Ruin quickly stood up and replied, "Oh yes, that's right." He stated his thoughts. "I believe the most important quality a man must possess is strength. The strength to protect his woman and family through any adversity," Aaron continued. "Along with that comes innate responsibility. That is how I have lived my life and how I have taught my children," he honestly said. "In my eyes you appear to be a wealthy noble. Do you truly possess the strength of a man that I speak of?" Ruin subtly curled his lips. "Uncle, are you talking about strength?" "Of course," he said firmly. "What I am most confident in is precisely strength." Aaron looked up at the ceiling and laughed heartily. "Strength is what you're most confident in, bold. I'll admit that much." Ruin's voice also changed from playful to firm. "If you ask about responsibility, I dare say I'm second to none. And if you ask about physical strength, I'm confident I'm second to none." Aduma, standing behind his father, interjected mockingly. "Second to none sounds like a professional swindler, isn't it obvious? Father, that swindler must have seduced the innocent Irene." Saying that, he wore a sinister smile. "Then prove what you just said. We were just about to have a brief training session between father and sons anyway." Aduma didn't forget to threaten. "It won't be easy, even the most excellent people often avoid our training." However, contrary to his expectation that Ruin would be afraid, he said with interest, "Sounds good." Ruin turned to the person behind him and said, "Lady Irene, I'll go warm up for a bit." Irene asked curiously, "With the men of my family?" Ruin gave a reassuring smile. "They only know training, so perhaps the quickest way to get close to them is through training." Then he followed the Prius father and sons outside, adding before he left, "All right, I'll be back soon." Cheta rested her cheek on one hand and comforted Irene. Don't worry, looking at the boy's eyes he'll definitely handle it well. However, Irene's words surprised Cheta. No, I'm not worried about Lord Ruin, she asked back in wonder. Then what are you worried about? She emphasized each word. What I'm worried about is those reckless men. Meanwhile, loud laughter echoed through the forest. Aduma laughed, shaking his body. How was that? Everyone around praised him. A new record, well done, little one. Suddenly a voice echoed, and everyone fell silent. You still have a long way to go. Eren lay on a rock, propping himself up with his hand, and exclaimed, Indeed, reaching 9 stars is still a long way off. Aduma admired. It's too hard to surpass father after all. Eren looked down at Ruin below him and thought to himself, How about this, you scoundrel who dares to tempt my Irene? He scoffed inwardly. This should be enough to crush your spirit, shouldn't it? Ruin finally spoke. Uncle's strength is truly astonishing. His ankle trembled slightly. Ruin continued, If so, people murmured. What is he doing? Is he trying to break that rock? A yellow light flashed in Ruin's eyes. Wherever he swung his hand, a yellow light spread. Eren frowned at the unbelievable sight before his eyes. His facial expression grew increasingly serious. With a single swing from Ruin, the rock mountain Eren had been sitting on was sliced through. Aduma exclaimed in shock at the sight before him. Unbelievable. Aduma looked at the cleanly cut mark and thought, That huge mountain, with bare hands. Ruin calmly listened to the murmuring of the people. A mage can be that strong. For the Prius family, the most important qualities for a man were the strength and physical prowess to protect his family. As expected, they must have intended to break my spirit with this training. At this moment, Ruin was leading the way, with Aduma and the others panting as they tried to keep up. So you want to fight? But it became an opportunity to prove his strength and physical prowess, he laughed, despite panting. Aduma's voice was heard. All right, I'll take you on. A few days passed like that, and everyone lay sprawled on the grass panting. A shadow stood before Aduma and asked, Are you all right? Ruin extended a hand to Han and asked, Can you get up? We still have to eat dinner together, don't we? He admitted, reaching out his hand in return. Yeah, thanks. Then Aduma asked, Are we training again tomorrow? He nodded and replied, Of course. Ruin suddenly looked directly at him and called out, Hey Aduma. He didn't understand why Ruin's voice was so serious and simply replied, Ruin smiled and suggested, May we call you brother? He looked at the others, awkwardly scratching their heads behind him, then hesitated for a moment before replying, All right. The barrier had broken down. Everyone joked and laughed noisily amongst themselves. They didn't notice at all that someone was standing nearby, watching them. Eren's eyes were pensive and he silently pondered something deeply. As time passed, evening arrived and inside the Prius family home, voices filled with surprise echoed, What, is that true? Aduma shot up and asked again, Are you truly recognized as the next Tower Master? The Emperor himself recognized you. Irene nodded in place of Ruin and replied, Yes, that's right, he was the mage who stopped Fire King Theron's rebellion, so it's only natural he would be chosen. Exclamations of admiration continued to reach his ears. Such an esteemed person visiting our home, to be able to meet the next Tower Master in person. Eren admonished him. Why are you only telling us now? He was a little awkward. If you had told us earlier we would have treated you differently from the start. But Ruin's words quite surprised Eren. I'm not interested in other titles, he said sincerely. I wanted to be accepted by Lady Irene's family. I didn't think the title of Tower Master was important in that process. Eren hadn't dreamed Ruin would answer that way, and didn't move an inch. Cheta covered her face and smiled vaguely. He really is the type Irene would fall for, isn't he, dear? This remark made both Ruin and Irene blush. She stammered and called her mother. Eren once again fell silent. Everything had happened so suddenly that he was a little bewildered. Perhaps it truly is so, Eren thought to himself. It was already late at night, and in the spacious bedroom they lay on different beds. In the stillness of the night, rhythmic snoring echoed. Ruin was still awake. Suddenly someone called him. Ruin. Seeing Eren standing before his bed, Ruin shot up and exclaimed in shock, "Ha, uncle?" He motioned to him, saying, "Follow me." Before leaving the room, Eren turned back and said, "We need to talk." Afterwards the two stepped outside, where a round moon and countless stars twinkled in the sky. As Ruin followed Eren, he wondered, he said he wanted to talk to me, but what about? He stopped and called out, "Ruin." He still didn't understand the situation but replied, "Yes, uncle," Eren said seriously. "I've said it many times, but Irene is a very precious daughter to me." He turned to face Ruin and asked, "Can you be responsible for such a daughter?" He replied without hesitation, "Yes." Then Eren closed his eyes and listed each point. "All right, your skill, effort, character, although we treated you rudely. Your attitude towards the whole family has been impeccable." Then he opened his eyes and said to Ruin with sharp but loving eyes, full of a father's love for his daughter, "But if you ever make my daughter cry, I will not let you off the hook." Then Eren's voice softened. "Please take good care of my daughter," Ruin replied sincerely. "Thank you, uncle." As time passed, it was time for Ruin and Irene to say goodbye to the Prius family. Aduma said with regret, "Are you really leaving? What a shame. I promise, me too. I'll visit again next time." He waved goodbye. "Oh no, we'll come visit you." At Aduma's next words, Ruin and Irene were flustered and awkward. "We're planning a formal meeting of the families in Adal, so keep dating until then." She angrily kicked her brother's leg hard. "What are you talking about? That foolish brother of mine." As Aduma stumbled and sat down clutching his leg, Irene called out, "Ruin, let's go." Ruin also quickly waved goodbye to everyone and replied to her, "All right, take care." After a brief silence on their way, Irene spoke. "But Ruin?" he asked in confusion. "Yes?" she asked with an awkward expression. Now that both families have given their blessing and no one will interfere with us, Irene looked at Ruin with soft eyes and asked, "What are we to each other then?" Irene spoke. "Now that both families have given their blessing and no one will interfere with us." She pressed him. "What are we to each other after all?" Ruin froze at her words, his face reddened and his voice stammered. "Lady Irene," Irene suggested, "let's date seriously." The corners of her lips curled slightly. Her voice was sweet. "Please take good care of me, Lord Ruin." 5 years later in the Mage Tower, just thinking seriously about that time made her feel like she was going mad. "You confessed, Ruin. I remember every word clearly. Let's date, you said." "Lady Irene." Irene sighed. He asked, "Why are you talking so much? How can you still remember that after all these years?" Ruin commanded, "If you want to help me focus on work, stop reminiscing about the past. The current situation is that I've become Tower Master by the Emperor's recommendation." Irene replied nonchalantly, Yeah, I get it. My life has been busy ever since you became Tower Master." Jang served as his assistant, helping with his duties. Otto underwent many changes. Thanks to continuous development, Otto became a stable and established city. This was due to the help of Hansen, who became a knight of Otto, and Jason, who handled administrative duties. Of course, the person who worked the most was his father. Suddenly, an unexpected voice was heard. "Brother," Ruin looked up in surprise. "Oh, look who it is, our swordsmanship tournament champion." Ruina waved her hand. "Oh brother, my skill made it an obvious win." Furthermore, Ruina continued to pursue her dream of becoming a swordswoman, and a few years later she participated in the swordsmanship tournament again and emerged victorious. Now she was by the Emperor's side. He asked, "Have you recovered?" "So what brings you here today?" She replied, "I came to check if our Tower Master is working hard, and to see how prepared you are." Ruin was surprised. "Prepared?" She frowned. "You don't mean you don't know what I'm talking about, do you, brother?" He smiled. "Of course I know," Ruin said with certainty. "Don't worry. Everything is perfectly prepared. No one will have anything to complain about." A few days later, officials in the Otto territory gave instructions. All right, no pushing, go slowly." "Hey, I said no pushing," Ruin called out loudly. "Hansen, Theta." They looked up, hearing someone call their names. "Huh?" The two spoke simultaneously. "Oh, Ruin, you've arrived, one of tonight's stars." Exclamations of admiration echoed among the people. "Oh, isn't that the Tower Master? Isn't that Lady Ruina?" he politely said. "Thank you for coming and helping so much." Theta laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, among friends this is nothing," Ruin asked curiously. "Especially you, it's been a while. How have you been?" "I hear you've become the head of the Oyota Senate." He laughed and replied, "Haha, word travels fast." "Yes, that's right," Theta asked. "So how does it feel to be getting married soon? I thought with your talent you'd be married earlier." He hesitated and laughed. Then suddenly a loud scream was heard. The noisy cries of several young noblemen echoed. "Irene is getting married, this is too soon," someone chimed in, trying to soothe them. "Calm down, someone's watching, don't cry." Theta remarked that his future brothers-in-law hadn't changed at all. Ruin could only laugh awkwardly. He spoke, "It's about to begin, so I'll go get ready. Everyone seems to be here except for one person." They asked curiously. "Who?" Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. Everyone worried. "What? Is it an earthquake?" He calmed them. "Everyone calm down. These are the newly invited ogres." An ogre laughed and said, "It's the little destroyer's wedding, how could we miss it?" All the invited guests had gathered. John also went up to the podium. He cleared his throat. Ahem, can everyone hear me? "First, I am a mage from the Mage Tower. Today I will be the master of ceremonies. My name is John Damon. The wedding will begin shortly, so please take your seats," Jason proudly stated. "I am a mage from the Mage Tower, but in truth I'm more widely known as the Tower Master's friend. Thanks to that, I have the honor of standing here today. I met the bride and groom recently, and they asked me to extend their gratitude to everyone who came from afar to celebrate with them," he said loudly. "Now let us welcome today's protagonist, Ruin Adol," Ruina excitedly exclaimed. "Congratulations, brother." The guests also applauded enthusiastically. "Lord Ruin, congratulations on your marriage," John excitedly said. "Now let's meet the bride. Irene Prius, make your entrance." He was momentarily stunned when he saw her. Irene Prius, through continuous effort, had revived her family and became a world-renowned mage, a name everyone had heard at least once. Now she was about to become his wife. Ruin took her hand and vowed, "I promise to be a good husband." Uncle Aaron smiled. "All right, I'll believe you." John Damon continued to officiate. "Next, it's time to welcome today's officiant. Today's officiant is the Tower Master's teacher and also my teacher, Academy Principal Theron Signet," the principal spoke. "First, as your officiant, I sincerely congratulate you both. The two people standing here today have overcome all difficulties and hardships to stand by each other's side. Even if similar trials come in the future, the two, bound by marriage, will once again overcome them. To lean on each other through difficulties and sorrows, that is the meaning of marriage. Now let us hear the newlyweds' vows." Ruin recalled, "I still remember the day I first met her at an antique shop in Aeon during the Grand Festival. I never imagined I'd marry someone who was once so cold and stubborn. Even now I can't believe it." He looked back at his wife and thought, "Looking back, I think I was captivated by her confidence and intelligence." He declared, "I, Ruin Adol, will be my wife's best friend." She also spoke, "I, Irene Prius, will be my husband's most loving companion." They simultaneously and finally extended their sincere gratitude to everyone attending the wedding. The fireworks began. Brilliant, colorful fireworks exploded in the sky. Spectacular fireworks erupted in the sky. Everyone joyfully offered their congratulations. Congratulations, Tower Master. Congratulations, lady. Now, finally, he himself could hardly believe that he in such a small body had accomplished all of this. It must surely be thanks to that help. He had pushed himself relentlessly, faced countless dangers, but ultimately completed everything admirably. Ruin wished Draca could also witness this moment. Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed, "Congratulations." He vaguely recognized this voice. He wondered, "Jang, didn't you hear anything just now?" Jang turned back and asked, "What sound? I didn't hear anything." Ruin was surprised and couldn't believe it, but then he smiled. "It's okay, it must just be my imagination." He promised himself that if in the distant future someone were to ask him, "How will you remember the person you are today?" he would answer, "Every single moment. This is the complete and unregrettable ending I have achieved."